In the year 2099, the agricultural science student Jiang Shushu was struck by a meteorite and found herself transmigrated into the realm of interstellar affairs, having just been jilted. Subsequently, her family, in their misfortune, arranged her to be married off to another party, rendering her a rare and esteemed yet utterly useless spiritual master in the interstellar world. The scoundrel was despicable, her cousin a scheming temptress, and her peculiar grandfather clearly unsupportive of her plight. As a feeble and disregarded Jiang Shushu, she had no choice but to cling desperately to the leg of her already registered betrothed for survival. Initially, she presumed he was merely a wealthy individual seeking a rustic experience, but to her astonishment, his true identity was that of a royal prince. Rumors circulated that he was an ascetic and aloof, yet he audaciously proclaimed, "Allow me to give you a little pocket money." Jiang Shushu was taken aback, spitting out her drink in disbelief. "Do you consider 5 million to be mere pocket money?" Everyone claimed Jiang Shushu was infatuated with her former fiancé to the point of madness. However, gazing upon the cheerful girl who had just nearly beaten him to a pulp, they fell into deep contemplation. While many labeled Jiang Shushu a waste, avoiding her like the plague, she cultivated spiritual fields, captured celestial treasures, and crafted divine artifacts, swiftly becoming the beloved darling of the masses, leaving them feeling both ashamed and inferior. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Shushu's meteoric rise after parting ways with the scoundrel, her grandfather and cousin were filled with excitement. Chapter 1. The pitiful original host, who had been unceremoniously dispatched, was indeed a pure embodiment of misfortune. This was Jiang Shushu's first thought upon her arrival in the interstellar realm. The original host was a girl sharing her name, also called Jiang Shushu, a young lady from the Jiang family on the border planet of the Empire, renowned as a rare spiritual pharmacist in the interstellar community. As the sole natural talent awakened in the past decade on the border planet, the original host was undeniably fortunate. Yet, she was also unfortunate, for in the ensuing 10 years, her potion-making level had not advanced even slightly. Over these years, there had been no one with greater talent than her. None. Those with lesser talent, however, had reportedly all passed the first-level assessment not long ago, much to the bewilderment of her doting father. Jiang Shushu, inheriting fragments of the original host's memories, understood precisely why she had fallen into such a state. Behind this lay a powerful backing and innate talent, with the original host obsessively devoted to her betrothed since childhood. As the original host endured humiliation at the hands of her fiancé, who sought her companionship for his training and demanded spiritual stones, she selflessly provided everything, effectively exhausting her family's resources for his sake. Thus, her mediocre fiancé was nurtured into a potential powerhouse by the original host, who, upon advancing to an S-class strength, callously cast her aside and married her cousin instead. The betrothed, who had been courting her cousin, was suddenly transformed into the original host's fiancé, with her grandfather, the family patriarch, having surreptitiously registered their marriage in her name. Watching her former fiancé turn into her brother-in-law, and subsequently her husband, was an unbearable reality, and indeed, the original host succumbed to her fury. Now, she had become this unfortunate soul. At this juncture, the original host's father, Jiang Feng, sought to confront the Jiang family regarding the matter, only to be thwarted at the entrance. "The patriarch has taken Miss Lonnie out. Why won't you believe me?" The steward stood outside, exuding impatience as he addressed the two. "I care not whether the patriarch is present. Today I demand to know why you registered Shushu's marriage without my consent." Jiang Feng's expression grew stern. His daughter had just suffered the indignity of being jilted, and instead of seeking justice for her, her grandfather had consented to that scoundrel's union with her cousin, even proceeding to marry her off to a stranger without his approval. Jiang Feng was heartbroken, unable to fathom how Shushu would face her future. Jiang Shushu, following closely behind him, looked up to see a fleeting glimmer of unusual emotion in the steward's eyes. "Young master, you are aware of the little lady's wasteful disposition over the years. Alas, the patriarch specifically selected an S-class powerhouse, a member of the royal family dispatched from the Imperial Star. He is undoubtedly a promising match for our young lady. His name is Ling Jun. Although he currently holds a minor position as a deputy, the patriarch has inquired, and his rank will soon rise. With him to care for our young lady, she may look forward to a life of luxury. Young master, I understand your discomfort, but given the situation, why not allow the young lady to explore this new relationship? Who knows? She might find satisfaction. Moreover, I have heard he is handsome and well off, and our young lady has always been beautiful. They are quite the pair. Look, this is the lavish wedding gift he sent. Quite extravagant indeed." The steward, steeling himself, delivered his speech in one breath, hastily shoving the box into Jiang Feng's arms before slamming the door shut. Enraged, Jiang Feng took several deep breaths to suppress his anger. With their mission unfulfilled, the father and daughter returned home, their faces heavy with gloom. Shushu, once I recover, I will seek to remedy this situation. Military marriages are not easily dissolved, but rest assured, if you do not consent, I will fight to annul it even at the cost of my life. Observing his daughter's pale and haggard visage, Jiang Feng felt a pang of sorrow and handed the box to her before retreating to his room. Jiang Shushu settled onto the sofa and reached to open the box. Inside lay a delicate green bracelet adorned with floral engravings, elegant yet understated. Jiang Shushu gazed at it for a while, then extended her spiritual energy to examine it, only to be astonished to discover it possessed a spatial capacity of 1,000 cubic units. She recalled how her former fiancé, now her brother-in-law, that scoundrel, had once gifted her a 5-cubic spatial necklace worth 100,000 interstellar coins as an engagement present, a rarity on their fringe planet. Little did she expect this gift to be of such grand scale. Surely, this was a wealthy individual from the imperial star experiencing life in the countryside. Jiang Shushu fell into silence. As a herbal cultivation specialist at the Agricultural University in the late 21st century, Jiang Shushu devoted herself tirelessly to her experimental medicinal fields. Just as her herbal crops neared maturity and bright prospects loomed ahead, she was unexpectedly struck by a meteorite, propelling her from a peaceful world into a harsh future among the stars. In the blink of an eye, she found herself a pitiful figure, hastily packaged and dispatched. At that moment, Jiang Shushu felt an overwhelming desire to surrender and cease her efforts, resigning herself to fate, for her capabilities were meager and incapable of instigating change. She closed her eyes, vacated her thoughts, and sank into the soft embrace of the sofa as a creeping, throbbing pain began to manifest in her mind, an ailment left behind by the original owner of her body. Regardless of whether she wished to embrace failure or strive for progress, it was imperative that she first restore her ailing body. Just then, a series of beeps interrupted her reverie, heralding a video call from a contact labeled mentor. As Jiang Shushu activated the holographic device on her wrist, she was startled by a proclamation that nearly made her jump. Jiang, you must participate in this assessment from the College of Herbal Medicine. On Suhuang Star, there existed both the College of Herbal Medicine and the College of Artifact Studies, collectively known as the Spirit Master Academy. Once children awaken their talents, they are assigned to different colleges based on their attributes, provided they pass the entrance examinations. After enrollment, each quarter would present assessment tasks, the difficulty of which varied across 5 levels depending on the class. Jiang Shushu currently found herself a student in the first-level class of the College of Herbal Medicine. Yet, the college had issued new assessment tasks. Hastily rummaging through her memories, she realized it had been 6 months since the original owner last returned to the academy. This meant that not only was she academically challenged, but she was also a truant. Having experienced 9 years of compulsory education while consistently being labeled an exemplary student, Jiang Shushu now felt utterly bewildered. Overcome with a sense of guilt and trepidation typical of underperforming students, she immediately sat up straight. Within the hovering holographic screen, a beautiful, long-haired female mentor smiled gently. In light of your absurd record of never participating in assessments over the years, the Academy has decided, after careful consideration, to grant you one final opportunity to retake the exam by joining a hunting mission, she stated. Agree to retake the exam and continue your studies. Disagree and voluntarily withdraw. Jiang, there is a regulation in the interstellar realm. Anyone who withdraws is forever prohibited from utilizing their abilities and entering this profession. I hope you will consider this carefully and seize the opportunity. The mentor's smile carried encouragement, acknowledging that Jiang's chaotic attributes and modest talent were still quite rare among the postnatal awakeners produced by the plethora of drugs prevalent on Suhuang Star. After all, the path to advancement for innate spirit masters knows no bounds, while postnatal awakeners must rely on medications to further their abilities. However, this student's lack of aptitude was astonishing. At the age of 22, she remained in the first-level class. The mentor's demeanor was composed, yet she harbored a sense of regret. After receiving Jiang's confirmation to participate in the assessment, she concluded the communication. Jiang Shushu, now effectively half removed from the academy, could not remain indifferent to her predicament. The royal family of the Interstellar Empire had once issued an imperial decree. All combat teams and mercenary squads must include one or more spirit masters. Given the perilous environment of the stars, rife with monstrous beasts, battles were incessantly waged. The on-site supplies provided by both herbalists and artifact masters were vital for safeguarding the lives of ability users. The status of spirit masters was already elevated in the interstellar realm, and with the issuance of this decree, their demand skyrocketed, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the most respected professions in the galaxy. What did this data signify? It indicated that this profession was not only secure, but also lucrative. Who would willingly choose to withdraw from such an advantageous position? Yet, the original owner had acquired the notorious label of waste, leaving Jiang to ponder which combat team would foolishly seek to share in the spoils with someone deemed a failure. Why was despair creeping in with such intensity? Jiang Shushu, unwilling to entertain foolish thoughts, felt an intensifying ache in her head. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the table, landing on a spatial bracelet. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her mind. She could seek support. With her family no longer a reliable resource and her stepfather incapacitated by injury, the only capable individual within reach appeared to be her step-husband. However, how could she persuade him to allow her to join a combat team? Approaching empty-handed was not an option, for the family's coffers had run dry. Furrowing her brow, Jiang's gaze roamed the room until it settled on a half-wilted plant on the windowsill. It seemed that plants in the interstellar realm held considerable value and would make a fitting gift. Yet, upon closer inspection, her lips quivered in disbelief. A pot of water contained a single, fragile strawberry seedling. Even without prior experience in strawberry cultivation, Jiang Shushu understood that strawberries thrive in soil, not water. Although she specialized in herbal cultivation, both herbs and strawberries belong to the realm of greenery, and nurturing them should be fundamentally similar. However, gazing at this feeble sprout, Jiang Shushu fell into silence. Time was pressing. When would she be able to cultivate it to fruition? Suddenly, a chime resonated.
Ding.
Successfully activated. Creation space system. Would the host like to agree to the binding? Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled with newfound anticipation. Chapter 2. The system rendered ineffective by provocation. Before Jiang Shushu could respond, another electronic voice resonated. Ding. Binding successful. The creation space system congratulates the master on making further progress towards the pinnacle of creation. Jiang Shushu. So her decision is insignificant, is it? Why bother asking her, then? Just to go through the motions? Never mind, the outcome is favorable. With a cheerful heart, Jiang Shushu followed the prompt and closed her eyes. Her consciousness promptly entering a gray, dim space. The space was modest, with her line of sight restricted to approximately 3 cubic meters, barren and devoid of anything. Is this it? Disappointment washed over Jiang Shushu. Not to mention the storage bracelet gifted by the current master. Even the 100,000 interstellar coins hanging around her neck paled in comparison, making this so-called golden finger seem more like a useless trinket. At that moment, a sweet, childlike electronic voice echoed in the space. Dear Master, I am the space sprite Xiaojiu. Currently, the system's spiritual energy is insufficient and remains in its initial stage. As long as the Master collects energy bodies, the system can be upgraded. What are energy bodies? Magical plants and magical beasts from the interstellar world are energy bodies. Magical beasts and plants are the collective terms used by interstellar humanity to describe monsters from other planets. They are fierce and formidable, yet possess treasures beyond imagination. They are the enemies of all interstellar humans and the targets of every hunting and combat team. Now, this seemingly useless system expected its soft, helpless master to gather energy? Jiang Shushu fell silent, and after a moment, she replied, forget it. Find someone else. My abilities are insufficient to sustain you. Master, after the system upgrades, there will be rewards to enhance your strength. I don't believe it unless you show me right now. After a suffocating silence, Xiaojiu, observing Jiang Shushu's skeptical expression, felt a surge of urgency. In the next moment, a mysterious, dense fog began to swirl violently like waves, shaking the entire space. Jiang Shushu felt dizzy and nearly lost her footing. Moments later, as the space gradually stabilized, a minuscule spring appeared before her. Master, look. This spring water is a small benefit after the system upgrade. Please step forward and give it a try. The spring water has miraculous properties that will greatly benefit your body. Xiaojiu enthusiastically promoted its treasure, like a diligent salesperson. Jiang Shushu observed closely. Although the lighting in the space was dim, she could still discern the crystal-clear water at the spring's bottom. She quickly exited the space, fetched a cup, and drank some spring water, instantly feeling invigorated. Her previously fatigued body regained strength, and even the mental turmoil that had nearly overwhelmed the original host showed signs of stabilization. It appeared that the spring water was indeed extraordinary. Master, the spring water has many remarkable properties. It relies on you to explore them further. Explore further? Jiang Shushu suddenly remembered the pot of withered strawberry plants. Perhaps they would serve as perfect experimental subjects for the spring water. Without hesitation, she emptied the pot of its water, stored both the pot and the seedlings in the space, and gradually poured the spring water onto them. It wasn't that she hesitated to use the precious water. It was simply too scarce, and what if it turned out to be ineffective? To her astonishment, the once yellowing leaves visibly regained their green hue at an extraordinary pace, and the entire plant seemed to rejuvenate, showing signs of flourishing, with several stems even sprouting tiny flower buds. This is incredibly useful. Jiang Shushu thought for half a second before decisively pouring all the spring water onto the strawberries. Immediately, the empty space echoed with Xiao Jiu's anguished wails. No. You truly poured all the spring water on it? You really did? In the future, if you want my things, you won't be able to. At the military district base, in the military and political office, Jiang Shushu wants to find Ling Jun? Si Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing the guard's report. He had long been aware of the annulment of the marriage between the First Legion and the Jiang family, but had not been privy to the specifics of the discussions. He only knew that the marriage partner had been changed to Ling Jun, who had not opposed it and had even given a generous wedding gift. Of course, this generosity was relative to the situation on Su Huangxing. The details of the wedding gifts were not crucial. What mattered was that everyone on Su Huangxing knew that Jiang Shushu had once been wholeheartedly devoted to her fiancé. Now, marrying Ling Jun, could it be that she was unwilling to let go and was seeking trouble? Ling Jun, do you think she might come to ask you for a divorce? Si Chen cast a sidelong glance at the man behind the desk, his tone laced with schadenfreude. The man, who had been focused on his work, lifted his gaze and glanced at Si Chen, his handsome face betraying no discernible emotions, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Ling Jun turned to the guard and inquired, "Did she come alone?" The guard replied, "Yes, sir. She said she has matters to discuss with you." Ling Jun set down the thick stack of documents in his hands, rapped the desk, and instructed, "Let her in." After the guard left, Ling Jun cast a glance at Si Chen, making it abundantly clear, "She has arrived. You should leave." Si Chen pretended not to understand, smilingly replied, "You know we've grown up together. Now that you're married, I ought to see her, shouldn't I?" Ling Jun chose to ignore him. Before long, the guard ushered Jiang Shushu into the room. The girl had her long hair tied up high, dressed in exceedingly ordinary long clothing, her delicate face devoid of any noble aura characteristic of a spirit master. Si Chen scrutinized her with a smirk, asking, "You said you had something to discuss? Who is this person?" Jiang Shushu felt somewhat uncertain, her smile warm, yet the earlier scrutiny had left her feeling a bit uncomfortable. Truthfully, although she was legally married, she had yet to see what her husband looked like. Directly asking seemed a tad inappropriate. However, since she was seeking a favor, she understood the dynamics. Indeed, Jiang Shushu offered a professional smile. "Our academy has a recent assessment, and I was wondering if your team, or any team you know, has any tasks available? I wish to join as a spirit pharmacist, and would also like to request an additional spot." Si Chen responded dismissively, "No. The First Legion doesn't have any tasks at the moment." He rejected her outright, as if it were a joke. Although Jiang Shushu was the only innate talent awakened in the pharmacy department in the past decade, her qualifications were not high, and she was far superior to her cousin, who had awakened through drugs. Unfortunately, she was more renowned for her reputation as the pharmacy department's failure. After all these years, she hadn't even passed the threshold to become a level 1 spirit pharmacist. Her joining the combat team would be more of a burden than a help. And Si Chen had no desire to share any rewards with her. No tasks at all? For some reason, Jiang Shushu recalled the great beast tide from half a year ago, during which many ability warriors had suffered from ruptured mental seas. Her father had also been injured in that battle and had retired as a result. Considering this, out of courtesy, she inquired with a concerned expression, "Is it because there are too many casualties among the ability warriors that you can't even gather a combat team? What kind of talk is that? What do you mean by too many casualties? Was she cursing them?" Si Chen was furious. "What nonsense are you spouting? Our combat team is doing just fine." Jiang Shushu obediently nodded. Oh, displaying a demeanor that suggested she would believe whatever he said, though her skepticism was evident. This only served to stoke Si Chen's ire further. Yet he refrained from expressing it. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling a rumor he had heard. "Jiang Shushu," he began slowly, "I've heard you never participate in assessments?" Jiang Shushu answered honestly. "The instructor said if I don't participate in this assessment, I'll be expelled." Si Chen exclaimed, "Oh dear, How unfortunate, feigning sympathy while remaining utterly unaffected. There was no way he would facilitate their team's endeavors. Yet, in the next moment, the window opened. Tomorrow, there's a hunting task organized by me personally. It's not particularly dangerous. If you wish to join, I can provide you with 2 spots. Ling Jun casually set aside a neatly organized stack of documents and lifted his gaze towards Jiang Shushu, inquiring, "Are you willing to go?" In the realm of interstellar humanity, where genetic evolution had bestowed remarkable beauty upon its populace, individuals such as Si Chen stood out as exceptionally handsome. Yet, this particular individual was strikingly more so. The characters once confined to the pages of comics had come to life before her eyes, with elegant brows and cold, piercing eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jiang Shushu was momentarily entranced, her heart racing with exhilaration. She had actually encountered a character from her beloved comics. However, upon hearing this, Si Chen's expression darkened.
Ling Yun, do not jest.
Jiang Shushu was taken aback, only to realize that this comic figure was, in fact, her legitimate husband. Fortune truly turned for those who had endured misfortune. Evidently, the heavens had not been unkind to her. After appraising Si Chen with a beaming smile, she inquired, "Sir, do we know each other?" "No," he replied curtly. "Then what concern is it of yours?" Jiang Shushu sat upright, feigning innocence and seeking clarification. Si Chen nearly succumbed to exasperation. Chapter 3. Sister is under protection. This was his territory. He could not afford to lose. Si Chen resolved to engage once more. He shot a glare at Jiang Shushu and addressed Ling Jun. "You are aware of her capabilities. She lacks any alchemical skills, and her psychic ability is merely at C rank. In the face of danger, she would be incapable of self-preservation. This mission does not require alchemy." Ling Jun frowned, perplexed. "And besides, aren't you all accompanying her? How could there be any danger?" Si Chen faltered, realizing persuasion was futile. He sighed and decided to voice his thoughts. "What's your stance? Adding 2 more individuals means doubling the compensation. This mission was unique and conducted in secrecy. Thus the remuneration for the participants had been predetermined prior to departure. Now, with the inclusion of 2 additional members, Ling Jun, as the initiator, naturally bore the responsibility of providing extra compensation. He hoped Ling Jun wouldn't assume it was due to their marital bond. That would be utterly preposterous. Jiang Shushu, too, was intrigued and glanced over. Under the scrutiny of 2 direct gazes, Ling Jun remained unfazed. It said that those unable to participate in the assessment would be expelled. The assessment is of utmost importance. Ling Jun found their fixation on this matter rather strange. The compensation was trivial when compared to the gravity of expulsion. Moreover, although his union with Jiang Shushu had been arranged by the First Legion in conjunction with the Jiang family, the initial fault did not lie with her. Yet she bore the consequences. This was manifestly unjust. Therefore, within his means, he was inclined to accommodate all of Jiang Shushu's requests. Upon realizing it was due to the assessment, Jiang Shushu felt a twinge of gratitude. Indeed, she had encountered nothing but good souls since her arrival in the interstellar realm. She could not bear to let good-hearted individuals feel disheartened. Thus, she pointed at the cold-faced Si Chen and asked Ling Jun, "Is this person reliable?" Si Chen's expression grew even colder. Yet, a flicker of amusement sparkled in Ling Jun's eyes. He is also part of the first combat team. Understanding dawned on her. He was one of their own, and thus, there was no need for caution. Jiang Shushu released her psychic energy, retrieving a bunch of strawberries from her storage wristband. Before coming here, she had worried about revealing the spiritual spring water and the system space, so she had harvested all the fruits and stored them in her wristband. Ling Jun, however, cast a fleeting glance at her wrist, quickly masking any surprise, and turned his attention to the items she had extracted. The plump, vibrant red fruits overflowed, nearly filling the basin, their sweet fragrance permeating the air. Ling Jun, Si Chen was rendered speechless with excitement. Even the 2 of them, well-versed in the ways of the world, were taken aback. They had never anticipated encountering someone who could produce such an abundance of high-grade, spiritually infused fruits in this desolate fringe planet. The interstellar environment posed unique challenges for plant life, with a high risk of mutation, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate anything fit for human consumption. The most common sustenance was nutrient liquid, inexpensive enough for daily use. In contrast, ingredients cultivated by intelligent robots lacked flavor and nutritional value, merely satisfying the hunger pangs, albeit at a higher cost. The rarest offerings were the green fruits and vegetables grown by wood-type psychics, rich in spiritual energy and high in nutritional value, naturally commanding a steep price. Typically, lower-grade green produce contained around 10 to 20 units of spiritual energy, while higher-grade varieties boasted over 60 units, with fully infused fruits being exorbitantly priced and exceedingly rare. Now, someone had produced an entire basin of them. Si Chen's astute mind momentarily faltered. Jiang Shushu, where did you acquire such an abundance of fully infused strawberries? Surely you didn't pilfer them? After being labeled a useless individual for a decade, no one would believe she had grown them herself. Jiang Shushu pressed her lips together and smiled. Indeed, I stole them. I plan to take them with me shortly. Her expression was one of genuine honesty, devoid of pretense. Si Chen's mind snapped back to attention, instinctively clutching the basin tighter. Having grown weary of him, Jiang Shushu turned to her legitimate teammate, the comic character, Ling Jun. I understand this may put you in a difficult position. Consider this basin of strawberries as my token of gratitude. Ling Jun's decision to include her was akin to a timely boon. Yet her inclusion would undoubtedly pose challenges for the others. She did not wish to forfeit this opportunity, nor did she desire to benefit without reciprocation. It's not a burden at all, Ling Jun replied, having not anticipated any form of gratitude when he agreed to add 2 more members. The purpose of this mission was primarily to verify a piece of information. Whether there were 2 more or 2 less participants would make little difference. Yet, the unexpected offering of a basin of fully infused fruits left him feeling as though he had gained an undue advantage. He felt compelled to reiterate, this mission does not entail any danger. You merely need to accompany us, without any obligations. Jiang Shushu felt reassured. Before departing, she curiously glanced at Si Chen, who was still clutching the basin, and asked, is he still single? Ling Jun nodded, while Si Chen, bewildered, gazed at her, puzzled by her sudden inquiry. Jiang Shushu responded, I truly envy your strength and carefree demeanor, unlike me, who is merely under the protection of others. Her words, laced with envy, bore an air of sympathy. Ling Jun watched her retreating figure, unable to stifle a chuckle. Meanwhile, Si Chen's expression darkened. He was known as the smiling fox in public, notorious for his trickery. And today he had been repeatedly thwarted by a so-called useless individual on his own turf. You're still laughing? Well, stop. Quickly tally the strawberries, perhaps. In the Jiang family's living room, Jiang Feng rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly unwell. 3 months prior, during the beast tide, he had exhausted his psychic energy, leading to a violent upheaval in his mental realm. He had been recuperating at home for several days. The cost of a 3rd-grade potion to heal him was exorbitant, far beyond what he had earned over the years. Typically, he relied on spiritual fruits and vegetables to gradually alleviate his pain. He was seldom home, entrusting the family finances to his daughter, who also procured the necessary spiritual produce. Having depleted their previous stock, he had been subsisting on nutrient liquids for several consecutive days. If this continued, he would be left with no choice but to await death. He did not fear death, rather. He worried about what would become of his daughter should he pass. She was stubborn yet naive, lacking the strength to protect herself, and he could only wonder what her life would entail after marriage. A sense of sorrow welled within Jiang Feng. At that moment, Jiang Shushu entered the house, spotting her stepfather frowning deeply as he sat lost in thought at the dining table. Father, are you unwell again? She exclaimed, hastily retrieving a handful of strawberries from her storage wristband and offering them to him. The effects of the spiritual spring water were remarkable. She had been astounded upon discovering the strawberry seedlings. The entire plant bore no discernible leaves. It was an astonishing sight, filled with clusters of bright red fruits. Were she to present them, not only would the interstellar community be astounded, but even in the modern era, such a yield would surely break Guinness records. Hence, she had prudently decided to only present half. Initially concerned that her gift might seem insufficient, she later realized, upon witnessing Ling Jun and another individual's astonished expressions, that she had indeed underestimated the value of the strawberries. Jiang Feng was equally taken aback, exclaiming, fully infused strawberries? Where did you procure these? Father, don't worry about where it came from. Just eat a little to take the edge off, urged Jiang Shushu. Jiang Feng's face radiated joy. All right. 1 will suffice. You can save the rest for later. He had not anticipated that his daughter would procure such potent strawberry fruit for him today. However, he feared that their family savings would soon dwindle due to such indulgences. Regrettably, Jiang Shushu remained oblivious to his concerns and had no intention of disclosing their depleted finances to him. observing her father's rosy complexion and improved health. She proceeded to share her mission details for the following day. Father, you won't be upset that I decided to bring you along without consulting you, will you? It will be my first task as a spiritual pharmacist, and I feel quite anxious. I believe that with you by my side, I will perform even better.
Indeed.
The extra quota was specifically requested by Jiang Shushu for him. As a newcomer and a peace-loving enthusiast, the prospect of confronting the galaxy's most fearsome beasts filled her with trepidation. Jiang Feng was the person she trusted most in the galaxy, so it was essential for her to have him accompany her. Chapter 4. Grateful to have her elder father along, fortunately. Ling Jun had reassured her that there was no danger, which alleviated Jiang Shushu's anxiety somewhat. With a benevolent expression, Jiang Feng replied, "How could I possibly blame you? I had already intended to accompany you." As one's abilities as a psychic enhanced, their genes evolved increasingly towards perfection, making it ever more challenging for the formidable to procreate. Thus, children became exceedingly precious. It was said that in the academy, children embarking on their first missions were always accompanied by family, and although his own child was somewhat older, it did not diminish his paternal affection. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng inquired, "By the way, what did you think of Ling Jun when you met him yesterday?" "Quite good," Jiang Shushu responded casually. Jiang Feng's heart leapt with joy. It seemed his daughter was quite pleased. Could it be that the strawberry fruit was also a token of respect from his son-in-law? The more he pondered, the more he entertained this possibility. Unexpectedly, he had inadvertently secured a more satisfactory match for his daughter, and the guilt he initially felt regarding the arranged marriage was now redirected towards his new son-in-law. Accompanying them was indeed a burden. It would be imperative not to bring shame upon the son-in-law during this mission. Surely, his daughter would not be thoughtless. After all, Xu Bao had grown up and matured. Gaining a fine son-in-law brought him immense joy, and with a satisfied smile, Jiang Feng retreated to his room. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu finished her evening routine and lay in bed. But before sleep took her, she ventured into the system's space once more. The ground was barren. A whole day had passed without the spirit eye water emerging. "Xiao Jiu, why has the spirit spring water vanished? You better bring in some energy bodies soon. Even I might cease to exist," came Xiao Jiu's weak electronic voice. "Haven't you noticed that the spiritual energy in this space has plummeted?" As a system, it was the first time it had been rendered ineffective by provocation. It felt utterly disgraceful. Jiang Shushu then noticed that the surrounding mist had darkened significantly. What was once a 3-square-meter space had shrunk to merely 2. It turned out that the spirit spring water was not inexhaustible. It required spiritual energy to sustain itself, and she had unwittingly depleted it all on the strawberry fruit. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Shushu. "Don't worry, Xiao Jiu. I will be hunting beasts tomorrow, and will ensure to bring in plenty of energy bodies." Listening to Xiao Jiu's mournful tone, Jiang Shushu comforted it for a while before exiting the space. The next morning, Ling Jun sent a vehicle to take them to the military district. "I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you this time. Si Chen will lead the team," Ling Jun explained over the communication device. Jiang Shushu suddenly realized why he had so adamantly refused her the day before. It seemed this hunt was indeed connected to him. Would he seek to exact revenge? Perhaps it was the anxiety stemming from her first hunting expedition that left her feeling uneasy. Glancing at her father beside her, she silently thanked her decision to bring the elder along. This mission was to be conducted in secrecy, necessitating a smooth departure from the planetary port. Su Huang Star, being both a border planet and an imperial garrison, had numerous ship fleets for travel. As Jiang Shushu disembarked from the vehicle, she was taken aback. To her left, on the broadest flight path, a striking starship was preparing for takeoff. To her right, a line of ships awaited launch, where Si Chen stood beside a small craft, beckoning them to board. Jiang Shushu obediently followed her father into the ship's cabin. The hall was spacious, illuminated by blue beams from above, with a silver-black ceiling, floor, and furniture that exuded a futuristic vibe. "Wow, this is so cool." Several psychic warriors clad in silver-black combat attire occupied the hall, including a short-haired female warrior. Jiang Feng noticed her and led Jiang Shushu over. "Wu Jing, you're here too?" he greeted, somewhat surprised. He and Wu Jing had previously been comrades in the 2nd military team, and after his injury, he had not expected Wu Jing to be reassigned to the 1st combat team, becoming his teammate once more. Wu Jing appeared equally astonished. "Jiang Feng?" Jiang Feng pulled Jiang Shushu closer and smiled. "My daughter, Xu Bao, is participating in the hunting team for the first time as a spiritual pharmacist. As her father, I couldn't help but accompany her." Flustered by the sudden attention, Wu Jing quickly greeted her. "Hello, little Xu Bao." "Hello," Jiang Shushu replied, retreating behind her father, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be called a child in front of others. "Do you know everyone on this mission?" "Yes, Sichen is our team leader. You should know him." The boy with the baby face, sitting with his legs crossed, is Jiang Luo, an A-grade peak. The other is Fong Qinghan, an A-grade intermediate. Our mission is classified, and we currently don't know the details, but I suspect it won't be too difficult. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, a striking contrast to her brisk appearance. Jiang Shushu silently absorbed this information. Like Wu Jing, she believed the mission's difficulty would be manageable, especially since she had never heard of a legitimate hunting team with only 6 members. This thought eased her anxiety further. As Sichen entered the hall after arranging everything, Jiang Luo approached him. "Sichen, what were you thinking bringing Jiang Shushu along?" Jiang Luo inquired. The infamous useless spiritual pharmacist of Su Huang Star. It's no exaggeration to say that every psychic warrior in the military district recognized her. Sichen, preoccupied with adjusting his wrist communicator, replied, "Mind your own business. A large bounty of potent spiritual fruit. Who could resist that?" Whether they would gain anything from this venture remained uncertain, but the strawberries were undoubtedly the most tangible reward. Raising his gaze to Jiang Shushu, he thought, despite her lackluster physique, her intellect was quite sharp. Hadn't she only produced the fruit after Ling Jun had given his consent? With our team gathering all the old, weak, sick, and disabled, what if we run into some danger? Jiang Luo murmured. "Shut up." The spaceship gradually ascended, leaving Su Huang Star after identity verification. Jiang Shushu leaned against the cabin window, realizing that the entire planet was enveloped by a pale yellow circular defense layer, filled with various colored spirit stones, with soldiers stationed in the illuminated defense towers. Once the ship entered space, it accelerated, and darkness soon enveloped the view outside. After a few hours, they finally landed on an abandoned planet. The desolate landscape was strewn with smooth black and silver stones, and with Jiang Shushu's vision of 50, she could not even spot the nearby blades of grass, let alone any beasts. The surrounding silence was palpable, broken only by the sound of their breaths and footsteps, exuding an air of lifelessness. Sichen circled around before addressing the group. 2 millennia ago, this place was a grand mining star, but after the resources were depleted, its internal energy core has since withered away. Just a few days ago, a secret message was received, indicating the discovery of traces of star treasures. Star treasures? The other 4 were astounded. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, "What on earth?" Sichen bent down to pick up an inconspicuous pale silver stone from the ground, gently rubbing it with his fingers for a closer inspection. After conducting scans, it was determined that no other magical beasts had visited this area in nearly 1,000 years. And the most prevalent materials in the mining zone were waste stones, making the environment conducive and safe for the survival of star treasures. He tossed the stone lightly into the air, and the sparkling eyes of the 4 followed its trajectory with fervor. My heavens, it is indeed a star treasure. It has been almost a century since a new star treasure emerged in the cosmos, with the last remaining one residing in the Imperial Star Royal Farm, now aged 500 years. If there truly are star treasures here, Jiang Luo was exhilarated. The quantity of star treasures is exceedingly scarce, and she had only encountered one in her lifetime. Fong Qinghan remarked, "I have seen videos and images of star treasures before. They are truly adorable. I can hardly believe I am about to see one in person." Wu Jing added, "I heard that merely discovering traces of a star treasure once earned someone 500,000 interstellar coins." Jiang Feng stated, "Star treasures lack offensive capabilities and are composed entirely of precious materials. Their value must be astronomical." Jiang Shushu contemplated, "Rare, adorable, precious?" She understood now. Star treasures must be akin to national treasures from her past life. As a native interstellar inhabitant, she felt profoundly relieved that she had refrained from voicing her confusion earlier. Just imagining someone in her modern life claiming ignorance of national treasures would undoubtedly raise suspicions of their true identity. Chapter 5. Jiang Shushu's dissonance with paternal virtue. Jiang Feng was a commendable father. Noticing that his daughter had remained silent, he quietly approached her. "Shushu, star treasures possess a unique ability. Their habitat is devoid of other magical beasts, ensuring the safety of this planet," Jiang Feng whispered. "Moreover, since Ling Jun has bravely insisted we join the treasure-seeking team, we must not let him down." Jiang Shushu felt a flicker of warmth from her father's concern. Yet the latter part of his statement seemed somewhat amiss. The moment she comprehended the discrepancy, It became apparent to everyone that they were familiar with the appearance and characteristics of star treasures. Then let us split up and search different areas. Is that acceptable? Upon finishing his statement, Si Chen's gaze shifted towards Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu. Jiang Feng puffed out his chest, declaring no problem. Wu Jing affirmed no problem. Jiang Luo echoed no problem. Feng Qinghan added no problem. All eyes turned in unison to Jiang Shushu. With a reluctant smile, she raised her hand, stammering, and a no problem. Si Chen and Jiang Feng appeared satisfied with her response. The group, brimming with excitement, quickly selected their directions and vanished from sight. Jiang Shushu, left standing alone, felt as if a cacophony of cawing crows had flown overhead, her heart sinking. Hadn't they promised to keep an eye on her? Hadn't they vowed to protect their daughter? She yearned to shout. What about paternal virtue? Recalling Jiang Feng's parting admonitions to ensure she did not disgrace her future husband, she contemplated abandoning the quest altogether. Yet, thoughts of the Academy's evaluations and the unfortunate Xiao Jiao compelled her to take heavy steps forward in pursuit of treasure. In truth, Jiang Shushu was not well versed in the lore of star treasures. Although she had absorbed all the memories of her predecessor, the recollections predominantly featured her former fiancé, rendering other matters, whether familial or academic, seemingly unimportant. Previously, she had searched for information on star treasures online, only to encounter praise and adulation, devoid of any images or videos. This left her feeling quite helpless, with no clear starting point for her search. Xiao Jiao, can you sense any energy entities nearby? Jiang Shushu inquired within her mind. My spiritual strength is too weak. The area I can sense is minuscule. Xiao Jiao's voice was languorous and listless. In short, it was unable to sense anything. Jiang Shushu let out a deep sigh, wiping the sweat trickling down her brow, and halted her steps. Before her lay an endless expanse of stones, while behind her was a similar sight. In the distance, rolling hills loomed, and to her left and right, the scenery was indistinguishable. Jiang Shushu stumbled, nearly falling, as she painfully reminisced about her previous comfortable and secure days, cursing her ancestors in frustration. Just as she was caught up in her lamentations, Xiao Jiao's voice suddenly broke into her thoughts. I sense energy fluctuations in the stone forest to the left ahead. The stone forest to the left was quite a distance away. Already on the verge of cramping from exhaustion, Jiang Shushu did not dwell on it further. She mustered her energy and swiftly made her way in that direction, ultimately uncovering a new discovery after traversing a patch of stone forest. A large, deep, and peculiar pit appeared before her, with faint traces of narrow paths spiraling outward into the distance. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Shushu stepped closer. A few loose stones and dust tumbled down, but they did not reach the bottom. Instead, they were halted midway by an unknown, thin, white, sticky substance. The adhesive quality was remarkable, as stones the size of a man's fist remained ensnared like prey in a spider's web, showing no inclination to descend. The surroundings grew eerily silent. Even the wind's whisper seemed to cease, leading Jiang Shushu to initially suspect she was experiencing tinnitus when she heard a very faint rustling behind her. She cautiously turned around to find herself face to face with a pair of black eyes, each the size of a fist, inching closer. The eyes appeared startled, trembling momentarily in midair without any support. Jiang Shushu's pupils constricted, her heart racing as if gripped by a vice. Her scream stifled by her hands clasped tightly over her mouth. What on earth? Those eyes are not floating. The ocular orbs were supported by two stout, tentacle-like appendages, with a mouth situated between them, opening and closing as if to swallow. She could even see the pulsating flesh within. Perhaps startled by her sudden movement, a sizable, gelatinous mass of white flesh beneath it gradually retreated into a large shell behind it. It was an enlarged version of a snail. Oh my heavens! This grotesque creature bears no resemblance to the docile little darling I once knew. Xiao Jiao, is this the energy fluctuation you spoke of? The visual shock was overwhelming. Cold sweat instantly drenched Jiang Shushu's back. Had she known such a creature existed, she would never have dared approach alone. Master, quickly, put it into your space. Xiao Jiao's voice was urgent and exhilarated. How do I do that? Kill it and then take it in? Jiang Shushu responded. Let me mourn for a moment. This expedition had certainly begun poorly. First, there was Ling Jun's assurance of safety, followed by Jiang Laodao's solemn promise to protect her. And now the system was presenting yet another conundrum. Anxiety flooded her mind, yet she still wished to make another effort. Therefore, she asked, what must I do to defeat it? Use your supernatural abilities. Xiao, Jiao sounded exasperated. Jiang Shushu pondered, raising one hand as a slender vine trembled in her palm. Unwilling to give up, she lifted her other hand, but the cute little flame that flickered to life was extinguished by the wind. Xiao Jiao. It was mistaken. It clearly knew its new master possessed poor aptitude, a slacker who had never enjoyed cultivation, yet still held expectations for her. The system was indeed pitiable. It could only strive for self-preservation. Not only was the system disheartened, but Jiang Shushu, as its master, felt equally let down. The original owner had been labeled a waste for so many years for a reason. Her inability to refine potions was one matter, but her supernatural ability was still at the lowest C grade. Over the years, her most notable achievement had probably been transforming a mediocre, worthless man into a formidable figure. Ultimately, she had allowed herself to hope too soon. Jiang Shushu wiped away a tear of bitterness. With a sigh, she resolved to abandon the notion of subduing this magical beast. Survival was of utmost importance. As she fixated intently on the emerging snail monster, she fumbled with the luminous device on her wrist, intending to initiate a video call to seek assistance from her father. The connection was established swiftly, and a translucent screen materialized, revealing the figure of a man. Jiang Shushu, wary of startling the snail monster into a defensive reaction, refrained from making any sudden movements. "Where are you?" she inquired softly. "What's the matter?" A warm, melodious voice responded. Jiang Shushu lifted her gaze in surprise, only to find the man on the screen smiling at her.
Lingyun,
She exclaimed, astonished. She had not anticipated that her call meant for her father would connect her with the comic artist instead. The snail monster, which had been tilting its head, seemed startled and retreated a considerable distance, its bulky, slimy body and tentacles retracting into its shell, leaving only its two round eyes bobbing curiously at her and the man on the screen. Oh no, Jiang Shushu thought, realizing she had inadvertently raised her voice. Yet felt fortunate that the timid creature did not exhibit an emergency response. After a few moments of fumbling, she adjusted the video feed to focus on the snail monster.
Ringyun, if it encountered a magical beast.
You must tell me how to defeat it. In truth, she wished to inquire how to escape, but expressing such a sentiment felt somewhat defeatist. Is this a magical snail beast? Ling Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where are Si Chun and the others? Why are you alone? Si Chun suggested we split up to search for the star treasure. Please, don't approach it, she replied. At that moment, the snail beast, which had retreated into its shell, suddenly emerged in its entirety. Its massive form loomed ominously close to Jiang Shushu, and with just a few sluggish movements, it was upon her, filling the screen with its gooey, white mass. In the next instant, the communication was severed. What just happened?
Lingyun exclaimed,
Rising abruptly and tapping rapidly on his device. Si Chun, where are you? Hurry and find Jiang Shushu. The star treasure is with her. Chapter 6. The remarkable little snail. The mining planet was vast and desolate, its surface riddled with uneven terrain. Due to the depletion of its core energy source, the environment had remained inhospitable for a millennium. The air temperature gradually rose, waves of heat rising from the ground, making even standing still feel uncomfortably warm. Sichin was preparing to seek a shaded spot for respite when he received a message from Ling Jun. Quickly find Jiang Shushu. The star treasure is with her. What did you say? Jiang Shushu found the star treasure? Sichin could hardly believe it. The star treasure possessed negligible offensive capabilities and had numerous natural enemies, which made it adept at hiding, thus complicating the search and capture. It wasn't that he underestimated Jiang Shushu, given her perceived ineptitude. He would rather believe the treasure had found her than the other way around. You must reach her quickly. If the treasure decides to flee, she won't be able to stop it on her own. Ling Jun advised over the communication. That was indeed the case. Sichin nodded, and after terminating the call, he quickly contacted Jiang Feng and a few others, sending them the coordinates before hastening toward Jiang Shushu's location. Jiang Feng, eager to bolster his son-in-law's reputation, was ecstatic upon receiving Sichin's message. He was certain that Xu Bao would not disappoint his son-in-law and would surely vindicate him. His Xu Bao had never let him down. Filled with pride, Jiang Feng hurried toward the location. Wu Jing, Jiang Luo, and Fang Qinghan were equally astonished by the message and swiftly made their way to the coordinates provided by Sichin. Stop licking me, haha, echoed a girl's bright laughter from within the stone forest, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside due to her misdialed video call. Bending down, Jiang Shushu observed the once towering magical snail beast now reduced to knee height, marveling at the transformation. Moments earlier, during her communication with Ling Jun, Xiao Jiu had conjured a drop of spiritual spring water from her space. The previously tranquil snail beast, upon catching the scent, had erupted into a frenzy, causing Jiang Shushu to inadvertently disconnect the call out of fright. After consuming the spiritual water, the snail beast's enormous body began to shrink rapidly, and its previously agitated demeanor calmed. Now diminished in size, the snail beast exhibited a markedly altered temperament, circling around her in a silly manner, leaning against her leg and licking her palm, displaying an endearing dependency on her. Xiao Jiu, I didn't realize the spiritual spring water had such effects. The snail beast was once so unappealing, and while it may not be a beauty now, at least it's not hideous anymore, Jiang Shushu remarked. Yes, but keep an eye on it. Don't put it back in the space just yet. Xiao Jiu's voice sounded weaker. Jiang Shushu, puzzled, was about to inquire further when she heard her name being called. Turning around, she saw 5 figures rushing toward her from all directions. My dear daughter, let me see the star treasure, called Jiang Feng. Jiang Shushu, be careful not to startle the star treasure.
Si Chen warned.
What? Wu Jing exclaimed. What? Jiang Luo echoed. What? Fong Qinghan added. Without uttering a word, they pressed forward with determination. Jiang Feng was the first to reach her, pulling Jiang Shushu aside. Shushu, step back a bit. Let me take a closer look. The others nearly collided with Jiang Feng in their eagerness, jostling one another as they crowded around. So adorable. Jiang Feng exclaimed. How cute. Si Chen added. Truly delightful. Jiang Luo chimed in. Absolutely precious. Wu Jing declared. Incredibly charming. Fong Qinghan concluded. Is that all you can say? Jiang Shushu retorted. And when did the little snail become a star treasure? It doesn't he look like one? The knee-high magical snail beast gazed bewilderedly at the throng of 2-legged creatures surrounding it, as if it had a face to express its confusion. Seemingly startled, its too diminutive, dark eyes quivered as it swiftly wriggled between the legs of the others, seeking refuge behind Jiang Shushu. Si Chen frowned. Jiang Shushu, quickly hand it over to me. We must take the star treasure back as soon as possible. He stepped forward, grasping the shell of the snail beast, attempting to lift it. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing sound erupted, causing Jiang Shushu to instinctively cover her ears. Glancing down, she realized the noise emanated from the small magical snail beast. This sound appeared to be some form of sonic wave. Not only was it grating on her ears, but it also reverberated incessantly in her mind. Jiang Shushu felt a rising sense of panic, wishing to distance herself from the source of the noise. Just as she intended to shout for Si Chen to release it before it could continue, she looked up and froze in astonishment. In the distance, a swarm of enormous snails appeared, their robust shells glistening as they advanced with remarkable speed, their soft bodies clinging tightly to the rugged rocks. Each of these magical snail beasts towered like a house, their formidable presence evident as they approached. The little magical snail beast at her feet looked like a mere infant in comparison. Jiang Shushu's eyes widened, her scalp prickling with realization. The little magical snail's previous cry had been a call for reinforcements. On the planet Su Huang, at the highest military command center, the marshal addressed the situation. This operation was privately organized by Ling Jun. However, it seems we can no longer keep it under wraps, Zhuo Xiangming remarked. Glancing at the elderly man seated across from him, his white hair contrasting sharply with his vibrant vigor. As the head of the First Legion, Zhuo Xiangming understood that Ling Jun, as the deputy of his first combat team, did not need to report privately organized hunting expeditions. Yet, who could have anticipated a beast tide occurring? The fact that the star treasure can incite such a phenomenon is unprecedented in interstellar history. If it cannot be concealed, then let it be known. What you capture is yours. No one shall take it from you. Yan Qilu, the commanding general of the military stationed on Su Huang, declared, his demeanor authoritative despite his age. By the way, he added, shifting his gaze to Ling Jun, who had remained silent since entering. Was it the Jiang family girl who made the initial discovery? Ling Jun, at a loss for words, thought to himself, aren't you already aware of that? Why ask? Yan Qilu burst into laughter. In the communication with Si Chen, he mentioned that when he encountered the star beast cubs, they had already been purified, presumably by Jiang Shushu. Left Xiaoming remarked, is it possible that she has mastered the art of purification? Yan Qilu, astonished, replied, she purified them? Has she truly concocted a purification potion? Left Xiangming responded, "It seems unlikely. The information from the Pharmaceutical Institute indicates that she has yet to successfully brew any potion on her own. And purification potions are classified as level 2, while she hasn't even managed to produce any level 1 potions. The purification potion is the simplest of low-level spiritual medicines, primarily used to transform ferocious magical beasts into domesticated spirit beasts. This potion is not overly complex, even simpler than some level 1 advanced spiritual medicines, making it relatively easy to obtain." "Ah, I see. It appears she might have procured the purification potion through channels at the Pharmaceutical Institute," Yan Qilu said, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ling Jun, who had remained silent, produced a full spirit fruit from his storage device and placed it on the table before him. He followed with another full spirit fruit, and then another. Yan Qilu exclaimed, "Left Xiangming." Left Xiangming interjected, "Ling Jun, these fruits were cultivated by Jiang Shushu.
She sent them for you to taste." "What?"
"Haha, I knew this girl was capable." Left Xiangming, "It seems your information is outdated. Ling Jun, when Shushu returns, you must bring her to see me." Chapter 7 was introduced splendidly. Let us forego introductions next time. The scorching weather often symbolizes vigor and vitality, yet there are exceptions. Here lies one such anomaly. The visible waves of heat in the air rise and fall, blurring the road ahead, while the barren mountain path resembles parched earth, devoid of life. Behind them, a colossal snail moved forward at a pace comparable to that of the fleeing figures ahead, its fat, flopping antennae cradling bulging black eyes that fixated on the small humans before it. Its gaping mouth dripped a white liquid that, upon contact with the ground, adhered to it, leaving behind a silvery residue. Across the desolate mountains, a booming roar echoed. Goodness! There are so many adults from the little magic snail family. Is this a full-scale mobilization? Zhang Luo, sprinting forward in a frenzy, couldn't he resist glancing back again. In his limited combat experience, he had faced no less than a dozen magical beasts, but this was his first encounter with live star beasts, and their numbers had swelled into a veritable tide. Overcome with joy, he raised a triumphant hand in a gesture of success. "Oh yeah, this lifetime has been worth it. Sichin, after we return, may I adopt a star beast?" His eyes sparkled as he looked at the man who had kept pace beside him. The others, hearing this, felt a surge of excitement, their gazes simultaneously darting towards Sichin. After all, it was a star beast, one they had discovered together. If Jiang Luo could adopt one, surely they would have a chance as well. Jiang Shushu remarked, "Here we go again. These large star beasts are quite formidable. What do they find appealing about them?" She pondered, imagining a few monstrous snails of house size wandering around her yard. Unacceptable. Sichin shot back with a gaze as sharp as a knife, articulating clearly, "That's a fanciful thought. You think your gaze could sway me? Not a chance." Jiang Shushu felt as if she heard the melodious sound of her heart shattering. The temperature on the mining planet was rising steadily. To distance themselves from the pursuing swarm of magical snails, they twisted and turned several times, never daring to stop, as the mass of giant snails chased relentlessly like a pack of frenzied bulls. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, and their clothes, soaked with sweat, clung tightly to their bodies. Jiang Shushu dared not pause for a moment, keeping pace with the group, her mind racing to devise a strategy with Xiao Jiao to shake off the magical beasts. As expected, she found no solution. This situation was untenable, her stamina was limited, and she couldn't afford to exhaust herself against the relentless natives behind her. Casting a glance at Sichin, who was tightly holding a young magical snail, she felt a twinge of helplessness. With such a small creature in tow, escaping would be challenging. She fell back a step, moving closer to Jiang Feng. "Father, what are your thoughts?" "It's nothing, just running a bit. I'm not yet exhausted," Jiang Feng replied, panting heavily. As a supernatural being, his physical constitution evolved with the increase in strength, and the damage to his mental sea was currently suppressed by the red berry fruit. As long as he refrained from using his powers, he was as fit as a normal person. Jiang Shushu nodded, feeling reassured, and fell back a step closer to Sichin. "Sichin, I heard that the military ships are equipped with powerful weapons. Should we consider using them to blast our way through?" On their journey, she had observed that their small ship bore the insignia of the Su Huang Star Military District, with each military vessel equipped with formidable weaponry. The interstellar environment was harsh, and the nutritional value of magical beasts was immense, proving advantageous to humanity. Most of the time, Supernatural warriors preferred to adopt a hunting approach, preserving the magical beast corpses for resource exchange, and only resorted to weaponry in life-threatening situations. 3 months prior, during a beast tide, Su Huang's star had nearly been overrun, and it was said that military ships had bombarded the beasts into oblivion. Jiang Shushu glanced back at the relentless magical snails, whose passage had flattened the hard rocks behind them. Humanity's frail form was no match for them, making this an opportune moment for bombardment. She would not entertain any notions of compassion. Between her life and that of the magical snails, she chose her own. However, as soon as she voiced her opinion, she was met with unanimous opposition. Si Chen's brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly between them. What did you say? You want to use weapons against star beasts? Jiang Feng quickly interjected. Star beasts are endangered magical creatures. We cannot afford to harm them. Jiang Luo spoke with righteous fervor. The magical snails are so adorable. Humanity should exhibit compassion and tolerance toward them. Wu Jing and Fong Qinghan, though silent, wore expressions of disapproval. Was she to be blamed for her lack of compassion? Who, after all, regarded snails as treasures? Jiang Shushu took a deep breath, suppressing her wild and irritable temper. Although interstellar human aesthetics were peculiar, she understood the need to adapt. Years ago, had anyone suggested harming a panda, she would have been equally unwilling. Then let us try a different approach. How about this? Since you are all supernatural warriors, why don't we work together to create an energy shield or an air wall to trap them? Surely that would be acceptable? Jiang Shushu continued. Why trap them? Si Chen tightened his hold on the young cub, finding this woman exceedingly frightening. Initially, she wanted to kill the star beasts, after being rebuffed. She now sought to confine them, targeting the most adorable magical creatures in the universe. What was her true intention? Si Chen cast a wary glance her way. Jiang Shushu, with an innocent expression, replied, if we keep running like this, we'll tire out and be squashed into pancakes by them. The reason became clear, and Jiang Feng and the others chuckled lightly. Sister Jiang, is that what you were worried about? Fear not. Magical snails never harm humans. They're merely playing with us. Wu Jing assured. Jiang Feng added, Shushu, since the appearance of star beasts, there has never been a record of them harming anyone. Si Chen felt somewhat reassured. Magical snails were merely mischievous, enjoying the chase. Jiang Shushu replied, I don't know if you believe me, but I certainly do not. Jiang Luo, with his lively personality, moved closer to her, whispering, Jiang Shushu, even if ferocious magical beasts appeared, our group of the elderly, weak, and ill would be incapable of deploying an energy shield. Jiang Shushu, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by that? Jiang Luo pointed nearby, his round, cherubic face breaking into 2 dimples as he smiled. Among us, Si Chen possesses the highest level, which is S-class, but his mental C has sustained level 4 damage, preventing him from using his powers. He then pointed at her. You are too weak. Your father is an elderly man. Wu Jing is at level 2 damage, just like your father. Fong Qinghan, who sustained an injury to his arm from a beast during his last mission, now utilizes a prosthetic limb. In a moment of pride, he proclaimed, aside from myself, your combat effectiveness is approximately 0. Jiang Shushu retorted, what a splendid introduction. Next time, there's no need for such formalities. This remark evoked in her a fleeting sense of foreboding, as if the first combat team were on the verge of disbandment, casting a shadow over her future. Chapter 8. Gather everything together. Meanwhile, after receiving a communication, Si Chen finally announced some good news. Everyone, hang on a bit longer. Reinforcements will arrive in 2 hours. The others erupted in cheers, save for Jiang Shushu. Just moments ago, she had been vociferously demanding to obliterate the magical snails, yet now she stood in silence, prompting Si Chen to cast a curious glance her way, noticing her listless demeanor. Recalling Ling Jun's repeated admonitions to take care of Jiang Shushu, Si Chen hesitated for a moment. As they circled the magical snails for the 3rd time, he reluctantly retrieved several low-grade spirit fruits from his spatial ring and distributed them among the group. Jiang Feng had initially intended to decline but accepted them after receiving a sharp glare from Jiang Shushu. After all, their mission had been fraught with peril. And what harm was there in enjoying a complimentary meal? Jiang Shushu took a hearty bite, savoring the sweetness that distinctly contrasted with her own provisions. Upon reaching the 7th circle, the rumble of a spaceship echoed through the sky. A large vessel pierced through the thick clouds and hovered above them for a few moments before its cargo bay slowly opened, releasing a small intelligent drone that surged toward the swarm of magical snails. Startled by the commotion, The snails recoiled into their hard shells, their large, black eyes resembling antennae that bobbed in tandem with the drone's movements. Si Chun and the others halted, observing from a distance. Jiang Shushu found it peculiar. Could such a diminutive machine possibly vanquish the magical snails? The group exchanged glances, and Si Chun replied, "This is an intelligent watering device, typically employed by robots on farms. However, it is now filled with purifying agents. Once the adult magical snails are cleansed, they will behave as docile as this little one." He held up the small magical snail, which indeed appeared quite tame, its tiny black eyes cautiously peeking out from its shell, only to withdraw again upon seeing the surrounding individuals. How adorable, Jiang Shushu thought, though she was too preoccupied with the drone to engage with the others. The intelligent watering device swiftly circled above the swarm before unleashing a torrent of purifying liquid that cascaded down, pelting the magical snail's shells. Several bolder snails ventured out of their shells, only to be momentarily stunned by the deluge before retreating back into their protective confines. Jiang Shushu was taken aback. This was no mere watering device, but rather an intelligent deluge mechanism. At that moment, Si Chen's voice cut through the air. "Ling Jun, over here." The spaceship had landed, and the hatch opened, revealing Ling Jun, who leapt out first. His gaze swept over the group before he approached Jiang Shushu, inquiring softly, "Are you all right?" After scrutinizing her pallid complexion, he felt a slight alleviation of his concern. Jiang Shushu nodded, surprised by his personal arrival, but then recalled that as the organizer, it was only fitting for him to check on such a precious magical beast. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Ling Jun, noticing their exhaustion, gestured for Si Chun to lead Zhang Luo, Wu Zheng, and Feng Qinghan onto the small spaceship for rest, while he guided Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu to the larger vessel.
Ling Yun clarified.
The primary objective of this mission was merely to scout for traces of the star treasure. I had thought it would be safe, which is why I allowed you and Shushu to participate. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes as he continued. I did not anticipate that you would encounter a beast tide. Jiang Feng waved dismissively, noting that with a daughter who had experienced a much worse ex-boyfriend. He compared Ling Jun favorably, finding himself increasingly satisfied with this handsome and considerate son-in-law. Once inside the rest cabin, Ling Jun led Jiang Shushu to a room in the back. They paused at the entrance, and he asked softly, "Were you frightened?" His eyes held a glimmer of concern. Encountering a beast tide on your first hunting expedition, even though the magical snails are non-aggressive, I worry about the psychological impact it may have on you. Jiang Shushu contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. Initially, she had found the magical snail pups somewhat intimidating, but soon, her focus shifted to survival. Remembering another pressing matter, she asked, "By the way, have many warriors in the first combat team been injured?" "Yes," Ling Jun replied, somewhat surprised by her sudden inquiry. The beast tide 3 months ago resulted in significant casualties among the ability users on Su Huang Star, and the military district stock of medicines is dwindling.
Consequently,
Many members of the first combat team have yet to recover from their injuries. After a brief pause, he continued, "In fact, it's not just the first combat team. Nearly half of our regiment's warriors are exhibiting varying degrees of violent tendencies." Following the conclusion of the beast tide, the financial department on Su Huang Star had requested assistance from the Imperial Star, yet the entire empire had faced assaults, and the supplies and medicines distributed from the Imperial Star were woefully insufficient. Jiang Shushu was taken aback. She had initially thought the first combat team was on the verge of disbanding, only to discover that even the First Legion was nearing a similar fate.
"You should rest for now.
Once I deal with the magical snail swarm, we can return," Ling Jun said, preparing to turn away. "Master, don't forget to collect the energy bodies," Xiao Jiu's voice echoed in her mind. Jiang Shushu paused, seizing Ling Jun's sleeve in a moment of urgency. "I want to go with you." As he turned to look at her, she lowered her gaze and explained meekly, "I feel scared by myself. I want to be with you." Ling Jun's eyes widened in surprise, while Jiang Shushu, feeling embarrassed, wished she could vanish into the floor of the spaceship. Fortunately, Ling Jun said nothing, merely remaining silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Outside the spaceship, Si Chen noticed their emergence and pulled Ling Jun aside to discuss matters, leaving Jiang Shushu to wander alone, gradually drifting further from the vessel. "Master, go this way. There's someone over there. Be careful," Xiao Jiu warned. Guided by the prompt, Jiang Shushu soon arrived at the rear of the magical snail swarm. She observed that the purifying agents had begun to take effect. The once towering magical snails had shrunk to about 2 meters in height. Although it took half an hour for the purification to complete, far inferior to the effects of spirit spring water. Jiang Shushu sighed and inquired in her mind, Xiaoju, do we need to kill them to collect? She sincerely hoped that the notion of killing for collection would not be required, as she felt utterly incapable of such actions. Master, you can use your psychic power. These magical snails have already been purified, and the dark energy within them is gone. There's no need for them to be dead for collection. Jiang Shushu felt relieved and cheerfully began gathering the task's rewards. Remembering what it had said, she queried, what is dark energy? It refers to the energy that incites the beast's frenzy. The dynamics of this world are quite complex. Wait, Master, don't collect that. Master, collect this one, it's plump. Alright then. Jiang Shushu extended her psychic power, locking onto the beast that Xiaojiu had selected, and with a wave of her hand, a small mound of flesh appeared before her. And this one too. Its shell is large, so its spirit energy must be strong. Once I finish collecting this, I'll gather everything. With each discovery, she reveled in the task at hand. Chapter 9. The path of survival is long and arduous. Ling Jun. I estimate that the number of magical snails in this tide is approximately 1,000, though we will need to tally them once we return to the military district. The challenge now lies in how to transport them, Sichin remarked. I borrowed a spatial spirit tool from the marshal before coming here. We can store all the magical snails within it, Ling Jun replied. Ling Jun handed him a simple, dark-hued plate. His gaze remained fixed on a distant point, a frown unconsciously forming on his brow. It was precisely in that direction that Jiang Shushu had just ventured. Sichin accepted the plate with a look of delight, exclaiming that the marshal was quite generous this time, even lending them a spatial disc. This was one of the treasured possessions of the military stationed at Su Huang Star, boasting an expansive area of 20,000 square meters. Ordinarily, it was seldom required, and not just anyone could borrow it.
Ling Yun responded absent-mindedly.
His peripheral vision catching sight of Jiang Shushu's leisurely figure appearing in the distance, waving at him before boarding the spacecraft without a backward glance. He pondered for a moment, then raised his head to look at Sichin. Don't you think our progress is rather slow? We should expedite the completion, as we've been out for quite some time. Sichin, taken aback, replied, is it long? We've only been out for a day at most. Compared to previous missions that lasted 3 to 5 months, this is quite brief. Ling Jun maintained a serious expression, insisting, it is long. Thus, a perplexed Sichin was dispatched to attend to their tasks. Ultimately, under a mix of urging and pressure, they managed to resolve all matters within 2 hours and flew back to Su Huang Star. Beep beep beep, the voice of the light brain echoed. Meanwhile, on the bed, Jiang Shushu was lost in a deep slumber. Groggily, she extended her hand to press a button, and her mentor's gentle voice soon followed. Student Jiang, the school has received feedback from the military district. This mission was executed remarkably well. On behalf of the academy, I officially inform you that you have passed the retest. Currently, we are still on break, and many students are still participating in assessments and have not returned. You must not become complacent at home. Jiang Shushu. Diligent practice in potion making is essential. With that, before Jiang Shushu could respond, the communication was abruptly cut off. Desperately trying to rise, Jiang Shushu exclaimed, what a notification indeed, and promptly collapsed back onto her pillow. Today marked the second day since their return to Su Huang Star. Due to the immense gains from this mission and the subsequent involvement of military forces, the ownership of the magic snail beasts naturally belonged to the First Legion's warehouse, rendering the prior agreement with Ling Jun void. Thus, the remuneration for the group needed to be redistributed, as this was Jiang Shushu's first mission. Upon returning to Su Huang Star, the tension she had felt dissipated entirely. Exhausted, she instructed Jiang Feng to collect her share along with his, and upon arriving home, she fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken now. After lounging in bed for a while, she finally roused herself, her first thought being to call for Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, has the spatial upgrade been completed? She couldn't recall exactly how many magic snail beasts she had collected into the space that day, only remembering that she had stealthily returned to the spacecraft after Xiaojiu had declared it was sufficient. Due to the upgrade issues, she had been unable to access the space afterward. All right, Master, please come in quickly. Xiaojiu's excited voice resonated in her mind. The moment Jiang Shushu materialized in the space, she was left in awe. The area that had previously measured only 2 square meters had now expanded to approximately 100 square meters. The previously vanished spring had reappeared, and the water was several times more abundant than before, with 2 square meters of visibly fertile land adjacent to the spring. Master, The system upgrade has been successfully completed, and an additional plot of planting soil has been included. Xiaojiu's adorably cheerful voice chimed in. Are you happy, master? Jiang Shushu was undeniably elated, her face breaking into a radiant smile. The quality of the space was indeed exceptional. Having been a planter in her past life, she was well acquainted with fertile soil. This was evidently rich and promising. With these two resources, her survival in the interstellar realm would be assured. Perhaps she could even explore additional ventures. Shu Bao, are you awake? It's time for a meal, called Jiang Feng from outside the door. Jiang Shushu responded affirmatively, quickly preparing herself and taking a seat at the dining table. A plate of red berries, a plate of small greens, and a plate of stir-fried meat greeted her, looking quite appetizing. Though she wrinkled her nose at the lack of aroma, Jiang Feng handed her a bowl of steaming rice, urging, eat up. By the way, the supplies for the first combat team have been allocated, and they are quite substantial. The rewards for spiritual masters are significantly higher than those for ability warriors. I've collected your share as well. Before he could finish, Jiang Shushu spat out the food in her mouth. Jiang Feng was taken aback and quickly handed her a tissue, exclaiming, how can you choke at your age? Cough, cough, cough. Father, what on earth did you make? Why is it bitter? Jiang Shushu exclaimed, having expelled all the food from her mouth. Oh, it's just ordinary vegetables. Since we just received the rewards, I thought I'd buy something nice for you to taste, Jiang Feng said, looking at the food on the floor with a hint of regret. Although the ordinary vegetables grown by the robots lacked any spiritual energy and did not taste particularly good, they were still considerably better than the daily nutrient solution. Since his retirement from the military, he and his daughter had only allowed themselves to indulge in such treats sparingly. Jiang Shushu lamented, so bitter. And it's still quite expensive? Clearly, the path to survival would be arduous. Ultimately, she could not force herself to eat any further, nibbling on a couple of strawberries before hastily departing. After leaving home, Jiang Shushu made her way to the largest spiritual plant shop on Su Huang Star. She had already tried both nutrient solutions and ordinary vegetables, neither of which she could stomach. The prices for purchasing spiritual fruits and vegetables were exorbitant, making it exceedingly difficult for her to attain culinary freedom with her current earning capacity. Thus, she resolved to cultivate her own crops without spending a single unnecessary coin. However, as she gazed at the price list on the shelves, her heart sank. A small packet of vegetable seeds cost 300 interstellar coins. 5 bean seeds were priced at 700 interstellar coins. A small packet of grain seeds cost 500 interstellar coins. 3 fruit seeds were an astounding 2,000 interstellar coins. Jiang Shushu thought to herself, this is utterly ridiculous. Her memories of the outside world were hazy, yet she surmised that the prices for spiritual plants must be steep. However, upon witnessing the actual prices, she grasped just how exorbitant they truly were. She hadn't even dared to consider purchasing spiritual fruits and vegetables, and the price of a single seed was outrageously high. It seemed that unnecessary expenses were unavoidable, didn't it? Jiang Shushu gently touched her bracelet, which contained the rewards from the magic snail beast mission her father had claimed. Together, they amounted to a mere 50,000 interstellar coins. Reportedly, due to the value of the magic snail beasts being particularly high, resulting in a more generous reward than usual. If she were to purchase only grain seeds, 10 packets would cost 15,000 interstellar coins, not to mention the additional expenses for other vegetables. As Jiang Shushu mentally calculated the expenses, she suddenly heard laughter and chatter from outside the door. Lanyi, what materials do you wish to buy this time? I heard a batch of high-grade spiritual plants just arrived yesterday. The success rate for potion making is particularly high, but the prices are exorbitant, with each plant costing 30,000 interstellar coins. Oh, who cares about the price? Shengnan treats Lanyi so well, buying a whole batch wouldn't be a problem. Haha, indeed. You're aiming for the stars, they're selling them one by one, and you want to buy them in bulk. Where is this wealthy benefactor coming from? Jiang Shushu turned with envy to see a group of elegantly dressed young people stepping into the store, giggling and chattering. At the center of the group, a couple was being fawned over, and Jiang Shushu's heart sank. What the hell? My ex-fiancée and my sister? Chapter 10. A calculation of misfortune awaits you today. The group was similarly attired, stepping in high heels and wearing splendid gowns, more resembling attendees of a grand soiree than shoppers. The scoundrel in the center was being clung to by a beautiful girl in a red dress, which made him appear somewhat dashing. Ugh. Today I really should have checked the calendar before stepping out, Jiang Shushu thought, frowning as she considered turning away. However, a girl in a pink dress, nestled behind Jiang Lanyi, spotted her immediately and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Lanyi's useless sister? Alas, how curious it is that she stands before the seedling class. Could it be that she harbors aspirations to transition into a horticulturist? She lacks even the most basic potion-making skills, destined to remain a mere farmer in the countryside. Clad in drab, dull attire, she resembles a filthy rustic, truly bringing shame upon our esteemed spirit practitioners." Jiang Shushu gazed in silence at the group of young girls, each possessing lovely visages, yet resorting to personal attacks with their words. She donned a pristine outfit. What, pray tell, was amiss? "Do not speak ill of my sister," Jiang Lanyi interjected, her tone gently admonishing as she cast a disapproving glance at the rowdy girls. "She is quite remarkable." Jiang Lanyi, the cousin of the original protagonist, turned to Shengnan, linking her arm with his and pouting slightly as if in playful supplication. Shengnan, enchanted by her adorable demeanor, felt his heart melting. He affirmed, "Everything Lanyi says is true." With a smile gracing his lips and a gaze filled with affection, it seemed that even if his beloved declared that excrement was fragrant, he would wholeheartedly agree. Witnessing this affectionate scene, Jiang Shushu could not help but acknowledge that the original protagonist had succumbed to true love. When a scoundrel and a schemer collide, the outcome is invariably overwhelming. One is thick-skinned, the other loves to perform. They are a perfect match. May they remain ensnared in one another's embrace, far removed from causing distress to others. Jiang Shushu rubbed her eyes vigorously, determined to select her seeds and depart. Just then, a girl in pink caught her gaze, and upon noticing Jiang Shushu's nonchalant demeanor, her dissatisfaction surged. Having lingered by Lanyi's side for so long without receiving a single compliment, today she witnessed praise bestowed upon Jiang Shushu, who appeared utterly indifferent. Did she truly believe herself superior, looking down upon them? Merely a prodigy awakened by destiny. She had yet to demonstrate that she practiced her skills any faster than those awakened later. Her arrogance seemed to stem solely from her sister's protection. Bai Yu felt an intensifying sense of indignation, her eyes darting to a withered plant in the corner. Without hesitation, she rushed over to seize it. "Lanyi, cease your defense of her. Who does not know she is the Academy's waste? However, since Lanyi claims you are exceptional, why don't you nurture this pot of spirit plant back to health and prove it to everyone?" The last remark was directed pointedly at Jiang Shushu. As a spirit pharmacist, merely knowing how to concoct potions is insufficient. As a wielder of both wood and fire abilities, the pharmacology department offers courses in cultivation, for the wood element is innately suited for planting and should not be squandered. Additionally, spirit pharmacists incur significant training costs. Cultivating one's own plants can provide a modicum of savings. However, everyone in the pharmacology department knew that Jiang Shushu, the so-called waste, had never succeeded in potion-making nor in growing plants. Jiang Lanyi, her eyes sparkling with mirth, turned to Jiang Shushu and suggested, "Sister, how about you tend to this spirit plant? Show them your skills." She then glared at the others, declaring, "Once my sister revives this plant, you shall no longer call her a waste." Jiang Shushu responded, "Is this not bullying? You expect me to prove myself just like that?" With an earnest expression, she grasped Jiang Lanyi's hand and said, "Sister, I believe they are right. I am indeed a waste, but you are a genius. Why not let you nurture it? I shall cheer you on." With that, she raised her fist and vigorously waved it, shouting, "Sister Lanyi, you can do it. Sister Lanyi, you can do it." The crowd was taken aback, stunned by her blatant admission of being a waste. Jiang Lanyi's expression faltered momentarily, confusion flickering in her mind. Jiang Shushu had always detested being labeled a waste. She would either argue or walk away in silence. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Was it the shock from Xingnan's engagement to her after breaking off with her that had altered her temperament? Jiang Shushu, noticing the crowd's bewilderment, raised her chin with pride, exclaiming, "My sister is indeed a genius. Did you not know? She is now a third-tier spirit pharmacist. Nurturing a small spirit plant should be child's play for her." Was Jiang Lanyi not merely seeking to have her sister branded as a waste to highlight her own brilliance? Then let her have this opportunity. Jiang Shushu was determined that even a potato planted in muck could thrive under her sister's care. The group of young ladies murmured, "Who doesn't know? Only you remain oblivious." Bai Yu, incensed by Jiang Shushu's smug demeanor, pushed the flower pot towards Lanyi, insisting, "Lanyi, you should do the planting and let this waste observe and learn." Jiang Lanyi, caught in a bind, glanced awkwardly at her eager friends and tugged at Xingnan's sleeve, seeking his rescue. Unbeknownst to her, Sheng Nan misunderstood. Believing she wished to spare her sister's dignity, he gently reassured her, Lan Yi, do not hold back. Go ahead and show them what true talent looks like. As he spoke, his gaze flitted towards Jiang Shushu before quickly averting. Under the scrutinizing stares of the crowd, Jiang Lan Yi steeled herself and stepped forward, encouraging herself inwardly. It was merely planting. She was already a third-tier pharmacist and had been attending cultivation classes at the academy. She would surely succeed in nurturing the plant. Jiang Lan Yi extended her hand, lightly brushing the withered leaves, her wood element energy flowing from her fingertips. Soon, the plant's leaves began to transform, gradually regaining their verdant hue. Quickly, she retrieved a vial of potion from her spatial storage, her expression triumphant. This is my second-tier spirit potion. Its abundant spirit energy will ensure the plant thrives. With that, she poured the entire contents into the pot. Wow, Lan Yi, how impressive! Can you give me a vial? Oh, dear, I want one too. Jiang Lan Yi cast a sly glance at Jiang Shushu, her expression softening as she addressed the others. You'll have to wait, as I have poured this entire vial into the pot. When I brew more later, I shall give each of you a bottle. The group of friends erupted in cheers. Sheng Nan regarded Jiang Lan Yi with tender admiration. She was simply extraordinary, kind, charming, and capable, with excellent rapport among her peers. Unlike others, he furrowed his brow, recalling the embarrassing incidents Jiang Shushu had caused in the past, thankful that their association was now at an end. Jiang Shushu, indifferent to Sheng Nan's thoughts, dismissed him from her mind. A scoundrel who had risen to his current standing thanks to the original protagonist was hardly worthy of her attention. Watching her sister dump the so-called spirit potion into the pot, she could not help but cover her face. Jiang Lan Yi, I foresee you making quite the spectacle today. Sure enough, moments later, a shrill voice pierced the air. Why are the plant's leaves falling? After Jiang Lan Yi infused her energy, the potato's leaves had begun to green. But moments after the potion was poured, the entire plant suddenly drooped. The edges of the leaves began to turn brown and yellow, with several yellowed leaves falling away. Panic surged within Jiang Lan Yi as she quickly infused her energy once more. Yet there was no change. What is happening? Jiang Lan Yi could hardly believe her eyes. She knew her planting skills were subpar, but she had generously channeled her wood energy into the plant. It should have revived. What on earth is going on? How could the leaves be falling when they were perfectly fine moments ago? A few individuals whispered among themselves, their heads bowed. Jiang Lan Yi suddenly shot up her head, her gaze icy as she scanned the whisperers, silencing them instantly. Lan Yi, this plant was already devoid of life. No one could have saved it. Sheng Nan approached, wrapping his arm around her shoulders in a comforting gesture. He, too, was perplexed. Wood energy was the most harmonious with plants, and logically, any plant infused with wood energy should not only survive but thrive. Yet this one seemed on the brink of failure. However, he did not ponder deeply. Lan Yi was a spiritual pharmacist, and her expertise did not lie in cultivation. Sheng Nan was right. Bai Yu said hastily, this plant is devoid of vitality. No one could successfully nurture it. Jiang Lan Yi lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with melancholy. When I expended my abilities earlier, I sensed its spiritual force was feeble. It seems beyond saving, yet I still wish to try and rescue it. Jiang Shushu nearly laughed aloud, adept at finding herself an escape route, yet with her presence, that route would surely falter. She leisurely stepped forward, a smile adorning her face, and declared, let me give it a try. The crowd was taken aback. Bai Yu, incensed, retorted, what are you trying to prove? If Lan Yi cannot nurture it, do you think you can? Jiang Shushu replied confidently, of course I can. The onlookers exchanged glances, thoughts of violence brewing within them. Bai Yu scrutinized Jiang Shushu, then glanced at Sheng Nan, who was tenderly supporting Lan Yi. And a realization struck her. Could it be that Jiang Shushu was envious of Lan Yi's closeness to Sheng Nan and sought to impress him? Bai Yu felt she had unraveled the truth, her expression dripping with disdain. She mused, how could Jiang Shushu, dressed so drably, ever be worthy of Sheng Nan? The status of a spiritual pharmacist in the interstellar realm was esteemed, with formal gowns symbolizing their rank. Her own charming pink dress contrasted sharply with Lan Yi's elegant red gown, which accentuated her fair skin and regal beauty. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Shushu, Bai Yu scoffed, you don't truly believe this will capture Sheng Nan's attention, do you? Realization dawned upon the crowd, and laughter erupted. Jiang Lan Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister, if you like Sheng Nan, I can step aside for you. Don't say foolish things. I only want you. Changnan grasped her hand, his gaze toward Jiang Shushu icy as he admonished. Jiang Shushu, we are finished. No matter what you do, I will not look your way again. Jiang Shushu retorted, this is utterly absurd. A bunch of oblivious fools. Did she seek the attention of a scoundrel? She clearly intended to deliver a striking rebuttal. Each face was fair, yet their minds twisted like serpentine paths. 10,000 interstellar coins, Jiang Shushu declared, her demeanor suddenly serious as she extended a finger. If I fail to nurture it, I shall give you 10,000 interstellar coins. If I succeed, you owe me 10,000. Do you dare to wager? Her gaze swept across the crowd, each word punctuated with icy precision. If you doubt, feel free to place your bets. Jiang Shushu felt a profound sense of indignation, determined to make everyone experience a taste of her anguish. The declaration stunned all present.
How dare she?
What gave her the audacity to say such things? Merely a waste of space, Baiyu urged. Agree to her terms. Yes, agree. We support you. In no time, the table before Baiyu was piled high with interstellar coins. Jiang Lani stepped forward, gently placing 10,000 coins on Baiyu's side, her expression laden with guilt as she gazed at Jiang Shushu. Sister, I truly wish to support you, but I've sensed that plant cannot survive. After offering a slight, encouraging smile to Baiyu, she retreated to Cheng Nan's side. Seeing Jiang Lanyi's support, Baiyu's initial trepidation dissipated, and she lifted her chin with newfound arrogance. Jiang Shushu, do not blame us for bullying you. You brought this upon yourself. Bullying? Jiang Shushu felt no such sentiment. She was entirely at ease. Her eyes fell upon Jiang Lanyi, a smile gracing her lips. Sister, you believe it lacks vitality. Today, I shall show you that what you cannot achieve, another can. With that, she disregarded Jiang Lanyi's swiftly changing expression and examined the flower pot closely. Within the pot lay a potato, both a vegetable and a medicinal herb. Leaning closer, a faint grassy scent wafted from its leaves. Distinctly not a common variety cultivated by machines, but rather a nutrient-rich plant, albeit in poor condition, sprawled flat against the ground. Its roots were submerged in soft mud, unable to support the plant, with some roots exposed to the air. Was this not absurd? All plants thrive in well-aerated soil, yet inexplicably. Both the strawberries originally tended by the former owner and this potato had been grown in water. It would be a miracle if they thrived. Jiang Shushu promptly summoned the male attendant from the herbal shop. The attendant had been lingering on the sidelines, quietly observing. With this group being either ability warriors or spiritual masters, he, an ordinary person, could not afford to offend any of them. Approaching cautiously, the male attendant inquired, what does this lady require? Please inform your supervisor that I need a pot of dry soil, Jiang Shushu instructed. In the interstellar realm, soil capable of nurturing plants was precious, unlike in her previous life, where it could be casually dug up from the roadside. The attendant retreated into the back room, and soon a petite girl with a vibrant figure emerged, followed by the male attendant carrying a pot of fresh soil. Hello, I heard you need to treat this Daiwangdan. Here is the new soil you require, the supervisor, He Mian, greeted with a smile. She glanced at the Daiwangdan that had been placed on the table. A plant her father had purchased at a high price, entrusted to her for care, but having grown lazy, she had passed it off to others. By the time they reunited, the leaves had wilted. She had tried various methods to revive it, but the leaves only became yellower and the plant's vitality waned further, eventually resigning it to a corner to wither away. Daiwangdan? Jiang Shushu chuckled. Surprisingly, the name was quite fitting for the potato. The plant had withered considerably, with more leaves falling away, and Jiang Shushu hesitated no longer. She swiftly uprooted it from its original pot and quickly dug a hole in the new soil, burying the entire plant within. As she infused it with wood-type abilities, the essence of spiritual water flowed through her fingertips into the plant. The rapid succession of actions left everyone astounded. How could she treat such a high-grade spiritual plant in such a haphazard manner? Surely, the plant could not survive this. A collective thought surged through the minds of all present. Chapter 12. You're not the genius you think you are. Jiang Lanyi, who had been holding her breath, finally relaxed. Sister, your method of planting is incorrect. You must be gentle and not damage the root system. Her lips curled into a soft smile, yet her eyes held a hint of disdain. Exactly, Baiyu interjected promptly. If you don't understand, don't meddle. Someone who skips classes daily cannot possibly know how to cultivate. He Mian felt a twinge of disappointment. She had genuinely hoped someone could revive the Daiwangdan, only to realize it was mere nonsense. However, Jiang Shushu merely smiled, presenting the Daiwangdan boldly before the crowd. Dramatic moments are upon us. To their astonishment, the once prostrate plant began to rise, its bare stems sprouting tender shoots at an astonishing speed, vitality surging forth. The expressions of everyone around shifted dramatically. Baiyu could hardly believe her eyes. As she turned to seek Jiang Lani, their gazes locked, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Why would Lani look at her with such a gaze? Baiyu, look! My sister has truly brought the plant back to life.
Jiang Lani climate.
Her eyes sparkling as she tugged at Baiyu's arm, urging her forward. Come quickly and see. Baiyu snapped back to reality, gazing at Jiang Lani's innocent and cheerful smile, and found herself smiling in return. Surely, she had misjudged earlier. She thought to herself, how could Lan-yi, so gentle, kind, and considerate, ever cast such a look toward her? Did I perceive it wrong? Am I imagining that it sprouted flower buds? Indeed, indeed. I see them too, but they are so tiny, not very noticeable. Heavens, how did Jiang Shushu manage this? Gasps of astonishment pulled Baiyu from her thoughts. And upon closer inspection, she indeed saw the tiny flower buds, no larger than grains of rice, adorning the lush green stems. He Mian was equally astonished. She understood just how challenging it was to nurture this particular plant.
Yet,
the infamous underachiever of the sovereign star had merely changed its pot and soil to restore its vitality. Indeed, she was acquainted with Jiang Shushu. Not only her, but likely half the inhabitants of Sovereign Star recognized her. However, such details were trivial. What truly mattered was that He Mian excitedly circled around the Daiwangdan, unable to suppress her curiosity. How did you manage to revive it? She was well aware of how demanding this spiritual plant could be, yet here it thrived? It's quite simple, Jiang Shushu elaborated. This plant doesn't favor excessive watering. Even if you use spirit-infused water, inundating it will overwhelm it. Just provide standard soil care. Watering only when it dries out, and you'll enable its roots to develop properly. Potatoes were inherently resilient plants, even without her special abilities and spirit spring water. They would gradually flourish with such nurturing, albeit at a slower pace. But when I purchased the plant, it was flourishing. The seller insisted it required more water for proper care. That's a common misconception. Apart from a few specific types, most plants do not thrive in overly moist conditions. Jiang Shushu clarified. He Mian realized the initial care methods had been misguided. What do you wish to purchase today? I shall take charge. Everything you choose will be half price. Jiang Shushu resolved one of He Mian's dilemmas, and with a wave of her hand, she generously granted her the lowest discount. Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled, yet she interjected, wait a moment, I need to collect my wager. Turning, she gathered all the Interstellar coins from the table, slowly depositing them into her storage bracelet before the eyes of Jiang Lanyi and Xingnan. The group of young ladies watched in disbelief, none daring to voice their objections. Jiang Lanyi bit her lip and stepped forward, saying, Sister, don't be so arrogant. Arrogant? Jiang Shushu looked up in surprise. You all lost to me. How can that be termed arrogance? With a flick of her hand, she claimed all the coins, spreading her palms in a gesture of triumph. Dear sister, see? While you struggled to cultivate medicinal herbs, I have succeeded. Seeing her expression, as if she had swallowed a fly, Jiang Shushu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Sister, did you witness that? Now, that is what I call arrogance. Jiang Lanyi clenched her small fist, simmering with frustration but unable to act on it. She glanced at Xingnan, only to find him fixated on Jiang Shushu's departing figure, further inflaming her anger. Baiyu approached Lanyi. When did this so-called underachiever become so formidable? Jiang Lanyi's expression turned cold. Baiyu, she is my sister, not an underachiever. Besides, she paused, softening her tone. She has always been skilled at cultivation. Her alchemy, however, leaves much to be desired. Xingnan regained his focus, stating blandly, there are many who can cultivate. For spirit masters, alchemy remains paramount. The other young ladies chimed in to comfort her. Exactly, Lanyi. Isn't a cultivator just someone who farms? They get dirty every day. What is so impressive about that? Look at her appearance. They feigned disdain, yet could not suppress their envy when they recalled how Jiang Shushu, seemingly indifferent to her plants, managed to make them thrive. Why is it that we treat our plants with such reverence, yet they wither away on us? Baiyu wore a complex expression. Who could have predicted that the so-called underachiever was a master cultivator? After a flurry of chatter, Jiang Lanyi felt slightly comforted. This assessment is crucial. In a few days, The battle team will depart, and Liang Yuyu will join as well. You are the spirit master of the team. You must prepare adequately. Shengnan ruffled her hair. Let us go upstairs. There are plenty of excellent materials to choose from. Jiang Lanyi's heart fluttered with excitement at the prospect of Liang Yuyu's presence. Realizing that this assessment would surely be a success, she nodded eagerly, but as they took a few steps, an urgent thought struck her, causing her to pause. I heard the Pharmaceutical Institute send a notice to my sister. If she doesn't participate in the retest, they will expel her. Her expression turned frantic as she grasped Shengnan's sleeve. You must help her, if possible. I'm willing to forfeit my opportunity in the assessment for her to take my place as the spirit master. And what about you?
I
don't mind, she replied, her grip on his sleeve loosening as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shengnan, feeling a pang of sympathy, wrapped his arms around her waist. You silly girl, you are far too kind. I don't want her as the Team S spirit master. I only want you, he said, brushing away her tears and gently pinching her cheek. Besides, she is an alchemy novice, while I am the captain of the 7th battle team. You cannot make it too difficult for me. Jiang Lanyi chuckled softly, playfully glaring at him. Shengnan felt relieved to see her smile and led her upstairs while the others remained behind, hesitating to follow. Jiang Lanyi turned in surprise. What is wrong with you all? Why are you just standing there? We just lost 10,000 interstellar coins, so we have no money to buy anything, one of them admitted. What should we do? I still need several ingredients for alchemy. Baiyu added, looking pained at the thought of their loss. It's just 10,000 interstellar coins. Shengnan is here. When have you ever had to pay? She beckoned them eagerly. Come on, let us go upstairs. That's where the real treasures are. Shengnan paused, casting a glance at the group below, but said nothing. The plastic sisterhood exchanged glances before joyfully following. By the way, Jiang Lanyi seemed to remember something. Turning to Baiyu, I have a plant that needs watering. If I delay, it might not fare well. Could you help me water it? Baiyu is taken aback. Chapter 13. Both are quite happy meanwhile. He Mian led Jiang Shushu deep into the innermost corner of the first floor. The seeds outside are of inferior quality, with low survival rates. But look at these high-quality seeds. Their survival rate can reach 99%. I'll even price them as if they were the lower-grade ones outside. What do you think? She gestured towards the rows of shelves, introducing them one by one. Oh, and there are medicinal herb seeds as well. Would you like to give them a try? Your cultivation skills seem quite impressive. You should be able to nurture them successfully. With a casual toss, she handed Jiang Shushu a packet. Jiang Shushu caught it, but upon reading the label, her expression faltered. Little chilly? Are you serious? This seems a bit dubious. Ultimately, she reluctantly accepted the offer, simply because he Mian had mentioned it would be free, a gift of friendship. After selecting a variety of seeds, which totaled 30,000 interstellar coins, Jiang Shushu calculated her remaining funds. Adding the 100,000 she had won, she realized she now possessed 130,000. Recalling Jiang Feng's mention of needing second-tier medicinal herbs, she hesitated before asking He Mian, how many interstellar coins are required for spirit medicine suitable for treating the second-tier mental sea turbulence. She believed that the spirit spring water in her space had a good effect on healing mental sea rips, as she had tested it on Jiang Feng during dinner at home. However, the results had been minimal. She speculated that the spirit spring water was likely effective only for magical beasts and plants, while the benefits of the spatial resources were exclusive to her as the system's master. He Mian pondered, for second-tier turbulence, you typically need either a medium or high-grade second-tier spirit medicine. There's quite a difference between the two. For instance, the price of secondary-level intermediate elixirs ranges from 150 to 180,000 interstellar coins, while secondary-level advanced elixirs are priced between 200 to 230,000 interstellar coins. The cost of potions of tertiary level and above is even steeper. He Mian observed her apparent confusion and softly elucidated. The efficacy of low, medium, and high-level elixirs varies significantly. For example, low-level potions possess an efficacy of merely 10 to 30, while medium-level potions can reach an efficacy of 40 to 60, as one ascends to high-level potions. The disparity in efficacy naturally results in a corresponding increase in price. Jiang Shushu remarked, now I comprehend the esteemed status of elixir masters. It is no wonder that Jiang Feng has been so troubled about my future. Upon witnessing the abundance of spiritual energy in the strawberry fruit, he seemed so exhilarated. Perhaps he fears his time is limited? Jiang Shushu fell into silence. Spiritual elixirs are exceedingly precious, and if one requires them, substantial discounts cannot be afforded. He Mian added. There's another point I have not mentioned. Due to the current nationwide hunting season, the combat teams of the 5 major legions, along with hunting squads from various families and some freelance practitioners forming mercenary groups, are massively acquiring medicinal materials and spiritual elixirs. As a result, low-level spiritual elixirs have already sold out in shops. After pondering briefly, He Mianmian suggested, "You are an elixir master yourself. You could certainly attempt to concoct them." This remark sparked a thought in Jiang Shushu. If she cannot afford to buy them, she can practice brewing them herself. Who knows? She might become an elixir master and attain financial independence in the future. Resolute in her decision, she determined to purchase some necessary tools for alchemy. While others might possess an abundance of stationery, the original owner's traits seemed to align more with that of an underachiever, lacking in all essential items. Following He Mianmian to the shelves of cauldrons, He Mianmian pointed to a row of displays, stating, "The quality of these cauldrons isn't top-notch, but they're quite suitable for beginners. I can offer you a 50% discount on these." Jiang Shushu was indifferent to the quality, but was more concerned about the price. However, upon closer inspection, her expression immediately fell. 50,000? Even with the discount, it's still 25,000? Isn't that extortionate? Rejecting the more expensive options, she asserted, "I have confidence in my abilities. Even with the worst cauldron, I can concoct spiritual elixirs. Just find me the cheapest one." She wore a serious expression, conveying a sense of dignity. He Mianmian pondered, "How can I preserve a new friend's dignity? I'm anxiously awaiting your guidance." Ultimately, she led Jiang Shushu to the last row of shelves and, lacking enthusiasm for further introductions, allowed her to choose independently. Jiang Shushu meticulously examined each item. 300,000, 200,000, 100,000.
Oh,
Her eyes suddenly brightened as she reached for the smallest cauldron. "This one captivates me. I shall select it." "Are you certain about this choice?" He Mianmian regarded the petite cauldron with a conflicted gaze. Jiang Shushu vigorously nodded. "The discount makes it 50,000, correct?" "Indeed." He Mianmian confirmed, "This cauldron is priced at 50,000, but let me offer you an additional discount. It shall be 40,000. She discreetly wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, relieved to finally sell off the stock that had been gathering dust for years. She wondered if her father would commend her upon his return. He Mianmian felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to anticipate her father's praise or feel guilty for selling the least desirable cauldron to her new friend. Fortunately, she had managed to offer an additional discount of 10,000. Instantly, she felt a sense of relief and gave Jiang Shushu a thumbs up, smiling warmly. "Shushu, you truly have an eye for quality."
haha.
"Indeed." Jiang Shushu joyfully patted her shoulder, exclaiming, "Mianmian, you are truly righteous." The two exchanged smiles, both feeling elated. Jiang Shushu then selected several low-level medicinal materials. Although she could cultivate them in her space, many of the materials lacked seeds, as most were not grown in bulk but instead harvested from other planets, contributing to their exorbitant prices. However, as she continued to select items, she soon realized her interstellar coins were insufficient, leading to an awkward predicament. After rummaging through her bracelet for a while, she finally produced a necklace and handed it to He Mianmian. "Mianmian, do you accept spatial necklaces here?" "We do," she replied, taking the necklace. After examining it with her spiritual energy, she stated, "A 5-cubic spatial necklace is priced at 100,000 interstellar coins. I can assist you in selling it and will give you the full amount of 100,000. How does that sound?" Jiang Shushu nodded vigorously. "Mianmian, you are truly a kind-hearted person. I am so delighted. Who knew that by nurturing a single potato plant, I would encounter such a loyal friend?" He Mianmian felt reassured. After Jiang Shushu departed, she casually tossed the necklace to a nearby male attendant, instructing, "Display it for sale on the 2nd floor." With that, she turned and proceeded to the lounge in the back. In a corner stood a tall, slender, handsome boy leaning against the wall. He cast a furtive glance at He Mianmian before quickly lowering his head, murmuring timidly, "Sister Mianmian, I was wrong. It's all right. It has been resolved. This matter is not your fault. We simply lacked understanding of the plant's characteristics." He Mianmian waved him over. "Why are you standing there?
Come and sit."
Rest assured, you are under my protection. Even if the Rehmannia root perishes, I won't allow my father to dismiss you, though a beating may be inevitable." He Mianmian, adorned in a dark red off-the-shoulder slit gown, appeared both stylish and striking as she recounted the day's events in detail. Sushi's eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting reliance and adoration. "Sushi, I can't shake the feeling that Jiang Shushu is quite different from the rumors. She certainly does not embody the characteristics of a wastrel. I find her exceedingly intriguing. This is the first time I've heard someone praise me as a good person, huh? Chapter 14. Are there couples who do not live together? Meanwhile, the male attendant intentionally placed a display stand in a prominent location on the second floor, showcasing the necklace directly in front of Shengnan. Shengnan glanced at the male attendant, fell silent for a few moments, and then approached to examine it closely. The more he looked, the more familiar it appeared. It seemed reminiscent of the engagement gift he had given Jiang Shushu. He examined the description beneath, confirming it was indeed a 5-cubic spatial necklace, likely crafted by the same spiritual artifact master he had purchased from. However, since he had already annulled his engagement with Jiang Shushu, he contemplated retrieving the gift at an opportune moment. Shengnan, come here. Do you think this medicinal material is good? Zhang Lani's voice called from behind. Shengnan cast one last glance at the necklace before hurrying over. On the other side, Baiyu stood on the first floor, gazing at everyone disappearing around the corner. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately chose not to follow and instead left the spiritual plant shop, feeling dejected. Reflecting on her loss of 10,000 interstellar coins and her inability to accompany Jiang Lani to select medicinal materials, she felt as though she had lost 20,000 interstellar coins in total, causing her great distress. All of this was due to Jiang Shushu, that wastrel. If it weren't for her, Lani wouldn't have called her back to water the plants, given their relationship. Baiyu felt deeply aggrieved, unable to suppress her murmurs. Humph. What use is it to cultivate well? She's merely a worthless farmer, soon to be expelled from the academy. What's there to be arrogant about? What arrogance? She just relying on her impending marriage to the First Legion for support? What's so special about a group of disabled individuals? Lani is engaged to the strongest legion among the 5 major legions, and her fiancé is truly remarkable, both a team captain and an S-rank ability user, not to mention handsome. The warriors of the Second Legion are far superior to that bunch of half-disabled. Sooner or later, they will replace the First Legion and bring it to its knees. The voices filled with envy and resentment gradually faded into the distance. Jiang Shushu, following behind, happened to overhear the last remark and paused in shock. Replace? Bring to its knees? Is the First Legion's disbandment common knowledge now? Imagining the pitiful state of her once prominent ally, she felt a tightening in her chest, realizing she too would share in that sorrow. No, she absolutely refuses to allow scoundrels and scheming individuals to brazenly stand atop her and spew their foulness. She is determined to lend her unwavering support to the First Legion, refusing to be easily defeated. The weight of her responsibilities has only intensified, invigorating the resolute Jiang Shushu. She hastened towards the next trading venue outlined in her plans. Due to the exorbitant price and the difficulty in cultivating spiritual flora, the demand in the market is rather limited. Some prominent families possess specialized cultivators for their supply, rendering external purchases unnecessary. Thus, no dedicated storefronts have emerged. The trading venue is not a formal marketplace. It is frequented by individuals with abilities who come to sell their treasures. Therefore, acquiring specific items relies heavily on chance. The spiritual plant shop is located on the most bustling street of Suhuang Star, not far from the trading venue. Fortuitously, after a brief perusal, Jiang Shushu managed to procure a batch of spiritual plants. With no desire to linger, she promptly returned home. Upon delivering all the spiritual vegetables and fruits to Jiang Feng, she retreated to her room to organize the seeds she had purchased. Grains are staples, and thus must be sown first. However, the space allotted is merely 2 square meters, which is hardly sufficient. Jiang Shushu recalled a small piece of wasteland in the backyard and hurried over to inspect it. To her delight, the area was reasonably sized. Although still inadequate for extensive planting, it was sufficient for the basics. After loosening the soil and creating shallow furrows, she scattered the seeds and thoroughly irrigated them with spiritual spring water. Once these tasks were completed, she entered the spatial realm, sowing the grains into the soil and, as per routine, watering them with spiritual spring water. After ensuring everything was in order, she dove into the alchemy room, which was pristine and empty. Nevertheless, Jiang Shushu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Initially, the original owner had been eager to learn alchemy, and Jiang Feng had meticulously prepared this room for her use. However, she became distracted by the scoundrel, causing her studies in alchemy to falter. Yet it is never too late to learn. Jiang Shushu confidently revisited the steps of alchemy she had memorized from her mentor. Then, she ignited the flame and prepared the cauldron. In the military affairs department, a loud bang resounded as Si Chan exuberantly strode in. Ling Jun, have you heard? Your little wife caused quite a stir at the spiritual plant shop today. He leaned against the table, his keen eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ling Jun paused in his writing, his brow furrowing slightly. What happened?
Sichen replied.
I heard that Shengnan took his fiancée to buy medicinal plants today, and Jiang Shushu was waiting there specifically to see him. To be honest, Jiang Shushu used to be betrothed to Shengnan and followed him everywhere, doing all sorts of things to support him. Anyone on Suhuangster knows this. I suspect, though it's merely a conjecture, and please don't take it to heart, that Jiang Shushu still harbors feelings for him. She must have heard that Shengnan was at the spiritual plant shop and waited to meet him. Seeing that Si Chen had been rambling with mere conjectures, Ling Jun tossed his pen aside and raised an eyebrow. And then, how can you be so curious? Si Chen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He continued, to attract Shengnan's attention, Jiang Shushu made a bet with her cousin, Jiang Lanyi, to see who could revive a dying spiritual plant. And guess what? Ling Yun, playing along, asked what? Si Chen slammed the table. Jiang Lanyi is a level 3 spiritual pharmacist. After her attempts, the plant died even faster, while Jiang Shushu, with her simple yet effective method, managed to bring it back to life. He mimicked Jiang Shushu's straightforward actions, his eyes brimming with excitement.
So,
Jiang Lanyi failed to revive the plant, but Jiang Shushu succeeded? Ling Jun quickly grasped the crux of the matter, narrowing his eyes. He surmised correctly. To revive a nearly dead spiritual plant in such a short time indicated her extraordinary talent for cultivation, making her ability to cultivate abundant spiritual fruits quite plausible. Jiang Shushu had wagered with Jiang Lanyi, and if she won, each would owe her 10,000 interstellar coins. Thus, she not only revived the spiritual plant, but also earned 100,000 interstellar coins. Si Chen exclaimed, your little wife's gamble is worth more than your monthly salary. He wore a smug expression. In comparison to Jiang Shushu, whom he considered a waste, he loathed the untrustworthy Jiang Lanyi even more. Moreover, Jiang Shushu was no longer the inept individual she once was. The ability to cultivate abundant spiritual fruits ensured that even if she lacked alchemical skills, her status would not diminish. Ling Jun pondered for a moment before stating, I will pay her a visit. Go ahead, and while you're there, inform her about the upcoming deployment of the combat team. Si Chen waved his hand. By the way, you two are married now. What kind of couple doesn't he live together? Don't wait for her to bring it up.
Ling Yun is composed, the minor faltered momentarily.
Chapter 15. A genius cultivator at home. Jiang Feng welcomed Ling Jun into the house with a beaming smile. Since his daughter provided him with strawberry fruits, which nourished him with abundant spiritual energy, his mental state had stabilized and his injuries were under control. As long as he refrained from using his abilities, he could maintain his current condition without headaches, his mood improved, and his complexion became rosy once more. He no longer appeared aged and haggard, but had returned to a state of health reminiscent of his younger days. He gazed fondly at the young man opposite him, who exuded an air of elegance and charm, and pushed the spiritual fruits purchased by Shushu towards him. Ling Jun, please have some fruit, Jiang Feng said with paternal affection, growing increasingly satisfied by the moment. Before his retirement, he had heard from friends about a young major named Ling Jun, who had recently arrived from the Imperial Star and had captivated the hearts of many young women in the Pharmaceutical Institute. Therefore, when his family informed him that Ling Jun was the chosen fiancé for his daughter, he felt a mix of helplessness and secret hope that this individual could help his daughter move on from the scoundrel. It appears that his gamble had paid off. Jiang Feng stroked his now smooth chin. With his improved health, he vaguely regained the charm he once had when pursued by many young ladies.
Hey.
Who isn't a handsome young man? He mused that he and Ling Jun were indeed a good match, as if they were family. Ling Jun politely accepted the fruit. Thank you, father. Is Shushu at home? Yes. She just returned from buying a plethora of seeds and has planted them in the backyard. Then she went to the alchemy room, claiming she wants to concoct a level 2 spiritual medicine. This child is both filial and sensible. Should I call her out? Jiang Feng chuckled, preparing to rise. Ling Jun hurriedly held him back. No need. It's best not to disturb her while she's working. I can wait a moment. That's fine. Jiang Feng nodded and sat back down. The two men exchanged glances, and the atmosphere, which could have turned awkward, was instead filled with mutual satisfaction. The father-in-law looked at the son-in-law with increasing approval. Here was a young major, bright and promising, matched with his daughter, once labeled a waste on Suhuangster. Jiang Feng was suddenly struck by a wave of unease, feeling a sense of unintentional elevation. That simply would not do, for the sake of his daughter's future happiness. He must elevate her standing. Resolute, Jiang Feng pulled Ling Jun to his feet, exuding paternal warmth. Ling Jun, since this is your first visit today, let me show you around the garden. Shushu has planted quite a few seeds today. Ling Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit. To be honest, he was uncertain how to interact with his father-in-law, but fortunately, Jiang Feng was an affable elder, requiring no effort on his part. Jiang Feng, a skilled ability warrior, was not adept in cultivation, and Jiang Shushu had previously been entirely focused on her fiancé, neglecting the matter of planting. Consequently, their home had not featured any greenery for many years. Today, at Shushu's behest, he had turned over a small patch of wasteland adjacent to the wall in the backyard. He had witnessed the barren land transform as grains were sown, filling him with immense satisfaction. Soon, they arrived at the back of the house, where the once bare black soil was now lush and green. Could it be that Shushu is a genius cultivator? Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. He merely wished to take his son-in-law for a stroll around the small courtyard, never anticipating they would venture into the vegetable garden as well. His daughter was truly a source of pride for her father, eliciting a hearty laugh. Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart as he turned to Ling Jun, who, as expected, appeared utterly astonished. Cough, Ling Jun, look here. This row of seedlings is planted with grains, and that row over there contains young greens. As for this row, you may not have seen it before. It's a medicinal plant known as little chili. Jiang Feng beamed with pride while introducing the seedlings, which had only been planted for half a day yet had already grown impressively. Ling Jun gazed at the lush greenery before him, feeling a profound sense of awe. From his understanding, certain plants were inherently easy to cultivate, such as the common grains, which thrived as long as they were watered and fertilized regularly, provided the weather was not excessively harsh. On the other hand, some rare fruits and vegetables required meticulous care to sprout and flourish. Of course, the survival of these plants hinged on the expertise of a wood-type planter, and even among them, the level of difficulty varied. However, in Jiang Shushu's garden, all plants were treated equally, growing to such uniform heights that it was almost unimaginable. Could it be that Jiang Shushu had been concealing her talents all along?
But why?
Ling Jun fell into deep contemplation. Jiang Feng, oblivious to his thoughts, rarely interacted with planters, with his only close connection being his daughter, who had once been rather disappointing. At this moment, elation filled his heart, and he felt an overwhelming urge to share with the entire star system just how exceptional his child was. Soon, Jiang Feng could barely contain his excitement as he ushered Ling Jun back to the living room. Please have a seat on the sofa. I'll check on Shu Bao and see if she has finished. With that, he hurried off towards the alchemy room. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu entered the alchemy chamber, carefully retrieving the new medicinal cauldron from her bracelet and placing it meticulously on the earthen platform that Jiang Feng had specially constructed. She also took out a piece of paper that he Mian had given her before her departure. It was a prescription for treating a level 2 mental ocean frenzy. The reason why spiritual masters were so few in the starry realm was due to the stringent requirements placed on them. Whether innate or awakened, a medicinal master needed to possess both wood and fire elemental affinities, while a tool master required both gold and fire affinities. As for the methods of refining, the Spiritual Master Academy provided specialized instructors, making it easy to obtain both prescriptions and techniques. The true challenge lay in successfully crafting the potions. Jiang Shushu scrutinized the prescription, which called for water-type medicinal materials. She retrieved the ingredients from her spatial bracelet, having nurtured them with her wood-type abilities, and found them to be in excellent condition, brimming with spiritual energy. She arranged the materials neatly to the side, then, with a flick of her wrist, tossed a small fireball into the cauldron's flame, skillfully controlling the heat with her mental energy. Following the sequence taught by her instructor, she added the ingredients into the cauldron and sealed it with the lid. Seated cross-legged, Jiang Shushu fixed her gaze unwaveringly on the small cauldron, which was gradually enveloped in swirling smoke. The cauldron, dark and ancient in appearance, bore faintly etched decorative patterns. And soon, white smoke began to rise from the lid, accompanied by bubbling sounds emanating from within. Jiang Shushu thought, what? Did I just spend 40,000 star coins on a cauldron-shaped pot? Surely it can't already be boiling down into a medicinal soup. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to consult her system. Xiao Jiu, what is happening inside the cauldron right now? Chapter 16. Has the cauldron exploded? Since the system upgrade, Xiao Jiu seemed to have vanished. It only appeared if Jiang Shushu sought it out. Were it not for the spiritual spring and soil still present in her space, she might have thought Xiao Jiu had withered away. How would I know what you've concocted on your own? Xiao Ju's languid. Endearing electronic voice echoed in her mind. Jiang Shushu replied, "This is quite exasperating. Are you certain you're a system, and not just a useless appendage? You can delve your mental energy into the cauldron to see how far along the process is." Xiao Zhou quickly suggested. "Could that really work?" "Absolutely, it must work. Whatever you do is bound to succeed." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Shushu deemed this method plausible and released her mental energy. Slowly probing through the gap in the cauldron's lid, a milky white mist rose, obscuring her view. As she gradually immersed her mental energy to the bottom, a sudden and urgent knocking resounded. Bang, bang, bang. Startled, Jiang Shushu lost focus, causing her mental energy to dissipate within the cauldron. Simultaneously, her father's voice called from outside. "Shu Bao, how is the potion coming along? Ling Jun has been waiting for you for quite some time. Are you able to come out?" A legitimate teammate has arrived? Jiang Shushu hastily sprang up to open the door. "Father, you..." Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted, accompanied by a thick cloud of black smoke. Has the cauldron exploded? Ling Jun, sitting in the living room and lost in thought, was jolted by the deafening sound. His first instinct was to rush towards the source of the noise, though he soon slowed his pace. At the end of the corridor, as the black smoke began to disperse, he beheld two figures covered in soot, their bright eyes staring directly at him.
Ling Yun?
Zhang Feng. Jiang Shushu. Three faces of confusion. A torrent of expletives surged through Jiang Shushu's mind.
No.
You must let me explain. After a lengthy pause, the two, now cleaned up and dressed in fresh clothing, returned to the living room. Jiang Shushu kept her head lowered, wishing she could bury her face entirely in her chest. Jiang Feng, wearing a stiff smile, struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, eager to forget the previous scene. "By the way, Ling Jun, what brings you to seek Shushu?" He cleared his throat, attempting to maintain a calm tone. Ling Yun, stifling a smile at her earnest demeanor, replied, "Well, the first combat team is heading to Chihan Star in a few days and would like to invite Shushu to serve as the team's spiritual master." He glanced at Jiang Shushu, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Would you be willing to go? Chihan Star?" Jiang Shushu paused, suddenly aware of the place. The environment there, as the name suggested, was perpetually frozen, fostering the growth of a unique plant known as the cool bamboo, which could rapidly lower surrounding temperatures, similar to an air conditioner. In the starry realm, the temperature variations were extreme, with each year consisting of 12 months. Unlike her previous life, where spring and autumn occupied only 2 months, here they were mild and suitable for both humans and plants. In contrast, winter and summer each lasted 4 months, with summer temperatures soaring to 500 degrees, making it impossible to venture outdoors, while winter brought extreme cold that persisted for 8 months. The vast temperature differences meant that even warriors and ordinary people with lesser abilities struggled to endure. Thus, during the 2-month spring, combat teams, mercenary groups, and family hunting parties favored harvesting cool bamboo from Chihan Star to stockpile for the scorching summer, either for personal use or for sale at high prices. Jiang Shushu recalled how, during her father's time in the 2nd Army Corps, he would bring back a piece of cool bamboo each summer, barely sufficient to last through the season. Now that her father had retired, it was her responsibility to uphold the family, especially with the debts owed to her by that scoundrel. "I'm willing to go and will do my utmost to support the warriors," Jiang Shushu declared, sitting upright with her hands clasped firmly in front of her, making a solemn promise. Ling Jun was taken aback, finding her earnestness amusing. "What materials do you require?" He paused, casting a sidelong glance towards the alchemy room, recalling the chaotic scene he had witnessed earlier. After a moment, he continued, "The team has prepared plenty of spiritual medicines, sufficient for the warriors, and the meat of magical beasts is also highly nourishing for those with abilities. You needn't place too much pressure on yourself. Indeed, Father should accompany us as well. In truth, it is not merely a matter of adding one more person at the last minute. Even if 3 more were to join, no one in the team would object. The benefits brought forth by this magical snail beast are simply too substantial to ignore. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this expedition could equate to half a year's worth of material gains for our entire group." Jiang Feng was somewhat taken aback, yet since his son-in-law had expressed it was permissible, he naturally did not decline, responding with agreeable enthusiasm. After conversing for a while longer, Ling Jun rose to take his leave, with Jiang Feng accompanying him to the door. Ling Jun, you've seen the vegetables and fruits in the backyard. Haven to you? They are all homegrown and imbued with spiritual essence, far superior and more economical than anything bought outside. You must visit often. Father will prepare meals for you, Jiang Feng said with a beaming smile.
Ling Yun nodded politely, certainly.
Jiang Shushu trailed behind them, listening to their conversation, which was so amicable it felt more like that of a father and son. TSK, her father was quite adept at pleasantries. However, at that moment, she could not fathom that the two had already formed a secret understanding. Just then, Jiang Feng turned around and noticed his daughter following silently behind him, his expression instantly darkening. Shushu, it is quite rude to behave like this. You should escort Ling Jun. Without waiting for their responses, he turned and returned indoors, slamming the door shut with a thud. Jiang Shushu mused, the contrast is indeed striking. Mustering her courage, she managed to walk Ling Jun a couple of steps away, only to spot a sleek military sports car parked at her doorstep. At a glance, she recognized it must belong to Ling Jun, for her family could hardly afford such a vehicle, nor did they have any relatives or friends who could. She chuckled awkwardly. That car is quite something. It makes travel much more convenient. I hear you're quite busy usually? Ling Jun, noticing her slightly awkward demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle. Not at all. I haven't been particularly busy lately. He paused before inquiring, by the way, did you just experience a furnace explosion? Oh, dear. Why did he have to bring that up? Jiang Shushu feigned nonchalance, replying lazily, yes. I suppose I startled you. Not exactly. Ling Jun hesitated before answering honestly. I've just never witnessed a furnace explosion before. Was there a step you might have overlooked? I once heard a highly skilled alchemist mention that even in the event of a failed concoction, a furnace explosion is quite rare. At worst, one would merely end up with remnants. I followed the sequence as instructed by my mentor step by step. There was nothing amiss, Jiang Shushu replied. Ling Jun furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of displeasure. Was her mentor truly so inept at teaching? If Jiang Shushu could have a furnace explosion, it must surely be due to a misstep in her mentor's instructions. He resolved to inquire further upon his return. As he climbed into the car, preparing to head back to the military district, another thought crossed his mind. By the way, I noticed your backyard gardening area is rather small. Would you be interested in relocating to a house with a larger planting area? Not really, I think our home is just fine. Jiang Shushu promptly rejected the suggestion without a second thought. Oh, I see. Chapter 17. The secret to growing abundant spiritual energy. Finally, having seen Ling Jun off, Jiang Shushu let out a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the living room, she found Jiang Feng seated on the sofa, evidently waiting for her. Oh dear. I have a terrible headache. Earlier, while concocting, I inadvertently exhausted my mental energy, Jiang Shushu lamented, clutching her head and avoiding eye contact. Father, I'm going to my room to rest for a while, she declared, dashing away in a flurry. Jiang Feng watched her swiftly vanish around the corner, a bemused smile spreading across his face. With an air of resignation, he stood up and proceeded to tidy up the alchemy room. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu leapt onto her bed, too weary to move. While it was true she wanted to avoid her father's reprimand, the headache was genuine. Perhaps it was due to her inexperience with alchemy. She had indeed depleted her meager mental energy, and now she felt quite unwell. Hastily, she grabbed a cup and drank some spring water. The unique properties of the spring water, known for their remarkable healing abilities, swiftly alleviated her pain. Feeling more at ease, Jiang Shushu began to ponder the incident of the furnace explosion. The recipe had been provided by He Mian, and their first meeting today had been amicable. With no prior grievances, she had no reason to suspect the authenticity of the recipe. Even if the furnace explosion had resulted in some loss of materials, it bore no ill intent toward her. Thus, if the recipe was sound, the issue must lie with her. Jiang Shushu found herself in a quandary. Lacking experience and having never formally attended alchemy classes, she was relying solely on her mentor's teachings, which should not have posed a problem. She retrieved the recipe, scrutinizing each ingredient closely. Silver flower grass was simply honeysuckle, while the white flower was indeed huangbuji, and the green one was okra, and the sour orb was likely a sour pear. Jiang Shushu's eyes widened as she delved deeper. By the time she finished examining, she was utterly stunned. What a second-tier recipe. This is nothing short of a chaotic stew. If I managed to concoct a successful potion, it would indeed be miraculous. Moreover, why did this water-based recipe consist solely of cool herbs? Was this intentional or merely coincidental? Or perhaps the recipe itself was flawed, unbeknownst to He Mian? Yet, recalling the energy body she had seen at the base of the cauldron, radiating spiritual energy, if this continued to develop, the success rate should logically be quite high. Jiang Shushu found herself engulfed in profound distress. Master, it's your first time concocting. Failure is quite normal, isn't it? The adorable voice of Xiao Zhou chimed in her mind, filled with curiosity. Normal? Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring softly, Is that so? Of course. You are not a genius. It's only to be expected that your first attempt is somewhat unrefined. With more practice, you will become accustomed to it. Xiao Jiao continued to offer reassurance. Jiang Shushu sighed, I truly appreciate your comforting words. However, Xiao Jiao had a point. The original owner was not a prodigy. And considering she had never concocted even a first-tier potion, aspiring to craft a second-tier potion was indeed ambitious. Without the guidance of a mentor, it was entirely reasonable for her to encounter failure. Yet, diligence could compensate for lack of talent. With sufficient practice and experience, she would surely succeed in due course. Jiang Shushu bolstered her spirits, filled with determination, and in an instant, her headache subsided and her fatigue lifted. She felt invigorated and resolved to rest a little longer before returning to her alchemical pursuits. Completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Jiao had mentioned getting accustomed rather than succeeding. Before her next attempt, she entered her space to provide the grains with additional spring water, only to discover that the once vibrant greens at the top of the stalks had turned yellow. It's only been a day. Are they nearing maturity? The space was indeed miraculous. It seemed that freedom from food scarcity was on the horizon. Jiang Shushu, filled with joy, watered the plants again, observing the heavy grains gradually turning yellow, estimating that in about an hour, they would be ready for harvest. A broad smile spread across her face as she decided to take this opportunity to check on the fruits and vegetables planted in the backyard. Stepping outside, she quickly arrived at the backyard, where a lush expanse of greenery caught her eye. The leafy greens, with their short growth cycle, were nearing maturity, while the young chili plants thrived, already surpassing the greens in height. It appeared that once the greens were harvested, there would be ample space for them to flourish. The grains, however, were comparable in size to the greens, but were growing at a considerably slower pace. Jiang Shushu squatted down to touch the leaves of the grains, expressing her discontent. They're growing far too slowly.
How can that be?
They are actually growing quite rapidly. Jiang Feng approached and knelt beside her. Having just finished tidying the alchemy room, he had overheard his daughter's complaints about the slow growth of the grains and couldn't help but smile wryly. Shu Bao. These are vegetables imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Do you know how rare that is? It is no exaggeration to say that, aside from you, no one on our Su Huang star can cultivate vegetables with such rich spiritual energy, not even the mentors at your academy. Jiang Feng gently caressed his daughter's long hair, his face brimming with pride. This truly was a unique treasure on Su Huang star. As an extraordinary warrior with keen senses, he crouched close to the plants, inhaling deeply the rich aroma of the grass, which instantly lifted his spirits and calmed his mind. He sensed that if he remained here for an extended period or utilized the fully charged fruits and vegetables, his level 2 fury might restore itself autonomously. Such a feat was unattainable by those with lesser spiritual energy. Moreover, cultivating this exceptional child was a privilege exclusive to his family. Should others discover this, envy would surely consume them. He sighed, resigning himself to the fact that his alchemical skills might be lacking. Let the furnace explode if it must. Let the materials be wasted, for he ought to at least allow other children a chance to thrive. Jiang Feng, lost in thought, inhaled deeply, becoming enraptured by the beautiful fantasies and the fragrant grass. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shushu was eager for the plants to grow faster and urged him to fetch some clear water. Father, please hurry and bring a bucket of clear water. I want to water the plants to help them grow quicker. Jiang Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, this child is truly remarkable. He complied with her request. Once he returned with the water, Jiang Shushu secretly added some spring water to the bucket, cautious not to add too much lest her father notice. And mindful that he might waste it, she instructed him to water each plant's roots evenly. After following her directions, Jiang Feng felt utterly exhausted. However, witnessing the vegetables appear more vibrant and lively made it all worthwhile, leading him to speculate that this might be the secret behind his daughter's ability to cultivate fully charged fruits and vegetables. As if he had uncovered a remarkable secret, Jiang Feng patted his daughter's shoulder solemnly and assured her, Shu Bao, rest assured, I shall not disclose this secret to anyone. Jiang Shushu turned back, bewildered. Huh? What secret? Chapter 18. Talented individuals with extraordinary encounters in the military district. Within the Ministry of Military Affairs, Si Chun lounged with his legs crossed, enthusiastically munching on a high-grade spiritual fruit. Ling Jun cast a glance at him, finding his juice-splattered demeanor rather unappealing. If you have nothing of importance, why not take your leave? How could I possibly have nothing? I'm merely seeking a reason. Sichin mumbled with his mouth full, his words barely intelligible. Ling Jun sighed and handed him a tissue, suggesting he finish eating first. After swallowing the last bite and savoring the taste, Sichin remarked, "Ah, my spiritual CS fury has finally subsided. If it weren't for the alchemist's advice to consume one spiritual fruit daily to stabilize my condition, I wouldn't indulge in such luxury." Ling Jun queried, "What brings you here?"
Sichin replied,
"Didn't we place an order with Boss He for a batch of supplies? He returned today and the weapons, spiritual medicines, and nutritional ingredients are all prepared. The supplies have already been transferred to the 1st Military District's warehouse. I estimate that within the next couple of days, the captain will make arrangements and notify us to head to Chihan Star. Oh, by the way, did your little wife agree to go?" Ling Jun raised an eyebrow, slightly frowning. "She has a name," he added, noticing Ling Jun's displeasure. "Is that displeasure I detect?" Sichin chuckled. "All right, let me rephrase. Did Jiang Shushu agree to go?" "Yes, she did," Ling Jun answered without lifting his head. "I also invited her father to join."
To him,
This trip to Chihan Star marked Jiang Shushu's first official mission with the team. The previous excursion to the mining star hardly counted, as the magic snails were docile and posed no real danger. This journey, however, would be different, and having a family member alongside would facilitate her adjustment. He recalled how the academy students placed great importance on their family members' presence during their first combat missions, often sending large numbers of protectors. With Jiang Feng accompanying them, he felt assured that would suffice. Sichin was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ling Jun to include Jiang Feng as well. "Well, if he is coming, so be it," he conceded, recalling that it was Jiang Shushu who had discovered the magic snails. "Come to think of it, she indeed solved a significant problem for us. Had it not been for those over 1,000 magic snails, our supplies would have been hard to come by, even for the First Legion, which could clear out the entire warehouse. The imperial family and the prominent clans had purchased magic snails at exorbitant prices, and he had personally negotiated those rates. I found them quite steep," he mused. "Moreover, I estimated that nobles from other planets were also acquiring at least one magic snail each, and even constructing breeding facilities for them, which would incur substantial expenses. However, in the long run, ensuring the magic snail's survival is paramount." Sichin continued, "The magic snails are not merely adored for their cuteness. They are treasures in their own right. Their shells and flesh serve as the finest materials for alchemy, yet no one would foolishly exploit them, as their slime is the most valuable asset. The slime of the magic snails possesses beauty-enhancing properties, making it highly sought after for skincare products among the affluent. Additionally, it can be transformed into various potions, such as those aiding in limb regeneration. It is not their charm that renders them precious, but their rarity and utility, earning them the title of star treasures. Yet, with so many families acquiring them, it seems that Jiang Shushu is single-handedly diminishing the status of these star treasures. Moreover, he realized that it was precisely due to their abundance that the First Combat Team and the First Legion could exchange for so many supplies. He felt a sense of tranquility. Whether or not they were considered star treasures, contributing to the military district was a commendable achievement. However, speaking of supplies, it's evident that our Su Huang star remains a marginal planet, as no family dares to inquire about the prices of magic snails. Indeed, we are impoverished. A far cry from the imperial star. The few remaining snails, as the marshal mentioned, would not be sold but rather kept in the military district's breeding facility. He nudged Ling Jun with his elbow. "You can take Jiang Shushu over to visit. The young one she discovered is also there." "The young one?" Ling Jun blinked in surprise. Sichin had already informed him that the young snail had formed a strong bond with Jiang Shushu, only to be forcibly separated by Sichin. It seems that she must have quite the affection for that little one. "By the way, do you know where Liang Yuyu has gone?" Sichin winked at him. Ling Jun, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "No." Sichin pressed on. "Oh, come on.
Take a guess."
Ling Jun retorted, "I have no interest in guessing." Not only was he disinclined to speculate, but he also picked up a document, signaling his intent to work. Realizing he was being dismissed, Sichin, feeling somewhat helpless, leaned in closer. "I heard that Liang Yuyu has joined the 7th Combat Team of the 2nd Legion in Su Huang Star. If one were to name the most sought-after candidates for combat teams, the foremost would be spiritual masters, as imperial regulations necessitate their presence. And they are indeed invaluable to the teams. The second most popular choice would undoubtedly be Liang Yuyu. He was neither an alchemist nor a spiritual weapon master, merely an ordinary ability warrior with low-level A-rank strength. However, he possessed an extraordinary fortune. Whenever he accompanied a mission, not only were the casualties minimal, but he also never returned empty-handed, always bringing back substantial gains for the team. Thus, he became the object of contention among all combat teams and mercenary groups, especially since no one dared to offend him, fearing he might refuse to join future missions. Si Chen continued. You're familiar with Sheng Nan, right? He has now ascended to the rank of an S-class powerhouse and has also become the captain of the 7th combat team. Moreover, he is not only Jiang Shushu's former fiancé, but also the current fiancé of her cousin, who is a 3rd-level spiritual pharmacist. This essentially makes him your brother-in-law. Ling Jun remarked, I have gathered that they are also heading to Chihan Star. It seems quite lively with the former, the current, and the brother-in-law all in one place. What a tangled web of relationships. He further added, I have also heard that the 3rd-level assessment at the Pharmaceutical Institute is quite challenging. It appears that Liang Yuyu was specifically invited for your cousin's benefit. Ah, it seems Shengnan truly treasures this cousin of yours, especially given that she is a 3rd-level spiritual pharmacist. Do you think Jiang Shushu will be like Liang Yuyu? At the table, Ling Jun reclined casually, his indifferent expression betraying no emotion. He released the pen he had been holding and lightly tapped the documents in his hands, his thoughts having drifted far away due to Si Chen's mention of a 3rd-level spiritual pharmacist. Chapter 19. Explosions daily as mealtime approached. Jiang Feng had just stepped out of his room, preparing to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, when a loud bang echoed through the air. He flinched, instinctively covering his ears and murmuring, another explosion. 2 days had passed since the first explosion, and he had endured 2 days of constant blasts. Over this time, not only had he become accustomed to it, but even the neighbors were nearing a state of familiarity. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Feng accessed the galactic network on his light brain, intending to order some ordinary vegetables and fruits to deliver to the neighbors later as an apology. Although his daughter had provided him with some nutritious produce, he was reluctant to part with even the most humble offerings. After completing these tasks, he resignedly retreated into the house, stuffing the fabric he had found into his ears and letting out a long sigh. The starry realm allows the existence of esteemed spiritual masters, so it must also accommodate ordinary children like the one who causes explosions in his home. Jiang Feng consoled himself. Indeed, his mood improved significantly, and he cheerfully entered the kitchen to busy himself with cooking. In the alchemy room, despite the latest explosion, Jiang Shushu remained engrossed in her work. Taking advantage of a brief respite while the furnace cooled, she downed a cup of spiritual spring water to restore her depleted spiritual energy before hastily entering her space. The 2 cubic meters of spiritual soil were still planted with grains, with only a few medicinal plants nestled in a corner, intended for her upcoming alchemical endeavors. At this moment, the grains had ripened completely, and she busily harvested them, replanting seeds for the next crop. After processing the mature grains, she carefully uprooted the medicinal plants and prepared them, then thoughtfully scattered a few chili seeds at the edges of the spiritual soil. Once all these tasks were completed, she exited the space, stretched her stiff neck several times, and flopped onto the ground in an exaggerated star shape. I'm so tired. Aside from her nighttime rest, she had been tirelessly practicing alchemy for 2 full days. To hone her skills, she had been using inexpensive low-level materials, reserving the more expensive ones for planting during the intervals when the grains matured, ensuring that neither the harvest nor her alchemical practice was hindered. However, this relentless back and forth had drained her spiritual energy, leaving her weary in spirit. What to do? Lying on the ground, she felt utterly lethargic. Little 9. Can the spiritual soil in the space be enlarged? At present, the spiritual spring water was plentiful, but the spiritual soil was too limited. For the past 2 days, she had been calculating the optimal use of land while worrying about her alchemical projects, which had left her emotionally exhausted. The spiritual soil can indeed be expanded. Little 9's charming electronic voice chimed in the room. When no one else was around, it relished conversing with its master. What method can be employed to achieve that? Jiang Shushu inquired, intrigued. By collecting energy bodies. As long as you continue to gather energy bodies, the system can keep upgrading. Will upgrading allow the spiritual soil to expand? Of course. With each upgrade, both the spiritual spring and the spiritual soil will increase in size. If you continue to upgrade, other unexpected benefits will also arise. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, why didn't you mention this earlier? She had been racking her brain for various methods, hesitant to waste even a moment or a scrap of land on cultivating materials. And here was little Nine telling her that upgrading could resolve all these issues? What if she didn't make any progress? Little Nine evidently ignored that last sentiment, promptly adding, "You must strive hard, master. There are many teams going to Chihan Star this time. When the fighting starts, you can take advantage of the chaos to gather more energy bodies." "Is that so?" Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Rest assured, little Nine. I will make sure to gather as much as possible this time and strive for your prompt upgrade." Little Nine responded, It was quite reassured, as there was an abundance of spiritual energy in the space, and it was still a long way from the next upgrade's energy requirement, though it couldn't reveal this to its master for fear of dampening her enthusiasm. In the kitchen, Jiang Feng was finishing up by serving the last of the greens into a bowl when he was about to call his daughter for dinner, only to hear a knock at the door. Guests at this hour? He wondered, and upon seeing the visitor, he was taken aback. "Oh, it's my son-in-law."
"Ah,
"So, it's you." Jiang Feng quickly welcomed him inside. Ling Jun politely addressed him as father and discreetly settled onto the living room sofa, his peripheral vision inadvertently catching sight of the dining table laden with steaming dishes. In truth, it was hard not to notice, given that the entire house was infused with the rich aroma of the meal. "Have you eaten yet?" Jiang Feng asked, wiping his hands on his apron. Ling Jun fell silent. He had eaten earlier in the military cafeteria, where meals were served promptly, and he was accustomed to eating at specific times. However, for reasons unknown, he felt his lips move, and he found himself replying, "Not yet." "Oh, perfect. You can have dinner here then, just in time to sample my cooking," Jiang Feng said cheerfully.
Ling Yong replied, "All right."
Jiang Feng then called out, "Shushu, stop your work and come out for dinner." "I know." Jiang Shushu's voice floated from the alchemy room. Ling Jun raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Shushu is practicing alchemy again?" Jiang Feng proudly confirmed, "Yes. She hasn't stopped for the past 2 days, and she's exploded quite a few furnaces." "Exploded several furnaces?" Ling Jun mused, shaking his head. Indeed, she was diligent. After all, being able to continuously explode furnaces was a skill in itself. As they conversed, another loud bang resonated through the air. Jiang Feng and Ling Jun exchanged glances and hurried to the alchemy room, only to see Jiang Shushu emerge from her room, appearing quite clean. Ling Jun was taken aback.
"No explosions?"
He recalled the last time there had been an explosion. Both he and Jiang Feng had emerged covered in soot. "Yes, there was an explosion." Jiang Shushu replied casually, noticing his discreet scrutiny and glancing down at herself. She then explained, "I realized that as long as I stay a bit farther from the furnace, I want to get covered in ash. By the way," she added, lifting her gaze to Ling Jun, "what brings you here so late?" Her inquiry was filled with genuine curiosity and surprise. Jiang Feng, feeling slightly awkward, cleared his throat and said, "Shushu, dinner is ready. Go wash your hands and eat." Not wanting to pry further, Jiang Shushu nodded obediently and went to wash her hands. Once seated at the dining table, Jiang Feng served both of them bowls of grain rice. The grains were provided by his daughter and were imbued with abundant spiritual energy, even surpassing the initial grains she had given him. Therefore, he had been cooking this type for the past few days. As Ling Jun accepted the bowl, he was immediately captivated by the fragrant rice. He stared blankly at the steaming bowl, the enticing aroma of rice mingling with rich spiritual energy suddenly evoking memories from deep within him. "Who provided this for you? What gives you the right to enjoy such fare?" With a resounding crash, a bowl fell to the floor, scattering rice everywhere amidst the raucous laughter that filled the air. "Oh no, it fell. We mustn't waste it. Ling Jun, quickly eat it all up." Ling Jun's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly lowered his gaze. Chapter 20. Don't be shy. Eat more. At the dining table, the vibrant green vegetables shimmered like emeralds, releasing glimmers of light in the steam rising from them. Thanks to Jiang Feng's remarkable culinary skills, each bite was a burst of freshness. Jiang Shushu squinted her eyes in satisfaction, although she had already eaten at noon, perhaps due to the abundance of spiritual energy. She found the taste of the vegetables even more delightful than those from her past life. Eagerly, she reached for the cold, dressed asparagus, its crispness and slight tang whetting her appetite further, leaving her feeling even hungrier. Another dish of tender, translucent bok choy soaked in broth was simply divine, delivering an exquisite fragrance and flavor. Jiang Shushu relished every bite, thinking to herself that in a world where everything else felt empty, only fine cuisine and handsome men were worth cherishing. Why is there only vegetables on the table, with no meat? The answer was simple. Money. No money. Still no money. While she could coax vegetables to grow from the earth, she had no ability to conjure meat or interstellar currency from the soil. So she had to make do with greens. Ling Jun gazed blankly at Jiang Shushu, who was devouring her food with gusto. In the realm of interstellar spiritual practitioners, revered for their noble status, he had previously noticed that those he encountered, whether potion makers or spiritual artifact artisans, were always concerned with their appearances, adhering to strict standards of attire and table manners. Yet here was Jiang Shushu, clad in simple, long-sleeved garments, unabashedly eating with grease on her lips and grains of rice stuck at the corners of her mouth. It was not merely rare, it was a first for him. But why did watching her eat so heartily evoke such an appetite within him? Just then, Jiang Feng swiftly placed a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables into his bowl. Ling Jun, don't hold back, eat up. These are all grown by Shu Bao herself, those spiritual vegetables from the backyard. You saw how quickly they grew over the past 3 days. Yesterday, Shu Bao and I finished a batch, and this evening's meal is the last one. Shu Shu said if you want more, you'll have to wait 3 days for them to grow again. Before Ling Jun could respond, Jiang Feng quickly served himself several more chopsticks full and began eating with fervor. Ling Jun was taken aback, a hint of warmth surfacing in his eyes. Thank you, father.
You should eat as well.
He lifted his bowl and joined in, savoring the delectable flavors of the fully infused spiritual ingredients, which left a lingering aroma in his mouth. As he meticulously chewed, relishing the long-missed taste, he thought about sampling other dishes, only to suddenly halt. The table was left with empty plates. Not a drop of broth remained. Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu had already finished, reclining lazily in their chairs, with Jiang Shushu unable to suppress a satisfied burp. She offered him an embarrassed smile, urging, take your time, eat more, don't be shy. Ling Jun's lips twitched, yet he ultimately finished the bowl of rice. After the meal, Jiang Feng quickly tossed the dishes into the intelligent dishwasher and brewed a cup of tea for Ling Jun and his daughter, a low-level spiritual flower tea that Jiang Shushu had procured from the trading market. Have you set the departure date for the combat team yet? Jiang Feng inquired.
Ling Yun nodded.
It's already booked for the morning in 2 days. We should be gone for over half a month, so you can prepare any necessities. He set down his cup and retrieved a small box, offering it to Jiang Feng. This is a level 3 low-grade medicinal agent, the soothing powder, for treating mental sea turbulence. I heard you're at level 2 turbulence? This should suffice. Both Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu were momentarily taken aback. Was he here to deliver spiritual medicine today? He had learned from He Mian that a level 2 high-grade spiritual medicine would cost at least 2 million interstellar coins, and a level 3 medicine would not simply be a minor increase beyond that base price. Jiang Shushu estimated it might exceed 3 million. Could he truly give such an expensive item away? However, even if he offered it, they wouldn't dare accept it. As expected, Jiang Feng immediately declined. A level 3 medicine is far too costly. I cannot accept it. I've been nourishing myself daily with the fully infused vegetables, and the tearing of my mental sea has long since stabilized, with no further episodes. That's different, Ling Jun insisted, pushing the medicine back towards him. While the fully infused diet can only alleviate the pain, to truly heal, you still require spiritual medicine. And although there haven't been any episodes, if you stop using it, the tearing of the mental sea will accelerate. He paused, glancing at Jiang Shushu before continuing. The Qi Han star is fraught with danger. And now is the prime hunting season. The combat team and mercenary groups going there will be numerous. If you can regain your strength, it will be much easier for you to look after Shushu. In Ling Jun's eyes, Jiang Shushu's previous hunting excursion for star treasures on the mining planet hardly counted as a legitimate mission. Star treasures were adorable and harmless, posing no danger. But this time, Qi Han star was different. Hostile environments and fierce beasts awaited, and he felt this was truly Jiang Shushu's first hunt. Thus, he hoped Jiang Feng would take it seriously. Regarding his daughter, Jiang Feng felt somewhat swayed, but remained conflicted. It was too expensive. He would have accepted the medicine without question if it were given by his daughter. But Ling Jun was his son-in-law, a marriage forged by the interests of the family and the First Legion. He had to consider his daughter's future. Are you worried about the price? Ling Jun reassured him. Father, don't worry. This medicine is from internal military exchanges, far cheaper than what you'd find outside. During the annual hunting peak, the military district would stockpile various medicines for ability users, available for exchange with military merits or purchase with interstellar coins, making them significantly cheaper than those sold in spiritual herb shops. Furthermore, they offered discounts based on rank. If Ling Jun acquired it internally, the price would indeed be much more reasonable than anticipated. Jiang Feng discreetly glanced at his daughter. Sighing, he thought about how, for the past 2 days, aside from the incessant thumping, he hadn't seen a single remnant of a medicinal pill. Jiang Shushu held the flower tea, looking innocently at her father, confused as to why he was rolling his eyes at her when someone was delivering medicine to him. Wasn't her recovery a good thing? Moreover, with her cultivation skills, once the system upgraded, their food supplies would be ample, and the surplus spiritual fruits and vegetables could easily be sold for interstellar coins. She could simply repay Ling Jun with the money later. In the face of the eager expressions from both youngsters, Jiang Feng ultimately accepted the medicine, albeit reluctantly. Ling Jun silently exhaled a sigh of relief. It was undoubtedly a unique experience to feel such apprehension while gifting something. Finally managing to present the first gift, Ling Jun prepared the second gift he had decided upon after arriving today. After a brief moment on his holographic device, he looked up at Jiang Shushu and said, "Shushu, I just transferred 1 million interstellar coins to your account."
What?
Jiang Shushu and Jiang Feng turned their heads in perfect synchrony, their shock palpable.
Whoa.
She had indeed not misjudged him. He was generous enough to provide 3 million worth of medicine and now transferred 1 million as pocket money? What a true tycoon.
Yet.
Confusion filled Jiang Shushu's eyes. Why was he giving her money? Chapter 21. Why was she reluctant to accept his money?
Tian Feng sat in astonishment at Ling Jun,
feeling as if his jaw might drop to the floor. Was this a mere allowance? Such extravagant spending for pocket money? In his previous military service, his monthly salary had been 50,000 interstellar coins, and after many years of hard work until his retirement, he had barely saved up less than 300,000 coins. After all, he had an elderly parent to care for, children to support, and a household to sustain. Yet, even though Ling Jun's rank and salary surpassed his own, he still found it astonishing that one could so casually part with 1 million. The disparity hit him deeply, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Shushu never anticipated such an action from him, her mind swirling with a multitude of questions. She considered herself not particularly clever, hence she inquired, "Why are you transferring money to me?" Ling Jun paused for a few seconds, instinctively tightening his grip on the cup. "This is for you to purchase medicinal herbs," he replied. "I refuse." Jiang Shushu decisively interrupted him. "I have enough money to buy the herbs myself." In truth, her funds were dwindling. After selling her storage necklace for 100,000 interstellar coins, she only received 90,000 after deductions. During this period, although she had been purchasing low-grade materials for alchemy, the sheer quantity required had nearly depleted her remaining balance. However, due to He Mianmian's generous discounts, she had managed to make her limited funds stretch further. Otherwise, at full price, she would have scarcely acquired a few items. She silently commended her benevolent friend, recognizing that such loyalty was rare in the vast expanse of the stars. Her next steps were meticulously planned. She intended to sell some of her fully charged fruits and vegetables to the good-hearted Mian, using the proceeds to continue her practice. Once she successfully concocted potions, she could sell them and subsequently reinvest in seeds and herbs, allowing her wealth to flourish. Jiang Shushu had determined this course of action. Though it might be slower, it was steady and devoid of risk. She firmly believed that one day she would attain financial independence. "Why don't you want it?" Ling Jun asked, furrowing his brow, his fists subconsciously clenching. Strangely, after posing this question, he felt a twinge of anxiety. "What is there to question?" Jiang Shushu retorted, perplexed. "Then why are you offering it?" Ling Jun hesitated, his tone softening. "I heard you've been practicing alchemy these past few days. It's quite an intensive endeavor. Though spiritual masters may appear prestigious, to sustain a long-term career, one must practice diligently." His words were veiled, but the implication was clear. Being a spiritual master was both noble and costly. Those aspiring to succeed must invest heavily in both materials and interstellar currency. In the galaxy, successful spiritual masters either relied on familial resources for their training or secured a capable spouse to support them. Even the most talented individuals struggle to rise without a foundation, which is one reason why commoners seldom become spiritual masters. Yet, Jiang Shushu clearly displayed reluctance, leaving him puzzled. "I am practicing diligently, and if I run out of interstellar coins, I will find a way," she replied resolutely, rejecting his offer once more. The 300,000 for the potions was intended for her father. She was willing to owe that debt, but accepting money from him felt inappropriate. Surely, he couldn't be planning to invest in her future. With that thought, she took a generous sip of her floral tea. Ling Jun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. But we are husband and wife. As your husband, I am naturally responsible for your expenses. Jiang Shushu choked on her tea, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my goodness, she thought, having subconsciously overlooked their relationship. Their marriage, arranged due to mutual benefit, left her feeling powerless and resigned. She had chosen to ignore this aspect of their union, but now that thin veil had been pierced, feigning ignorance seemed inappropriate. Embarrassed, she forced a smile.
Well,
That is true. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng finally caught on and interjected, Ling Jun, even for alchemy, you shouldn't need this much interstellar currency. Don't worry. Let Shushu keep it. When it runs out, I will replenish it, Ling Jun replied with a smile. This was quite evidently a commitment to support her. Zhang Feng and Jiang Shushu exchanged bewildered glances. In the military district, the lights in the accommodation building gradually dimmed one by one, eventually swallowed by the thick night. A sleek military sports car quietly parked in a concealed spot below, the surrounding dim lights reflecting off the windshield, revealing a man inside, motionless as a statue. His eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. Time seemed to freeze until he finally reached out to open the car door and swiftly vanished from the vicinity of the accommodation building. With the battle team set to depart in 2 days, Sichin had been occupied all day, even lying in bed contemplating any overlooked matters. Just as he finally drifted into slumber, a series of urgent knocks jolted him awake. The insistence of the rapping suggesting that the knocker would not relent until the door was opened. Annoyed, Sichin rolled over in bed, fuming as he climbed out, preparing to unleash his frustration upon the intruder. As he flung the door open, he was taken aback by the figure standing before him. Ling Yun.
Sichin stammered.
His surprise rendering his speech halting. Ling Jun, with his calm demeanor and steady composure, seemed an unlikely visitor at such an hour. Was there an emergency in the military district? A wave of apprehension washed over Sichin as he inquired, Is there something urgent that brings you here at this hour? Ling Jun's eyes were grave, his lips pressed into a thin line, exuding an air of seriousness that made Sichin's heart race. He mentally catalogued all the possible dire scenarios, but before he could fully process them, Ling Jun uttered a bewildering question. Why doesn't Jiang Shushu want my money? What? Sichin's eyes widened in confusion, his mind momentarily stalled at the thought of a military marshal being attacked. He felt utterly lost. What had Ling Jun just said? After a moment, he slumped onto the sofa, rolling his eyes in exasperation. All this tension and seriousness over the fact that Jiang Shushu didn't want his money?
Oh.
My dear ancestor, how did you not scare me to death? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, nearly rolling his eyes into the back of his head. If she didn't want it, then so be it. It saved him interstellar coins. Why was he making such a fuss in the middle of the night? Ling Yun, still furrowing his brow, insisted, how can she not accept it? I am her husband, and thus responsible for her expenses. Wait, are you serious? You, the so-called waste, aside from a bit of talent in planting, you're lacking in alchemy and constantly blowing up furnaces. Are you really going to claim responsibility? Sichin exclaimed, incredulous. The two had never shared any genuine feelings for one another, and the arrangement of their marriage had always carried a dubious reputation. Most importantly, given Ling Jun's unique status, Sichin had never imagined he would genuinely care about their union. Chapter 22. Are you certain it's a matter of physical deficiency rather than mental deficiency? Ling Jun remained oblivious to Sichin's thoughts, casting a sidelong glance at him. Of course, I must support my own wife. Sichin scrutinized him from head to toe, questioning, Have you been bewitched? What on earth are you after?
Ling Yun fell silent.
Although his marriage to Jiang Shushu had been brokered by the First Legion and the Jiang family, the initial misfortune was not of her making. Yet she bore the consequences, which seemed profoundly unfair. Despite her being labeled a waste, she still held the esteemed title of spiritual master. Sichin quickly grasped Ling Jun's perspective, rolling his eyes once more. You've made your decision, so why ask me? It seemed indeed inappropriate to seek his counsel, especially since this rogue had never been married and lacked understanding of marital dynamics. He was merely floundering in desperation. Ling Jun pondered for a moment before decisively rising to leave. Hey, you're just going to leave like that? On the day of departure, Ling Jun personally drove a flashy sports car to pick up Jiang Shushu and Jiang Feng for their journey to the military district. Jiang Feng, having consumed a third-tier spiritual medicine, had fully recovered overnight. His spiritual sea was in turmoil, and during this time, he had frequently nurtured himself with fully charged vegetables. Although intermediate or high-tier spiritual medicine would have sufficed, Ling Jun had opted for third-tier medicine out of caution. How could a son-in-law so considerate of his health be resented for spending extra money? Jiang Feng was thoroughly pleased and grew even fonder of Ling Jun. With a tender expression, Jiang Feng conversed with Ling Jun for a few moments, his intentionally raspy voice causing Jiang Shushu to tremble with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears. She felt she ought to be under the vehicle, not inside it. Upon finally arriving within the military district, due to the larger number of ability warriors this time, they utilized the large military spaceship that had been employed during the last mission to capture the star treasure. When Jiang Shushu inquired about the resting quarters with Ling Jun, she feigned fatigue and hastily ascended. Jiang Shushu had already made up her mind. She intended to remain hidden in the resting area, refusing to emerge unless the spaceship landed on Chihan Star. The journey was tranquil and uneventful, and while munching on her spirit fruit strawberries and chatting with Xiaojiu, she dozed off. After an undetermined period, she was roused by a knock at the door. "Xu Bao, wake up. We've arrived at Chihan Star," came Jiang Feng's raspy voice. Hastily, Jiang Shushu scrambled up, retrieving her specially prepared thermal fur coat from her storage bracelet and wrapping herself snugly before following Jiang Feng outside. At first glance, she was utterly astonished. The entire expanse was vast and pristine, blanketed in a sea of glistening white snow. In the distance, a lush bamboo forest stretched infinitely, imparting a sense of solemn beauty. Just then, a round, yellowish-brown object suddenly sprang high into the air before swiftly descending, creating an adorable hole in the thick snow. Almost immediately, another round object leapt and fell, soon tracing a crooked line across the snowy ground. "It's snowing! It's snowing!" A group of little artists has come to the snowy landscape. The little chicks painted bamboo leaves, the puppies sketched plum blossoms, the ducklings illustrated maple leaves, and the ponies drew crescent moons. Without the need for paint or brushes, they created masterpieces in a few short hops. Why isn't the frog participating? He's fast asleep in his hole. Jiang Shushu suddenly recalled a nursery rhyme she had heard somewhere, perfectly melding with the scene before her, as if the images from the lyrics had come to life. Unable to contain her laughter, she giggled at the sight of the little bouncing round creature. It was simply adorable. The warriors around her were utterly baffled, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes collectively drawn to the increasingly distant beasts leaping about. Sichen swiftly bounded to Ling Jun's side, quietly inquiring, "Are you certain she is a waste of talent, and not the other way around?" Gesturing to his own head, Ling Jun replied, "Fortunately, Jiang Feng spoke up just in time to break the awkward silence. With a voice both tender and hoarse, he said, "Xu Bao. Which one do you find cute? Surely it's south that bamboo grove, right? Bamboo is indeed quite charming. With its verdant appearance and its ability to cool and provide shade in summer, holding one above your head can make you feel refreshed." Everyone turned their heads in unison, groaning at his words. It was evident that the child would not escape unscathed. Jiang Shushu, striving to maintain her father's dignity, held back her laughter, exhaling deeply as she forced a rather unattractive smile. "Father, bamboo is delicate, not cute. That bouncing round creature is truly adorable." She even corrected him. Jiang Feng felt a pang of discomfort. "My dear daughter, I have tried my best, but I fear I cannot return to the previous state." Ling Yun, with a resigned sigh, continued to enlighten her. "Shushu, that round creature is known as the Ji beast, a magical creature. You may not see it clearly from this distance, but it is indeed a beast." Sichen interjected, "Magical beasts are quite fierce. They are nowhere near as cute as Xing Bao." This woman was indeed formidable. She called for violence against the innocent Xing Bao while expressing fondness for a ferocious beast. Jiang Shushu's eyes lit up. So it was called the Ji beast? What a delightful name. Though her ability level was low and her genetic evolution was not strong, due to her recent consumption of spirit spring water, her senses were sharper than those of powerful ability users. She had clearly observed that the Ji beast was merely a fluffy round ball, bouncing about and delightfully soft. It was utterly adorable. Thus, Jiang Shushu beamed a genuine smile toward the distance, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of the Ji beast. The onlookers exchanged exasperated glances at the sky, wondering what kind of spirit master they had found. Why did they suddenly feel a sense of foreboding? They could hardly fathom that this was not merely a transaction between them and the spirit master, but rather a collision of aesthetics between past and future civilizations. The spaceship had landed at the highest point within 100 miles, where the terrain was flat and the view expansive. The fire-type ability users cleared away the surrounding snow. revealing the dark brown earth beneath. Jiang Shushu sat listlessly in the cabin hall, her face pressed against the window, observing the bustling soldiers outside. Ling Jun and Si Chen were in discussion with a tall, handsome ability user. Si Chen remarked, "Bei Yuan, dinner preparations are underway. The soldiers will receive ordinary provisions, ample in quantity, while I have arranged for a special low-level spirit meal for the spirit master." As he spoke, he glanced at Ling Jun. There was only one spirit master in the team, the one from Ling Jun's family. Though Si Chen privately considered Jiang Shushu to be of little worth, since she was invited by them, she deserved the same accommodations as any regular spirit master. He continued, "I just checked the supplies again. The spirit stones and other provisions for tomorrow's battle will be distributed after the meal." Bei Yuan, the captain of the first combat team, maintained a composed demeanor as he stated, "The soldier supplies must strictly adhere to our predetermined plan. We are to stay for 15 days, and we cannot exceed our limits. There are no supply exchanges on Chihan Star, and it is too far from the Su Huang Star. If we go overboard, we will have to return early." The military-grade tents had been set up, and the night patrols were arranged. The soldiers were to rest well tonight before launching an assault on the Zhiji beasts tomorrow. Night was the active period for the Zhiji beasts. It was fortunate that they did not launch any surprise attacks on them. As dusk descended, the three conversed while heading toward the distant tents. Once night fell completely, Zhang Feng returned to the spaceship. The nighttime temperatures were even lower than during the day, and he cautioned, "Your constitution is too weak to withstand the cold. You shouldn't go out." He set down the food he had brought to the table. "It's been a busy day and it's cold and chaotic outside. Don't worry about Ling Jun and the others. Just eat here on the ship." Jiang Shushu nodded. She felt hungry. The two dishes, one vegetarian and one meat-based, did not appear particularly appealing, but they smelled delightful. Having grown accustomed to high-level spirit meals recently, Zhang Feng worried she might not adapt to the low-level spirit cuisine. "Shu Bao, give it a try. It's not like home out here. The combat team only has low-level spirit vegetables. Eat this for now. And I'll make sure to prepare something with high-level spirit quality tomorrow." He still had some high-level spirit vegetables from earlier, as Jiang Shushu had bought those when their homegrown produce was plentiful. Understanding his intent to use their reserve supplies, Jiang Shushu quickly interjected, "This is quite delicious. And there's meat. I haven't had meat in days. Don't worry, father. I can handle it." Although she had resolved to assist the first combat team wholeheartedly, she could not bear to see her father squander their resources. Moreover, she was not lying. In her eyes, the distinction between low-level and high-level spirit meals was merely the quantity of spirit energy, akin to the difference between bird's nest soup and barbecue in her previous world. Could one truly resist barbecue just because bird's nest soup was more nutritious? Seeing her cheeks stuffed with food, Zhang Feng finally felt reassured. After the meal, Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment before attempting to step out of the spaceship. As she opened the door, a gale swept in, hurling snowflakes into her face and even down her collar. Jiang Shushu concluded, the thermal fur coat cannot withstand the night's temperature. She grimaced as her already frozen legs turned stiff, hurriedly retreating back to the resting cabin. The night passed peacefully. This was merely the first day of their official hunt. At dawn, Bei Yuan and Ling Jun led the ability warriors to the bamboo forest's edge to engage with the Zhiji beasts. Jiang Shushu and her father stood side by side on a high vantage point, watching from afar. The view of the colorful abilities exploding like fireworks in the distance was quite spectacular. "Father, are we not here to harvest the cool pattern bamboo? Why did you get into a conflict with the Zhiji beast?" Jiang Shushu inquired with a hint of confusion. Jiang Feng replied, "It's precisely because we need to cut the cool bamboo that we clashed with the Zhiji beasts. Qi Hanqing is perpetually enveloped in ice and snow. Except for a few degrees below zero in summer, during spring and autumn days, temperatures hover around -100 degrees, and in winter, it can plummet to an astonishing -300 to 400 degrees. -300 to 400 degrees? Jiang Shushu exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. How can it be so frigid? Jiang Feng chuckled. The energy core of Qi Hanqing is rather unique, which results in a significant temperature disparity on the surface. Our empire governs only this one extreme cold star in the entire star domain, hence every spring, the military district and prominent families organize expeditions here to stockpile supplies for the summer. However, due to the extreme cold, aside from the Zhiji beasts and cool bamboo, no other life forms can survive. Even the Zhiji beasts take refuge underground during winter, as they thrive on cool bamboo, residing within the bamboo groves. Thus, to obtain the bamboo, we must first drive them away. Jiang Shushu understood. realizing why the Jiji beasts would resist the ability warriors. After all, they were attempting to seize their sustenance, which would surely provoke their ire. Jiang Feng added, that is indeed a valid point, but magical beasts are inherently ferocious. Even if we refrain from provoking them, they will still initiate attacks. But we arrived last night, and despite the noise and commotion, they didn't attack us. Jiang Shushu retorted skeptically. If you want something from them, why not just ask directly instead of resorting to threats? Just as she finished speaking, a gust of wind laden with snow swept in from the side, striking Jiang Feng. He recoiled. The weather is too cold. We can't continue this conversation. At noon, Ling Jun returned briefly, taking Jiang Shushu to the kitchen to select some vegetables she fancied before hastily heading off to the combat zone. Leaning against the kitchen door, Jiang Shushu was astonished to see her former teammate, Fang Chenghan, busily working at the stove. During the mining mission, which lasted less than a day, she and Fang Chenghan hadn't exchanged a single word. She only recalled Jiang Luo mentioning that Fang Chenghan had lost an arm, which was now a prosthetic. Her gaze followed his arms, which moved with the dexterity of small motors, and she was momentarily taken aback. He seemed perfectly fine now. Fang Chenghan appeared to be quite experienced in the kitchen, executing his tasks with remarkable efficiency. Within a minute, the kitchen was suffused with the enticing aroma of cooked dishes. As he transferred the stir-fried vegetables to a plate, he turned to Jiang Shushu and asked, "Are you hungry? I'll prepare your meal first."
Wow.
You finished a dish in just 2 minutes, including washing and cooking? Jiang Shushu's eyes widened in disbelief. When she realized he was speaking to her, she instinctively nodded, but felt a bit embarrassed afterward. The soldiers ahead won't return anytime soon, so don't wait for them. You should start eating as soon as your meal is ready, Fang Chenghan suggested. Feeling uncomfortable lingering while he prepared her meal, Jiang Shushu stepped forward to pick some greens. Fang Chenghan watched her slow yet earnest demeanor, and after a moment's hesitation, he pulled her up and took over her task. With remarkable skill, he swiftly completed the vegetables. My apologies for the intrusion, Jiang Shushu said sheepishly. The lunch was served at the edge of the bamboo grove, where the soldiers, filled with enthusiasm, hurriedly consumed their meals before returning to the battlefield. It wasn't until nightfall that they finally ceased fighting and returned. In the spaceship's hull, Jiang Shushu unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, Wu Jing and Jiang Luo, as the members of the Star Treasure team gathered once more. Today was utterly exhausting, Chen said while dining. Those Jiji beasts are incredibly cunning. However, among our small teams, only mine managed to take down a few. What does it matter if you killed a few Jiji beasts? My team endured most of their firepower, Jiang Luo interjected, sitting quietly at the side. Jiang Shushu did not dare to contribute to the conversation. Instead, she focused on her meal while attentively listening to their discussion. After some time, she gleaned that the ability warriors had spent the entire day hunting Jiji beasts without even reaching the edges of the bamboo grove. In essence, the first day of hunting yielded no results whatsoever. Chapter 24. As usual, nothing to show for it on the second day, the combat team set out early once again. With nothing to occupy her time, Jiang Shushu stood atop a platform, enjoying the display of ability fireworks before heading to the kitchen to joyfully discuss which spiritual vegetables were the tastiest with Fang Chenghan. By afternoon, several more combat teams arrived in the vicinity. Jiang Shushu, nibbling on strawberries, stood at a distance, observing the commotion. She wandered around, pausing here and there, nearly provoking the leaders of a few combat teams to come over and shoo her away. Alas, whether they were ability warriors or spiritual masters, everyone was exceedingly busy. Suddenly, a leisurely person wandering about was hardly tolerable. When evening came, all the combat teams returned. For reasons unknown, the conversation around the dinner table was markedly subdued compared to the previous day. Even the usually sharp-tongued Sichin spoke little throughout the night. Jiang Shushu quietly stood behind them with her bowl, eavesdropping. I nearly took down a Jiji beast today, but it managed to escape, one soldier lamented. The one I was targeting was so close, if only my spiritual stone hadn't run out. Jiang Shushu paused. Spiritual stone? Did the onslaught of beasts draw the entire bamboo grove as population? She pondered further, realizing that if the entire bamboo grove had arrived, they would have had to flee. After much murmuring, the consensus was clear. The number of Jiji beasts was overwhelming, and their offensive was relentless. Not only did they fail to reach the bamboo grove, but they hadn't managed to eliminate a single Jiji beast. In summary, the second day of hunting ended with the same lack of results. On the third day, the combat teams departed even earlier. Jiang Shushu searched in vain for her father's presence. After contacting him, she learned that he had been assigned to the battlefield due to a shortage of personnel. Could it be that the ability warriors were beginning to suffer casualties after 2 days of fighting? Jiang Shushu felt a twinge of worry, losing her inclination to wander. Coincidentally, Fang Qinghan returned at noon to prepare lunch, and she decided to inquire about the situation. I noticed several combat teams near the bamboo grove. Will the Zhi beasts be fewer today? Will we be able to cut some bamboo? I'm not sure how the afternoon will fare, but we didn't hunt anything in the morning. You see, the Zhi beasts are numerous and cunning. Their attacks aren't particularly powerful, but they are incredibly swift. If they can't fight back, they burrow underground and employ hit-and-run tactics, Fang Qinghan explained while deftly managing the frying pan. Our ability warriors can only utilize 3 spiritual stones a day, which pales in comparison to the Zhi beasts. Just yesterday, several warriors overexerted their abilities, nearly causing their mental seas to shatter. Fortunately, they managed to recover in time with some low-level spiritual medicine. It seemed injuries were indeed present, but they had been controlled. Jiang Shushu nodded, casually asking, how many spiritual stones do ability warriors typically use? Fang Qinghan, with his mental energy focused on controlling the fireball, instinctively replied, there isn't a strict limit on our usual usage. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of alarm, almost biting his tongue. Oh no, he almost let something slip. He quickly glanced back at Jiang Shushu, taking a moment before forcing out, actually, it's pretty much the same as now. Jiang Shushu pretended not to notice his unease, chattering cheerfully for a while before leaving as if nothing were amiss, leaving Fang Qinghan in the kitchen, anxiously wiping sweat from his brow, uncertain if it was due to the heat or something else. Outside, Jiang Shushu stood atop a height, gazing at the additional displays of ability fireworks, deep in thought. After a while, she strolled over to the encampment of the new teams that had arrived yesterday. They were also busy preparing lunch, but not far from the kitchen, 2 soldiers stood guard outside a tent, watching her with keen eyes. Jiang Shushu remarked, I'm just passing through. Is there really a need to guard against me like I'm some thief? 2 warriors pondered, were they not merely guarding against thieves? Inside lay their mission permits, which could not be casually approached. As dusk approached, another spacecraft arrived, and Jiang Shushu happened to be wandering nearby, immediately spotting a familiar figure descending from the ship, Jiang Lanyi. Adorned in a pristine white off-shoulder fur coat, she moved gracefully, revealing a shimmering silver gown underneath, embodying the delicate elegance of femininity with every gesture. Alas, as she stepped off the vessel, a gust of wind and snow engulfed her, transforming her meticulously crafted makeup and hairstyle into a blanket of white, with snowflakes incessantly cascading onto her face. In an instant, the lovely maiden was reduced to a pitiful sight, prompting her to desperately consider retreating to the ship. However, in her haste to turn, she inadvertently locked eyes with Jiang Shushu.
Who is that?
Jiang Lanyi exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the figure, questioning whether her eyes were deceiving her. How could she possibly be seeing her incompetent sister?
Ha!
Excuse me, Jiang Shushu stammered, feeling a pang of guilt as she belched. Initially, she had intended to admire the beauty unaffected by the cold, yet finding herself caught in a moment of amusement at Jiang Lanyi's expense felt somewhat unethical. Therefore, Jiang Shushu waved and called out, Sister, you're here too. You look absolutely stunning today. I commend your fashion choice. To ensure her sister could hear her over the distance, she shouted with deliberate loudness, for she prided herself on being a polite and considerate sister. With that, she hurriedly took her leave. Jiang Lanyi, on the verge of tears from frustration, realized not only her teammates had witnessed her embarrassment, but so had members from other teams. That evening, the ability warriors returned, yet the atmosphere was somber, devoid of conversation. Jiang Shushu stealthily approached Jiang Feng, inquiring about the day as events on the battlefield. As expected, they had not managed to slay a single Zhi beast, nor had they even reached the edges of the bamboo grove. In summary, on the 3rd day of hunting, they had achieved nothing. On the 4th day, the combat team set out early once more. Jiang Shushu, having gleaned a general understanding of the situation, decided to pay a visit to her sister, but was promptly turned away before she even reached her destination. She had no choice but to retreat, spending some time in her space before chatting with Xiao Jiao. As night fell, the soldiers returned. The atmosphere among the warriors sank to an unprecedented low, silence enveloping even the clinking of dishes. After dinner, Jiang Shushu quietly sought out Jiang Feng. Father, how did it go today? With a sigh, Jiang Feng responded, Still no luck today. Even worse than yesterday. Is the Jiji beast truly that formidable? She questioned, perplexed, recalling how cute the spherical creature had appeared the other day. The Jiji beast is manageable. It merely relies on its overwhelming numbers to engage in a war of attrition. However, after 3 consecutive days without success, the warriors' morale is dwindling. Though they have exerted their utmost efforts, the results remain disheartening. So, today, no Jiji beasts were slain, and the bamboo grove's edges were untouched. Thus, on the 4th day of hunting, it remains a fruitless endeavor. Jiang Shushu was astounded. Then, she heard even more shocking news. I heard your cousin's team managed to cut down 3 cooling bamboo today. Chapter 25. The starry version of the lucky koi. Jiang Shushu was truly taken aback, unable to utter a word for a long while. She had assumed the inability to defeat the Jiji beasts was due to their ferocity and the first combat team's dwindling strength, leading to their failure.
Yet,
Her cousin's group had embarked on their first hunt today and effortlessly cut down 3? Could it be, father? Is it possible that our team's failure to fend off the Jiji beasts is due to insufficient spirit stones? She inquired hurriedly. We have enough spirit stones. The combat team prepared a sufficient supply before setting out, Jiang Feng replied. I've heard that in the past, ability warriors could use spirit stones freely. Jiang Feng chuckled helplessly. How could they use as many as they wish? Spirit stones are not mere pebbles one can pick up at will. They are, of course, limited in quantity. They are only used recklessly in dire situations. For instance, in the 2nd Legion I previously served, spirit stones were always in limited supply during missions. Had she miscalculated? The team's failures were not due to a lack of spirit stones? Jiang Shushu was left in a daze, mumbling to herself. Then how did my sister's team manage to cut down the bamboo? Thanks to Liang Yuyu, of course. With him around, everything is bound to go smoothly. Jiang Feng remarked with a sigh. He is a treasure in our military district, exceptionally lucky. I heard he merely strolled around today and stumbled upon 2 cooling bamboos that the Jiji beasts had knocked down. He didn't even have to do anything to claim them. Goodness. A starry version of the lucky koi has manifested? Jiang Shushu could no longer contain her excitement and resolved to see for herself the next day. On the 5th day, after the combat team set out, Jiang Shushu meandered outside once more. This time, her destination was clear. She headed straight for Jiang Lani's team. Upon arrival, she spotted Jiang Nani descending from the spacecraft, clad in a fur coat, only to be immediately engulfed by the wind and snow. Their eyes met, and amidst the flurry of snowflakes, an unmistakably awkward atmosphere ensued. With a cheerful wave, Jiang Shushu greeted, Good morning, sister. You look as lovely as ever today.
Ah.
Are you a devil? Why do you always greet me with that same line? Jiang Lani, feeling indignant due to her high status, retreated back into the ship to change clothes. Moments later, she emerged in a stylish short coat, prompting Jiang Shushu's eyes to light up. She could not deny that her cousin was indeed beautiful, her delicate face inviting a pinch. Irritated, Jiang Lani glared at her seemingly useless sister. Aren't you supposed to be busy with your own affairs? Why are you following me? Having already inquired with Cheng Nan the previous day, Jiang Lani learned that it was Jiang Shushu who had recently discovered a plethora of star treasures, which had unexpectedly narrowed the gap between the previously weak 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion. It was said they had also been purchasing spirit plant potions in bulk, engaging in ludicrously low-priced internal group purchases, thus healing the ability warriors who had been afflicted by mental turmoil. They even claimed that as a gesture of gratitude for her discovery of the star treasures, the 1st combat team had specially invited her to participate in the Qi Han Star Hunt. Why should that be? I only became a level 3 spirit pharmacist to earn the right to join Cheng Nan. How can she just tag along because she found a few star treasures? Jiang Lani seethed, unable to comprehend the situation. Frustrated, she rolled her eyes at Jiang Shushu, who seemed oblivious to the gesture, still smiling as she inched closer. I heard your team's Liang Youyu is a lucky charm. Could you introduce me? What lucky charm? Liang Youyu is an exceptional talent with extraordinary fortune. Watch your tongue, or he might get upset. Besides, he is a warrior unlike us spirit masters. He must stay with the team, Jiang Lani snapped. No longer wishing to engage with her shameless sister, she turned to leave, yet after just a few steps, she realized Jiang Shushu was still trailing her. I have things to attend to. Why are you still following me? Jiang Lani exclaimed in exasperation. What are you up to? Let me help you. Jiang Shushu replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment that she would not meet the lucky koi today, yet she was curious about what Jiang Lani was actually busy with. considering she had been idle for 4 or 5 days without being called to do any work. You? Jiang Lani rolled her eyes again, feeling an inexplicable urge to exasperate at the sight of her sister. After a moment's thought, she lifted her chin and said, "Fine, if you want to tag along, go ahead." Some people thrived on embarrassment. Why should she stop them? The two entered a smart military tent, which surprisingly had 2 compartments. The outer room contained only a table, while the inner room housed an exquisitely crafted princess bed. Jiang Lani went directly to sit at the table, retrieving a basket of raw stones from her storage unit, and began to refine them one by one using her mental strength. Her hands moved with remarkable speed as she refined the stones, and with a sense of pride, she declared, "This basket contains 50 raw stones, and I can refine them all within an hour, with a success rate exceeding 70%. And you? Are you capable of refining them? It's not that I underestimate you, dear sister. These are the assets of the combat team, not my own. If you were to accidentally ruin them while assisting me, I would have no explanation to offer the team." Could she really not do it? Jiang Shushu was undoubtedly skilled in this regard. Not only was she proficient, but her expertise was exceptional. It was precisely because of her remarkable abilities that Sheng, the scoundrel, had once sought her out daily to refine his stones. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. Aren't spirit stones prepared by the combat team? And shouldn't the refining process guarantee a 100% success rate? How could the combat team not prepare them? After all, 1 energy stone could purchase 10 raw stones, making it far more economical to buy raw stones directly. Moreover, this was fundamentally the responsibility of a spirit master. Do not speak out of turn if you do not understand. Refining inherently involves loss. And my current rate is already exceedingly low. Jiang Lani couldn't help but roll her eyes at her sister, feeling exasperated by both her ignorance and ineptitude. How could she possibly have such a sister? Jiang Lani's cheeks puffed in frustration, and in a moment of distraction, she accidentally ruined the stone in her hand. What to do when even more irritated? On her way back, Jiang Shushu pondered deeply, finally grasping the previously perplexing aspects. No wonder the other combat teams had forbidden her from approaching the tents. No wonder Fong Qinghan had mentioned that the first combat team had no restrictions on spirit stones. She had initially believed that the spirit master's role was solely to concoct potions. However, she could only blow up the furnace. Feeling guilty, she dared not bring up the topic of refining and had contemplated using her full spirit energy to heal any injured soldiers instead. It seemed that Ling Jun and Si Chen genuinely believed the rumors circulating about her incompetence, which is why they prepared the spirit stones themselves. Yet the original owner was indeed capable and highly proficient. Her first lesson had been to refine raw stones, and back then, she had not known Sheng. The original owner had dedicated herself wholeheartedly to her studies, mastering the art with impressive speed. Even later, Sheng frequently brought her large quantities of raw stones for refinement. The advantage was that the original owner had honed her skills through practice, achieving a 100% success rate with each refinement, often yielding high-quality stones. The downside was that her singular focus on assisting this mediocre scoundrel had led her to exhaust herself with relentless refining, ultimately damaging her health. It was only after her awakening that she fully recovered using the spiritual spring water. Jiang Shushu contemplated that if she wished to assist the first combat team now, the first step would be to openly refine the spirit stones without reservation. Night fell swiftly, and once again, the combat team returned empty-handed. It was the 5th day of the hunt, and they had achieved nothing. Jiang Shushu resolved to seek out Ling Jun for a discussion. Chapter 26. Please maintain your noble and mysterious image. When Jiang Shushu arrived, Si Chen, Ling Jun, and Bei Yuan were gathered in the main hall, deliberating on their strategy to attack the Zhiji beasts the following day. As she took her seat, all 3 turned their gazes toward her. With Bei Yuan casting a discreet glance at Ling Jun, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Jiang Shushu spoke directly. "I can refine spirit stones." "What?" The trio was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation, especially Ling Jun and Si Chen. Both were well aware of her exceptional agricultural skills, and now that she had taken the initiative to claim proficiency in refinement, they had no doubts whatsoever. Si Chen felt a surge of excitement. After days of battling the Zhiji beasts with no advantage, if the combat team's spirit master could continuously supply spirit stones, they would be able to fully engage the beasts the next day. Only Bei Yuan remained somewhat hesitant. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved several raw stones from his space. "Then let us see you refine these." To claim one could refine and actually produce satisfactory results were 2 entirely different matters. A mere 5% success rate could hardly be deemed competent and would only bring misfortune to others. Jiang Shushu understood his skepticism, but offered no explanation. She simply picked up a stone, channeling her spiritual energy within to commence the refinement. After roughly a minute, she presented the completed stone to Bei Yuan. So quick. Has it been ruined? Bei Yuan's brows furrowed deeper. The stones he had provided were all water-type, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 to 3 minutes to refine a single stone. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he reached out to take it, only to be astonished the next moment, his usual calm demeanor slipping away. This is a non-attribute superior spirit stone? Overwhelmed by shock, he inadvertently raised his voice, drawing the attention of Si Chen and Ling Jun. Si Chen, in a rush, snatched the spirit stone from Bei Yuan's hand, scrutinizing it carefully, and was left speechless. It was indeed a non-attribute superior spirit stone. Common spirit stones were categorized into 3 types: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Even a low-level spirit master, with a stroke of luck, might occasionally refine a couple of superior stones, which could serve as a source of pride. How much more astonishing was it that this one was non-attribute? At this point, all 3 were left in a state of amazement, their gazes toward her shifting to something peculiar. If she had chosen to remain silent, her first demonstration had revealed nothing but top-tier quality. With abundant spirit energy and a non-attribute superior spirit stone, any of these 3 alone would have dispelled the long-standing notion of her being a mere waste. Why then had she concealed her talents previously? Nonetheless, such considerations were trivial now. What mattered was that the perceived waste could now serve as their trump card, allowing them to unleash their full potential the next day. It was as if a beam of light had pierced through the gloom of hopelessness. Si Chen, brimming with excitement, brought forth several baskets of raw stones. Waving his hand in a grand gesture, "Here, take these to refine. How about a 10% cut of the finished products?" A cut? Jiang Shushua's eyes sparkled. A low-grade spirit stone could fetch 10,000 interstellar coins, a mid-grade, 20,000, and a high-grade, 30,000. As for superior stones, she had yet to encounter them, but she knew they were extraordinarily valuable. Moreover, her success rate was 100%. This basket appeared to contain more stones than the one Jiang Lanyi had, likely around 100 pieces. Thus, a 10% share would yield her 10 superior spirit stones from each basket.
10 stones.
Conservatively estimated. That would amount to 400,000 coins, and there were 4 baskets. Jiang Shushu, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang to her feet, placing her feet on the chair, her small hands forcefully slapping the table as she declared with even greater exuberance than Si Chen, "Deal. I'll refine them all tonight, even if it means sacrificing sleep." The 3 looked on, exasperated. "You are a spirit master. For heaven's sake, please maintain your noble and mysterious image." This was Bei Yuan's first encounter with Jiang Shushu. He had anticipated her to be, as the rumors suggested, quirky and gloomy, but upon witnessing her spirited nature, he found her far more admirable than some pretentious spirit masters. The most crucial realization was that beyond potion concoction, she was remarkably formidable in all other respects. Meanwhile, Ling Jun frowned and waved his hand, collecting all the raw stones.
"I will hold on to the raw stones for you.
I'll give them back tomorrow morning. You're still young. It's best to get some rest and not stay up late," he instructed. Without allowing her to protest, Ling Jun pressed his hand on her shoulder, guiding her back to the resting cabin. Jiang Shushu protested, Hey, don't hold me back." However, her pleas fell on deaf ears, her voice fading away as she turned the corner. Once the initial shock wore off, Si Chen expressed his displeasure. "What is going on?" Jiang Shushu said she would refine them tonight. Why is Ling Jun still blocking her? What if it delays our preparations for tomorrow? Bei Yuan replied, "What's the rush? She's right here. She won't run off. Tomorrow I'll have someone keep watch. As she refines one basket, I'll have another sent over. There will be no delays. By the way, I'll store all the raw stones here, and Ling Jun has plenty in his storage device as well. Tomorrow, let us use all the spirit stones we've gathered instead of being as stingy as the other combat teams who impose daily restrictions." The next day marked the 6th day of the hunt. Jiang Shushu arose early, having been provided with a military-grade smart tent by Ling Jun. Due to the low external temperatures, the tent maintained a constant temperature of around -50 degrees, yet it was still far more comfortable than the outside world. On the table lay 4 baskets of raw stones. Jiang Shushu picked up a piece of gold ore and began to refine it by unleashing her mental energy. The process of refining raw stones was not particularly arduous. It bore resemblance to modern alchemy, where one eliminates impurities from various metals, retaining only the desired elements. Take, for instance, this gold ore, which housed a chaotic amalgamation of energies, its golden patterns obscured by a multitude of other energy impurities. She needed to utilize her mental energy to expel all the extraneous energies along the patterns, retaining solely the gold essence for the refinement to be deemed successful. Of course, achieving this milestone would yield only a gold spirit stone. To transform it into an attribute-less spirit stone usable by any superhuman, she would need to employ fire abilities to further refine the golden patterns. Indeed, it was a fantastical process. A little technique serendipitously discovered by the original owner of this body. The underlying principles of it eluded her comprehension until she stumbled upon this peculiar memory during her exploration of the body's recollections, prompting her to inquire with Xiaojiu. At that time, Xiaojiu had stated, "All things are born from and counteract each other, and the nemesis of gold happens to be fire. Fire can vanquish gold, yet can also elevate it, inadvertently enhancing the spirit stone to a new caliber." Although this was an accidental discovery, the original owner was indeed favored by fortune. What a pity. What was so regrettable, Jiang Shushu did not know. Yet she distinctly remembered the faint hint of lament embedded in Xiaojiu's monotonous electronic voice. With this understanding, Jiang Shushu refined the water type ore bestowed upon her by Beiyu on the previous night and subsequently utilized her earth abilities to dilute the water patterns within the spirit stone, transforming the water energy into a pure energy body. Indeed, she successfully produced an attribute-less spirit stone. As fragments of these thoughts flashed through her mind, she grasped the raw stone and began to channel her gold abilities into it, expelling the other impurities before swiftly forging it with her fire abilities. In mere seconds, she completed the refinement. Within half an hour, an entire basket of ores was refined, all yielding exceptional attribute-less spirit stones, with not a single piece wasted. As she had surmised, one basket contained precisely 100 pieces. Jiang Shushu selected 10 and stored them in her system space. Although she resolved to devote herself to assisting the combat team, she first needed to enhance her own strength to better aid others. Thus, she felt entirely justified in keeping her share safe before calling out, "Fang Qinghan, come over and deliver this basket of spirit stones to the battle zone." Yes. She now had her own guards, and they were old acquaintances from the Star Treasure team. Fang Qinghan entered, astonished to see that she had indeed refined an entire basket. "Jiang Shushu, you are incredible. Are they all exceptional?" "Yes," she replied. "Please take them over quickly for the soldiers to use. I will refine the rest." Fang Qinghan nodded and swiftly stored the spirit stones in his storage device, making his way to the bamboo forest battle zone. Chapter 27. I knew you were strong. But not this strong. At the outskirts of the bamboo forest, more than 10 combat teams had gathered, not far apart from one another, with an array of abilities exploding and swirling throughout the sky. Fang Qinghan quickly located his team and called for a soldier to replace Si Chen at the front. Soon, Si Chen exited the encirclement of the battle and approached Fang Qinghan, frowning as he asked, "Why aren't you guarding Jiang Shushu? What are you doing here?" Without explanation, Fang Qinghan pulled out the basket of spirit stones and thrust it into Si Chen's arms. "Here, I brought this for you." Si Chen felt the weight in his arms and was astonished upon realizing what it was. She refined an entire basket this quickly? Just yesterday, he had marveled at Jiang Shushu's speed in refining raw stones, but he never anticipated it could be this swift. They had only departed for the battlefield less than an hour ago. At this rate of refinement, the combat team's combat prowess could surge several levels, making their goal of defeating the Jiji beasts seem within reach. The more Si Chen contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He tossed a few more baskets to Fang Qinghan. "Take these raw stones to her as well, and tell her not to rush. She can take her time." With that, he turned and dashed off, clutching the spirit stones, followed by a series of exuberant shouts. "Brothers, I've brought good things for you. Come forward. Each take one piece. Once used, return for more." I was worried about running out of earth-type spirit stones, and now we have attribute-less spirit stones? I'll test it on my spiritual sword. Exceptional quality is undoubtedly superior to high quality. I feel like my attack power has more than tripled. Charge, brothers. Today we must flatten the Jiji beasts and seize the cool bamboo. A chorus of fervent battle cries erupted, accompanied by vibrant beams of light soaring into the heavens, crashing toward the Jiji beast horde. The very earth trembled beneath the force. Nearby, several smaller teams were startled by the commotion, cursing as they turned to observe, left astounded by the first combat team's audacious maneuvers. When did they become this formidable? Their offensive is simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Chung Nan stood at the periphery, monitoring the advance of the ability warriors while conversing with a young man beside him. Which direction do you think we should attack from? Before he could finish, he was startled by the booming voices and rumbling sounds, turning to behold the source of the noise, equally astonished. Is that the first combat team? They should be weaker since they've taken in so many injured soldiers, yet their explosive power is astonishing. 3 months prior, during the Great Beast Tide, many ability warriors in the military district had sustained varying degrees of mental injuries, particularly in the 2nd Legion, where those with resources purchased medicines, while those without could only opt for retirement. It was later rumored that many of the ability warriors with mental injuries were absorbed into the 1st Legion. Consequently, the 1st Legion's strength had been dragged down over these months, no longer as formidable as before, and the gap with the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Legions had widened further. War is inherently brutal. What good could come from it? They must be anxious after a few days without gains, resorting to some power-enhancing, yet harmful potions to exhibit such prowess. Chung Nan cast a disdainful glance before retracting his gaze. The young man beside him, youthful and innocent, gazed intently into the distance, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. A sudden counterattack? Could it be? After Fong Chenghan departed, Jiang Shushu resumed refining the remaining 3 baskets of raw stones. Initially, she proceeded meticulously, refining one by one, but soon grew increasingly dissatisfied, feeling it was both slow and a waste of time. She pondered for a moment and queried her system. Xiaojiu, do you have any methods to speed up the process? Oh, regarding the raw stones, there should be a way. Xiaojiu's languid electronic voice sounded as if just awakened, but midway through, it stumbled, and the next moment, it seemed invigorated. Master, why not try refining a whole basket at a time? Refining a whole basket? Jiang Shushu felt skeptical, sensing a hint of excitement and nervousness in Xiaojiu's otherwise emotionless tone. However, she was soon astonished by the suggestion. Can I really refine an entire basket at once? What if I ruin them all? You won tea, Xiaojiu reassured. Don't forget the spirit spring water you drank. It can enhance your mental energy and abilities. Although your strength may not yet be formidable, your physique is already exceptionally perfect. I believe you can do it. Give it a try. Amidst Xiaojiu's praises and encouragement, Jiang Shushu was instantly filled with an intoxicating confidence. She pressed down on the basket, her surging mental energy enveloping all the raw stones within, then extended countless thin threads of energy to guide her abilities into the stones, closing her eyes to attune to the patterns. Gradually, seconds slipped by, and when Jiang Shushu opened her eyes once more, the entire basket of raw stones had been transformed into exceptional attribute-less spirit stones. Her complexion was pallid, and she gazed vacantly at the spirit stones before her, as if ensnared in a dream, until she was abruptly jolted awake. Suddenly sitting up as if from a reverie, she realized with exhilaration that she was indeed the genius in question. Jiang Shushu was filled with excitement and fervor, her determination to rectify her reputation burgeoning. The process of mass refining was exhausting her mental energy at an alarming rate, prompting her to hastily consume some spirit spring water for replenishment. With a swift motion, she raised and then lowered her small hand, transforming a basket of raw stones into spirit stones, repeating the action until she had completed the task. When Fong Chenghan returned, he found Jiang Shushu blissfully meandering outside. Assuming she was fatigued from work, he quickly turned to head towards the kitchen, saying, Jiang Shushu, if you're tired, take a break. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare something for you. She shook her head, declaring she wasn't hungry, having eaten heartily in the morning, and urged him to follow her into the tent. With an air of nonchalance, she guided him inside and gestured for him to examine the 3 remaining baskets of raw stones. As she suspected, Fong Chenghan, initially puzzled, soon sensed the energy within and, in astonishment, leapt up, inadvertently banging his head against the tent ceiling and grimacing in pain. All refined, he stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Jiang Shushu beamed with pride, lifting her chin defiantly. Of course, refining raw stones is a matter of mere minutes. By the way, could you take a trip to deliver these 3 baskets of spirit stones? Everything that could be refined has been completed. I'll join you on the battlefield shortly. Having accomplished such a remarkable feat, Jiang Shushu was eager to witness the extent of her power. Fong Chenghan interjected. Just now, Sison sent over a few more baskets, instructing you to continue refining. With a wave of his hand, several baskets of raw stones appeared on the table. Excellent. Saisen must be concerned that I might grow idle. She mused internally, though her body obediently settled down to continue her labor. When Fang Chenghan returned to the battlefield with the remaining spirit stones, he found Ling Jun, Bei Yuan, and Saisen engrossed in discussion. Before they could speak, each was handed a basket. Their expressions conveyed a shared realization. We knew you were formidable, but never anticipated you to be this powerful. This woman is utterly terrifying. Chapter 28. Quality and quantity secured such a refining speed was unprecedented, something they had never even heard of before. Beiyuan and Saisen exchanged incredulous glances, at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew eerily silent for several moments until both stepped forward simultaneously, one slapping Ling Jun on the shoulder and bursting into laughter. Ling Jun, you've struck gold, Beiyuan exclaimed. Indeed, if Shengnan were to find out, he would surely be livid. The entire military district was aware of Shengnan's engagement to Jiang Shushu, which he publicly annulled after successfully advancing to S rank. The next day, he made a grand announcement of his engagement to Jiang Lanyu. These events became common knowledge across the entire Su Huang Star, subjecting Jiang Shushu to ridicule for a prolonged period. By that time, the union between the First Legion and the Jiang family was nearing fruition, with candidates already determined, yet Jiang Lanyu suddenly and silently broke the engagement. To compensate, the Jiang family proposed a military marriage between Jiang Shushu and the First Legion, garnering approval from higher authorities. However, the reasons behind Ling Jun becoming the final match remained unclear. Nevertheless, it now appeared that Shengnan's withdrawal was fortuitous, and Ling Jun's marriage was indeed advantageous. Otherwise, how could the First Legion have acquired the Star Beast herd? How could they possess an abundance of spirit fruit and superior spirit stones? One couldn't help but wonder if Shengnan would come to regret his decision upon discovering this. A mischievous thought crossed Saisen's mind. It had been a while since he visited the 7th Legion, and perhaps it was time to catch up with Shengnan. Jiang Shushu's remarkable abilities left everyone both surprised and satisfied. Thus, when Beiyuan heard from Fang Chenghan that Jiang Shushu wished to observe the battlefield, he readily agreed without hesitation, even instructing Ling Jun to return and escort her. Meanwhile, he and Saisen resumed their relentless assault on the Ziji beasts. The phrase "practice makes perfect" was aptly embodied in Jiang Shushu, as she initially struggled with the first basket of spirit stones, found the second somewhat taxing, but quickly grew proficient with the third, and her speed increased exponentially thereafter. So, when Fang Chenghan and Ling Jun returned, they encountered Jiang Shushu once more, happily wandering outside. Fang Chenghan inquired with curiosity, "Why are you out here again?" To which Jiang Shushu replied, "Because I've finished refining." Fang Chenghan was astonished. "Remarkable. In just half a day, you've accomplished more than I have in decades." Yet, Jiang Shushu's attention shifted as she looked at Ling Jun, exclaiming, "Oh, you're back. I returned to take you to the war zone as you wished," Ling Jun explained as he approached. He scrutinized her closely, relieved to see no signs of fatigue on her face. Jiang Shushu's heart soared with joy, urging Ling Jun to collect the spirit stones as she eagerly followed him downstairs. Shihan Star was perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, and after 6 days here, this was Jiang Shushu's first time leaving the encampment. She trailed behind Ling Jun, her legs growing heavier with each step, the biting wind slicing against her cheeks. The ground, perpetually frozen due to the frigid temperatures, was hard as rock, and Jiang Shushu stumbled, landing on the snow without sinking in, merely creating a shallow indentation. Suddenly, memories of her first encounter with the Ziji beasts flooded her mind, the deep crater left in their wake. Such immense power. Ling Jun observed her struggle to move and, after a moment's hesitation, offered, "The snow here is quite thick. It would be challenging for you to traverse on foot. Allow me to carry you." Although they were already legally wed, their relationship was not akin to that of a typical couple, leaving Ling Jun uncertain if Jiang Shushu would accept his proposal. Without overthinking, she raised her arms and looked up at him with an innocent expression, saying, "Okay." She watched, bewildered, as Ling Jun unfastened his military coat and, like a child, nestled her within, leaving only her face visible. Jiang Shushu felt a whirlwind of emotions. How strange it was to be in such close proximity to a figure akin to a character from a comic. A mix of embarrassment and excitement coursing through her. Wrapped in the warmth of his coat, she felt secure and, glancing up, noticed that Ling Jun's ears were slightly flushed, whether from the wind or the cold. His tall stature allowed Jiang Shushu to enjoy an enhanced view, and without her weight slowing him down, Ling Jun moved with greater speed. The number of combat teams on Chihan Star had been steadily increasing, with various abilities swirling around the bamboo forest, creating a striking spectacle. Among them, 2 teams stood out for their ferocious firepower, having already breached the edge of the bamboo grove. Jiang Shushu strained to peek outside, speculating which 2 teams were so formidable, only to realize Ling Jun was heading towards one of them. Unbeknownst to her, the other team she admired for their prowess belonged to Xingnan. He had been engaged in conversation when he looked up and saw Jiang Shushu nestled in Ling Jun's coat, her petite figure peering curiously out. His expression darkened, a sardonic scoff escaping him. How shameless. The young man beside him was momentarily taken aback. What? Following Xingnan's gaze, he saw Ling Jun gently placing the girl on the ground. Dressed in a white fur coat that enveloped her entirely, her hair tied up, she was smiling brightly, her delicate features illuminated with joy. Ling Jun stood beside her, his gaze soft and focused on her. Liang Yoyu was taken aback, wondering, who is this girl? I had no idea Ling Jun had a girlfriend. Xingnan withdrew his gaze, speaking in a curt tone. That woman is Jiang Shushu, who is currently deliberating on a marriage alliance with the First Legion, yet the prospective groom has yet to be determined. How can she be so impatient as to embrace someone now? Jiang Shushu? Liang Yuyu's mind flickered with realization. She was seemingly Xingnan's former fiancée. After a moment's contemplation, he softly remarked, if it is indeed a union with the First Legion, it seems likely that the chosen one is Ling Jun. Though he appears affable, his temperament is quite rigid. He never gets close to girls. Given the current situation, it seems they have already made an agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingnan's expression darkened further, his lips pressed tightly together before he finally said, I never expected this choice to fall upon Ling Jun. The First Legion truly shows no restraint. Liang Yoyu, perplexed, replied, but I have heard that Jiang Shushu is an innate spiritual herb master. Even though Ling Jun hails from the imperial family of the capital, he should be well matched with her. Although both innate and acquired awakeners are classified as spiritual masters, the disparity in their talents is substantial. Innate awakeners can cultivate independently, while acquired ones rely on medicinal aids, which become increasingly scarce as they progress. Thus, their future prospects are quite limited. Regardless of how poor Jiang Shushu's innate talent may be, her genetic advantages far surpass the accumulation of a plethora of medicinal enhancements. Moreover, although Ling Jun is of royal blood, Liang Yuyu recalled his father's mention of Ling Jun's upbringing, which seemed rather unremarkable. Xingnan, however, shook his head dismissively, saying, You fail to comprehend. Despite her being an innate awakener, she is a physical waste. Over the years, she has not even refined a single level 1 potion. Apart from, he paused, shifting his tone, in any case, just know she is a useless waste. All that remains is her title as a spiritual master, which sounds appealing. The first combat team has brought a waste to Kai Hangsing, and now they bring a waste to the war zone, waiting to be discarded. Sooner or later, she will become a burden. All right, let us not dwell on her anymore. Liang Yuyu was at a loss for words. He had only spoken twice. Yet it seemed he was the one fixated on Jiang Shushu. Noticing Liang Yuyu's silence, Xingnan glanced back at the combat team, which had made no progress for quite some time, and said, Yuyu, you possess unique fortunes. How about this? You lead the team to Chapter 29. Is this a profit? Unbeknownst to Jiang Shushu, Xingnan was utterly disdainful of her. Yet even if she were aware, she would likely remain indifferent. At this moment, she was exhilarated by the revelation of the true form of the Zhiji beast. It turned out that the Zhiji beast was not a round sphere, but rather had a small head and a thin tail, its tawny for giving its entire body a plump appearance. With its robust hind limbs, it stood nearly 2 meters tall, continuously spewing ice blades at the ability warriors. They evidently possessed high intelligence, forming a wall of beasts. Should one at the front be injured or perish, it would immediately be replaced by another from behind. At this moment, Jiang Shushu realized why the combat team had returned empty-handed these past days. Having only captured a few Zhiji beasts on the first day, they were not only ferocious, but also exceptionally cunning. While their furry appearance was somewhat adorable, their behavior was quite the opposite. Si Chun and Bei Yuan stood at the rear of the team, directing operations. With the superior spiritual stones, the ability warriors displayed remarkable ferocity, rendering any need for their oversight unnecessary. Ling Jun nonchalantly produced the spiritual stones, several baskets piled on the snow, unapologetically stating that the pits they created were even deeper than the one Jiang Shushu had made. Though they had mentally prepared for this, Si Chun and Bei Yuan's expressions shifted once more, both momentarily stunned. Did we truly extract all of it in such a short time? Bei Yuan, the captain, managed to speak a complete sentence despite his twitching lips. However, the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Yes, it has all been extracted, Jiang Shushu affirmed, turning to Si Chun with a cheerful smile. As promised, I have taken my 10%. The remainder is all yours. Si Chun's attention was utterly consumed by her words, his features contorting in excitement as his gaze sparkled brightly with fervor. It was Jiang Shushu's first encounter with such a fervent gaze, akin to a little sun, nearly scorching her. Had it not been for Ling Jun's restraint, Si Chun might have lunged at her in his eagerness. Unbeknownst to her, Si Chun was so overwhelmed with joy that he found himself at a loss for words. This enormous pile was comprised entirely of superior spiritual stones. Spiritual stones have a myriad of applications in the interstellar realm. For instance, they can replenish the energy expended by ability warriors, preventing the exhaustion of their abilities from resulting in a collapse of their mental sea. Additionally, during cultivation, ability users can utilize spiritual stones to accelerate their training speed, and they serve as significant aids during pivotal breakthroughs. Moreover, the spiritual swords wielded by ability warriors can be embedded with spiritual stones. The more stones, the greater the sword's power. Many advanced weapons also rely on spiritual stones as their energy source. However, Jiang Shushu was not well-versed in the specific functions of spiritual stones. Thus, she found Si Chun's exuberance somewhat puzzling until Ling Jun softly elucidated their significance. She then understood that spiritual stones function similarly to modern energy systems. Just as contemporary humans cannot do without electricity, light, or oil, interstellar humanity is most reliant on spiritual stones. With these spiritual stones, the combat team would no longer fear mental sea injuries, Si Chun exclaimed excitedly. This not only boosts the success rate of hunting but also ensures the safety of ability users.
Goodness.
Isn't this far superior to a potion master who refines 3 furnaces and destroys 2? Jiang Shushu felt a swell of joy at being able to assist the combat team, as her intent was to offer her full support. With this in mind, Jiang Shushu inquired, with these, we should surely be able to harvest a cool bamboo today, right? Si Chun was about to assure her that it was indeed possible, but would take until the afternoon, when a resounding crash echoed behind them. They turned to see the combat team had breached the beast horde, not only reaching the edge of the bamboo grove, but also chopping down a bamboo stalk. The Jiji beasts, seemingly stunned, were now in disarray, scattering in all directions. Jiang Shushu's heart leaped with joy. The warriors are indeed formidable. At this rate, we shall soon secure another stalk. Ling Jun chuckled. It's not that easy. This time was merely a stroke of luck. Before he could finish, another thunderous crash sounded as a bamboo, as thick as a water bucket, fell in response. The 3 stared in astonishment. Today is truly bizarre. Si Chun pointed toward the distance, his face a picture of disbelief. Am I seeing things? While they had the upper hand against the Jiji beasts, we were not expecting to fell bamboo until the afternoon. Yet here we are, with 2 already down. It was utterly unbelievable. Jiang Shushu had only arrived a few minutes prior and had spoken merely 2 sentences, yet everything she mentioned transpired. This was even more astonishing than Liang Yuyu's fortuitousness, akin to that of a prophet. Si Chun and Bei Yuan exchanged peculiar glances, both simultaneously pondering if they were to bring her along daily. Would her mere words continue to yield such results? Jiang Shushu was equally taken aback. Although she lacked knowledge of combat, she could discern that when she first arrived, the combat team had managed to corner the Jiji beasts against the bamboo, yet they had only achieved a tenuous advantage. To truly repel the Jiji beasts and secure the cool bamboo would require further exertion. Yet in the span of mere moments, they had indeed reaped rewards. Jiang Shushu was overjoyed but also somewhat bewildered. Bei Yuan stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his features. Miss Jiang, if you enjoy visiting here, perhaps Ling Jun could bring you every day. With a glimmer in his eyes, Si Chun chuckled. Indeed, Jiang Shushu. We have sufficient spirit stones for now, and need not refine more. It's quite dull for you to be idle. Why not come here to play? When the warriors aren't busy, they can put on a dazzling display of fireworks for you. Jiang Shushu's lips twitched involuntarily as she cast a glance at the fervent battle between the warriors and the Jiji beasts. The various elemental abilities on display were indeed quite captivating. Yet, uncertainty loomed in her heart about the potential dangers. Just then, the voice of Xiao Jiu resonated in her mind. Master, do agree to him. Only by reaching the battle zone can we have the opportunity to absorb energy bodies. Xiao Jiao was nearly frantic. It had taken great effort to use spatial energy to disrupt the Jiji beasts and create this situation, and yet the master was hesitating? Naturally, Jiang Shushu yearned for the system space to upgrade more swiftly. She glanced at Ling Jun, whose expression was calm and showed no signs of objection, before readily replying. All right then, since I have nothing better to do, I shall come here daily. Ling Jun's gaze drifted lightly to the gleeful Bei Yuan and Si Chen. He understood their intentions were for the sake of the combat team, so even though he was reluctant to let Jiang Shushu endure the cold here, he felt it inappropriate to voice his disapproval, simply echoing their sentiments. Meanwhile, the once vigorous 7th combat team was thrown into disarray. A panicked ability warrior rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain, it's bad. Liang Yuyu has been injured." Sheng Nen felt a jolt of alarm.
What?
In the recent skirmishes with the Jiji beasts, none of the teams around the bamboo forest had matched their strength. Yet, inexplicably, today Ling Jun's team had surged in power. Frustrated, he had thought to send Liang Yuyu off to seek luck elsewhere. With his extraordinary fortune, he rarely encountered danger. Yet he never anticipated that such a low probability would actually materialize. Chapter 30. Do not inform others at the 7th Combat Team's encampment. Liang Yuyu had already been brought back to a smart military tent to rest. Sheng Nan, Jiang Lanyi, and several ability warriors gathered in the spaceship's hall.
Engagez d'une urgente discussion.
Vice Officer Lin Fu, seated beside Sheng Nan, inquired gravely, "Captain, what shall we do now?" Sheng Nan furrowed his brow, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. He had merely sent Liang Yuyu to scout the surroundings, hoping he might stumble upon a few cool bamboo stalks. Little did he expect him to encounter the Jiji beasts, and by the time he arrived with reinforcements, Liang Yuyu was already injured. If it were merely superficial wounds, it might have been manageable. The most troubling aspect was that in his struggle against the Jiji beasts, his abilities had been depleted, and forcing himself to exert further had led to a level 3 mental C injury. Now, not only was he unable to assist, but they also needed to allocate additional manpower to care for him. More critically, where could they procure level 3 potions now? Sheng Nan's brow tightened further. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Jiang Lanyi. "Lanyi, Liang Yuyu requires a level 3 advanced spirit medicine. If I provide you with 2 portions of level 3 materials, can you concoct it?"
I'll
give it a try, Jiang Lanyi replied, her face clouded with difficulty, yet she hesitated to outright refuse. As the team's herbalist, it was her responsibility to provide the potions needed by the ability warriors. However, despite being a level 3 herbalist, she had only ever concocted lower-grade level 3 potions. The request to produce a level 3 advanced potion filled her with trepidation, and she felt little confidence. Yet, Liang Yuyu was no ordinary individual. Jiang Lanyi steeled herself, determined to give it her utmost effort. Seeing her acquiescence, Sheng Nan instructed Lin Fu to gather the necessary materials for the level 3 spirit medicine. He then cautioned Lanyi, "We only brought 2 portions of level 3 materials for this trip. Be careful while concocting, and try to conserve as much as possible." The materials for level 3 spirit medicine were not inexpensive. He had prepared them as a precaution, never anticipating they would be needed. Lin Fu retrieved the materials from the storage device and handed them to Jiang Lanyi. Without further ado, she accepted them and headed off to the temporary pharmacy to prepare. After she had distanced herself, Lin Fu turned back to Sheng Nan. "Captain, we still don't know when the spirit medicine will be ready. What about Liang Yuyu's meals?" Sheng Nan paused, realizing the implications of her mental sea turmoil. Until he recovered, he would require nurturing from spirit plants to alleviate the pain caused by the tearing of his mental sea. "How many spirit vegetables do we have left?" he inquired impatiently. Lin Fu replied, "Originally, we only prepared enough for Miss Lanyi. If we were to share with Liang Yuyu." He discreetly observed Sheng Nan's expression, noting his displeasure at the suggestion of rationing vegetables to Liang Yuyu. Lin Fu quickly shifted his tone. "Liang Yuyu is a capable warrior. His physique is far superior to Miss Lanyi's. Moreover, as she will be busy concocting level 3 spirit medicine, which is mentally and physically demanding, it would be more appropriate to provide him with meat from magical beasts. We can prepare 2 Jiji beasts for him, allowing the kitchen to make nourishing meals to aid his recovery." Though he did not state it outright, the implication was clear. Jiang Lanyi required nutritional support more urgently than Liang Yuyu. Sheng Nan nodded, his expression softening. "Very well, let it be as you suggest. By the way, there is another matter," Lin Fu addressed the others. "Although Liang Yuyu's strength is not particularly high, as you all know, he is valued by those in higher positions. I believe it is best not to inform the other combat teams about his mental sea turmoil. The other ability warriors exchanged glances, and seeing that Sheng Nan had no objections, they dared not speak against it, nodding in agreement. The first combat team had experienced an unprecedented harvest over the past few days. On her first day in the battle zone, Jiang Shushu procured 5 stalks of cool bamboo, and on the second day, she collected 10. Such achievements left not only their own team members in disbelief, but also led other teams to suspect they were utilizing some form of cheating potion. A few close acquaintances even approached to inquire, subtly suggesting that such potions could have detrimental side effects. However, once Si Chun produced the superlative spirit stones, their doubts were entirely silenced. Though they were all friends, there was an element of schadenfreude among them. Yet, upon hearing Si Chun's half-pompous, half-humble account of the origins of the superlative spirit stones, jealousy and admiration surged within them, leaving them feeling like the real jesters. Who could have imagined that the once ignored, seemingly useless spirit master would so suddenly possess such remarkable prowess? Upon hearing Si Chen's intention to sell the superlative spirit stones, their excitement reached a fever pitch. These were attribute-free superlatives, a rarity that scarcely appeared twice or thrice a year in the market. If their earlier motivation to visit had stemmed from a sense of social obligation to support Ling Jun, they were now immensely grateful they had made the trip. As the news spread like wildfire throughout the region, they became the favored connections of other combat teams, with Si Chen announcing that the superlative spirit stones would first be offered to these visiting teams. In an instant, every combat team in the area was in a frenzy. Some sought to forge connections with the first combat team, while others who had already acquired superlative spirit stones hurriedly set to work utilizing them to maximize their harvest of cool bamboo. Si Chun and Jiang Shushu teamed up, one negotiating prices while the other focused on extraction. In just 2 short days, the combat team and Jiang Shushu amassed considerable wealth. Within the system space, Jiang Shushu gazed at the pile of superlative spirit stones on the ground, eagerly touching one after another, enamored with each. Xiao Ju. Even if we failed to acquire any energy bodies this time, with this trove of superlatives, it wouldn't be a wasted trip, would it? Her aim in collecting energy bodies was to facilitate the upgrade of her system, enabling her to produce various spirit-powered ingredients for sale in interstellar currency.
Now,
with this substantial collection of superlative spirit stones, her goal of earning money had also been achieved, had it not? As Jiang Shushu's words fell, an unusual silence enveloped the space for a few seconds before Xiao Ju stammered, "Well, yes. But the master still needs to exert effort to collect energy bodies. Naturally, I, too, yearn to earn and level up simultaneously." With the circulation of superior spiritual stones in this region, interactions between various combat teams have surged recently, rendering this temporary encampment particularly lively. By nightfall, the first combat team is bustling with comings and goings, laughter echoing continuously. However, within the confines of the spaceship's cabin, the atmosphere starkly contrasts the external revelry, imbued with an intense gravity.
Bai Yuan's typically composed demeanor faltered.
What did you say? Liang Youyu is on the brink of death. Chapter 31. Truly, Father's teachings are superior. Seated opposite him was Cheng Nan, the captain of the 7th combat team. His expression mirrored the seriousness of the moment, yet he instinctively concealed the truth. During Liang Yuyu's outing, he encountered a Zhiji beast, and in the ensuing battle, his powers were utterly depleted, triggering a level 3 mental sea frenzy. We have exhausted every possible method over the past few days, yet level 3 spiritual medicine cannot be concocted at will. The materials we brought are already depleted. Liang Youyu is a treasure for our entire military district, and now we find ourselves at a loss. I know that the spiritual master in your team is Jiang Shushu. You surely understand her capabilities. Holding on to materials serves no purpose. It would be better to administer them to Liang Youyu first. Cheng Nan's tone was remarkably casual, as if it were only natural. After his words, he subtly glanced at Ling Jun, who sat across from him. When Jiang Shushu first awakened her powers, her extraordinary talent stirred the entire Su Huang star, and later, her engagement with him made her the envy of countless ability warriors. Yet, more than a decade has passed, and she has not only failed to bring honor to herself, but has also become his sole blemish. No one knows Jiang Shushu better than he does. She has devoted herself entirely to him, and with every minuscule advancement, she would be the first to inform him. Alas, aside from her ability to refine some raw stones, she is wholly inept. It was rare for Ling Jun to acknowledge this blemish he had abandoned. Before Ling Jun could speak, Si Chun, seated opposite Cheng Nan, interjected indignantly. What are you saying? Don't forget, you've already called off your engagement with Jiang Shushu. Her level has nothing to do with you, and you have no right to judge her. Besides, our materials were purchased at great expense. Whether they are used or not is none of your concern. Initially, he had intended to inform Cheng Nan that Jiang Shushu could refine superior spiritual stones, but now Si Qin changed his mind, opting to withhold that information and not sell to their team. Cheng Nan shot a surprised glance at the flustered Si Qin, his mind racing with doubt. Could it be that he was mistaken, and Jiang Shushu's betrothed was actually Si Qin? He wished to probe further, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if every hair on his body stood on end. Ling Jun's voice was chillingly penetrating. Cheng Nan, Liang Yuyu suffered serious injuries in your team. Instead of contemplating how to provide an explanation to the military district, you seem more interested in the spiritual master of another team. He paused, his gaze revealing a profound indifference. It appears you do not require assistance and are already prepared to communicate with the marshal. Communicate with the marshal? Cheng Nan was taken aback. Liang Yuyu was a native of Su Huang Star. Though his father had once been a general, he had long since passed away. Liang had no power or backing. His entry into the military district was solely due to his extraordinary luck. Could it be that Liang Yuyu actually had a powerful supporter? Perhaps even the marshal? This thought sent a wave of anxiety through him. Struggling to maintain his composure, Cheng Nan decided to steer clear of the topic and turn his attention to Bei Yuan. Bei Yuan, what do you say? Bei Yuan furrowed his brow. Though he harbored some dissatisfaction, Cheng Nan had made a valid point. Regardless of any potential backing, Liang Yuyu was a treasure for the entire military district, his significance immense. However, the materials were costly. It would not suffice to simply rely on Cheng Nan's words. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Very well, let us first go see him." With that, he rose, leading Si Chen and Ling Jun to follow suit. The two combat teams were not far apart, and as they were all ability warriors, they reached Cheng Nan's encampment in no time. Just as Cheng Nan intended to guide them to Liang Yuyu's tent, Ling Jun interjected, "Aren't you here to borrow materials? First, let us meet the spiritual medicine master. Liang Yuyu must be saved. Jiang Shushu could not concoct spiritual medicine, and the materials would ultimately need to be given to the 7th combat team. However, level 3 spiritual medicine was not easily crafted, and it was necessary to assess whether their spiritual medicine master possessed the requisite skills to avoid wasting precious resources." Si Chen quickly chimed in, "Yes. Let us first meet the spiritual master." Seeing that Bei Yuan, as the team leader, remained silent and showed no signs of dissent, Cheng Nan reluctantly led them to find Jiang Lanyi. Inside the tent, Jiang Lanyi was drenched in sweat, fervently attempting to control the flames. The bubbling sounds emanating from the cauldron filled the air, while the heat that should have dissipated outward gradually retracted into the vessel. As the concoction neared completion, Ling Jun and the others silently stood at the entrance, refraining from disturbing her. Time ticked away, and as the flames extinguished and the cauldron cooled, Jiang Lanyi wiped the sweat from her brow and eagerly approached to lift the lid. A gust of vapor rushed forth, revealing a charred, blackened interior. All the medicinal materials had been reduced to ash. Another failure. Disappointment washed over her. She had been refining for 3 days. And from the initial goal of crafting a level 3 advanced medicine, she had now settled for merely hoping to produce a level 3 basic medicine. Yet she had not succeeded even once. The 2 sets of level 3 materials from the combat team had long been depleted, and the subsequent materials had been procured at exorbitant prices from other teams. Due to Liang Yuyu's unique status, she could not risk letting others know. So she had merely claimed it was for practice. But how could such expensive materials only be used for practice? Moreover, what would happen if she could not produce the medicine? Jiang Lanyi bit her lip, her mind clouded with uncertainty. Outside, Si Chen scoffed. "I thought your spiritual master was quite impressive, to have failed for 3 days and still have the audacity to claim to be a level 3 alchemist. Your skills seem rather subpar, merely wasting materials." Was this a jab at his earlier claim that Jiang Shushu lacked skill? Si Chen's fierce defense of that waste was unexpected. Cheng Nan remained silent, his expression dark as he turned and led them to Liang Yuyu's tent. Before long, furious shouts erupted from within the tent. Jiang Shushu had once again accompanied the combat team to the bamboo forest, having fully integrated with the warriors. After dining, she did not rest but instead squatted on the ground, listening to the soldiers boast. The baby-faced Zhang Luo beamed with pride. "Today, my squad's firepower was the most formidable. You have no idea how cunning those Jiji beasts are. When they saw they were losing, they even rolled into a ball to smash us." Who doesn't know that? It sounds like your team did all the work, Fang Chenghan retorted, as he was renowned for his culinary skills within the combat team, managing the kitchen while still joining the battle after his duties. Beside them, the usually taciturn Wu Jing joined the conversation with a smile. Today, we collected over 10 cool bamboo stalks. Some of the Zhiji beasts were so beaten that they dared not come out.
Haha.
It's mainly due to the superior spiritual stones. I never imagined my B-level intermediate combat power could unleash such advanced might, Jiang Feng declared proudly from the other side, casting a warm and affectionate glance at Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu humbly replied, "It's mainly due to my father's excellent teachings. No, it's because you are truly diligent. Indeed, it's all thanks to my father's teachings." Jiang Luo, Fang Qinghan, and Wu Jing chorused, "You two are simply insufferable." Chapter 32. Indeed, a fortunate koi amidst their jovial banter, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, and the anxious, agitated voice of Si Chen could be faintly heard. "Take it slow, don't hurt him any further." Huh, someone is injured? A few individuals exchanged glances, astonished by the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. In the next moment, they swiftly turned around and rushed towards the source of the sound. In mere moments, the tent was filled with people. Jiang Shushu stood in a daze, staring at the delicate, youthful figure lying on the bed. He was merely 14 or 15 years old, an age brimming with vitality. Yet at this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, his face gaunt and pale, his brows furrowed in distress, with faint veins pulsating on his forehead. His body curled up, occasionally convulsing, clearly enduring immense suffering even in his unconscious state. Jiang Luo, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Heavens, how could it be Liang Yuyu? How could he be injured?" Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback. This boy was indeed Liang Yuyu? Wasn't he supposed to be a lucky charm? How could he fall into a coma? After Si Chen briefly recounted the events, a heavy silence enveloped those in the tent. This child has always been protected. He isn't skilled in combat. Even if he were to rely on luck, he shouldn't have acted alone. Jiang Feng's voice trembled. As a father, witnessing Liang Yuyu lying lifelessly on the bed filled him with both sorrow and heartache. Fang Chenghan struggled to accept the situation, even if his spiritual sea is damaged. He shouldn't be in a coma. Why is he so emaciated? He didn't appear this way when I saw him a few days ago. Is Shengnan not providing him with food and water? As soon as the words left his mouth, even Jiang Shushu involuntarily lifted her gaze toward Si Chen. Si Chen took a deep breath, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. This Shengnan never intended to treat him properly. He has merely been giving him nutrient solutions, scarcely allowing him a bite of the Zhiji beast's meat. The level 3 frenzy is already agonizing, without spiritual fruits or vegetables to alleviate the pain. He is unable to eat anything. For the past few days, he has had to endure it all, suffering greatly. When we checked on him just now, he had already succumbed to the pain and fallen into unconsciousness. The collapse of one's spiritual sea is excruciating. Even at level 1, it is unbearable. Let alone level 3. This boy is the darling of the entire military district, and yet he has been so ruthlessly mistreated by that scoundrel Xingnan. Bei Yuan and Ling Jun's faces mirrored the chill in the air. They too had never imagined that Xingnan would act so ruthlessly. Not only had he mistreated Liang Yuyu, but he had also concealed the injury. If they hadn't come to borrow medicinal materials and suggested checking on him, they might have received news of Liang Yuyu's demise in a few days. Wu Jing stood at the edge, her gaze lowered, lost in thought, remaining silent. "What should we do now? How can we save him?" Jiang Shushu inquired. Ling Jun remained silent for a few seconds before responding. The headquarters of the Su Huangxing military district possesses level 3 spiritual medicine, but if sent, it will take over a day. I fear he may not last until the medicine arrives. His tone was slow and detached, yet for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Shushu discerned a hint of sorrow within it. She was taken aback. Since their acquaintance, she had never seen Ling Jun display any emotion, always appearing as a character from a comic, nonchalant and composed. More accurately, he was aloof and indifferent, yet in this moment, he genuinely seemed sorrowful. Jiang Shushu then turned her gaze back to the boy on the bed, still convulsing in pain. His features were exquisite, yet devoid of any vitality. Who could remain unmoved? He was still just a boy. She sighed inwardly, helplessly turning away and saying, "I still have some full spiritual energy in my space. Let us use it to alleviate his suffering for now. Otherwise, he may perish before the medicine arrives." It seemed that encountering her had indeed proven him to be, as her father had said, a fortuitous cosmic version of a lucky charm. Meanwhile, within the deliberation hall of the 7th Legion S spaceship, several ability users were on the brink of exploding with rage. Deputy Lin Fu was furious. Captain, Liang Yuyu was originally invited by our team. How could they forcefully take him away? The others echoed his sentiments, indignant. Indeed, we spent a hefty sum for him. Yet, he hasn't even contributed before being whisked away by the first combat team. Humph, the 1st Legion has always been shameless. Many of our retired soldiers have been absorbed by them. We didn't hold it against them, and now they dare to snatch Liang Yuyu from us. While there was anger, there was also concern. Liang Yuyu is the darling of the military district. Will his injury in our team bring about trouble? Yes. I've heard there are many combat teams eager to collaborate with him. If he were to falter here, we might offend them all. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant. They all understood Liang Yuyu's significance and were acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. In the days since, they had borrowed all available medicinal materials and exhausted every possible method to treat him, yet the level 3 spiritual medicine had yet to be concocted. Moreover, level 3 spiritual medicines were precious. Other combat teams wouldn't be foolish enough to carry such medicines into battle. Seated at the head of the table, Sheng Nan pinched the bridge of his nose, momentarily at a loss. Remembering Si Chen's harsh words before leaving only soured his mood further. Had he known Liang Yuyu had backing, even if it wasn't TA Marshal, he would not have treated him this way. Just as Sheng Nan was grappling with his headache, his subordinate dropped another bombshell. Captain, in the past 2 days, without Liang Yuyu's assistance, our team's gains have been minimal, while other combat teams have been thriving. Sheng Nan was taken aback. Had they suddenly grown stronger?
No.
It said they have obtained extraordinary spiritual stones. The subordinate elaborated on the information he had gathered. It turned out that the extraordinary spiritual stones first appeared with Bei Yuan's first combat team and gradually spread to the station zones, with nearly every team possessing one. Sheng Nan suddenly recalled that on the day Liang Yuyu was injured, he had seen Bei Yuan's team charging fiercely, their powerful ability beams striking the Jiji beasts, shaking the ground. Then he had witnessed Jiang Shushu being carried by Ling Jun into the battlefield, and the first combat team achieving consecutive victories had clouded his judgment. In the face of personnel shortages, he had recklessly allowed Liang Yuyu to venture out alone to scout, leading to the subsequent series of events. It was all because of Jiang Shushu that he had been distracted. Thinking about this, an inexplicable surge of frustration welled up within Sheng Nan, rising to his head, refusing to be suppressed. Lin Fu, seated beside him, cautiously observed Sheng Nan's unusually grim expression. After receiving the desperate gazes from the others, he, as the deputy, had no choice but to step forward, attempting to navigate the precarious edge of Sheng Nan's impending outburst. Captain, with other combat teams possessing these extraordinary spiritual stones, they have been emboldened and are exceptionally fierce. They have outpaced us, and now that we have lost Liang Yuyu, the pressure on our team will only increase. Perhaps we should also go to the first combat team to purchase some spiritual stones? Chapter 33. Want to rekindle old flames?
Dream on.
The Jiji beasts were quite cunning. Once they sensed they could not win, they retreated. Observing other combat teams unleashing fierce firepower due to the extraordinary stones, the Jiji beasts smartly chose not to confront them directly, but instead flocked to their team. The 2nd Legion had always been the strongest among the 3 major legions, so the 7th combat team naturally possessed considerable strength. Under normal circumstances, the Jiji beasts' attacks would be dispersed, shared among all combat teams. Even if they faced a larger number, they would not fear it, and could even say they handled it with ease. However, the situation was different now. The cunning Jiji beasts aimed to make them their breakthrough point, determined to defend their territory fiercely, launching a massive assault on them. The resistance was already challenging, and now the ability warriors were lamenting their plight. Without powerful support, they were on the brink of collapse. While Liang Yuyu was undeniably important, in the current circumstances, Lin Fu still believed that the extraordinary stones that could ensure their survival were far more vital. Thus, after listening to Lin Fu's analysis, even though Sheng Nan was filled with anger, he found himself hesitating. However, they had just had a falling out over Liang Yuyu's matter. Turning around to seek help now felt somewhat humiliating. At this very moment, he was brimming with unshakable confidence, consumed by the fear of humiliation, yet completely oblivious to whether the other party would be willing to offer assistance. The others, noticing Sheng Nan's inscrutable expression, were momentarily perplexed. resorting to exchanging furtive glances towards Lin Fu to continue their efforts. A few of them, with suggestive looks, probe further. Lin Fu. Even his eyes could not help but twitch slightly. I won't do it dare anymore, do you believe me? He knew Sheng Nan all too well. Having long regarded Jiang Shushu, his former fiancée, as a blemish on his life. Now that he had finally extricated himself from that past, the idea of seeking her assistance was utterly inconceivable. He believed that the captain would never compromise for their sake, and there was a distinct possibility they would all be reprimanded. As expected, after a brief silence, Sheng Nan's icy voice shattered the stillness. What sort of skill is it to rely solely on external forces without making an effort to enhance your own strength? After a pause, he continued to admonish, you all should return. The others exchanged glances with Lin Fu, hesitant to speak further, and thus retreated one by one. Only Sheng Nan remained in the council chamber. After a considerable time, he slowly rose and walked out. Inside the alchemy tent, Jiang Lanyi had yet to rest. She was engrossed in studying a recipe for a level 3 fury antidote. She had been practicing this formula for 3 days, and she was well versed in the order of the ingredients and the precautions required. Confident that with a few more attempts she could successfully concoct the potion. Her fervent efforts were not solely for Liang Yuyu. Even as a level 3 apothecary, the status of those who could refine lower and higher grade potions differed significantly. Yet, she was ultimately an acquired awakener, and no matter how hard she tried, her innate limitations would always hinder her, rendering her inferior to those born with innate awakening. As this thought crossed her mind, the image of Jiang Shushu involuntarily flashed before her. Jiang Lanyi. Damn it. Why am I thinking of that sister whose mind is filled with love and whose intellect is as shallow as her bosom? She shook her head vehemently, trying to dispel the thought, not wanting to catch the foolishness. Thus, when she heard Sheng Nan mention wanting to consult Jiang Shushu about a matter, her anger reached its peak. She glared at Sheng Nan, her voice unintentionally rising. You have already called off the engagement. Why do you still wish to seek her out? Sheng Nan, looking somewhat helpless, gazed at her with tenderness and affection. Do not be angry. My intention in seeking her out is not for any other matter. It is because she can refine superior spirit stones, and I intend to request some from her. He carefully observed her expression and, seeing her brows knitted in concentration rather than anger, continued, Lanyi, the spirit stones you refine are excellent, but the combat teams in this region have adopted superior grade stones. Their strength has significantly increased, while our team is being overwhelmed by the Ziji beasts, forced to take a passive stance. He rambled on, but Jiang Lanyi scarcely heard him. Her thoughts fixated on his intent to consult Jiang Shushu and the fact that Jiang Shushu could refine superior grade stones. Her first reaction was, damn. I worked so hard to steal you from her. What if old feelings are rekindled with this back and forth? Her second reaction was, innate awakeners truly excel. Having just shaken off the romance-induced haze, he's already showcasing formidable talent, far surpassing my potential as an acquired awakener. Both revelations left her feeling quite displeased, and it showed on her face. After Sheng Nan finished his lengthy explanation, he belatedly noticed the increasingly dark expression on her face, and her gaze toward him grew fiercer. Jiang Lanyi placed her hands on her hips, her face icy as she asked sharply, all those superior spirit stones you used to flatter me were refined by Jiang Shushu? Her lips pouted in a charming yet fierce manner, looking at him with a scowl. Sheng Nan found her adorable, feeling as if his heart might melt. Fearing she might misunderstand, he hastily clarified, Lanyi, Jiang Shushu was once a waste. She could only extract spirit stones, and most of her past creations were high grade, with only an occasional superior grade one. To avoid inciting Jiang Lanyi's ire, he refrained from mentioning that Jiang Shushu had a perfect success rate with her high-grade stones, never failing to produce any. He genuinely cherished Jiang Lanyi and wished to spare her any heartache caused by others. Moreover, he believed that no matter how well spirit stones were refined, they could never compare to the value of potions. It was Jiang Lanyi's abilities and status that truly matched him. Yet, observing Jiang Lanyi's frosty yet endearing countenance, it was clear she was jealous, filling his heart with a mix of satisfaction and amusement. His gaze deepened with affection as he said, Lanyi, you are still my greatest love. His voice was soft, laced with unspoken tenderness, causing Jiang Lanyi's cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. She bashfully lowered her gaze and lightly struck his chest, only to find her wrist caught as he pulled her into his embrace. The air around them seemed to shimmer with sweet, pink bubbles. Jiang Lanyi, nestled in his arms, lowered her trembling lashes, her eyes calm and serene. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shushu, Shengnan was already plotting to acquire her superior-grade stones. At that moment, she was wholly preoccupied with the ailing Koi beauty lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. The turbulent state of his spiritual sea could only be subdued and nurtured with spirit medicine in the absence of pharmacological treatment, slowing the pace of his deterioration and alleviating the pain inflicted upon his body. The most effective remedy would be to infuse him with abundant spiritual energy. The Koi youth had endured so much pain that he had fallen unconscious, lacking spirit medicine. Thus, Jiang Shushu resolved to contribute her own abundant spiritual energy vegetables. Inside the tent, everyone surrounded Jiang Shushu, witnessing her rummaging through her supplies while murmuring, "This is grain, for someone who hasn't eaten for days. A little porridge would be nourishing." This chili pepper, although originally a medicinal herb, might as well be used as it can relieve pain and ward off the cold for this freezing individual. As she continued to dig, she surprisingly uncovered a considerable stockpile. Although the vegetables in her home garden grew slowly and yielded little, she had consistently cultivated spirit soil in her spatial realm. With these past few days free from alchemical endeavors, she had planted an entire crop of chili peppers. The items within her system space did not spoil or deteriorate. They retained the freshness of their harvest. Hence, over the past few days, her space had accumulated a significant amount of chili peppers. Originally, she had intended to use them to bolster the abilities of the other ability warriors when the bitter cold became unbearable, but unexpectedly. Before they could be utilized for that purpose, they were instead offered to the Koi youth. Before long, a small mound of abundant spiritual energy had formed on the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's lips twitched. His daughter often lectured him about the importance of not wasting homegrown produce while working outside, yet here she was, the first to offer a plethora of her own. However, he felt a mix of pride and a tinge of jealousy swelling within him. A faint aroma of fresh fruits and vegetables wafted through the tent, invigorating everyone present. Among them, only Jiang Feng, Ling Jun, Si Chen, and Bei Yuan were aware that Jiang Shushu could cultivate abundant spiritual energy. Bei Yuan, having never witnessed it firsthand, had merely heard of it in relation to the strawberry fruit, and he assumed Jiang Shushu had been fortunate to produce such plentiful spirit energy fruits. Thus, like the others, he was astonished by Jiang Shushu's generous actions. When the combat team initially decided to invite her, he had merely regarded her as a means to an end for missions. However, this pass had first produced a rare superior spirit stone, and now, for the sake of saving someone unrelated to her, she had offered a bounty of abundant spiritual energy. Given the sheer quantity, it was evident that her ability to cultivate abundant spiritual energy was not merely a stroke of luck, it was something she had always been capable of doing. Upon realizing this, Bei Yuan's emotions became exceedingly complex. Standing beside him, Zhang Luo shared a similarly intricate sentiment, though hers was predominantly one of delight. "Jiang Shushu, you are indeed a remarkable talent. Where did you acquire these items? No matter where they came from, Liang Yuyu is now saved." He never imagined it would be Jiang Shushu who had cultivated them. He had thought it was merely her good fortune to acquire them at the trading market. Fang Chenghan nodded vigorously. "That's right. With this, we need not rely on the military to send medicine. These alone will suffice for Liang Yuyu to endure until we return." Wu Jing, too, wore an expression of astonishment, yet his eyes shimmered with profound delight. Liang Yuyu, due to his exceptional abilities, was never confined to a single team. He frequently accompanied various combat squads. Consequently, everyone here had collaborated with him and was well acquainted with him. Setting aside his inherent fortune, their camaraderie naturally led them to wish for his recovery. Si Chen initially shared Bei Yuan's sentiments, believing that Jiang Shushu's ability to cultivate strawberries was merely a stroke of luck. However, he was optimistic, convinced that one serendipitous occurrence would surely lead to another, and that discovering the method would suffice. Yet, as he observed Zhang Feng's fatherly smile and Ling Jun's calm demeanor, he surmised that the two must have known all along that Jiang Shushu had consistently been able to grow spiritually enriched fruits and vegetables, concealing this knowledge from everyone else. Si Chen's dissatisfaction surged. He was about to inquire why this information had not been disclosed sooner when his keen-eyed Jiang Shushu caught wind of his impending question and swiftly silenced him. "Regardless of where you acquired it, Fang Qinghan, you must prepare a light porridge from grains for Liang Yuyu to consume. He has not eaten for several days and should start with something easily digestible, like a small amount of chili pepper." "Wait, what is chili called in the interstellar context?" Jiang Shushu tilted her head, hesitatingly asking. "This pointed ingredient should be medicinal. I'm not certain what it's called, but I'll save it for tomorrow to cook for him after he awakens. It can alleviate pain. Let's call it chili. However, its flavor is quite pungent, making it indeed a medicinal herb. Ling Jun paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and asked, "But why do you say it can relieve pain?" Jiang Shushu instinctively replied, "Chili can alleviate pain and has the effect of warming the body and dispelling cold, as its aroma stimulates the body's nervous system." She concluded, "So whether consumed raw or cooked, it is beneficial for the body. However, due to its intense flavor, it must be consumed in moderation. One should not force themselves to consume it simply because it is nutritious, as that may provoke a bodily rejection and lead to adverse reactions." She elaborated extensively on the functions of chili, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Wu Jing, who had been silent since entering, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "So, does this mean that although chili is a medicinal herb, it can have the same effects without being refined? What about other herbs? Do they also maintain efficacy when consumed without refinement?" Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Not quite. To my knowledge, only chili possesses such properties. Other herbs, when used as food, generally require combinations to enhance their effectiveness. Moreover, when refined, chili acts merely as an auxiliary herb rather than a primary one, so its singular consumption yields limited effects." However, she quickly emphasized, many herbs are mutually antagonistic. If one is unfamiliar with their properties, they must not be used indiscriminately. If complications arise from improper usage, it could exacerbate health issues. Previously, she had only been a herb cultivator, familiar with their medicinal properties, but determining usage depended on specific ailments, a matter in which she lacked expertise. If her failure to clarify led to reckless application, resulting in dire consequences, it would be a grave offense. Wu Jing nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Spiritual herbs were exceedingly expensive. For her, common herbs were much more affordable. If the effects were similar, then her brother, unfortunately, based on Jiang Shushu's implication, herbs could not substitute for spiritual herbs. Si Chen, however, scoffed slightly, thinking it quite evident. Why couldn't they concoct the medicine? Jiang Shushu retorted, "Huh? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, please remain silent." As night deepened, after a long day of exertion, everyone felt fatigued. Once Fong Qinghan fed Liang Yu the porridge, they observed that although he had not yet awakened, his furrowed brows had relaxed, and the youth seemed more at ease. Ling Jun and Si Chen both secretly sighed in relief, understanding that the spiritually enriched grains had begun to take effect, adding another layer of assessment to Jiang Shushu's abilities. The following day, the ability warriors rose early as usual, only to find that the temperature on Chi Han Star had plummeted drastically, with snowflakes the size of a grown man's palms swirling in the air. Jiang Shushu remarked, "While some might call it romantically beautiful goosefeather snow, what we have here is life-threatening snow that could freeze one to death." As anticipated, due to the inclement weather, all combat squads unanimously decided to rest for the day. Meanwhile, the first combat team unexpectedly welcomed an unanticipated guest. Chapter 35. Reflecting on personal shortcomings, the visitor was Jiang Lanyi, the spiritual master of the 7th Combat Team of the 2nd Army Corps and the fiancée of the current team leader, Cheng Nan. This created an awkward situation, as the 1st Army Corps had nearly arranged a marriage alliance with her. Now, she was visiting the 1st Combat Team under the guise of a spiritual master. The esteemed status of a spiritual master, though lacking a formal position, commanded considerable respect. Bei Yuan could not afford to neglect her presence, so he summoned Jiang Shushu, Ling Jun, and Si Chen to accompany her, while he excused himself, claiming other pressing matters. In the ship's conference hall, the atmosphere felt somewhat unnatural. Jiang Lanyi remained clad in a stylish off-shoulder fur coat, her rounded shoulders and long neck accentuated. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, with a few wisps framing her forehead. She rested her chin in her hand, her large, sparkling eyes scrutinizing the 3 individuals across from her, innocent and pure. Jiang Shushu could not help but admire her appearance. With such a demeanor and beauty, she epitomized the quintessential female lead. No wonder Cheng Nan found it impossible to resist. Even Jiang Shushu felt a little overwhelmed. She glanced down at her own attire, bundled up like a bear, but considering the fierce winds and snow outside, she deemed it prudent to prioritize her safety. Let the beauty assume her role. It did not hinder Jiang Shushu from continuing to appreciate the sight. Sitting beside her, Ling Jun remained his usual taciturn self, sitting steadily like a monk in meditation, staring blankly at the air ahead. Jiang Shushu's other companion, Si Chen, was a cunning fox. well aware that Jiang Lani's purpose for visiting was not simple. Thus, he lounged casually, waiting for her to make the first move. Yet what was with that gaze? She first scrutinized Jiang Shushu, then meticulously appraised Ling Jun for an extended period. When her gaze landed on him, it flitted away, filled with disdain. Si Chen nearly exploded with frustration. Indeed, Jiang Lani was quite disdainful, disapproving of her sister's appearance, which resembled a ball rather than the elegance befitting a spiritual master, and also disapproving of Si Chen's shrewdness and calculating gaze. The only one she found somewhat appealing was her brother-in-law, Ling Jun, who was undeniably more handsome than Cheng Nan. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted back toward Ling Jun. Being an ability user, Ling Jun's senses were acute, and he immediately felt her blatant scrutiny. He instinctively frowned, while his peripheral vision caught Jiang Shushu, who was fixated on the visitor, not blinking.
Ling Jun, I'm exhausted.
A trace of confusion rose in his eyes, pondering if he should reflect on what he might have done wrong, leading his wife to gaze longingly at another girl. Watching as her desire nearly overflowed, Ling Jun helplessly tapped on the table in front of Jiang Shushu. The gentle sound echoed in the quiet space, snapping her back to reality. Across from them, Jiang Lani lowered her long lashes, a smile gradually spreading in her eyes, even lifting the corners of her lips. Suddenly, Jiang Shushu's focus sharpened, and she felt as if the entire conference hall had blossomed into spring. Jiang Shushu was momentarily entranced, thinking back to her first encounter with Jiang Lani and Cheng Nan, when she resembled a delicate white lotus steeped in green tea, irritatingly pure. How had she transformed into a flamboyant peacock princess this time? Casting her gaze sideways, she observed the slender fingers of Ling Jun, who was gently tapping the table. In terms of appearance, he slightly paled in comparison to someone else. With that thought, she quickly straightened herself, surveying both sides and noting that Ling Jun and Si Chen had resolved not to speak. She smiled brightly and greeted, "It's been a while, dear sister. You look as beautiful as ever today." The last few words were deliberately emphasized. Jiang Lani's smile instantly froze, evidently recalling the unpleasant memories of being battered by the snowstorm. And she forced a response, The atmosphere instantly became awkward, but it was swiftly dispelled by a certain woman who cheerfully introduced, "This is Ling Jun beside me. You should already know that our grandfather has registered our marriage, so you ought to address him as brother-in-law. Is such a formal introduction necessary? It's not as if I'm unaware." Jiang Lani felt a twinge of displeasure, her gaze towards Ling Jun losing its admiration, replaced instead with a hint of hostility. Merely nodding at him with a blank expression, Jiang Shushu then introduced the other individual, Si Chen, before leisurely inquiring, "What brings you here today, sister?" Finally getting to the crux of the matter, Jiang Lani's spirit was immediately invigorated. "I represent the 7th Combat Team and wish to purchase the superior spiritual stones you refine. Is this the intention of Cheng Nan?" "Indeed." Jiang Shushu's demeanor shifted instantly, her alertness peaked. "If you speak of it this way, then I cannot afford to be drowsy." She straightened her posture, her expression turning grave and earnest. "How many raw stones do you wish to refine?" Before she could finish her sentence, Si Chen, who had been lurking in the background, interjected vehemently, "No, we cannot sell to your 7th Combat Team in this stationed area." Internally, he scoffed. How convenient that the two teams had just fallen out over Liang Yuyu's matter yesterday, and today it had come to this. He would not agree under any circumstances. With that, he leaned back slightly, discreetly signaling Ling Jun. Si Chen remarked, "Are you merely going to watch your sister-in-law plead with your wife on behalf of her former fiancé?" Ling Jun replied, "Though I comprehend the situation, I have no desire to engage with it." He calmly turned his gaze to admire the snowy landscape outside. Both Jiang Shushu and Jiang Lani turned to Si Chen in unison, exclaiming, "Why do you oppose?" Si Chen sneered, "For no particular reason. I can sell to anyone."
Just not to him.
Upon hearing this, the two women, who had initially been puzzled, now regarded him as if he were a fool. Jiang Lani murmured under her breath, "Is there truly someone who despises having too much money?" Without a shred of hesitation, Jiang Shushu pulled him aside and turned to Jiang Lani with warmth, saying, "Sister, do not mind him. The superior spiritual stones are refined by me and have nothing to do with him. As long as I agree, this transaction can proceed.
Come.
Sit down, and let's discuss the quantity you intend to purchase." The matter of the 1st Combat Team selling superior products had already spread throughout the region, merely for trading purposes with other combat teams. Moreover, to avoid unnecessary complications, Ling Jun had only mentioned that the stones were refined by spiritual masters. concealing the fact of their 100% success rate and refining speed. Thus, after deliberation, Sheng Nan's combat team decided to initially reserve 100 superior spiritual stones to prevent excessive orders and lengthy delivery times. Upon hearing that only 100 stones were required, although a tinge of disappointment flickered within her, Jiang Shushu maintained a smile and dutifully explained, "That is feasible. But since we are still outside, the inventory of superior stones is limited, so we can only trade through a swap." She paused for effect, her expression turning sincere and earnest. "If we are to swap superior stones for raw stones, the rule here dictates that it will be 2 for me and 8 for you, meaning I will bear the risk of waste stones and low-quality stones. For every 100 stones, I will provide you with 20 superior stones, regardless of how many superior stones can be refined from those 100. As fellow spiritual masters, you must understand that refining raw stones consumes not only mental energy, but also emotional investment. A moment's inattention can turn perfectly good raw stones into waste stones, let alone the effort required to refine superior stones, which is far more taxing. Enough of this." "I agree," Jiang Lanyi interrupted nonchalantly, waving her hand. "This is 600 raw stones." Chapter 36. The kindest spiritual master. Soon, several baskets filled with raw stones appeared before the two women. "My sister is truly straightforward." Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly pulled out several sheets of paper and placed them before Jiang Lanyi. "Sister, take a look. This is the contract for the superior stone swap. Just sign here. Rest assured, I conduct my business with utmost integrity. Other combat teams sign the same contract as you and also divide the profits based on the quantity of raw stones. However, well, they are in a favorable position, while Sheng Nan is merely a trifling matter." Jiang Shushu meticulously explained the rules of the contract to Jiang Lanyi, concluding with, "Do you see any points that are unclear or need modification?" Jiang Lanyi listened to Jiang Shushu's explanation with indifference, occasionally glancing at her. After a moment's hesitation, she signed her name in the designated spot. Regardless of the circumstances, a written contract is always far more binding than verbal promises. Jiang Shushu carefully secured the document, her smile growing even wider. The entire process was swift and smooth, startling Si Chen, who had been preparing to interrupt the proceedings in a fit of anger. What in the world? How could they agree to such a lopsided 2/8 division without uttering a word? Is there no need for negotiation? Wait, you just agreed? Aren't you going to discuss it with Sheng Nan first? Si Chen couldn't help but interject. He pondered that, as fellow soldiers in the military district, he hoped Sheng Nan wouldn't get furious enough to come over and confront them. It should be noted that although other combat teams also divided profits by raw stones, they did so on a 40-60 basis, with them taking the larger share. Such blatant attempts to swindle could potentially incite conflict between the 1st and 2nd Legions. However, Jiang Shushu immediately shot him a glare, her eyes filled with menace. "What business is it of yours? Did you not hear my sister say this was Sheng Nan's intention?" Jiang Lanyi also cast a glance in his direction. The contract had been signed. What was there to discuss? This person was truly foolish and strange. It wasn't her who was providing the raw stones, so what was there to disagree about? Even Ling Jun, on the other side, regarded Si Chen with a warning look, though he remained silent. "Si Chen? All right, I shall keep my mouth shut." After concluding the business, Jiang Lanyi did not linger and quickly took her leave. Jiang Shushu, however, blocked Si Chen's path, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. Typically sharp-witted, why was he pretending to be confused at such a critical moment? Who had been so vocal about refusing to sell to them? Why come to undermine her after she had finalized the contract? "Are you a spy sent by the other party?" Jiang Shushu inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Si Chen frowned. "What do you mean?" "I would like to ask you the same. Do you believe I deceived her? Are you trying to stand up for Sheng Nan?" Jiang Shushu mocked.
Si Chen,
growing somewhat irritated, retorted, "I am looking out for you. You give other combat teams a 60-40 split, but offer them a 20-80 split. How would Sheng Nan be willing if he found out? What if he comes looking for you? Rest assured, even if he comes, I will not seek your assistance." Jiang Shushu snickered coldly. "This transaction was negotiated entirely by me. They came seeking me, and you have no part in it. Your actions nearly jeopardized the deal. So I have decided that the 8 portions of this transaction will not be given to the combat team, not even a single stone. Remember, the combat team has no share due to your bias towards the other party." Her words infuriated her. How much had Sheng Nan swindled from the original owner? The resources provided by the family were all squandered on that scoundrel, while the original owner's father spent all his earnings on him, buying nutritional ingredients, spiritual plants, and medicinal materials to help him level up, purchasing raw stones to refine spiritual stones to aid his cultivation. One thing after another, the original owner had been manipulated in circles. Yet apart from the storage necklace given upon engagement, the original owner had never spent a single coin on him. What was wrong with her reclaiming a bit of interest now? In the future, she planned not only to swindle his raw stones, but also to seize his magical beasts and resources. She intended to leverage every capability to suppress this scoundrel that the original owner had painstakingly elevated. Seeing her serious demeanor, Si-Chin was momentarily taken aback. Why would I favor him? I am genuinely considering your best interests. Jiang Shushu was not interested in his explanations, merely casting a cold gaze towards the third party involved in the transaction, her expression clearly conveying her stubbornness that even if he believed her in the wrong, she had no intention of changing her stance. Is this being unjustly punished? Ling Jun couldn't help but chuckle as he observed her pouting face, reaching out to tousle her tousled hair. I genuinely believe that Shushu is an exceptionally kind spirit master. Jiang Shushu. Where does this come from? She prided herself on her virtue, yet her recent actions could hardly be deemed benevolent. With her ears tinged a rosy hue, she felt an inexplicable diminishment of the indignation that had surged within her, prompted by the original owner's escalating outrage. Not at all. Ling Jun's tone softened further, enunciating each word with care. I truly think you are remarkable. You're willing to give him 20 out of 100 raw stones. If it were me, I would consider 10 too generous. With that, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness passed through his gaze. Really? Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled. You also think I gave too much, right? Humph. I only decided to part with 20 because we are in the same war zone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him even one. Ling Jun lavishly praised her, asserting that Shushu was not only kind but also remarkably considerate of the bigger picture. In fact, if he were to come again, you could just offer him 10. It's exceedingly rare for the outside world to come across a superior grade stone.
Well,
I suppose I could let it slide. I always consider the greater good, given that we need to maintain a regional battle, he concluded, effectively conceding to their demands. As their figures receded into the distance, Si-Chin, abandoned at the spot, stood frozen in place. Once he regained his senses, he hurriedly pursued them, exclaiming, Jiang Shushu. That's not what I meant. Meanwhile, at the 7th Combat Team's encampment, what? She accepted the raw stones? Sheng Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she possibly accept my raw stones? Jiang Lani leisurely adjusted her off-shoulder fur coat around her neck and, after smoothing her hair, flashed a sweet smile at Sheng Nan. We were merely there to purchase superior-grade spirit stones. It's entirely reasonable for the 1st Combat Team to accept the raw stones. I assent it? Sheng Nan was momentarily taken aback. It was the 1st Combat Team that accepted them? Jiang Lani hesitated, counting off on her fingers. At that time, there was Ling Jun and Si-Chin. Their captain, Bei Yuan, had to leave early. They mentioned they were concerned I might feel awkward. So they called my sister to accompany me. Ling Jun, as the vice captain of the 1st Combat Team, should have been present, while Si-Chin, being formidable, held a high position within that team. Although their captain Bei Yuan was absent, the two could certainly make decisions, especially with Si-Chin, the charming fox, in attendance. In Sheng Nan's mind, Jiang Shushu was unconsciously dismissed. After all, a worthless individual, even if capable of refining superior-grade stones, could hardly hold significant standing or influence. Noticing his silence, Jiang Lani grasped his hand, her face beaming with pride. I even negotiated the price with them. Based on the raw stones we provided, it's an 80-20 split. 2 for us, 8 for them.
How about that?
Am I impressive? She shook his hand enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. You agreed? Sheng Nan's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Lani vigorously nodded, her expression one of triumph. The contract has been signed. You were eager for it. So I kept the raw stones and even threatened them to expedite the delivery. Sheng Nan nearly choked on his rage, his mind buzzing with disbelief. 80-20 split. She merely refined the stones, yet she took 80%. In that moment, he had forgotten Jiang Shushu's lack of influence, fixating solely on the outrageous 80%. Since his acquaintance with Jiang Shushu, whether through the spirit stones she had willingly given him or the raw stones he had provided for her refinement, he had never charged her a single fee, let alone discussed profit-sharing. Unbeknownst to Lani, He was acutely aware that Jiang Shushu was adept at refining, consistently boasting a 100% success rate, producing primarily high-grade spirit stones and frequently yielding superior-grade stones worth 600 raw stones, essentially 600 energy stones. How could she?
How dared she?
Anger flared within Sheng Nan's eyes as he fixed a piercing glare on Jiang Lanyi, grinding his teeth as he asked, "Why did you agree? Why didn't you send a communication to consult me?" Regret washed over him. Why had he suggested that Lanyi negotiate instead of going himself? He had been concerned that Jiang Shushu might feel jealous or overthink things, thus proposing that she engage in the negotiations. If only he had gone. Considering Jiang Shushu's infatuation with him. Seemingly unprepared for Sheng Nan's outburst, the girl stared at him in shock, her eyes gradually reddening, tears welling up. "Sheng Nan, are you angry?" Sheng Nan remained silent, his expression stern. Jiang Lanyi, heartbroken, replied, "Because of our situation. Bei Yuan and the others have never looked favorably upon me. With Liang Yuyu's injury and the delay in receiving timely assistance, they were even more enraged. Si Chen shouted for me to leave, saying he would sell to anyone but us. I was terrified." She sniffled, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. "They absolutely refused to sell to me. You know my temperament. If it were just for myself, I would have caused a scene. But I thought you were waiting for good news, and the combat team needed these superior products. I couldn't just walk away. I made every effort to negotiate with them. And after a long while, they finally agreed to the same terms as the other combat teams. But I never expected." Her delicate face bore the marks of her tears. "I have done my utmost for the combat team, for you, and yet you still scold me. What do you expect me to do?" Jiang Lanyi gazed at Sheng Nan, her eyes filled with anguish, her expression a blend of reluctance and resolve. "Sheng Nan, let us part ways." Chapter 37. The misfortunate little koi. If Jiang Shushu were present, she would undoubtedly be astounded and would exclaim 666 at the sheer audacity of such theatrics. The artful performance so masterfully executed that it could only be described as the epitome of a drama queen. Surely, the Oscars owe her several golden statuettes. Alas, she was not there, and in the cosmos, there was no term for drama queen. Sheng Nan remained unaware of the manipulation at play. He could only feel the deep sting of his beloved's tears and resolute demeanor piercing his heart. Indeed, it was his suggestion to have Jiang Lanyi negotiate, and he had anticipated the first combat team's difficulties. Watching her charge into battle for him, what right did he have to blame her? Remembering her words about being scolded by Si Chen ignited a flicker of fury in Sheng Nan's eyes. Yet he soon fell into profound self-reproach, gently wiping the tears from her eyes and embracing her with tenderness. "Lanyi, do not speak such foolishness. It is all my fault. I should not have scolded you." He cradled her delicate face, wishing to kiss her forehead, only to have her shyly evade him with a soft grunt. Feeling somewhat helpless, Sheng Nan whispered soothingly, "All right. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. You've always wanted that 80,000 interstellar currency alchemical cauldron from the spirit plant shop, right? When we return, I will buy it for you, as an apology. I promise I will never raise my voice at you again, Lanyi. I truly cannot bear to be without you. Please, do not speak of parting again." Gently resting his forehead against hers, he saw her eyes brimming with sadness. Yet her expression held a hint of reluctant acquiescence as she nodded in agreement. His heart swelled with a bittersweet warmth, prompting him to draw her tightly into his embrace. The girl melted into his arms, but at an angle where he could not see. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a teasing smile. Grandfather was right. It felt quite delightful to play with people's emotions. Liang Yu had been unconscious throughout the night and finally awoke by midday the next day. Familiar ability warriors visited in waves, so by the time Jiang Shushu finished her tasks and arrived, it was already evening. And only Wu Jing remained to converse with him. As Jiang Shushu entered, she saw the young boy seated cross-legged by the bedside, animatedly discussing something with Wu Jing. In just a day, his previously pale and sunken cheeks had regained a rosy hue, his demeanor bright and free from pain, exhibiting an entirely different spirit compared to the previous day. Indeed, nourishing meals packed with spiritual energy were revitalizing. This little koi's complexion suggested he would soon be bouncing around like a lively young man once again. Jiang Shushu approached with a beaming smile, taking the initiative to greet him. "Hello, little friend, I am Jiang Shushu, the spirit pharmacist from the combat team." As her words fell, she noticed the little koi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at her. "You are the sister who saved me?" Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback. On one side, Wu Jing explained, it was like this. After Yu regained consciousness from her fainting spell, Fong Qinghan, following your advice, prepared a dish made from chili and grains for her. Ling Jun remarked that without these spiritually enriched vegetables, little Yu might not have made it. She has already regarded you as her savior. Liang Yu nodded vigorously at Wu Jing's words, her youthful face adorned with a serious expression. Sister, I am truly grateful that you saved me. The little koi gazed at her, her eyes glistening with an illuminating clarity that tugged at Jiang Shushu's heart. Sighing softly, she thought, she is still just a child, without an adult by her side. With this in mind, she gently inquired, little Yu, what about your parents? Your health has yet to fully recover. Should we not invite them to come and take care of you? Upon seeing him stiffen, Jiang Shushu initially assumed it was due to his pride. Indeed, despite Liang Yu's tender age, he had been navigating various combat teams for several years, likely considering himself a little man by now. Sighing internally, she patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Do not be shy. Look at me, I am already in my 20s. And I still take my father along on missions. Seeking comfort from family is nothing to be ashamed of. Just as her words concluded, an uncanny silence enveloped the tent. Jiang Shushu, sensing something amiss, cast a puzzled glance towards Wu Jing. Wu Jing hesitated, unsure of how to broach the topic, believing it too cruel for Liang Yu to address it himself. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be best for her to speak. But just as he prepared to do so, he was interrupted by a voice. Let me speak, Liang Yu said, casting a grateful glance at Wu Jing before turning to Jiang Shushu with a smile. Sister, I am not shy. I am 14 this year, and have learned to take care of myself, so you need not worry about me. However, I have no father or mother, and there are no relatives or elders at home, so I cannot call them here. But over the years, I have made many friends who take good care of me. He paused, the corners of his mouth lifting again, his eyes sparkling with a smile. Sister, you do not know, but at the moment I fainted yesterday, I thought I was doomed. The third-level frenzy was unbearable. I had never experienced such pain before. It felt as if my entire body had been crushed by a spaceship, leaving me numb with agony. He recalled that moment of torment, thinking that living held no meaning. Death seemed preferable, perhaps allowing him to return home. But later, he felt someone feeding him something, and then he was comfortable and free from pain. Upon waking, he realized it was the spiritually enriched vegetables that saved him, provided by his sister. As he smiled, his vision blurred gradually. He had made many friends who professed to care for him, yet none treated him as his sister did. He understood that spiritually enriched items were incredibly precious, often unobtainable even with wealth, and those fortunate enough to acquire them would hide them away. Who would be as foolish as a sister, unhesitatingly offering them to save a stranger? But sister, you truly are the best person in the world, he whispered, a tear finally escaping the corner of his eye. His sister had not only saved his life, but had also allowed him to feel warmth for the first time in this world. Jiang Shushu was left speechless. You are recognized by the military district as a lucky little koi. Why is your background so tragically pitiful? Jiang Shushu, usually oblivious, now felt a tension throughout her body, uncertain how to console him. She sensed that any words she could muster would be painfully inadequate. Wu Jing, noticing the heavy atmosphere and the silence that hung between them, cleared his throat and smiled, patting Liang Yu's shoulder. Little Yu, although you are feeling better, your body has not yet recovered. You should rest early today and not overthink things. Tomorrow, I will come back with your sister Shushu to see you. After saying this, he hurriedly attempted to lead Jiang Shushu away, but after taking just a few steps, they heard a low voice calling from behind, Sister, wait a moment. Upon turning back, they found him gazing intently into Jiang Shushu's eyes, gently asking, Sister, do you know what follows the phrase, the king covers the earth tiger? Chapter 38. The little koi is an outsider. Upon uttering this phrase, Liang Yu felt a surge of anxiety. He had contemplated for a long time before deciding to test this phrase, for in the world he had inhabited before arriving at the stars, it was immensely popular. Known by everyone from the elderly to elementary school children, each with their own version. Fortunately, he had heard all the different renditions. Jiang Shushu, already being pulled away by Wu Jing, felt her body stiffen at the sound of his voice. Her mind racing with guilt for having harmed this young boy while planning to leave. Instinctively halted by her remorse, she turned back, resolutely deciding that regardless of what the little koi said, be it praise or blame, she would not argue. But what had she just heard? What about a king and a tiger? Jiang Shushu was bewildered, quickly rifling through the original owner's memories, even forcing herself to recall the deceptive words of Cheng Nan, yet found herself utterly lost. Jiang Shushu's expression was one of confusion. She wanted to ask Liang Yuyu if it were possible he had misremembered. But as she raised her gaze, she saw the glimmer of hope in the handsome young boy's eyes dimming, his lips pressed together in a look of confusion and sorrow. Jiang Shushu's heart sank with self-reproach. Why ask anything? How could the little koi be mistaken? If there were to be any error, it was hers.
Outside.
Jiang Shushu and Wu Jing exchanged glances, both exhaling deeply in unison. Another moment wasted, and the outside world had plunged into darkness. The flurry of snowflakes had ceased, and the nearby smart tents emanated light, indicating that many ability warriors were still awake. After experiencing the previous oppressive atmosphere, the chill in the air now felt refreshing and calming. Wu Jing turned to Jiang Shushu, suggesting, "Shall we take a walk?" Jiang Shushu nodded. The two walked silently towards a secluded area. "In truth, little Yu is quite pitiful," Wu Jing remarked suddenly. Jiang Shushu agreed, recalling what he had just said. Wu Jing continued, "This subject is a bit difficult to discuss." She turned to him, her expression serious. "You have not participated in hunts much before, so you may not know that Liang Yuyu's father was the leader of the previous generation's First Legion, while his mother was a spiritual master. A few years ago, Su Huangxing was besieged by a wave of beasts. The Beast King was overwhelmingly powerful, and ability warriors were merely walking to their deaths to avoid needless sacrifice. His father went alone to divert the Beast King, ultimately perishing alongside it." Wu Jing paused, the scene flashing vividly in his mind. The sky over Su Huangxing was filled with projections of the general battling the Beast King, the streets crowded with people. At that time, he was too weak to even qualify for the front lines, forced to blend into the crowd and watch with bated breath, relieved when victory was finally achieved. His father saved everyone on Su Huangxing, Wu Jing continued, and his mother, exhausted from fighting for the planet, succumbed to a mental breakdown and passed away. His relatives courageously faced death on the front lines. They are all heroes. In the wake of this tragedy, the young Liang Yu had fallen ill from grief, nearly not surviving. Her expression remained calm, but her words rang with strength. "So regardless of whether he possesses extraordinary luck, he is the darling of the entire military district. No one can shake his position, not even Cheng Nan, nor the entirety of the Second Legion." Jiang Shushu was taken aback. The little koi was, in fact, the child of a hero, and his family had perished in the battle to protect the sovereign star. He was still but a child. Yet in the vastness of the cosmos, he was left with no blood relatives. What had she done? Not only had she unwittingly unearthed the wounds deep within his heart, but she also found herself incapable of addressing even his minor inquiries. To make matters worse, she had flaunted her parental affection before him. Jiang Shushu felt an overwhelming sense of distress, wishing fervently to turn back the clock a few minutes to deliver a scathing slap to herself. Dazed, she returned to the resting pod, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep as the haunting echo of her question, "Where are your parents?" resonated in her mind, accompanied by the profound disappointment reflected in the young boy's eyes as the light within them dimmed. With a sense of regret, she sat up, exclaiming, "What a predicament this is! I must apologize to the little koi tomorrow." The following day dawned bright and clear, ideal for hunting. The combat team arose early to venture into the war zone. Thanks to Jiang Shushu, the area's ability warriors extravagantly utilized the attributeless, top-tier spirit stones. In the past, such a prospect would have seemed like a dream too audacious to entertain. The members of the 7th Combat Team, who were also equipped with superior items, were in high spirits. Lin Fu had always believed that his captain was exceedingly proud, and since the top-tier spirit stones were refined by Jiang Shushu, it was highly unlikely that his captain would purchase them, given his disdain for her. To his utter astonishment, the captain had indeed gone to procure them, returning with the goods in just a day, allowing all of them to benefit. Lin Fu felt deeply moved, only to be chosen by his teammates, who were exchanging knowing glances to express their gratitude. "Captain, the team members are immensely appreciative, but when did you visit the 1st Combat Team? I was just wondering why you didn't invite me along." Hearing this, Cheng Nan's expression darkened as he recalled the majority of Jiang Shushu's involvement, which soured his mood. He had already inquired discreetly, while each combat team refused to disclose the specifics of their profit-sharing, to safeguard their vested interests. He gleaned from their tone that they were exceedingly pleased, and even spoke of Jiang Shushu with respect and gratitude. After some probing, he discovered that the profit share from the first combat team was the lowest among them all. Enraged, he contemplated confronting them, but before he could act, they had already delivered the refined top-tier stones. His frustration grew. The transaction was concluded, and to renege would be an embarrassment. After much deliberation regarding how to pacify Lan Yi, he ultimately decided to let it go. Chang Nan gazed into the distance, his expression cold. Upon the next transaction, he would certainly reclaim what was rightfully his. The Sovereign Star Military District dispatched personnel bearing third-tier, high-grade spirit medicine, expressing their intent to take Liang Yuyu back to find a spirit pharmacist to restore his health. Liang Yuyu declined, preferring to stay by his sister's side, reasoning that a spirit pharmacist would merely prescribe different recipes for spirit-based foods, which could not compare to the effects of abundant spirit energy. Last night, he had lain awake, turning over many thoughts in his mind. Even if his sister hailed from a different place, what did it matter? She remained his benefactor, the only person in this world who made him feel warmth. Thus, he awaited her outside the spacecraft, eager for her to see him first. As Jiang Shushu stepped out of the spacecraft, burdened with guilt and hesitating, unsure of how to broach the subject, she suddenly caught sight of the little koi joyfully rushing toward her. Sister, Chapter 39. Come, let us seize the opportunity together. Sister, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us dine together. Liang Yuyu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at her, as if he had completely forgotten about the previous day's events. Jiang Shushu was momentarily stunned. The words of apology lodged in her throat refused to emerge, and she ultimately acquiesced to his insistence to share breakfast. Liang Yuyu feasted on spirit-infused grains, while Jiang Shushu made do with the low-grade spirit meals provided by the combat team. With the ability warriors having departed for the war zone, Jiang Shushu noticed Liang Yuyu's boredom and decided to take him to the war zone to scavenge for opportunities, especially since her system space required upgrading. After so many days, aside from the shares of the top-tier items, she had reaped no rewards. Soon, Ling Jun received her communication and hurried back to escort them to the war zone, where they quickly rejoined the fray. The first combat team, already not the strongest, had previously exploited the advantage of superior items to catch the Zhizhi beasts off guard. However, following Jiang Shushu's transactions with other combat teams, all ability warriors in the area were now equipped with superior items, restoring the balance of power to what it had previously been. Jiang Shushu observed that while the warriors' attacks were fierce, the number of Zhizhi beasts had notably increased, and their defenses had grown stronger. These creatures are rather cunning. They seem to prey on the weak, she murmured. Liang Yuyu, walking closely beside her, remarked, magical beasts are notoriously sly. This group of Zhizhi beasts may appear cute, but their tactics are anything but charming. They prefer to swarm together in battle. Jiang Shushu turned in surprise to look at him. Do you also find the Zhizhi beasts cute? Initially, she had thought them quite adorable upon her arrival, but after receiving several jests from Si Chen, she had refrained from openly expressing that sentiment, assuming that interstellar humans possessed peculiar aesthetics. To her astonishment, the little koi shared her sentiment. Of course, they are adorable. It's just that they are too large to embrace. Still, they are far more endearing than those grotesque and terrifying star treasures, Liang Yuyu responded, suddenly realizing something. He asked, Sister, do you think they're cute too? Jiang Shushu nodded. I do find the fluffy ones adorable, star treasures, on the other hand. Recalling the shell of the magical snail beast, with its slimy, white flesh dragging along the ground, she shuddered, feeling goosebumps rise all over her body. Their value is the only redeeming quality. She had heard that magical snails fetched a handsome price. Liang Yuyu replied, they aren't worth much anymore. Their numbers have exploded. And even the nobility on the Imperial Star seem to have one each. They are no longer considered endangered magical beasts. There are rumors they might even discontinue the star treasure designation. However, we from Sovereign Star still find them quite rare. I've heard the military district plans to establish a star treasure farm to cash in on ticket sales. Sister, when we return, I'll treat you and take you to see the star treasures, Liang Yuyu said enthusiastically. At the same time, he felt a surge of joy. Although the magical snails were not particularly appealing, the prospect of spending time with his sister made him exceedingly happy. That is entirely unnecessary, Jiang Shushu internally resisted. But upon seeing the little koi's expectant gaze, she felt reluctant to disappoint him and could only force a chuckle. Let us discuss it when we return. She hastily gestured toward a random direction. Little Yuyu, how about we try our luck over there? Over there? Liang Yuyu paused, glancing in the direction she indicated, only to lock eyes with Cheng Nan, whose dark expression suggested he was not in a good mood. Sister, Perhaps we shouldn't go that way, he quickly said, grasping Jiang Shushu's arm and whispering. Having accepted a salary from the 7th Combat Team for this expedition to Chihan Star, although the military district had cancelled his mission due to his injury, he felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing Cheng Nan. Moreover, he recalled how Cheng Nan had previously called his sister shameless, which only fueled his irritation. It was clear that Cheng Nan harbored a negative attitude toward her, and the little koi believed it best to keep them apart. However, Jiang Shushu was undeterred. Her intention was to scavenge for opportunities, not to approach the scoundrel. Would she rather head to her own combat team? Thus, disregarding the little koi's protest, she pulled him along in that direction. Captain, what are you looking at? Lin Fu gasped as he rushed over, following Cheng Nan's gaze. Apart from shadows, there was only a sea of white. Nothing particularly remarkable. Cheng Nan withdrew his gaze, remaining silent as he cast Lin Fu a cold look. What is it? Lin Fu replied, I just received a communication from the station warriors, saying that Miss Lan Yi fainted while refining medicine. What? Cheng Nan was taken aback. Had Lan Yi not mentioned today her intention to concoct a spirit medicine capable of enhancing combat prowess? How could she have fainted? What was her current state? Uncertainty lingered. Perhaps I should remain here while the captain checks on Miss Lan Yi, Lin Fu suggested, a hint of concern in his heart. After all, Liang Yuyu had just encountered trouble within their team. If the spirit master faced any misfortune, there would surely be repercussions upon their return to the military district. Upon hearing of Jiang Lan Yi's fainting, Cheng Nan felt a surge of anxiety, his mind pushing aside the earlier matters concerning Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu. Moreover, given the relatively weak capabilities of the latter two, he instinctively dismissed them as threats. With urgency, Cheng Nan hurried back to their station. Coincidentally, Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu were meandering toward them. Having spent several days in the 7th Combat Team, Liang Yuyu had become familiar with Lin Fu and curiously inquired, Deputy Lin, where is Captain Cheng Nan rushing off to in such haste? Lin Fu cast a glance at Jiang Shushu, deliberating before responding honestly. Miss Lan Yi fainted while preparing medicine, so the captain has gone to check on her. Jiang Shushu, eavesdropping nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Little sweet sister had fainted? Just as she had resolved to seize an opportunity, Jiang Lan Yi succumbed, prompting Xingnan's immediate departure. What a remarkable coincidence! Could it be that little koi had brought her some good fortune? A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Shushu as she quickly exchanged glances with Liang Yuyu, feigning casual conversation with Lin Fu. Upon discovering he was unaware of Jiang Lan Yi's condition, the two quietly departed. Lin Fu paid little heed to their exit. Who would believe that a defenseless spirit master would dare to venture into the battlefield for gain? He observed the ongoing battle between the Zhiji beasts and the soldiers for a while, identifying weak points in their defenses before directly enhancing his psychic energy output to assault those vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Jiang Shushu discreetly led Liang Yuyu to a safe zone between the two combat teams. The snow lay thick, and the green bamboo was dense. They crawled along the ground, inching forward, drawing closer to the area within the 7th Combat Team's firepower coverage, where they could already glimpse the pile of magical beasts that had been slain, but not yet collected. Xiao Jiao, at this distance, can you really absorb it into the space? In the distance, the battle raged fiercely, with the Zhiji beasts clearly at a disadvantage. The weapons wielded by the psychic warriors were known as spirit swords, featuring a groove in the handle designed to hold spirit stones. When psychic energy was channeled into these weapons, bolstered by the spirit stones and the sword's blade, their power could multiply several times beyond their original strength. Thus, the quality of both the sword and spirit stone determined the weapon's effectiveness. The military district typically provided these weapons to the combat teams, leading to negligible differences between them. To enhance a warrior's capabilities, the grade of spirit stone became paramount. Under normal circumstances, both the 1st Combat Team of Beiyuan and the 7th Combat Team of Shangnan primarily utilized mid-grade spirit stones, reserving high-grade stones for critical moments. Even then, daily allocations were required. The 1st Combat Team would impose no limits during times of abundance, while some less fortunate teams resorted to low-grade energy stones to compensate. Consequently, warriors often hesitated to unleash their full powers during combat to avoid excessive consumption of psychic energy and spirit stones. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. Jiang Shushu had astonishingly refined a spirit stone of unparalleled quality, capable of equating to 3 high-grade stones. Coupled with the 1st Combat Team's reckless aggression, other teams were emboldened to abandon their restrictions. The battle in this region had reached a fever pitch. with both Zhiji beasts and powerful psychics pouring their utmost into the fray. Naturally, the 7th combat team was no exception. Their already formidable strength soared even higher with the support of the extraordinary Spirit Stone, driving the Zhiji beasts into retreat. In a mere moment, not only had they slain a substantial number of Zhiji beasts, but the quantity of Liang Banju was also quite impressive. It's still a bit too far, master. Perhaps you could extend your arm a little further? Came the adorably innocent voice of Xiao Jiao in her mind. Jiang Shushu replied, extend further? Determined, she stretched her arm out, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. How wonderful. She'd advanced another meter. Beside her, Liang Yuyu, bewildered, lay in the snow beside Jiang Shushu. Although he did not comprehend his sister's intentions, he sensed no danger in the area and decided to indulge her happiness. However, as he observed her stretching her arm further and further, he was rendered speechless. It appeared his sister lacked a degree of intelligence. Even if she were to attempt a stroke of luck, what difference would an extra centimeter make at such a distance? Not to mention that, in this world, there were only psychic abilities, no talismans or mystical arts. Indeed, Xiaojiu's prediction proved accurate. After much effort, no progress was made. The pile of slain Zhiji beasts remained unchanged, while her absurd antics visibly astonished the nearby little koi, who stared at her in utter confusion. Jiang Shushu, frustrated Xiaojiu, you useless thing. Xiaojiu felt awkward. Master, why not try stretching forward again? Any further, and they'd risk discovery. Jiang Shushu replied tersely, those psychic warriors are not fools. If discovered, it would be disastrous. True enough, Xiaojiu chuckled nervously, then fell silent. A sudden wave of doubt washed over Jiang Shushu. Recently, Xiaojiu seemed less insistent than before. In the past, it would have urged her to collect energy bodies for the sake of upgrading the space. This fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she did not delve deeply into it. Little did she know that her lack of contemplation at this moment would lead to regret later. Unfazed, Jiang Shushu stood up, brushing off the snowflakes clinging to her clothes. After half a day's effort with nothing to show for it, her frustration mounted. Was it really so difficult to seize an opportunity with Shengnan absent? With a sigh, she decided to change her approach. Grabbing the still crouching little koi, she intended to return him to the combat team before continuing her vigil for opportunities. However, the moment she shared her plan with Liang Yuyu, he grew anxious. Sister, I don't want to go back. I want to stay with you. You want to seize an opportunity, right? I can lead you there. You? Jiang Shushu regarded him skeptically, recalling how he had led her into trouble just a couple of days prior. She patiently reassured him, little Yuyu, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You can't take any more risks. Listen to your sister and return for now. Was she doubting him? Liang Yuyu felt aggrieved. Sister, have you forgotten my abilities? I possess extraordinary luck. The last time I was injured was because the Zhiji beasts went berserk for reasons unknown. I had initially evaded them, but their agitation led to my misjudgment. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaojiu suddenly choked, its cute yet somewhat guilty electronic voice coughing repeatedly. Jiang Shushu dismissed it, pretending not to hear. Little Koi continued to plead, Sister, I'm not lying. I can truly help you find Liang Banju. And I've heard from Si Chen that you possess the same abilities as I do. If we join forces, there's absolutely no danger. Jiang Shushu chuckled awkwardly. She had no extraordinary luck. Otherwise, how could she have been unfortunate enough to be struck by a meteor and end up in such a predicament? The rewards of the combat team relied on their own strength and Xiaojiu's contributions, as it emitted a gas that could entice magical beasts, disrupting their perception of the outside world. However, little Koi's words were undeniably enticing. Yet, his body had not fully recovered. Just as she hesitated, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the 7th combat team. Among the group of burly men, a tall figure dressed vibrantly emerged. Wait. Jiang Shushu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be little sweet sister? Had she not fainted? How was she now in the battlefield? Moreover, she stood beside Xingnan, who wore a dark expression, while Jiang Lan erased her chin defiantly, wearing a provocative look. Jiang Shushu, how unfortunate. The chance to pick up a bargain has completely vanished. Jiang Shushu grasped Liang Yuyu's hand, decisively altering her course of action. Little Yuyu, choose a direction. Let us try our luck. Liang Yuyu's eyes brightened. All right, sister. Let's go this way. Lan Yi, how do you feel? Sheng Nan inquired softly, gazing tenderly at the girl before him. He had rushed back just in time to find her awake. It was only then that he learned Lan Yi had fainted from exhausting her mental energy, while concocting medicine meant for enhancing the latent abilities of ability warriors. His girl had truly exerted herself to the brink for his sake. Therefore, when Lan Yi expressed her desire to visit the battle zone, he unhesitatingly agreed, vowing silently to protect her from any danger that might arise. Jiang Lan Yi lifted her delicate face, pressing her lips into a sweet smile. It's quite nice. Far more comfortable than staying in the alchemy tent. She paused, seemingly casually adding, I think I just saw my sister? She must have come to see you. Chapter 41 Jiang Shushu. Are you suggesting I point at this hole? Want to see him? Sheng Nan frowned, his thoughts immediately drifting to Jiang Shushu's past actions and her infamous reputation, causing a wave of disdain to wash over him. He scoffed. I have long severed ties with her. The one I cherish now is you. No matter how she clings to me, it is futile. He had noticed Jiang Shushu being carried to the battle zone by Ling Jun and the constant presence of Liang Yuyu by her side. He speculated that Si Chun, who was associated with the First Legion, was Jiang Shushu's partner, considering that it was Si Chun who had taken her to encounter the magical spiraling beast. Yet, he found it curious that her recent interactions were with Ling Jun instead. After pondering for a moment, he posed a question Lan Yi. Do you know if Jiang Shushu is engaged to anyone from the First Legion? Jiang Lan Yi appeared puzzled. I don't know. My grandfather hasn't mentioned anything. Sheng Nan nodded, concluding that it seemed the engagement was still undecided. He felt assured that the one he loved would not deceive him. Thus, he did not entertain thoughts of a possible engagement or marriage. Regardless of who it might be, it would no longer concern him. What mattered most now was enhancing the combat team's strength. With this in mind, Sheng Nan turned to Jiang Lan Yi. By the way, where is the spiritual medicine you prepared? Jiang Lan Yi promptly retrieved a small vial from her storage device. The spiritual medicine is right here. You know the dosage. Do not exceed it daily, or it will harm your body. Sheng Nan nodded as he accepted the vial, his heart filled with joy. This elixir could augment an ability user's strength by an additional 10%. With the presence of both the extraordinary and the spiritual medicine, their upcoming hunt would surely be their most formidable yet. He intended to have the warriors try it as soon as possible and cautioned Lan Yi. You should entertain yourself for a while. I will deliver the medicine to the warriors. Stay here, and do not wander. Above all, do not seek out Jiang Shushu or Liang Yuyu. This place is too perilous, and your kind nature may lead you into trouble. Jiang Lan Yi blinked her large eyes and nodded obediently. Once Sheng Nan departed, she immediately turned her gaze towards a certain direction, recalling that they had headed that way moments ago. Just then, a beeping communication sound suddenly rang out. Grandfather? Oh, I see her. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu followed Liang Yuyu as they meandered outside the bamboo forest, finally coming to a halt in a secluded spot. The two crouched low, and as they skirted around a towering mound of snow, Liang Yuyu abruptly stopped, gesturing silently towards the snow mound and then to a distant cluster of Zhizhi beasts. Mouthing the words, "This is the Zhizhi beasts' den." The Zhizhi beasts built their nests underground, and the mound of snow before them was a result of their burrowing. Liang Yuyu, with a serious demeanor, signaled her to be cautious, advising her to avoid disturbing the snow to prevent alerting the guarding Zhizhi beasts. Jiang Shushu, however, was taken aback, misinterpreting his intention. You want me to point at this hole? How peculiar. Could this snow mound be a den for magical beasts, requiring a point of acknowledgement to pass through? Was this perhaps the exclusive luck magic of the little koi? Believing she had stumbled upon a little secret, Jiang Shushu hesitated for a few seconds before mimicking his gesture, pointing at the snow mound and then at the distant Zhizhi beasts, taking great care to avoid making any noise that might disturb the beasts within. Is this meant to signify caution for him as well? Liang Yuyu was deeply touched, nodding earnestly to convey his understanding. Jiang Shushu, on the other hand, assumed he was approving of her actions, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Although their thought processes were utterly divergent, with one soaring above and the other grounded, miraculously their actions aligned, and even their misinterpretations culminated in consensus. This serendipitous misunderstanding led Jiang Shushu to cast her magic every time she passed that snow mound thereafter. Liang Yuyu led the way, while Jiang Shushu cautiously followed behind. Strangely, they traversed from the battle zone to the edge of the bamboo forest without encountering a single magical beast, further solidifying Jiang Shushu's belief that the movements instructed by the little koi were indeed a beast-evading magic. The bamboo leaves were lush, although there was snow in the forest. It was noticeably less deep than outside. Tall, Deep green and robust bamboo stood proudly, not appearing the least bit weak despite being on the fringes. Liang Yuyu tugged at Jiang Shushu's sleeve. Sister, look, there's a small bamboo shoot. He crouched down, uncovering a small dark stain on the snowy ground, and sure enough, a little green tip was peeking out from beneath. The two of them surrounded the little tip, inspecting it. Jiang Shushu, curious, remarked, "Is this a bamboo shoot just breaking through the ground? I remember it's edible, right? It should fetch a good price." "This bamboo shoot isn't very tasty, and it's hard to sustain outside. It's not worth much," Liang Yuyu said mysteriously. "But sister, this bamboo shoot hides something valuable, worth quite a bit." Upon hearing of a valuable treasure, Jiang Shushu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but lower her voice, asking, "What is it?" "A type of high-grade nutrient product. It is a significant boost for both ability warriors and spiritual masters." Liang Yuyu teased, deliberately keeping her in suspense. "High-grade nutrients? It must be worth a considerable sum. Even if it isn't valuable, it would still be beneficial for the combat team." Jiang Shushu felt a thrill of anticipation, urging him to uncover it quickly. The little koi, seeing that he had successfully piqued his sister's interest, wasted no time and began to dig. He first cleared the snow from the bamboo shoot, then peeled away the outer layers of the shoot, gradually revealing the tender, white flesh inside. As he reached the final layer, he carefully rolled it back, presenting it to Jiang Shushu before unveiling it. Suddenly, a plump, white, meaty worm was revealed, wriggling awkwardly in the open air, as if it were not quite accustomed to the exposure. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, "Thank you. Your presence is truly a blessing." Although she had once been a planter, her greatest aversion had always been worms. From the moment she nurtured her seedlings, she had meticulously safeguarded them, always anticipating potential pestilences and preparing defenses well in advance. This was the first time she faced a worm head-on. It felt as though it were crawling not on leaves, but right on her heartstrings, sending waves of panic through her entire being. Jiang Shushu clamped her mouth shut, tears brimming in her eyes. Just as Liang Yuyu was about to present the worm as a gift to his sister, he looked up, startled to find her on the verge of tears. Liang Yuyu, feeling a bit helpless, said, "Sister, while the bamboo worm is rare, it is merely a small gift. There are plenty more. If you can't finish them, you can sell them. They aren't worth much, just about 2,000 interstellar coins each." Jiang Shushu instantly halted her tears.
What?
"This little worm is worth 2,000 interstellar coins? If you put it that way, I have nothing to fear. I have a tendency to be overly dramatic. Come, help me up. Sister has decided to make a change." Chapter 42. Who am I? Where am I? In the distance, the incessant sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, accompanied by the agitated shrieks of the Zhiji beasts and the battle cries of the superhumans. Yet, these disturbances had no bearing on the two busy figures in the bamboo grove. Liang Yuyu, though merely a young boy, exhibited no fear. His experience and swift actions rendered him adept. Each held a small bucket, and before long, the bottom of his was filled, while Jiang Shushu had yet to find even a single one. Though she declared herself unafraid, her actions betrayed her. Tentatively, she pinched the handle of her bucket, stretching it far away, while her other hand half covered her cheek, awkwardly scuttling about the edge of the bamboo grove in search of bamboo shoots. They dared not venture deeper, for their combined strength was insufficient to withstand even a single swipe from a Zhiji beast, which could effortlessly dispatch them without even needing to exhale. Fortunately, despite the lingering chill of winter, spring had arrived, and the bamboo shoots began to peek through the ground. Thus, the edges provided ample opportunity for the two to forage. Crouching busily on the ground, Liang Yuyu, noticing her hesitation, could not help but chime in, "Sister, do you not know how to find them? Look, the snow surface shows a hint of color, resembling dirt. That's the tip of the bamboo shoot. If you can't find it, come to me, and I'll mark the spots for you." No need," Jiang Shushu replied with a forced smile. "You dig for them. I've already found one." She quickly feigned a crouch. In truth, searching was not particularly difficult. However, the thought of the plump, wriggling bamboo worm sent shivers down her spine, rendering her hands and feet weak. Though she understood the rationale and endeavored to conquer her fear mentally, her body remained uncooperative for the time being.
Yet,
the allure of 2,000 interstellar coins was too tempting to ignore. Torn between the urge to dig and the fear of the worms, Jiang Shushu ultimately gritted her teeth and decided to proceed. She set her small bucket aside on the snow and slowly began to clear the snow around the bamboo shoots. This particular shoot was quite robust, and with care, She peeled away the outer layer, revealing the tender, white bamboo flesh within. A wave of regret washed over her. How could such fresh bamboo be destined as a worm's sustenance? It was truly incomprehensible. As her thoughts spiraled, she inadvertently stripped away the innermost layer without realizing it, until a tingling sensation on her hand made her glance down, only to be greeted by a large, plump, and lively caterpillar crawling on her finger. Jiang Shushu stifled a scream just in time, covering her mouth with her other hand to prevent a yelp that might have startled every Gigi beast in the bamboo grove. How unfortunate indeed. At that moment, Liang Yuyu, engrossed in his task, happened to glance back and mistook her expression for one of excitement at catching something incredible. However, he had to concede that his sister was remarkably lucky. That worm was indeed of exceptional quality and could fetch a handsome price. Hey, sister, after you catch the worm, wrap the stripped bamboo layers back up. The bamboo's vitality is incredibly resilient. It will regrow after some time, he urged. Understood, Jiang Shushu replied weakly, wrapping the layers back around, her gaze drifting to the significantly larger worm in her bucket. She comforted herself internally, reminding herself that bamboo worms, interstellar coins, were indeed quite delightful. With her initial experience behind her, she found herself less resistant to the task. Soon, she discovered another bamboo shoot, took a deep breath, and resumed digging. This time, she was utterly focused and cautious as she peeled away the final layer. She eagerly scraped the contents directly into her bucket before the worm could emerge.
Who am I?
Where am I? The bamboo worm seemed to cry out in confusion. Jiang Shushu felt she had discovered an excellent method. No need to touch the worms, or even look at them. This skill of peeling and scooping was perfectly suited to her. Thus, she began to revel in her newfound plan to earn money, expertly peeling the third bamboo layer. Just as she was about to drop the final piece into her bucket, a sudden voice called out from behind her. What are you doing? Startled, Jiang Shushu's hand trembled, causing the worm to drop onto her shoe. It feels as though the universe is conspiring against me, she exclaimed, quickly hopping about to shake the worm off, only to look up and meet the curious and beautiful eyes of Jiang Lanyi. Jiang Lanyi? What are you doing here? Jiang Lanyi merely smirked, dismissing the question with a retort. Are you afraid of worms? It seemed they had both witnessed each other's moments of embarrassment, balancing the scales. Liang Yuyu, hearing the commotion, hurried over, glancing between Jiang Lanyi and Jiang Shushu. This was his secret spot. No one knew that bamboo worms could be found here. Yet now Jiang Lanyi had seen them. What to do? Jiang Shushu furrowed her brow. The worms represented money, though she feared them. She was not inclined to share her discovery. However, it was evident that they could no longer hide it. Jiang Lanyi, now that you've seen, these bamboo worms are high-grade spiritual items. If you promise not to tell Xingnan, we can let you join us in foraging, she proposed. After all, there were plenty of bamboo shoots. One more person made no difference, but if she were to shout it out, this place would undoubtedly be compromised. Yet, recalling Jiang Lanyi's relationship with Xingnan, she worried that if Lanyi insisted on calling him, she would have to create chaos to summon the Gigi beasts, ensuring that the scoundrel did not benefit. To her surprise, Jiang Lanyi readily agreed. All right, I promise not to tell anyone. You can take me along. By the way, Jiang Shushu, why are you afraid of worms? I remember you used to be fearless. Liang Yuyu, look, she asked, being so loud. What if she attracts the Gigi beasts? Both of you, be quiet. Thus, what began as a duo had transformed into a trio, with the new member seemingly enjoying herself even more than the originals. Meanwhile, Xingnan was nearing a state of panic. After delivering medicine and discussing battle tactics with Lin Fu, he returned only to discover that Jiang Lanyi was missing. His repeated attempts to contact her yielded no response. This was a war zone, and Lanyi was a spiritualist with no combat prowess. What if she encountered a Gigi beast? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his anxiety intensified. Just as he was about to search the outer edges of the bamboo grove, he spotted Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu approaching. Following closely behind them was none other than Jiang Lanyi. Xingnan's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 43. Clearly a three-person operation. Yet I remain nameless. What kind of person was Jiang Shushu? Xingnan knew her all too well, lazy, dull-witted, and unambitious. Lanyi, however, was different. She was strong, brave, kind, and considerate. What if she were led astray by Jiang Shushu? Moreover, he had explicitly instructed Lanyi to remain in place, yet she had turned around to join Jiang Shushu. If it were Lanyi who had chosen to follow her, he could hardly believe it. Reflecting on Lonnie's previous words that Jiang Shushu had come to see him, Sheng Nan's mind began to concoct theories. Perhaps Jiang Shushu was deliberately trying to sabotage Lonnie because of her past infatuation with him, seeking revenge for the disdain he had always shown her. It was plausible. After all, Jiang Shushu had once harbored feelings for him, and his indifference might have fueled her desire for retaliation. Yet, she should never have sought revenge at the expense of her own sister. As Sheng Nan's thoughts spiraled, his expression grew darker. When Jiang Shushu passed by without acknowledging him, he could no longer restrain himself and called out, "Jiang Shushu, stop right there. Regardless of your intentions or the methods you employ to capture my attention, I must make it unequivocally clear today that our relationship has reached an irrevocable conclusion. My heart is solely occupied by Lin Yi. Should you dare to take her to perilous locales again, do not expect me to show you any leniency." With that said, he disregarded Jiang Shushu's potential reaction, grasped Jiang Linyi's hand, and spun around her, meticulously inspecting to ensure her safety, finally releasing a sigh of relief upon finding no issues. Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu were left in a state of bewilderment, as if they had been struck by an unexpected blow while strolling peacefully down the street. Could anyone remain composed in such a situation? Naturally not. Jiang Shushu retorted immediately, "Sheng Nan, is your mind filled with water, or has it been frozen into a state of confusion? If your eyesight is impaired, you should seek help or perhaps install a smart sensor to avoid shouting and drawing everyone's attention." Her words struck a chord with the other three present, causing their hearts to skip a beat. The little koi gazed at Jiang Shushu with admiration, silently praising her bravery. Meanwhile, Jiang Linyi inwardly lamented the unfolding events. She understood that Sheng Nan was notoriously obstinate, and her sister's direct and unyielding words would likely provoke a backlash. As expected, Sheng Nan's fury ignited at her remarks. His countenance darkening as an oppressive aura emerged from his powerful presence, directed mercilessly at Jiang Shushu. His voice turned frigid. "What did you just say?" Since arriving in the star realm, Jiang Shushu, despite being deemed a waste, had always held a noble status as a spirit master. No one had ever threatened her with force before. As the pressure intensified, her expression shifted. Had it been anyone else, she would have opted to endure the threat and seek retribution later. However, faced with Sheng Nan, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to back down. Straightening her spine, a cold smirk crept onto her lips. "Since you asked so sincerely, I shall generously inform you. I believe you are blind." She emphasized the last few words with palpable weight. This declaration unleashed the tempest of Sheng Nan's anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he gestured violently, unleashing an attack. Just then, two booming voices erupted from behind. "Stop. Sheng Nan, I dare you." Initially prepared to stand her ground even at the cost of injury, Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback as two imposing figures appeared before her. With their raised hands, the oppressive force surrounding her dissipated instantly. She blinked in surprise, realizing it was Ling Jun and Si Chen. While Ling Jun was her nominal husband, unable to stand idly by as his wife faced outside aggression, Si Chen, known for his sharp tongue, had also stepped in front of her. Unbeknownst to her, it wasn't just Ling Jun and Si Chen. Bei Yuan had also arrived. Concerned after Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu had vanished without a trace, the three had been frantically searching the vicinity when they stumbled upon the unfolding scene. Ling Jun maintained a calm demeanor, yet an icy glint lurked in his gaze. "Sheng Nan, do you intend to wage war against the First Legion?" Si Chen's fury was palpable. "You scoundrel, did you plan to kill her if we had arrived any later?" Bei Yuan, arriving last, furrowed his brow, coldly demanding, "Sheng Nan, what is the meaning of this?" What had initially been a one-sided situation transformed into a tense standoff with the sudden arrival of the three. As if a balloon filled with air awaited only a pinprick to burst. Sheng Nan's expression hardened, yet a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. Just a mere waste. And yet three formidable individuals had rallied to her defense. While Si Chen and Bei Yuan were somewhat expected, it was Ling Jun's staunch stance that truly unsettled him. What was the nature of their relationship? As he pondered, he subconsciously began to retract his oppressive aura. At that moment, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve and glanced down to see Jiang Linyi, arms outstretched in a protective gesture before him. A warmth spread within Sheng Nan. Linyi must have sensed the overwhelming numbers and wished to shield him. Indeed, the next second, she exclaimed, "What are you all asking about? I demand to know what you are doing. Sheng Nan and I were merely joking with my sister. Do you really intend to intervene?" Si Chen scoffed, deriding her. A joke? A joke that could lead to death? Are you blind? Which of your eyes witnessed a death? Jiang Linyi retorted, hands on her hips, defiantly challenging him. The exchange drew the attention of the others, their expressions darkening. All present were acutely aware that the relationship between the two sisters had always been fraught with discord. Otherwise, how could one sister have claimed her sibling's fiancé? Now, as the facade of cordiality was stripped away, tensions escalated. Yet Liang Yuyu, the young boy, was oblivious to these undercurrents. His mouth hung agape in disbelief. Just moments ago, he and his sister had been gathering bamboo worms alongside Jiang Linyi. And now he heard words that suggested violence against her? Confusion washed over him, and he couldn't help but defend. But sister, just now. What just now? Linyi interrupted. Was it not Shengnan who misinterpreted your outing with me? Why cling to this issue? Her eyes sparkled with emotion as she glared at Jiang Shushu. The little koi was momentarily stunned, unable to process the situation, while Jiang Linyi's gaze shifted to her sister, imbued with a sense of grievance. I was merely wandering about out of boredom, not even accompanying you. It's so frustrating that despite our trio, I am left nameless in this affair. Shengnan paused, realization dawning upon him, so that was the crux of the misunderstanding. Ling Jun, Si Chun, and Bei Yuan had arrived late and were unaware of the underlying conflict. But he knew all too well it stemmed from his misapprehension of their return together. As Jiang Linyi continued to blink at Jiang Shushu, she pleaded, Sister, now that the matter is clear, it is merely a misunderstanding. We are all family. I apologize on behalf of Shengnan. Can we not let this go? As she spoke, she grasped Shengnan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with pleading and sincerity. Shengnan, feeling a softening within, turned his dissatisfaction towards Jiang Shushu, musing that if not for Ling Jun's involvement, this issue would not have reached such a level of complicity. Liang Yuyu quietly recounted the events to the three newcomers. Bei Yuan, feeling a headache coming on, recalled the previous conflicts between Jiang Shushu and Shengnan. Despite the trivial nature of today's incident, it had escalated, hinting at deeper personal grievances. He glanced at Ling Jun, knowing this was his wife and eager to hear his opinion, only to find him looking inquiringly at Jiang Shushu. Seeking her perspective, Jiang Shushu furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of confusion in her gaze. She could not fathom Jiang Linyi's stance. During their last transaction, Linyi had seemed indifferent to any grievances Shengnan faced, yet now she defended him at every turn. What was her true intention? Regardless, she knew that if this commotion continued, the risk of Shengnan discovering the truth about the bamboo worms would be dire. She could forego the bamboo worms, but the first combat team needed them. Now that Jiang Linyi has tactfully steered the conversation toward familial matters, it is evident that she seeks to downplay the issue. Contemplating this, Jiang Shushu momentarily suppresses her anger, casting a deep, meaningful glance at Shengnan before smiling at Jiang Linyi and saying, Sister and brother-in-law are still rather young and impetuous. In the future, do refrain from making baseless accusations. This time, I will let it slide, but if you cross me again, I shall not be so forgiving. Her patronizing tone, punctuated by repeated references to brother-in-law and sister, nearly provokes Shengnan to the brink of fury, yet he restrains himself, mindful of Ling Jun's presence. Once everyone has departed, he takes Jiang Linyi back to the 7th Combat Team's district. Lan Yi, were you frightened? Shengnan gently asks, draping an arm around her shoulder. I have high-grade nutritional ingredients in my storage device. Once we return, I shall have them prepared for you. His heart softens at the memory of her unhesitatingly shielding him during the confrontation with Ling Jun and others. Jiang Linyi nods but clutches the corner of his shirt. Her expression troubled as she murmurs, Sister has changed. She was once so innocent, but now. I feel guilty. It's our fault. If it weren't for the annulment, she wouldn't have become like this. Shengnan, I sense that she is angry with me. What should I do? I observe no change in her. She remains as foolish as ever. Shengnan scoffs dismissively. She was inept before, and now she believes that becoming engaged to Si Chen grants her the right to be arrogant. I will deal with Si Chen. He is nothing but a man of many tricks, and she will have her moments of despair. Jiang Linyi is taken aback. Engaged to Si Chen? Indeed. Did you not see how he defended her just now? He is merely a waste of space, likely entranced by her beauty for the time being. Jiang Linyi realizes. Now that you mention it, I did notice that Si Chen treats sister quite well. However, I believe she still harbors feelings for you. She is simply consumed by love turned to hate. I am aware. He is merely trying to attract my attention in every possible way. Jiang Linyi is momentarily speechless. The words she wishes to say lodged in her throat, her eyes flashing with astonishment. What does he mean? Is he disdainful or concerned? Meanwhile, Shangnan, gazing ahead, feels a rising tide of frustration. He understands better than anyone how much Jiang Shushu cherishes him. How could she forget him so quickly? Furthermore, she has yet to return the engagement necklace he gifted her. Never mind, let it remain with her for now. I will retrieve it once I marry Lani. He recalls the words Jiang Shushu said in defiance when he mistakenly reprimanded her earlier. While they were not pleasant, they were a roundabout way of expressing concern. On the other side, Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu obediently returned to the first combat team. Jiang Feng waits anxiously outside, pacing back and forth. Upon seeing them return, he breathes a sigh of relief and rushes over. Shushu, where have you been? We searched everywhere for you. We were nearly frantic. He glances at Ling Jun, adding. Ling Jun was especially worried. Jiang Shushu chooses to ignore the last comment and approaches her father, touched. Father, I am fine. You need not worry about me. As she speaks, she gestures for Liang Yuyu to come forward, then steps back a few paces. Little Yuyu, bring out the bucket. Although bamboo worms are rare, Jiang Shushu has no intention of keeping them. Whether in her system space or spatial bracelet, she finds the idea unappealing, fearing they might crawl all over. Before long, a small bucket brimming with bamboo worms appears before them. Everyone, except Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu, is left dumbfounded.
Ling Yun suddenly speaks up.
You spent the entire afternoon catching these? Yes, Jiang Shushu replies. We caught 2 full buckets. Bamboo worms have a calming effect on the mental sea. I shall have Fong Qinghan cook them tomorrow so the soldiers can replenish their strength. Ling Jun glances at Si Chun and Bei Yuan, raising an eyebrow but saying nothing further. Si Chun, however, is visibly pleased. Bamboo worms are a high-grade spirit item, a substantial boost for ability warriors' bodies. Given the recent intensified battles with the Zhiji beasts, although they're super-grade items, some soldiers have begun to show signs of mental collapse. With bamboo worms, everything will be manageable. Curious, Jiang Shushu asks, what leads to the signs of collapse? Si Chun sighs, there is no other way. The Zhiji beasts are fierce. Now that all combat teams possess super-grade items, we no longer have an advantage. Our strength is already inferior to theirs, and the Zhiji beasts engage in relentless group fighting. Today, Shengnan's team utilized strength-enhancing spirit medicine, which has left the soldiers somewhat unstable. Spirit medicine? I presume Jiang Lani concocted it. I wonder how much it can enhance combat power. Which is more effective, that or the trump card, she is yet to reveal. As she recalls Ling Jun mentioning the Chihan Star, she reflects on historical events where heroes survived harsh winters thanks to the aid of red chili peppers. Coincidentally, she has some on hand and considers preparing more for the soldiers, should they falter. However, given the differences in this world, she remains uncertain of its effectiveness and worries about making a fool of herself if her assumptions are incorrect. Lost in thought, Bei Yuan interjects, by the way, Shushu, you are also a spirit medicine master, and we have brought materials. Why not try refining tomorrow? Jiang Shushu is taken aback. You want me to refine? In an alchemy furnace? Just as she is about to decline, she meets Ling Jun's gaze, illuminated by the surrounding lights, revealing a flicker of amusement in his eyes. I believe you should give it a try. We have ample materials, so consider it practice without putting too much pressure on yourself. Seeing his encouragement, Jiang Shushu contemplates for a moment and concedes, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. Chapter 45. The familiar recipe. The familiar flavor the following day. Liang Yuyu stays at the base with Jiang Shushu. His task has been cancelled, and he is not affiliated with any combat team, allowing him the freedom to go wherever he pleases. Jiang Shushu selects an open space and moves the alchemy platform from the tent to this location. After all, she cannot risk blowing up the smart tent with her frequent mishaps. Once everything is set up, she calls Liang Yuyu to bring over some stools, and together they begin organizing the necessary items for alchemy. The materials were provided by Si Chin in the morning, along with a recipe for a second-grade enhancement potion. Jiang Shushu cannot help but acknowledge the thoroughness of the preparation and the trust placed in her. Liang Yuyu is brimming with excitement, as this is his first time witnessing spirit medicine refinement firsthand. He chatters incessantly, sister. Is this how we arrange the medicinal plants? I think this is good. What do you think? He is busier than Jiang Shushu herself, alternating between sorting the medicinal plants, checking the cauldron, and fetching snacks for her, until he once again approaches with a cup of water, only to suddenly spill it with a loud crash. The young and handsome boy instantly resembles a dirty refugee, as though he has just escaped from a coal mine. Liang Yuyu, I feel a bit dizzy.
Who am I?
Where am I? Jiang Shushu, with an expression of understanding indeed, the familiar recipe, the familiar flavor. The little koi scurries away in disarray, and after cleaning himself up, he promptly moves his small stool far away, refusing to approach again. Well, fine, but that distance is not entirely safe. Jiang Shushu glances back with a sigh of resignation, allowing him to be, while she quietly studies the recipe. Soon, the second furnace ignited, but before long, Liang Yuyu despaired as he discovered that his sister had once again caused an explosion, leaving him covered in a cloud of ash. Throughout the morning, the camp was incessantly filled with the sounds of explosions, driving the remaining spiritual masters and ability warriors of other combat teams into a state of hopelessness as they listened. Several of them, frightened by the noise, ended up ruining their own furnaces. However, Liang Yuyu surprisingly found himself becoming somewhat accustomed to the chaos. He even noticed a peculiar pattern. Wherever he sat, a pile of medicinal ash would fall around him, leaving him covered, while his sister's area remained impeccably clean. Though he didn't fully comprehend it, it seemed rather mystical, prompting him to eagerly move closer to her side. Jiang Shushu cast him a sidelong glance, arching an eyebrow. Little one, you probably don't realize that this is the optimal position I've concluded after being drenched numerous times. By noon, the ability warriors took turns returning to the camp, and both Beiyuan and Siqing learned of the situation. Their expressions mirrored Liang Yuyu's, utterly fantastical. What they had only read about in ancient texts was unfolding before their eyes, yet neither wished to witness such a scene again, lamenting the waste of precious materials. Unfortunately, once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Beiyuan feigned ignorance, finishing his meal before swiftly heading back to the battlefield, preferring not to witness the mess. Siqing, however, lingered with Ling Jun for a while, intrigued by the spectacle, before finally departing as well. Liang Yuyu, feeling weary, returned to the rest cabin for a nap, leaving Jiang Shushu alone in the vast space. Her forced composure immediately crumbled, and after turning the medicinal concoctions over and over, she still couldn't discern where she had gone wrong. She decided to set aside the refining process and instead entered her space to harvest the latest batch of ripe peppers for storage. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind. The spiritual spring water had increased significantly since the last upgrade, and the peppers in the spiritual soil were indeed ripe for picking. The adjacent spiritual vegetables and fruits had accumulated into small mounds. What else? Right, the premium spiritual stones. Wait a minute, where are my premium ones? Jiang Shushu stared in disbelief at the spot where she had previously stored the premium stones, now utterly empty, save for a few scattered pieces on the ground. After trading with other combat teams and the several hundred stones from Chengnan, she had painstakingly accumulated over 1,000, yet now they were all gone? Xiao Jiu, come out and explain this to me. In her system space, aside from herself, only Xiao Jiu was present. No one else could enter. Jiang Shushu was furious. This was her hard-earned treasure, her entire wealth in interstellar currency. What is the master talking about? Don't play coy with me. The space only has you and me. I haven't touched those premium stones. Where are they now? Did you hide them away? I didn't hide them, master. You're wronging me. Xiao Jiu whimpered. Stop acting dumb. I'm asking where the premium stones went. Jiang Shushu was nearly driven to the brink of rage. The space fell into an eerie silence, but Xiao Jiu, a preset spatial spirit robot, surprisingly felt a rare tingle of apprehension. I absorbed them. Absorbed them? Jiang Shushu nearly felt the impulse to strike it down. You absorbed all of them? I left you 2 or 3 pieces. Left? You dare use that word? Jiang Shushu was beside herself. You absorbed so many premium stones. What is the use? The space remains the same. The spiritual eye is unchanged. The spiritual soil is still vast. What did you gain from it? Xiao Jiu fell silent, wanting to explain to its master that it was accumulating energy for the next upgrade, but faced with a clearly enraged master, it hesitated to speak. Can you spit it back out? No. Her master had truly lost her temper, asking such a foolish question. How could something already consumed and digested be regurgitated? The fault lay with her for not being able to gather energy bodies. With a dark expression, Jiang Shushu took a deep breath, not wanting to remain in the space for even a second longer. She feared she might actually harm this utterly useless system that excelled only at consuming resources. With a flash, she exited the space. After her departure, a small snail crept up by the spiritual spring, cautiously peeking around, and upon confirming it was alone, It settled into a comfortable position and sighed contentedly. In the afternoon, the explosive sounds did not return. Jiang Shushu sat on a small stool, her expression shifting as her mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts. Liang Yuyu had already woken up, carefully sitting on his little stool, silently observing his sister's face, which resembled a painter's palette, and dared not interrupt her. He had always been sensitive to his surroundings and sensed that his sister was in a particularly foul mood. Letting out a silent sigh, after a morning of explosions, who wouldn't he feel disheartened? After a considerable time, he finally saw her open her eyes and gaze up at the thick, cloud-laden sky at a 45-degree angle, lost in sorrow. Sister, what's wrong? If there's something bothering you, let me share the burden. Liang Yuyu couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, it's nothing. She had simply made a sudden decision in her heart. If explosions were destined to happen, then let them come with greater ferocity. After all, there was nothing left to lose. Ignite, open the cauldron. Jiang Shushu waved her hand to summon a large quantity of medicinal herbs, tossing in whatever caught her eye. After some thought, she also threw in a few red peppers from her space. And the last 3 premium spiritual stones lingered in her hand for a moment before being unceremoniously cast into the cauldron. In a final desperate attempt to find something pleasing, she dug out a large chunk of spiritual soil from her space and tossed that in as well. What she didn't realize was that the moment the spiritual soil was taken, Xiao Jiao sensed it. It quickly scurried over to the missing piece, circling around it several times, nearly shedding tears out of concern. This was an energy-concentrated substance, and losing such a large chunk was a significant setback. It would require a tremendous amount of energy to fill that gap. Xiao Ju dutifully set about the task, while outside, Liang Yuyu was thoroughly startled by Jiang Shushu's actions. Sister must be in a state of great distress, he thought. He had never heard of refining medicine requiring spiritual stones. Those were needed for weapon forging, which was an entirely different discipline. Jiang Shushu, however,
Didn't he care about his thoughts?
She followed her whims, and once she had thrown in everything she wanted, her spiritual energy flowed into the cauldron through the lid's crevice. Before her, a haze of white smoke enveloped the scene, and as she slowly sank her consciousness down, she saw a green liquid enveloping a large mass of melted yellow energy at the bottom of the cauldron. The energy flowed like water, transforming from an oval to a rectangular shape, appearing highly malleable. Jiang Shushu stroked her chin, struck by inspiration. Guiding her mental energy with her gold-based ability, she slowly shaped it into the form she envisioned. Outside, Liang Yuyu was growing restless, having waited for a long time without hearing any explosions. Just as he was wondering, he saw his sister, who had been meditating, suddenly open her eyes. His heart leaped with joy. Sister, did you succeed this time? Yes, I did. Jiang Shushu stood up and hurried to the now-cool cauldron, which was covered in cracks, clearly rendered unusable. She didn't mind. Tossing the lid aside, she pressed down on the edges and tore it in half. As the smoke dissipated, a black sword was revealed within. Oh my! Liang Yuyu exclaimed, astonished that a spiritual sword could be forged from the medicinal cauldron. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Could it be that his sister was not from the same world as him, but from a realm of cultivation? With this thought, his expression turned serious as he hastily called out, Sister, you must keep the fact that you forged a spiritual sword a secret. Otherwise, you might be taken for human dissection research. Chapter 46, The Unlucky One, Without a Care in the World. Jiang Shushu pulled the sword from a cauldron, completely immersed in the joy of her success, oblivious to Liang Yuyu's warning. Though the alchemical cauldron has met its demise, it did not fail its mission, for it successfully crafted a remarkable artifact during its illustrious career. This is a sword of ancient design, entirely enveloped in a deep hue of black. Jiang Shushu stands tall and proud, one hand gripping the sword while the other delicately glides along its blade, before executing a graceful flourish that sends a dazzling display before her, while the surroundings remain eerily still. Jiang Shushu, indeed. It lives up to its reputation as a discarded piece of junk. Undeterred, she enthusiastically engages in a few more random maneuvers before pausing. As a spirit master, she lacks any martial prowess, rendering her incapable of channeling sword energy for a potency test. Yet, it matters little, for she has an extraordinary warrior by her side. She reaches over and gives the bewildered little koi fish a gentle pat, thrusting the sword into his hands. Xiao Yuyu, come and try out the new weapon crafted by your sister. Just channel your abilities into it and swing it forward to see what happens. Can a weapon produced by the cauldron truly function? Liang Yuyu's mind is filled with doubt as he hesitates to accept it. Upon tossing the sword into the air and channeling his abilities, the once unassuming black sword suddenly radiates with brilliance, hovering above Liang Yuyu's head. With a mere motion, it silently cleaves through the air, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu, it truly is impressive. The sword's power far surpasses that of the spirit swords currently wielded by other ability warriors. Jiang Shushu's heart swells with joy. Although the weapon is of no use to her, she is elated as long as it enhances the combat squad's strength. I should inform Ling Jun to come and take a look at this sword, she muses as she activates her holographic communicator, but before she can press the button, she is interrupted by the little koi fish. Wait a moment, sister. Liang Yuyu furrows his brow. Perhaps it is best not to share this with anyone just yet. Let me tell you a story first, and then you can decide whether to inform him. I have heard that there exists an instrument on the Imperial Star capable of detecting souls. It is quite extraordinary, able to ascertain the origins of the soul residing within a body, such as from another world. Not long ago, a descendant from a family on Imperial Star was scrutinized by this device due to her peculiar behavior, and it was ultimately revealed that her body had been overtaken by a foreign soul. In truth, there have been many such incidents throughout the Empire's history, primarily involving the younger generations of noble families. These renowned families possess profound heritage, and their elders are astute and formidable figures, who would willingly accept that a descendant's body has been usurped. Thus, any confirmed instances of foreign souls are often covertly taken for research, leading to dire consequences. Moreover, these individuals are collectively labeled as monsters, and the Empire has even enacted regulations regarding them. Anyone who discovers and reports such cases is rewarded handsomely, while those who remain silent are deemed complicit with the monsters. This stringent regulation illustrates the Empire's utter intolerance toward foreign souls. They would rather wrongfully execute 1,000 than allow one to escape. Sister, I certainly do not doubt your intentions, but this is the first time I've heard of a cauldron producing spirit swords. I fear they may suspect you. Liang Yuyu expressed his concerns. After listening to the tale, Jiang Shushu fell into a contemplative silence. She does not believe that the little koi fish would deceive her. Yet she cannot shake the feeling of being a mere pawn in a larger game. She just activated a new survival skill, only to be warned to lay low, for a single misstep could lead to her being captured for experiments. Jiang Shushu's expression fluctuates as myriad thoughts whirl within her mind. Must she feign mediocrity for the entirety of her existence? She recalls Jiang Feng, Ling Jun, and the impending disbandment of the first combat team. Survival in the starry expanse is ruthless. If one merely seeks to exist without striving for advancement, there will come a day when these supports will vanish, leaving her with nowhere to turn. And as for others, she cannot forget her biological father. Well, it is what it is. Since only the Imperial Star possesses such a device, I can simply choose never to go there. This vast expanse of the cosmos surely offers enough amusement. She resolves to exercise caution in the future. With newfound determination, Jiang Shushu smiled brightly. Xiao Yuyu, worry not. I am not one of those so-called monsters. I fear neither the instrument nor their suspicions. Liang Yuyu, who had initially accepted her as one of his kind, now felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him as he observed her confident demeanor. Had he truly misjudged her? Though she had intended to disclose the creation of the spirit sword, Jiang Shushu remained cautious, redirecting the communication meant for Ling Jun to her father, deciding to gauge his reaction before proceeding further. Before long, the voice of Jiang Feng resonated through her communicator. Shu Bao? Father, I need to discuss something with you. Can you return now? After a brief silence, punctuated by the sounds of commotion, Jiang Feng's gruff voice boomed. Captain, quickly find someone to cover for you. Shu Bao has asked for me to come back. What could possibly be the matter? I hope it's not an issue with alchemy. Let Ling Jun and Si Chen accompany you back. Jiang Shushu was about to protest that it was unnecessary when she heard a loud affirmation on the other end, followed by the abrupt termination of the connection. Jiang Shushu. Ooh. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she harbored a strange feeling that her father might become an obstacle on her path to survival. Jiang Shushu was no longer inclined to continue her alchemical endeavors, not due to laziness, but because the cauldron had exploded after producing the divine sword, leaving her without the necessary tools to practice further. Ling Jun and the others quickly returned, each bearing a semblance of concern. Jiang Feng rushed ahead and was the first to inquire, Shu Bao, what is the matter? Ling Jun, following closely behind, noted Jiang Shushu's calm demeanor. surmising that it likely wasn't a health issue, and thus softly asked, "Is there a problem with your alchemy?" Si-chun, though standing at the rear, could not conceal his worry. Jiang Shushu felt a warmth in her heart, further solidifying her resolve to avoid the imperial star in the future. "It's nothing serious. I merely accidentally produced a divine sword during my alchemical practice," she stated nonchalantly. "Jiang Feng, you gave me quite a fright. I thought something terrible had occurred. It turns out you simply forged a sword." Ling Jun. As long as all is well," Si-chun muttered under his breath. "You called us back in such a hurry. I thought it was a major crisis." However, a second later, the three of them simultaneously reacted, asking in unison, "What did you just say?" Jiang Shushu was rendered speechless. She waved her hand dismissively, directing Liang Yuyu to stand aside, revealing the divine sword behind her. As he moved, a glowing black sword majestically hovered in the air, suddenly appearing before their eyes. Jiang Feng, Ling Jun, and Si-chun, the expressions of the three mirrored one another, each wearing a look of utter astonishment. Liang Yuyu couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how he had reacted similarly upon witnessing the divine sword emerge from the cauldron. Chapter 47. The divine sword emerges from the alchemical cauldron. The three were utterly flabbergasted, their minds echoing the phrase, "I accidentally forged a sword during alchemy." Jiang Feng felt as though he were in a dream, overwhelmed with confusion and uncertainty. "Shu Bao, you mean to say that this sword was forged from the alchemical cauldron?" Seeing his father's incredulous expression, Jiang Shushu fell silent for a few seconds before nodding firmly and emphatically stating, "Indeed, father, your daughter is a genius. She is truly remarkable." Jiang Feng was left in a state of bewilderment, feeling as if he were caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Surely not. Could it be that there was a mix-up during the entrance examination? Instead of entering the Department of Artifacts, she ended up in the Department of Alchemy? If so, has she been misled all these years? No wonder she had been unable to produce any potions. Thankfully, his daughter possessed exceptional talent, unwittingly creating a spirit artifact. Moreover, judging by its quality, it was quite impressive. Once he subconsciously accepted the notion that his daughter was a genius, the idea of the divine sword emerging from the alchemical cauldron became significantly easier to comprehend. After all, geniuses are known for accomplishing feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, how could they be called geniuses? As he pondered further, Jiang Feng's heart swelled with both gratification and excitement, and he was suddenly overcome with the desire to boast about his child's remarkable abilities to the entire galaxy. While others were distant, those close at hand were very much within reach. He promptly seized both Ling Jun and Si-chun, pulling them before the black sword, and with a proud demeanor declared, "You are all extraordinary power wielders and well-versed young individuals, far superior to this old man. Come, lend your expertise to assess the quality of the sword." Although framed as a question, his expression was unmistakably one of anticipation for their praise. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Shushu mention the divine sword emerging from the alchemical cauldron, Si-chun was equally astonished. Nevertheless, his thoughts aligned closely with Jiang Feng's. He too questioned whether there had been an error in the entrance examination. After all, while Jiang Shushu was an innate awakener, her innate attributes had nearly all manifested. For instance, she had awakened the wood and fire abilities required for a spiritual pharmacist. Moreover, she also possessed the gold and fire abilities demanded of a spiritual tool master. It seemed that even if her awakened talents were somewhat lacking, she would still barely qualify as a power warrior. Thus, it became evident that she could pursue any path as a spiritual pharmacist, spiritual tool master, or warrior. However, due to the dominance of her wood and fire abilities, she ultimately chose the pharmacological path. Could it be that she lacked talent for alchemy, but was instead a prodigy in forging? This peculiar notion bubbled up within Si-chun. Only Ling Jun, when drawn before the black sword, casually glanced at Jiang Shushu from the corner of his eye. His expression remained as calm as ever. Yet the depths of his gaze swirled with an inscrutable darkness. Jiang Shushu suddenly felt a chill envelop her. What was this sensation? Si-chun, meanwhile, was genuinely scrutinizing the sword. Unlike the spiritual swords wielded by power warriors, the patterns on the hilt were ancient and mysterious, appearing as if they were naturally part of the sword rather than intricately carved. Most crucially, this sword lacked a recess for a spiritual stone. A divine sword that could be activated without a spiritual stone? Intriguing. Allow me to test it, Si-chun remarked, extending his hand to grasp the sword and channeling his power into it. However, to his embarrassment, it remained utterly inert, and it was evident that the sword harbored the residual power of someone else. Liang Yuyu promptly interjected, "That's my power inside. Earlier, my sister had me test its might. However, this sword is indeed remarkable. As long as there is even a trace of power within the blade, it can hover indefinitely in the air." Upon hearing this, Ling Jun and Si Chen were once more taken aback. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with pride. How could he contain his elation? Although the spiritual swords used by combat teams were formidable, they were merely common goods across the galaxy. Beyond amplifying a warrior's strength, they offered little else. Yet this freshly forged sword could float autonomously as long as it harbored power? Si Chen's expression turned solemn as the black sword hovered before him. He grasped the hilt and, exerting merely a third of his strength, swung it toward the open space ahead. In an instant, a deeper and wider chasm appeared before them. Si Chen declared, "The mystery is unveiled." Those inconspicuous ravines they previously encountered must have been formed in this manner. Though he had only exerted a fraction of his strength, his rank surpassed Liang Yuyu's, thus enhancing the resultant power. Hence, the sword's fundamental functions were evidently intact. Releasing his grip, he observed the black sword indeed remained suspended before him, not plummeting. His eyes gleamed with realization. Truly a divine sword. "Jiang Shushu, what is its name?" he inquired. "A name?" Jiang Shushu paused, glancing toward Liang Yuyu. "Isn't it simply called a spiritual sword?" Liang Yuyu appeared equally perplexed. "Yes, all the ones we use are referred to as spiritual swords. The name was given by the spiritual tool master who forged it. Yours is different, so you can bestow it with a new name," Ling Jun elucidated from the side. So that's how it is," Jiang Shushu nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a phrase often exclaimed by her little niece echoed in her mind. Bala La energy. Little magical fairy transformation. Defeat the dark magic. The dark magic she was meant to conquer was none other than Jiang Shushu herself, forced to play the role of the dark demon. A mischievous notion flickered within her. Thus, she decided to name it Godslayer. Damn that dark demon. She was utterly fatigued by the childish antics of those characters. Godslayer. The crowd was taken aback by the name. Ling Jun and the others felt it resounded with grandeur and majesty, sounding as though it had been meticulously contemplated, infused with the forger's deep aspirations. Liang Yuyu's emotions were more complex. Her sister was indeed from the realm of cultivation, perhaps even a prominent figure from a sect. Everyone was lost in their own imaginings, oblivious to the fact that the moment Godslayer was uttered, the hovering black sword seemed to respond, its entire blade quivering slightly, and the hilt glimmered with a light that revealed two ancient characters. In the space nearby, a languid little snail, lounging beside the spiritual spring, stirred slightly, lifting its small head in curiosity. "Oh, has my master attained such capabilities?" Si Chen, the most impatient, swiftly cradled the sword, exclaiming, "You all continue your discussion. I will take the sword to the battle zone to test its might." Without awaiting a response, he hurriedly made his way to depart. "Wait!" Jiang Shushu called out. "This sword was forged by me. If you wish to take it away, you must agree to one condition." Si Chen paused, instinctively tightening his grip. "What condition do you propose?" "You see, I prefer to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary attention. Thus, apart from us, you are not to disclose the matter of the sword to anyone else," Jiang Shushu warned. "If you dare reveal it, I will reclaim the sword and deny you its use." Is that all?" Si Chen replied. "Rest assured, I won't breathe a word to anyone except the captain." He readily acquiesced, and before his words had fully dissipated, he had already dashed far away. Although he did not comprehend Jiang Shushu's motives for concealing her talents, whether it was the bountiful spiritual fruits or the extraordinary spiritual stones, who would suspect that they stemmed from someone labeled as a waste for over a decade. As for the Godslayer sword, well, silence is golden. It was ultimately the first combat team that would reap the benefits. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the implications of past concealments and the current ones were entirely different. Chapter 48. Godslayer emerges. Who can compete? How about this? Since alchemy seems unfeasible, Shushu and Yu shall accompany me to the battle zone for some fun, Ling Jun suggested, glancing at the shattered alchemical cauldron. After a brief pause, he continued, "Upon our return, I will take you to the spiritual herb shop to select a fine forging cauldron." He had initially intended to refer to the alchemical cauldron but suddenly recalled that Jiang Shushu had never successfully concocted a spiritual herb, yet had flawlessly forged a spiritual tool. Ling Jun reflected quietly. Such an extraordinary occurrence would be hard for anyone to accept at once, but perhaps they could explore a different academy upon their return. Liang Yoyu was the first to leap forward in agreement. Yes, yes. I want to witness the might of Godslayer. Jiang Shushu felt a twinge of excitement as well. Although it was an accidental creation, it was still her first finished product, and to claim she was not looking forward to it would be a lie. The two quickly reached a consensus, and decided to set off at once. Zhang Feng and Liang Yuyu led the way, while Jiang Shushu remained cradled in Ling Jun's arms. Following closely behind, they soon arrived at the battle zone. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the tactics of the combat team had shifted dramatically. Previously, their strategy had prioritized offense with defense as a secondary concern, but now they were solely focused on defense, as the Jiji beasts before them were attacking with a ferocity akin to madness. Jiang Shushu, puzzled, was about to inquire what had provoked the Jiji beasts when she heard a peculiar sound emanating from the bamboo grove, resembling the noise of timber being felled. Suddenly, a bamboo as thick as a water vat crashed down with a thunderous thud. The buzzing noise persisted, and the same scene repeated itself as more bamboo fell, heightening the Jiji beast's frenzy. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, "May I ask which esteemed individual dares to commit such astonishing acts behind the Jiji beasts? Are they unaware that one must not provoke the beasts?" It was no wonder the Jiji beasts had gone berserk. Upon his arrival, Zhang Feng promptly joined the defense team, leaving only Ling Jun and Liang Yuyu by Jiang Shushua's side. Liang Yuyu, witnessing the scene, was filled with exhilaration. Goodness! Who is that brave soul daring enough to venture behind the Jiji beast to chop bamboo? Hey, that unknown warrior. Focus on the bamboo to your left, the one that's thick and robust. Yes, that's the one. Jiang Shushua, hearing his incessant shouting, felt somewhat exasperated. After all, if someone was audacious enough to confront the Jiji beast, would they heed the words of a mere child? To her astonishment, however, the nameless hero actually abandoned the half-chopped bamboo and dashed towards the left side.
Wow.
He truly went to chop the left bamboo. Go, valiant warrior. Once you're done with that one, I shall assist you further. Liang Yuyu bellowed, reveling in the delightful responsiveness to his suggestions. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Shushua turned to Ling Jun. Has someone in our team experienced a breakthrough? Yet, even with newfound strength, such recklessness seemed improbable. What she truly wished to express was the audacity of placing oneself behind a magical beast, disregarding all defenses. No sane person would dare such a thing. Ling Jun pondered briefly. I have not heard of anyone achieving a breakthrough. There are no near-threshold ability warriors in the combat team. This left her puzzled. Was it possible that some esteemed figure had descended upon them? Jiang Shushua stroked her smooth chin, her curiosity deepening. Liang Yuyu continued his fervent shouts. Warrior, look behind you at that bamboo. It's tremendously thick. No, not that one. You've pointed incorrectly. His misguided instructions threw the previously stable sounds of the bamboo forest into chaos, with the warrior darting left and right, frequently abandoning one bamboo before finishing to attack another. As Jiang Shushua contemplated the folly of such haphazard tactics, she noticed Sichin approaching with a grim expression. He smacked Liang Yuyu on the head. Little Yuyu, what are you shouting about? Can't you see that bamboo isn't yet felled? Why are you directing him?
Sichin scolded.
Liang Yuyu immediately shrank back, retorting, I wasn't directing blindly. I thought that brave warrior might not notice the quality bamboo, so I wanted to lend a hand. Help? What nonsense! That no mere warrior. He is the Godslayer. Sichen's words rendered Liang Yuyu stunned, and both Jiang Shushua and Ling Jun exchanged incredulous glances, turning their attention to Sichen. What do you mean, Godslayer? Is it the Godslayer sword? Jiang Shushua inquired, perplexed. Indeed. Are you not aware? The Godslayer possesses a weapon spirit, and any artifact with a weapon spirit in the galaxy is honored with the title of Lord, Sichen explained. What absurdity! What is a weapon spirit? Jiang Shushua was increasingly bewildered. Though she lacked understanding, Ling Jun and Liang Yuyu grasped the implications of Sichen's words, their astonishment amplifying. Liang Yuyu trembled with shock. How can there be a weapon spirit? I tested it when it was first refined, and there was none. Ling Jun pressed his lips together, typically stoic, now momentarily stunned by Sichen's revelation. In the entire galaxy, there were only 5 artifacts with weapon spirits, all revered in the Imperial Star. According to royal records, all 5 originated from the same individual who established the Spirit Master Academy, passing down all her skills and thereby distinguishing ability users into the martial profession, warrior, and the civil profession, Spirit Master. The status of a Spirit Master far surpassed that of an ability warrior, earning respect from interstellar humanity, a legacy granted by her. Contemplating this, Ling Jun swiftly turned to Jiang Shushu. Just then, Liang Yuyu's excited voice broke through. Good heavens. The Empire has regulations. Wherever a weapon spirit is born, that planet claims the artifact as its own. Our imperial star will henceforth be a planet with artifacts. We are no longer a marginalized world. His expression was one of sheer exhilaration as he threw his arms around Jiang Shushua's shoulders, jumping and exclaiming, Sister, you are incredible. You have refined a weapon spirit artifact. This will etch your name in the annals of interstellar history. Jiang Shushu pressed a hand against him, sighing, Have you forgotten? I mentioned I prefer to remain low-key. Naturally, everyone desires to be renowned, but if she were truly an interstellar person, that would be one thing. She was merely an imposter, seeking to hide rather than flaunt her supposed achievements. Moreover, her alchemical endeavors inexplicably exploded, and she had yet to comprehend how her weapon refinement had succeeded. Jiang Shushu felt a wave of melancholy. At that moment, Si Chen's voice rang out, Look, the God Slayer returns. The group lifted their gazes, witnessing a dark sword emanating a shadowy glow as it ascended, eventually hovering before the Zhi beast, thrice vibrating in the air. The ability warriors, acutely aware of the significance, promptly disengaged from the Zhi beast, retreating to safety. Just as they reached a secure distance, the Godslayer's tip faced forward, unleashing a sweeping wave of transparent sword energy. The sword energy was fierce, akin to a tempest scattering leaves, instantly disbanding the Zhi beast horde, which fell to the ground in disarray, half of them rendered incapable of combat. Everyone was left in awe, gazing at the black sword suspended before them, a singular thought resonating in their minds. When the Godslayer emerges, who can rival it? Chapter 49. Evacuate immediately. As the crowd remained entranced by the Godslayer's display of might, Si Chen darted forward. He lifted his arm, adorned with a spatial ring, leaping to where the bamboo had been felled by the Godslayer. In a swift motion, he collected the remaining bamboo into the spatial realm before anyone could react, then swiftly gathered the still motionless Zhi beasts and returned to the combat team at remarkable speed. After completing this feat, the Godslayer vibrated thrice, once more, then retreated to hover above the ability warriors. His actions were seamless, executed with flawless precision. The onlookers exclaimed, Truly, the smiling fox is unmatched. The beasts muttered in disdain, Despicable and shameless. Si Chen paid them no mind as he leaped before Jiang Shushu, exclaiming with excitement, A bountiful harvest. We secured 158 stalks of Liangban bamboo and 98 Zhi beasts. This summer, we need not fear.
Ha ha ha.
It is indeed our Godslayer, who is mighty. Such an abundance? Jiang Shushu was taken aback, astonished by the yield in such a brief span. She turned to gaze at the Godslayer, which had just moments ago exuded an imposing presence, now trailing sluggishly behind Si Chen, and as she looked up, the sword inexplicably trembled. Why does this sword evoke such a sense of trepidation in me? Jiang Shushu mused, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. She shook her head, striving to banish the thought from her mind. The others, upon hearing of the substantial haul, rejoiced as well. Bei Yuan clapped Si Chen on the shoulder, saying, You truly excel. Your coordination with the Godslayer is remarkable. Si Chen beamed with pride. Of course. I was the first to discover that the Godslayer possesses consciousness. The Lord acknowledges my presence. You mere mortals cannot compare. Bei Yuan was at a loss for words. I compliment you, and you become insufferable. As the group laughed and bantered, they suddenly noticed a distant group approaching, led by Qing Nan. His expression was serious, as if bearing important news, yet his eyes glinted with a covetous light as they fixated on the Godslayer, a desire that he believed he concealed well, yet was easily perceived by Jiang Shushu. Trailing Qing Nan were not his own ability warriors, but rather the leaders of all combat teams in the vicinity he had gathered. He had long been aware of the artifact's existence within the first combat team and had waited until now to ascertain its power before hastily assembling a group to approach. Bei Yuan, I noticed quite a commotion earlier. Everyone is rather curious about what transpired, Qing Nan remarked with a smile, pausing before continuing. Will you not explain to everyone? As soon as his words fell, the previously silent individuals behind him stepped forward in unison, though none uttered a word. It was evident to all that they were relying on their numbers to issue a veiled threat. Ling Jun firmly grasped Jiang Shushu's shoulder, pulling her behind him, and then stood side by side with Bei Yuan Siken at the forefront of the gathering of ability warriors. What is there to explain? You all witnessed it.
Did you not?
Bei Yuan stated calmly, his demeanor composed. Changnan chuckled. So this sword has birthed a spirit, has it? The 5 legendary artifacts of the starry realm, always elusive, yet here I am, fortunate enough to witness the might of the 6th artifact today. Sikhen snorted derisively. Do you still dare to be so disrespectful? Do you believe that the Godslayer Lord will let you off lightly for this insolence? So, it is called Godslayer? Changnan expressed surprise. The name indeed carried a formidable weight. Yet, at its core, it remained merely a weapon. Regardless of its sentience, it was still just a tool. Ling Jun wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements, recognizing that the matter of the sword was not one to be made public, and the more they discussed it, the more vulnerabilities they might reveal. Thus, he directly inquired, "Pray tell, what is your purpose in coming here?" The opposing party immediately turned their gaze to Changnan, who, as both the highest-ranking individual and organizer among them, had promised that upon borrowing the divine sword, his team would be the first to use it for a day, with other combat teams rotating for 2-hour intervals thereafter. Naturally, they regarded Changnan as their cornerstone. "We wish to borrow the spirit sword," Changnan declared, glancing back at the throng behind him. "You see, we are many, and we await." "No," Ling Jun replied, his tone light but resolute. Changnan's expression darkened. According to imperial law, artifacts belong to all humanity in their place of origin.
I said no.
Very well. I wish to know who forged this artifact? No comment. This simple yet imposing retort instantly silenced the previously clamorous venue. Standing behind Ling Jun, Jiang Shushu quietly listened to their exchange, astonished to learn that their adversaries were intent on seizing the Godslayer. The broad, straight back before her obscured her view entirely. Yet it brought an unexpected sense of calm to her anxious heart. She could not see the expressions of those across from her, but she could easily surmise that Ling Jun's succinct replies had likely incensed them to the brink of explosion. It was surprising how, despite his usual reticence, his words cut sharply when provoked. Changnan and his entourage were indeed fuming, with Changnan struggling to contain his rising ire. "Ling Jun, I have consistently yielded to you, unwilling to become your enemy." Ling Jun arched an eyebrow, interrupting him directly. "Many aspire to oppose me, yet you are simply not worthy." With those words, it was not just Jiang Shushu behind him who stifled a laugh. Even Sikhen and Bei Yuan, aware of his status, could not suppress their amusement. It was indeed a matter of worthiness, and Ling Jun's statement bore no flaws. Changnan's face darkened entirely. Even if Ling Jun belonged to the royal lineage, he remained merely an abandoned pawn cast aside on the fringes of the stars. What audacity did he possess to speak thus? Enraged, Changnan was about to retort when he suddenly felt a vast shadow loom overhead. A bird-like beast, its wings the size of a house, circled ominously above, its long, pointed beak emitting a harsh, grating caw. Ling Jun and the others immediately took notice. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically, while Jiang Shushu gazed up at the avian creature in bewilderment. Her father had mentioned that Chihan Star was home only to the chirping beasts and the cool bamboo. And even the bamboo worms dared not surface until summer. How could such a colossal beast appear so suddenly? Just then, the communicators of nearly everyone erupted with urgent notifications, with many hastily answering. "Prepare for immediate evacuation. Large numbers of magical beasts are heading towards Chihan Star. Evacuate at once." The headquarters had just issued the order. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere over the contention for the divine sword devolved into chaos. Changnan looked bewildered at the squad leaders, who had already scattered in frantic preparation for escape. Chapter 50. The Beast's Summer Retreat. Those receiving the communications paid no heed to anything else. No matter if it was the high-ranking Changnan or the divinely sent sword, nothing mattered more than their lives. The monstrous bird screeched and circled over the bamboo grove, occasionally diving down to snatch a chirping beast, swallowing it whole. Within moments, not only had the ability warriors fled, but even the chirping beasts in the bamboo thickets had burrowed into their underground lairs to evade the threat. Ling Jun seized Jiang Shushu, his expression grave. "We must leave. We cannot remain on Chihan Star. A horde of magical beasts will soon arrive." What? Jiang Shushu, still dazed, barely comprehended the situation before finding herself enveloped in Ling Jun's embrace, joining the fray of fleeing individuals. The encampment was already in disarray, with soldiers hastily dismantling tents and accounting for supplies, immediately followed by a head count of their numbers. Jiang Shushu felt powerless to assist, so she settled in the spaceship's hull, peering out of the porthole. Though she was unsure of the unfolding events, the frantic activity outside made it clear that the situation had escalated to a critical state. "Master," I sense a massive wave of energy approaching this planet. Approaching? Is it a magical beast piloting a spaceship? Jiang Shushu recalled the sci-fi film she had watched, imagining a chaotic blend of interstellar insectoids and indigenous humans, with armored ships soaring through the skies. Although she had just arrived, the survival mode here seemed far removed from her previous imaginings. What spaceship would a magical beast use, even if they possessed such intellect? Their massive forms lack the finesse to construct one. Little Nine scoffed at the very idea. If they could, would we not then have the term humans are the apex of creation? These magical beasts, whether tough-skinned or winged, could soar through the skies, and without ships or airships. Humanity was at a loss. With the addition of these external forces, how could they possibly contend? Little Nine pondered quietly, reflecting on how long it had taken to discover such an intriguing wild world. Jiang Shushu recalled the agile, nearly supernatural aliens from sci-fi films. Juxtaposed with the massive and robust magical beasts she had encountered today, it was indeed difficult to visualize them wielding delicate instruments for assembly. The flying beast you encountered today is merely a weak pawn. Far more powerful ones lie in wait behind it. Its sole purpose is to clear the area for the Beast King. Clear the area? The hierarchical structure among the magical beasts was surprisingly pronounced. Yet why would the Beast King come here? Is it not summer soon? The Beast King comes here for a summer retreat. A summer retreat? Jiang Shushu was rendered speechless. So, Chihan Star was essentially a summer resort for magical beasts? I must say, what does a magical beast need to retreat from the heat for? That seems rather refined. Would their path back intersect with them? What if a conflict arose? Why fret over such matters? These are not concerns you can address at present. Simply focus on returning safely. Jiang Shushu nodded in agreement. After all, she was merely a spirit master with zero combat prowess, and perhaps her worries were excessive. However, she failed to notice that Little Nine's statement implied that it was not beyond her control. Soon, the spacecraft began to ascend, preparing to depart Chihan Star. Jiang Shushu then realized that the bamboo groves below were numerous, with each encampment responsible for a specific grove, not far apart. Countless ships of varying sizes took to the skies from the ground encampments, adorned with emblems of their respective planets. This was her first encounter with such a grand spectacle since arriving in the stars, and it was no exaggeration to say she was utterly awestruck. At that moment, Ling Jun and the others approached her side. Noticing her intense focus on the fleet outside, Zhang Feng pointed to the largest and most imposing ship among them, saying, "Do you see that grand vessel in the center?" The army belonging to the Empire Star, along with various other vessels, indicated that the larger the spacecraft, the higher the status of its home planet within the Empire. After introducing several ships, he further elucidated, "In the entirety of our imperial territory, there exists but one Chihan Star. Thus every spring, nearly all planets dispatch representatives here to collect the cool bamboo." Jiang Shushu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Was this truly the only star with merely a month of usage rights each spring? She began to comprehend the hardships faced by interstellar humanity. Initially, she had some trepidation about encountering a magical beast on their return journey, but soon realized her concerns were utterly unfounded. They had not encountered a single magical beast, nor even a meteor shower. The journey had been remarkably smooth. Chihan Star is situated at the periphery of the Empire, hence its proximity to Su Huang Star was not too great. In contrast to the 20-day voyage of the Empire Star warships, her group returned to Su Huang Star in merely 3 days. At the headquarters of the Su Huang Star military district, within the conference room, an elderly man with white hair half closed his eyes. Once all had taken their seats, he lifted his murky yet vigorous gaze to glance at Ling Jun seated beside him, and then surveyed the assembly, slowly beginning to speak. This time, the magical beasts arrived at Chihan Star a month earlier than usual. What are your thoughts on this? Let us discuss. Upon hearing him speak, a young man with a general's belly and a good-natured expression suggested, could it be that there has been unrest at the magical beast's lair? Or perhaps a magical beast has ascended to Beast King? Impossible. The Empire has specialized instruments monitoring that, came the response. Then why was this event at Chihan Star not detected in advance? It indicates a failure in monitoring. The conference room erupted into a clamor. Outside, Si Chen, cradling the black sword, dozed in a chair. Upon hearing the commotion, he quickly turned, leaning the sword inward, mumbling, "I wonder what they are clamoring about every day. They seem quite spirited when it comes to seizing treasures, but I hope they don't startle my Lord Godslayer." Before long, the afternoon passed, and the conference room door finally swung open. The attendees emerged with solemn expressions. Si-chan adeptly approached to greet them.
Ah,
Is that not General Mu from the 5th Division? Has the meeting concluded? Haha, and General Tang from the 3rd Division. Yes, this is Lord Godslayer. Let us continue our conversation next time. After exchanging pleasantries with the esteemed generals, Si-chan hurried into the conference room. Just as he crossed the threshold, he heard the marshal lamenting with fervent dismay. Tell me, when do you plan to publicly disclose your decree as Marshal of Su Huangstar? At my age, I should not have to worry about the affairs of an entire planet. Are you disdainful of the marshal's position, or are you merely rebelling against your father's orders? The elderly man fumed, his anger palpable as he continued to scold. You are 30 years old and still so willful. Your mother, at your age, not only gave birth to you, but also managed to raise you for several years. Look at you now. Were it not for my compulsion to arrange a military marriage for you, you would still be without a spouse. Ling Jun rose, leisurely rolling up his sleeves, and raised an eyebrow. So, grandfather, might you refrain from scolding? I am actually preparing to seek out the bride you arranged for me. Chapter 51. If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Si-chan, who had just stepped forward, stumbled slightly.
Casting a peculiar glance at Ling Jr.
The marshal fell silent, taken aback by the sudden change in his typically stoic and reticent grandson. Ling Jun genuinely seemed ready to leave. He pulled out a chair and stood up. After taking a couple steps, he paused. By the way, grandfather, have you not always been curious about the origin of the Godslayer sword? It is actually crafted by the bride you arranged for me. He drew Si-chan closer and whispered in his ear, ensuring to advise him to keep it confidential. As he attempted to push him away, Si-chan grasped him firmly, lowering his voice even further. What is going on? I heard you returned the house assigned to you by the military district. Where do you intend to live? Did you not tell me that a married couple should reside together? I did say that a couple should live together, but if you have no house, how can you live together? Observing the two conspirators whispering closely, the elderly man squinted. The genetic evolution of interstellar humanity is superior, resulting in striking appearances. And these two were particularly exceptional, one handsome and charming, the other stunningly beautiful. Suddenly feeling displeased, he admonished, What are you two brats whispering about so closely? Ling Jun looked up, smiled, and did not answer, instead shoving Si-chan in front of him. Grandfather, let Si-chan explain. He then stepped out. As a creature from another world during a time of peace, Jiang Shushu expressed that although she had not exerted much effort, the fright from the aggressive Jiji beast had left her feeling utterly drained. Thus, she hinted to her father that she required a peaceful 2-day slumber. Hoping not to be disturbed, Jiang Feng, noticing her pale complexion, though concerned for her health, agreed. Whether in the past or present, Jiang Shushu considered herself a true homebody, firmly believing that the secret to a tortoise's longevity lay in minimal activity and a lack of concern for trivial matters. Life, in her view, thrived in stillness, and sleep was the simplest, most effective means of nurturing one's health. After being away on business for so many days, she felt she deserved a 2-day respite from worldly affairs. However, who would be so inconsiderate as to commence construction at such an early hour? Jiang Shushu lay in bed, initially cocooning herself under the covers, then covering her head with a pillow, pressing her ears tightly shut, but to no avail. The noise persisted, a cacophony that throbbed painfully in her head. The hum of machinery outside was incessant, occasionally interrupted by rumbling sounds. Unable to endure it any longer, she sprang up like a carp leaping from water, flinging herself out of bed. In a flurry, she rushed to the window, yanking the curtains aside and flinging open the window. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, she was struck with astonishment. What had happened to her wall? Her room's window faced the backyard, where she could usually see the tall courtyard wall and the green plants she had planted at its base. However, after her absence to Chi Han Star, the plants had withered due to neglect. No, the plants were not the issue. The critical matter was that her courtyard wall was gone. Jiang Shushu urgently refocused her thoughts, gazing into the distance where she spotted a machine parked in the yard of the neighboring house. It was evident this contraption had demolished her wall. How dare they disturb her peace so early in the morning? As she recalled her dream of a charming boy band that had yet to be fully realized before being abruptly awakened, a wave of heartache washed over her. This was intolerable. Thus, with a dark scowl, she stormed outside. Upon reaching the backyard, she was taken aback to see a man even more handsome than the boy band standing in the opposite yard. Jiang Shushu blinked in disbelief. How could it be Ling Jun? The man across had also noticed her, offering a slight smile. The morning light enveloped him, casting a golden hue that made him dazzlingly beautiful, almost sacrilegious to behold. Jiang Shushu froze. Oh no, I've forgotten what the boy band looked like. Jiang Feng was also in the backyard and waved at her as she approached. Shu Bao, you're awake? After saying this, he turned to greet the man across. Good son-in-law, you've been busy all morning. Come for breakfast. Jiang Shushu turned to her father with an expressionless face. Someone disturbed your daughter's sleep. And you still invite him for breakfast? Who are you, my father? This household was evidently not under her jurisdiction. With a facade of numbness, Jiang Shushu washed her face, brushed her teeth, and rinsed her mouth before obediently taking a seat at the dining table. Breakfast was quite simple, consisting of a small bowl of spirit-infused porridge and 2 dishes of spirit-enhanced vegetables. The buns were ordinary grain ones purchased by Jiang Feng, lacking flavor. And Jiang Shushu lost her appetite after just 1 bite, handing the remaining bun to Jiang Feng while contemplating how to cultivate some spirit-rich wheat herself. Thus, when the bun in her hand was taken away, she paid little heed, assuming it was her father who had taken it. To her surprise, Ling Jun's voice rang out lightly, questioning whether Shushu did not enjoy the buns, expressing that he found the taste acceptable. Jiang Shushu looked up just in time to see his long fingers deftly pinching the bun from her grasp, pressing it to his lips where she had bitten. His slightly pale lips, reminiscent of the softness of the bun, curved into a sensuous and perfect arc, inciting a primal urge to draw closer, stronger than any boy band. Coughing, Jiang Shushu was startled by this sudden thought, nearly choking. Jiang Feng, patting her back, could not help but scold her, questioning how she could choke on porridge at her age. It's nothing, nothing. Jiang Shushu hurriedly waved her hand, instinctively lowering her head, afraid to meet the gaze of the person opposite her. Inside, she chastised herself. Jiang Shushu, you beast. It was one thing in your dreams, but here he is. So at ease in your home, and you entertain such thoughts. By the way, Shu Bao, you're up now. After breakfast, help Ling Jun tidy up the house in the back. The courtyard wall has been pushed down, so you should plant some grains and vegetables in the vacant land of those 2 families, Jiang Feng said while sipping his porridge. Jiang Shushu was taken aback. What did you say? The house in the back. But father, you mentioned there are neighbors back there. Moreover, that neighbor had even complained about her disturbing the peace with her furnace. Jiang Feng explained, well, Ling Jun has purchased that house. So, he will be living in the back from now on. Why did he suddenly buy a house? Jiang Shushu was astonished.
Well,
the military district no longer permits me to stay, and I had no familiar friends on Su Huangxing, so I thought it best to move here. Ling Jun smiled and nodded at her, adding, from now on, we shall be neighbors. I hope you'll take care of me. A memory flashed in her mind of her firm refusal to move. No matter, if she was unwilling to change houses, then he would. If the mountain does not come to me, then I must go to the mountain. Chapter 52. A year, without stepping outside. The entire street changed residence if the neighbors transformed into friends, then her furnace would no longer cause her father to apologize daily. Jiang Shushu mused that this change in neighbors was quite favorable. Thus, she smiled and nodded. We can consider ourselves friends. It is only right to look out for one another. Friends?
Ling Yun fell silent.
Jiang Feng observed the 2, one clearly smitten and the other blissfully unaware, and felt an urge to bury his face in his hands. Although he was quite pleased with his son-in-law, he would undoubtedly support his daughter's feelings if she was not fond of him. Perhaps he could lend a hand. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, then feigned a frown. Chastising, Shu Bao, what nonsense are you spouting? He then casually inquired, by the way, Ling Jun, don't all ability warriors get assigned apartments? Why aren't you living in one? Ling Jun looked up, smiling politely at Jiang Feng. I could have lived there, but... He glanced at Jiang Shushu, who was looking at him with bright, curious eyes, and paused before continuing. My identification indicates that I am married, so the military took back the previously assigned apartment and later allocated me a standalone residence. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, isn't that wonderful? A villa instead of an apartment means you will be more comfortable. Ling Jun nodded slowly. You are right. I thought so too. However, the general mentioned that since the Jiang family is a prominent clan on Su Huangxing, if the military and Jiang family were to marry and the 2 parties did not reside together, it could appear that there was a rift between them. Therefore, the general ordered the standalone villa to be repossessed. Jiang Shushu was taken aback. Such a trivial matter had even caught the general's attention. The alliance between the 1st Army Corps and the Jiang family sounded grand, yet it was merely a strategic negotiation of interests. If both parties were willing, it could be considered a fair match, making for a beautiful story. However, in her and Ling Jun's case, Jiang Shushu sighed inwardly. Their union was merely for the sake of preserving appearances. Ling Jun was just a lowly vice officer, while she was a wasteful spirit master. Whether by family arrangement or military order, they were both pitiable souls without the power to resist. Moreover, she had heard that Ling Jun had been exiled by the royal family to the outer planets. Compared to her, who had a loving father, Ling Jun's experiences were evidently more tragic. The feelings of the unfortunate would not warrant anyone's concern. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shushu comforted him, saying, "It doesn't matter if the military doesn't provide housing. As long as you keep your job, you can take care of yourself." She gazed at his handsome visage, pausing for 3 seconds before earnestly stating, "Although we cannot control our marriage, once I pass the spirit master assessment and elevate my status, I will naturally have a voice. At that time, I shall dissolve our engagement and grant you your freedom." Though her current abilities were lacking, she believed that she would eventually lead a prosperous life through the system. Moreover, putting herself in his shoes, she did not appreciate being dictated by fate, and she was certain Ling Jun would feel the same. Jiang Feng exclaimed, "What a blockhead." Ling Jun, reflecting, could it be that my demeanor is not apparent? In a haze, breakfast unfolded with 3 distinct flavors, akin to 3 different lives. With the backyard wall now down, the 2 courtyards were interconnected, so after breakfast, Jiang Shushu planned to lead her father and Ling Jun to join the planting areas of both gardens for easier maintenance. As the trio stepped into the courtyard, they heard a knock at the door, prompting Jiang Feng to go and open it. Jiang Shushu curiously peeked her head out, only to see that behind her father stood little Koi. "Xiao Yuyu?" Liang Yuyu beamed upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Sister, I came to play with you. What are you all up to?" The military district's requirements for ability warriors were not overly strict. There were several days of leave after each mission. Jiang Shushu was aware of this, so seeing little Koi, she naturally assumed he had come to find her out of boredom.
Oh.
"It's like this. Ling Jun now lives in the house behind mine. He just knocked down the wall. And we're preparing to tidy up and plant grains in both gardens," Jiang Shushu explained. Liang Yuyu's eyes lit up. "Then can you plant grains in my garden too?" Jiang Shushu was puzzled. "Your garden? Is it the standalone house assigned to you by the military district?" "Yes, I just moved into the house next to yours." Liang Yuyu pointed to the house on the left, smiling brightly. "I bought that house. Now I'm your neighbor too." He grinned widely, having been worried about finding a reason to push down the wall, but now it was unnecessary, as a prime example was right before him. Jiang Shushu was quite surprised. "You also bought a house here?" Liang Yuyu nodded, his beautiful long eyelashes fluttering down, his tone slightly melancholic. "Sister, I'm not very accustomed to living in the military district all alone." The reasons were strikingly similar to Ling Jun's. Jiang Shushu fell silent. In just 2 days without stepping outside, 2 families had changed neighbors. If she were to remain indoors for a year, would the entire street be transformed? Moreover, though this area was not particularly bustling, houses here were worth 2 to 3 million interstellar coins. Yet, both were speaking of their circumstances so pitifully, while they were evidently quite affluent. Jiang Shushu recalled her meager savings, momentarily unable to discern who the truly pitiable one was. However, if they were going to act this way, she would not hold back. With a radiant smile, Jiang Shushu gazed at the little Koi and remarked, "Xiao Yuyu, cooking alone can be quite a hassle. Why not come to my home for meals? Once I tidy up these planting areas, we won't even need to venture out to shop. We'll have more than enough from our own harvest." Liang Yuyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she responded, "Sure. I'll follow my elder sister's suggestion. How about we knock down the wall, at my place as well? It would make managing the planting area so much easier." "Absolutely," Jiang Shushu readily agreed, but a moment later her expression shifted to one of concern. "Alas, I've run low on funds. I can't afford quality seeds. And our meals will likely pale in comparison to what you have at the military district." Liang Yuyu replied, "As for the seeds planted at my home, I will take care of their purchase. I know you're generous, but I cannot keep dining at your place without contributing. I'll transfer some money for the meals." As she spoke, she tapped on her holographic device. Soon a notification chimed, and Jiang Shushu looked down in astonishment to find a transfer of 200,000 interstellar coins from Liang Yuyu. Such promptness and generosity regarding the meal expenses. Feeling invigorated, Jiang Shushu wasted no time and turned to inquire of Ling Jun, "Your robot is quite adept at demolishing walls. May I borrow it?" The little Koi, still a child, surely lacked knowledge about planting, and it would be best if she maintained the care of the plants herself. Without the wall as an obstruction, This would certainly facilitate things. Liang Yuyu's bright eyes followed her request as well. Ling Jun remarked, very well. I noticed he was fuming when he demolished the wall earlier. And now he is being asked to assist in tearing down another man's wall? More importantly, why didn't she ask me for meal expenses? Is she not considering inviting me along? Chapter 53. I shall quietly observe your performance. Jiang Shushu, puzzled by his silence, called out Ling Jun. Jiang Feng cleared his throat and casually patted Liang Yuyu on the shoulder, praising, you've grown taller over these past few days, Xiao Yuyu. Liang Yuyu shyly smiled, uncle. I'm already taller than you. Jiang Feng chuckled. You silly child. Ling Jun's lips twitched as he forced a smile. The matter of the robot is easily settled. But I just remembered something. He turned to Jiang Feng and casually mentioned, I recall my father saying I should visit often to savor your culinary skills. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Had he really said that? But seeing the urgency in his son-in-law's eyes, he quickly feigned enlightenment. Indeed. You used to stay over at the military district, always claiming you were too busy to visit. Now that we live so close, you must come over for dinner every day. Ling Jun smiled. Yes, that would be wonderful. I'll transfer the meal expenses to your account. After saying this, he lowered his gaze to his wrist device and tapped a few times. Moments later, the sound of a successful transaction echoed. Jiang Feng exclaimed, wait, son-in-law. You transferred 500,000. That's too much. Ling Jun replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. Consider it an advance for future meals. Liang Yuyu, bewildered, said, ah. Then I'll send some more to you, sister. Jiang Shushu restrained her, continuing to observe the two with a raised eyebrow. I shall quietly watch your performance. Jiang Feng felt a touch of awkwardness and cleared his throat. By the way, has the robot arrived yet? Ling Jun quickly replied, I'll send for it right away. He then lowered his head and tapped on his device. The robot, having received the command, promptly made its way from the backyard to their location, heading directly towards the left side of the courtyard wall. With a resounding crash, the tall wall fell neatly, revealing the house across the way. Liang Yuyu's face lit up with joy. With the barrier gone, visiting her sister would be much more convenient. As the three formed a quartet, they felt a surge in labor power, yet Jiang Shushu sensed she was becoming more fatigued. Jiang Feng, a boisterous man and a powerful ability user, knew little about planting. He had only ever helped with watering. Ling Jun, tall and lean with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, possessed an impressive stature, but Jiang Shushu rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. When tasked with using tools to dig trenches, he stood straight in the planting area, looking more like an aristocrat surveying his estate than someone ready to work. Even the tool he held, dirted as it was, seemed to shine like a divine sword. To her surprise, the youngest, Liang Yuyu, proved to be quite capable. Whether digging trenches or loosening the soil, she executed her tasks with remarkable speed and efficiency. Jiang Shushu sighed, reluctantly pulling Ling Jun and Jiang Feng aside. All right, you two stay over there. Jiang Feng responded, sure. Ling Jun lowered his gaze. I've been dismissed. How about you both fetch some buckets of water? After sowing the seeds, we'll need to water them, Jiang Shushu suggested.
Ling Yun is as pleasant. All right, I'll go.
Meanwhile, Jiang Feng leisurely observed them, having somehow produced a small stool from somewhere to sit next to the freshly prepared planting area, offering his opinions. Xiao Yuyu, you're doing splendidly. Shuba, take your time, don't rush. Are you thirsty? I can bring you some water. The plot they were currently planting was the area connecting Jiang Shushu's home and Ling Jun's courtyard. Although the wall had just been demolished that morning, the intelligent robot had already cleared the space while they ate, and all that was left was to loosen the soil for planting. Upon Ling Jun's return with water, he found Jiang Shushu still busy, feeling somewhat helpless. The robot that just came, I specifically chose it. It's not just good at demolishing walls, but is actually a planting robot. In the future, if you wish to plant anything, it can assist you. Jiang Shushu was astonished. There are robots specialized in planting? Liang Yuyu chimed in, of course, sister. Ordinary fruits and vegetables are all cultivated by robots. They're not expensive, but they lack flavor and spiritual energy. Then it's better for us to plant ourselves, Jiang Shushu thought, recalling the bland bun she had eaten that morning. She inadvertently remembered where she had bitten it and caught herself, stealing a glance at Ling Jun, who was also looking at her with a gentle gaze that held an unexplainable light. Jiang Shushu froze momentarily, feeling her cheeks warm.
Ling Yun explained.
Robot planting differs from that of wood-type ability users. Robots irrigate with ordinary water and spray technological solutions to prevent plant illness, leading to vegetables and fruits devoid of spiritual energy and flavor. He glanced at his device again. The planting robot has cleared that area. I shall send it over to assist you. As long as it's only used for tilling, without further responsibilities, it won't affect the plant's spiritual energy. This proposition intrigued Jiang Shushu. If she only had to manage the upkeep without engaging in physical labor, it would be ideal. The robot soon arrived, and after Ling Jun input commands, its wheels whirred into action, swiftly loosening the soil and digging trenches in the planting area. Jiang Shushu thought, how careless of me. After all that hustle and bustle, I accomplished far less than this intelligent robot. With the help of the robot, the planting areas of the 3 households were quickly prepared, and Jiang Shushu scattered all the seeds she had stored. Although she didn't physically water the plants in the end, she took the opportunity while washing her hands in the water bucket to mix in some spiritual spring water. By the time they wrapped up, it was already noon, and Ling Jun had prepared a meal, calling everyone to eat. He looked at the once empty dining table, now filled with lively company, and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The home had been quiet for far too long. Even with 7 or 8 more people, he wouldn't mind. With nothing else to do after lunch, Jiang Shushu decided to return to her room for some much-needed rest. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Ling Jun call out to her. If there's nothing pressing, how about we visit the Star Treasure Farm this afternoon? The little Star Treasure cub you caught last time is there too. Jiang Shushu paused in surprise. The Star Treasure Farm? Yes, sister. I intended to invite you to see the Star Treasure today, but I completely forgot because of the vegetable planting, Liang Yu chimed in. With a few energetic leaps, she stood in front of Jiang Shushu, excitedly pulling 2 tickets from her pocket and waving them. Sister, look. These are the tickets I ordered from Starnet yesterday. 1 for each of us. Ling Jun exclaimed, what a blunder. Jiang Shushu replied, I'd rather not go. What's so interesting about a mere snail? Chapter 54. The Godslayer declares, I shall personally teach a lesson to those who covet. Things deemed treasures may not appeal to everyone, but are undoubtedly cherished by the majority. Jiang Shushu had always believed that the magic snail beast could be recognized as a star treasure only through the eyes of certain powerful individuals. Yet the opinions of these few did not reflect those of the masses. It was only when she stood beneath the grand sign of the Star Treasure Farm Paradise that she grasped how absurd aesthetic preferences could be. The entrance was crowded with throngs of people lined up in several long queues. A glance revealed an overwhelming sea of heads. Without a doubt, these individuals were all drawn by the allure of the magic snail beast. There are so many people, Jiang Feng remarked in astonishment. Liang Yu explained, today is the grand opening, and I fought for quite a while on Starnet to secure these 2 tickets. Ling Jun, did you manage to get a ticket? Leaning closer, he saw the translucent screen in front of Ling Jun displaying the glaring words, ticket queuing. Liang Yu exclaimed incredulously, are you serious? You've been waiting for ages. And still haven't made it? How about I go in with my sister first, and you can find us once you get your ticket? Ling Yun, maintaining a neutral expression, raised his eyes to discover that Jiang Shushu, standing beside Liang Yu, had nodded in agreement. Ling Jun, feeling exasperated, said, you 2 wait for me a moment. He hurried over to a less crowded area and sent out a communication request. A few seconds later, the call connected. What made you think to contact me? I need 2 spots for the Star Treasure Farm. The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback, then responded excitedly. 2? Great, I'll notify the staff to arrange your entry immediately. By the way, the other spot is for your wife, right? Ling Jun turned back to glance at the 3, who were engaged in conversation. Jiang Shushu, with her hand shielding her eyes, was laughing brightly. His expression softened a bit, and he replied, no, it's for my father-in-law. Silence fell on the other end, as if the air had thickened into an eerie stillness. Ling Yun, puzzled, asked, what's wrong, grandfather? On the other end, his grandfather was clutching his chest, clearly taken aback by the unexpected twist of him bringing his father-in-law to the park instead of his wife. Just as he was about to inquire further, he found the call had been abruptly ended. Furious, he nearly erupted in anger, but then noticed the attentive subordinates around him, causing his ire to shift. What are all of you looking like that for during a meeting? You're all giving me a headache. You shall. I heard one of your soldiers has been quite arrogant, almost causing harm to Liang Yu, and even trying to rival Ling Jun. Marshal, is that true? I haven't heard anything about it, Yu Shao replied, unperturbed even when singled out for reproach. His handsome brow arched slightly, and a subtle glint flickered in his mischievous gaze, though his smile belied a hint of severity. Sitting across from him, Zhou Xiangming sneered, what's wrong? You're not aware of your subordinate's actions? Yu Shao. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ling Jun's limits are not for you to test. nor for us to provoke. Put away your petty schemes. Suddenly, Yu Xiao seemed to come to a realization. You're referring to that new squad leader under my command, right? While his aptitude may not be exceptional, he possesses a steady temperament and keen insight. He's a promising seedling for strength. Besides, Zhou Xiangming, if my subordinate erred, it can't be blamed on me, can it? Zhou Xiangming's face darkened. If you insist that it's not your fault, then hand him over for us to deal with. Yu Xiao chuckled lightly. Thinking it unnecessary to take matters to heart over a mere youth, I'll see to it personally when I return. Though he spoke of punishment, his demeanor was relaxed, clearly not intending to take the situation seriously, indicating a plan to protect the young man. The marshal, Yan Qilu, sat at the head of the table, his expression mild but inwardly chastising his obtuse grandson. Here I am, an old man, entangled in schemes with a bunch of rascals. Cleaning up your mess on this planet while you're off chasing girls? What a headache. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I become. Frowning deeply, Yan Qilu fixed a stern gaze upon the faces of all present at the meeting. Let me make myself clear. Anyone found harboring ill intentions towards Ling Jun shall not escape military justice. Furthermore, Yu Xiao is right. Those who are unaware should not be blamed. The provocation against Ling Jun should be resolved by the young ones themselves. His murky gaze landed on Yu Xiao as he continued. Liang Yuyu represents both personal and military boundaries. I recall informing you that since you requested him to assist the combat team, you must ensure he faces no danger and suffers no harm, rather than pretending to be the Good Samaritan after an injury. Liang Yuyu narrowly escaped death in your squad. Therefore, according to our agreement, he is now free to choose whether to remain in the military or retire, and no one shall interfere. Moreover, I've heard that during the Qi Han Star incident, your subordinates gathered to seize the Godslayer sword. The faces of those present turned pale, and they hastily shook their heads. No, our team wasn't in that area. Yes, our team had nothing to do with it. Yu Xiao remained silent, his expression grim. Yan Qilu's gaze remained fixed on him, smiling warmly. The Godslayer sword came into my possession by chance. You know it has awakened its consciousness. I feared the weapon spirit would become bored. So I let Ling Jun and the others take it to Qi Han Star for a little adventure, not expecting that it would attract covetous eyes. His voice was slow and deliberate, sending chills through the gathered crowd. I'll repeat. Within my jurisdiction, any attempt to seize similar treasures will be met with severe punishment. However, I'll let this one slide. The weapon spirit has expressed a desire to personally teach those who covet. Zhou Xiangming, seated in the lower position next to the marshal, exchanged a glance with Yu Xiao, who was scowling but dared not retort. Zhou Xiangming, suppressing a laugh, replied loudly, understood. Go arrange it. See when the Godslayer is available to accompany it to the 2nd Army Corps at the Star Treasure Farm. Jiang Shushu was being pulled along by Liang Yuyu, darting ahead, while Ling Jun and Jiang Feng followed closely behind. The farm was an open-air environment, vast and seemingly endless, likely designed to simulate the living habits of the magic snail beasts, with various sizes of stones scattered throughout the area. The gentle-natured magic snail beast posed no threat to anyone, so there were no isolation facilities, just signs along the paths stating no entry and do not disturb. As it was the first day of operation, the farm was teeming with visitors, and any path where a magic snail beast appeared was surrounded by crowds. After much effort, Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu finally squeezed in, just in time to see a person dressed as a trainer feeding something to a magic snail beast. Jiang Shushu leaned in for a closer look, her surprise evident. Why is the magic snail beast eating stones? It only likes to eat stones. Chapter 55. If you're being forced, just blink. The magic snail beasts in the farm stood about 2 meters tall, clearly having been purified. In the words of Xiaojiu, the dark energy within the beast had been expelled, leaving only pure and clean spiritual energy. It appeared to be somewhat accustomed to its current life, gazing up at the trainer before it with its bull-sized black eyes, supported by its tentacles. As Jiang Shushu watched in disbelief, the caretaker casually picked up a smooth stone from the ground and tossed it into the creature's mouth, where its 2 rows of tiny white teeth gently clamped down, slowly beginning to chew. Suddenly, a cacophony of excited, dizzying screams erupted around her. Ah, it ate it. It really ate it. Xingbao is so adorable. I'm so moved. I want to cry. Jiang Shushu felt a whirlwind of emotions. It consumed the stone? It truly ate the stone? In her previous life, though she was but a timid little chick, she could at least nibble on some grass. Yet in this life, as Xingbao, she was reduced to gnawing on stones? What a downgrade this was. Was it truly a demotion? Or was it a demotion? The surrounding girls and boys waved frantically at the magic snail. Xingbao, I adore you. Look at me. Look at me. Look here, Mama's feeding you delicious stones. Jiang Shushu joined in the frenzy, waving her hands. Hey, big snail, if you're being forced, just blink. In response to the raucous enthusiasm, the magic snail seemed quite accustomed to and relished this attention, tilting its antennae and gazing over from the caretaker's shoulder. Its large black eyes swaying with the screams as if to say, I won't be blinking. Yet, this display evidently garnered even more fans, as the cheers grew louder. And the magic snail swayed even more energetically. Oh dear, I think I might have caught the contagion. I actually find the magic snail rather cute, Liang Yuyu remarked. Observing the frenzied crowd around them, Jiang Shushu replied, That's only natural. Don't you all find it adorable? She was not surprised at all. Even the sharp-tongued Si Chen and the rough-and-tumble Jiang Feng were utterly captivated by the magic snail. And even the aloof Ling Jun's demeanor softened, and his tone became gentler when discussing the creature, albeit subtly. In her heart, she felt that he too had a little weakness for it. Thus, despite the little coy's declaration of dislike for the clingy magic snail, Jiang Shushu believed it was only a matter of time before she would come to like it. Nevertheless, her resolve remained steadfast. No creature could ever supplant the fuzzy one in her heart. Most of the star treasures hunted on the mineral star had been sold off, leaving only a few at Su Huang Star. Before long, the remaining magic snails began to make their appearances, and the throng of people around Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu was swiftly diminished by half. Ling Jun and Jiang Feng also approached, standing beside them. Liang Jun recalled that Si Chen had mentioned the star treasure cub Jiang Shushu had discovered was still there, and he turned to her and asked, Would you like to meet that little star treasure cub? Without hesitation, Jiang Shushu declined. Not interested. Jiang Feng quickly chimed in, Hey, that cub really likes you. Why not go and take a look? Jiang Shushu, feeling a headache coming on, replied, Aren't we already seeing the adults here? What is the point in looking at the young ones? Jiang Feng countered, Though the adults are also quite rare, they can't compare in cuteness to the young ones. I think they're equally adorable, Jiang Shushu retorted, hoping to swiftly close the topic. Liang Yuyu's eyes brightened. I knew you would love it here. Ling Jun's expression softened slightly. Please direct your attention this way. Here is an adult magic snail, approximately 200 years old, currently in its prime. A booming voice suddenly rang out, and Jiang Shushu and the others turned curiously to see a hat-wearing guide waving a flag as he approached, accompanied by a group of young men and women. Jiang Shushu navigated through the crowd, locking eyes with Sheng Nan, whose gaze was as unsightly as ever, standing beside Jiang Lanyi. Surrounded by the familiar plastic sisterhood she had encountered before, Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow. Oh, what a surprise, familiar faces. Our entanglement runs deep. It was evident that the individuals across from her had noticed her as well. Sheng Nan frowned and whispered something to the girls beside him. The distance was too far for Jiang Shushu to hear, and she had no intention of eavesdropping, pulling Liang Yuyu along to leave. She didn't want to linger in the presence of a scoundrel for a moment longer. Just then, she heard the guide excitedly shout from behind. Are you curious about the origins of the magic snail? Allow me to regale you with the tale. Legend has it that Abiel Star is one of the most backward, impoverished yet wondrous planets in the galaxy. Jiang Shushu halted mid-step, reaching out to grasp Ling Jun and the others. Listen, he's telling a story. Let us go hear it. Jiang Feng had also spotted Sheng Nan and Jiang Lanyi's group, eager to whisk his daughter away, but unexpectedly, after only taking a step, he was pulled back. He cast a somewhat awkward glance at Ling Jun, who remained calm and followed Jiang Shushu back. Liang Yuyu hesitated, quietly urging her, Sister, that's their hired guide. They paid for him. It wouldn't be right for us to just listen in. If you want to hear, I can get one for you. Jiang Shushu shot him a glance. No need for a freebie. Why spend money? I'm not saying this to you, little Yuyu, but you're an ability warrior. Aren't you? At this close distance. Can't you hear it? When we get back, I'll supervise you to study more and quickly improve your skills. Liang Yuyu. Ooh, scolded and forced to study. This baby as hard is in pain, but the baby dares not speak. Soon, the quartet returned to their previous spot. The guide appeared somewhat bewildered. In his years as a guide, he had encountered listeners hoping to eavesdrop, but never had he seen such brazen eavesdroppers. The young girl had spoken so loudly, as if afraid he wouldn't hear her. He glanced at the main patron who had purchased the tickets. And though the man's expression was less than pleasant, he made no objections. Sheng Nan felt a sense of indignation. He certainly did not wish to have his ticket stolen, Yet what could he do? Qi Hanqing had nearly had a falling out with Ling Jun over the spirit sword. And he had been chastised by the general upon his return. Was he now to argue over a mere ticket? He found it embarrassing to resort to eavesdropping. And if the other party was willing to disregard their dignity, he would not stop them. Legend has it that Abiel's star is quite miraculous, its sphere a beautiful blue. And our star treasures originally lived there. In the early 22nd century, one morning, excuse me, what does early 22nd century mean? The voice asking was none other than Jiang Lanyi, the delicate and lovely girl beside Sheng Nan. The guide, seeing her gentle demeanor, kindly explained, this refers to the calendar of Abiel's star, akin to our interstellar calendar. In the early 22nd century, one morning, this planet experienced its first energy explosion, and humanity began to undergo mass mutations. Just at that moment, a planter on Abiel's star developed a new medicine capable of curing the virus, successfully averting the crisis for the first time. However, humanity had no time to recuperate before being forced to face a second explosion. A month after the first crisis ended, two other extreme regions simultaneously experienced explosions. According to records, some energy entities entered the bodies of Abiel people, while others entered the bodies of plants and animals. This immensely powerful energy completely disrupted the equilibrium on the planet, causing the magical beasts to mutate into even more formidable abominations, plunging the inhabitants of Abiel's star into a state of unbearable despair. At that moment, the magic snail suddenly appeared. Though it had also mutated, it remained gentle, harmless, and adorably cute, providing immense emotional comfort to the Abiel people in their time of despair. Most importantly, humans discovered that the magic snail shell was the best material for defensive weapons. Its flesh could mitigate the damage caused by energy entities to human bodies. And its slime not only had beautifying properties, but also possessed restorative functions for injuries and disabilities. The guide's voice grew somber. It was a treasure to the Abiel people, aiding them through their crisis. Yet precisely because of this very trait, it nearly faced extinction at the hands of the Abiel humans. It could save the entire planet, yet the entire planet could not accommodate it. The Plastic Sisterhood, influenced by the increasingly somber tone, reflected on the grievous fate their star treasures had endured, and a few tender-hearted members began to quietly weep along with the guide's narrative. Sheng Nan and Jiang Lanyi listened in silence, not interrupting. As the guide sensed that the atmosphere had been sufficiently heightened, he abruptly shifted the tone of his discourse, his voice rising to a fervent pitch. Fortunately, the magical snail creature has successfully entered the interstellar realm, earning the adoration of humanity among the stars, and due to its rarity and endangered status, it has ascended to the status of a star treasure. The painful experiences are now behind us. The future for the magical snail is one of fortune and joy. It is now blessed with a safe environment conducive to its growth, as well as a host of humans who cherish and adore it. To witness such a delightful and well-behaved star treasure is indeed our good fortune. The guide's voice resonated with vigor and modulation, inspiring palpable emotions among those present. Several members of the Plastic Sisterhood nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, the star treasure will have a happy future. We all love it." One tearful member declared, "Oh, the star treasure is so pitiful. I must come here often to visit and keep it company." Another, with tears streaming down her face, turned to the guide and inquired, "In the future, you must mistreat the star treasure at the farm, will you?" At this question, not only did Xingnan's group turn their gaze toward the guide, but even Zhang Feng could not help but lean forward. Initially, the guide felt a twinge of pride that everyone expressed intentions to visit frequently. But upon realizing that the attention had shifted to him, and with so many eyes upon him, he felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily assured them that the farm would never mistreat the star treasure, even suggesting that if they had any concerns, they could return often to check on it. Meanwhile, the commotion did not seem to affect Jiang Shushu, who stood quietly to the side, listening intently without interruption or inquiry, lost in her own thoughts. Ling Jun cast a glance her way, noticing her pallor, and expressed concern. "Shushu, are you all right?" Jiang Shushu forced a smile, but remained silent. Her gaze lingered on the bustling crowd in the distance, her mind replaying the story repeatedly. Though she knew it was impossible, a particular suspicion began to crystallize within her. Unable to resist, she took a few steps closer to the Plastic Sisterhood. Jiang Shushu's group stood to the left of the guide, while the sisterhood occupied the right, separated by the guide himself. Although the distance might have allowed for mutual indifference, the sight of Jiang Shushu approaching incited discontent among the sisters. "What's going on? Why is this useless girl coming over?" one remarked.
Right?
She must think she can gain attention by being near Shengnan and Lanyi, another added. Jiang Lanyi, pursing her lips, silently listened to their chatter, instinctively clutching Xingnan's arm as she watched Jiang Shushu approach. Seeing her with tear-filled eyes, appearing anxious and fearful, Shengnan comforted her with a gentle pat on the hand, while his disdain for Jiang Shushu grew. Just as he was about to warn her to leave, he was taken aback as Jiang Shushu strode directly towards the guide, ignoring them entirely. Shengnan and the sisterhood scoffed inwardly. Humph, what a pretentious act. The guide, observing the strikingly beautiful yet unusually serious young woman before him, was suddenly reminded of an unsettling intuition reminiscent of his days in the academy, when instructors would call on students only to pose questions to him. That dreadful sixth sense from his days as a struggling student had returned. The guide wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, reassuring himself that many years had passed since he was last in school, and that sixth sense had long since faded. Besides, this girl was not his instructor. Perhaps she simply wished to inquire further about the plight of the magical snail. Then, in the next heartbeat, the young lady posed her question, what ultimately happened to the planter? The guide was taken aback. What? His mind raced, grappling with the unexpected inquiry. The sixth sense had indeed manifested, albeit belatedly. And she asked about a planter? His thoughts momentarily stalled, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Just a planter. How could he possibly know what had become of them? Moreover, these were mere rumors, tales spun by the farm to promote the magical snail. Any guide could recite the story verbatim. Yet, he could not dismiss it as false. Thus, he feigned deep contemplation before responding. Are you referring to the planter who first cultivated the rare medicinal herbs? Alas, she perished. The entire planet of Abiel fell into ruin, and being just an ordinary planter. How could she have survived? And how did this planter die? Jiang Shushu pressed earnestly. The guide wiped his forehead again and replied with feigned seriousness. She was trampled by a magical beast. Stunned by this dramatic revelation, Jiang Shushu was left speechless. The individual who had cultivated such remarkable medicinal plants had met her end at the feet of a mutated beast? She returned to Ling Jun and Jiang Feng, dazed. Her mind fixated on one thought, trampled. Trampled. Chapter 57. Property values set to soar. That evening, upon returning to his newly relocated abode, Ling Jun stepped inside to find Si Chen nestled on the sofa with a black sword in his arms, exuding a languid, boneless demeanor. Ling Jun removed his coat and casually inquired, "What brings you here?" Si Chen replied in a similarly languid tone, "My little ancestor. Now that you're here, how could I possibly not come? You chose to leave the comfort of the military district for this slum." Ling Jun shot him a frosty glance. Si Chen immediately corrected himself. "All right, fine, a luxurious mansion it is. By the way, I've vacated my military district residence and plan to move into this grand abode next door." He emphasized grand with exaggerated flair. "Ling Yun, exasperated, it. Get to the point. The point is, I've purchased a house next to yours. I noticed you were demolishing the wall. So, I thought I'd borrow your robot for a bit. Tomorrow, we can also take down the wall separating our properties." Si Chen hastily added. "By the way, I overheard the marshal rambling this afternoon about you taking your father-in-law to the farm to see the star treasure. He mentioned something about you not courting women, but rather your father-in-law?" Ling Jun replied coldly, "Is there something you need? If not, you may leave." Of course, of course." Si Chen leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Did you really take Jiang Feng to the farm?" Ling Jun exhaled, recalling their outing that afternoon with mild resignation. "No, it was with Shushu. Jiang Feng and Liang Youyu were merely along for the ride." Initially, the four of them together hadn't seemed significant, but following Si Chen's playful interjections, he belatedly realized that he had initially invited Jiang Shushu, and their excursion had unexpectedly turned into a quartet. With their conversations hardly exceeding 3 sentences the entire afternoon, Ling Jun furrowed his brow. Even without romantic experience, he sensed something amiss. Reflecting on their acquaintance, he realized he had never spent time alone with Jiang Shushu. Initially, Jiang Feng had been present, and later Liang Youyu had been there for the sole instance he had carried her to the war zone on Chi Han Star, during which he had been too nervous to utter a single word. Could it be that Jiang Shushu viewed him merely as a friend because she believed he, too, resisted this union? The thought struck Ling Jun with startling clarity. The following day, Jiang Shushu awoke to the thunderous sounds of walls being pushed down. After returning home the previous evening, she had hastily consumed a meal before collapsing into bed, yet as she lay there, the tale recounted by the guide replayed incessantly in her mind, rendering sleep elusive. Just as dawn approached and fatigue finally began to set in, she was abruptly roused by the noise. Jiang Shushu grumbled, "Who on earth is causing such a ruckus so early in the morning?" Fuming, she swung her legs over the side of the bed and slipped on her shoes before stepping into the living room, where she was met with the sight of several individuals lounging on the sofa. Ling Jun, Liang Youyu, and Si Chen. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be visiting so early in the morning? And does the military district have such an extended holiday? Why are you all here at this hour?" Ling Jun was the first to notice her emergence. He rose and approached her, gently inquiring, "Are you hungry? Father has already gone to prepare breakfast. Would you like to freshen up first?" Jiang Shushu, taken aback, wondered why Si Chen was also present. Si Chen, brimming with pride, replied, "I bought a house here and moved in as well. Of course I'm here." He had arrived late the previous day and hadn't noticed, but upon awakening that morning, he was astonished to find that the planting areas of these several residences were flourishing with vegetables and grains, vibrant and lush, thriving remarkably well. Most importantly, he discovered that all these vegetables were imbued with abundant spiritual energy. As they were all men without wood-type abilities, it was undoubtedly Jiang Shushu who had cultivated them. This thought made Si Chen's heart race with excitement, and he eagerly remarked, "Jiang Shushu, I've also pushed down the wall in my yard. Could you help me plant some spiritually enriched fruits and vegetables in my garden?" Jiang Shushu was just pondering where the noise that had stirred her from sleep originated, and now she had her answer. It turned out that the culprit was none other than him. In just 2 days, she had changed 3 neighbors. Those unaware would think the properties on this street were about to skyrocket in value. It was indeed true that those 2 or 3 were quite wealthy. "Planting in your yard is certainly feasible," Jiang Shushu said slowly, her expression conflicted, "but unfortunately, I've run out of seeds. Buying more would be quite expensive." Si Chen immediately interjected, "I will buy the seeds. Just tell me what you need." Jiang Shushu counted off several types of seeds on her fingers, hesitating briefly before adding, "You know how precious spiritually enriched fruits and vegetables are. I fear there are hardly a few individuals on Su Huang's star, besides myself, capable of growing them." Si Chen mused to himself, surprised by Jiang Shushu's humility. On this fringe star, not to mention finding a few, it was exceedingly difficult to find even a second person who could cultivate abundantly charged spiritual produce. "You are aware that I am a spiritual master," he continued. "Although my alchemical skills are not particularly strong, I do possess my own unique formulas for cultivation. They are not overly complicated, but they do require a few exceedingly rare materials." Jiang Shushu's expression soured. If you only require low-level spiritually charged produce, that would indeed be quite simple. However, for those rich in spiritual energy, it may prove a tad challenging. Si Chen was taken aback, incredulously pointing outside. "But aren't those out there all rich in spiritual energy?" Having experienced the abundance of spiritual energy, who would still crave low-level energy? If one must have them, they must be of superior quality, Jiang Shushu replied innocently, her large eyes wide with sincerity. "Of course, but for cultivating those, Ling Jun transferred me 500,000 interstellar coins, and Xiao Yu transferred me 250,000. If you insist on obtaining spiritually enriched produce, I can offer you a friendly price of 500,000. What do you think?" Though 500,000 for a planting area of spiritually enriched fruits and vegetables might seem steep, it was understandable in this context. Far from the imperial star where rarity dictated value. However, Si Chen glanced at Liang Youyu. If it could be procured for a lower price, he would certainly prefer that. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he turned to find Jiang Shushu gazing at him quietly, as if to say, "Are you truly comparing yourself to a child without parents?" "Very well, esteemed lady," Si Chen conceded, "I shall compare myself to Ling Jun." Once the funds were transferred, Jiang Shushu's face lit up with joy, and she quickly forgot the disturbance that had interrupted her earlier. Ling Jun observed her radiant smile and couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Liang Youyu blinked her eyes, silently watching from the side, too timid to speak. To express her respect for the princely sum of 500,000, Jiang Shushu politely inquired, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Si Chen replied. Jiang Shushu smiled. "Why not stay for meal? Today's breakfast, as always, will consist of spiritually enriched dishes." Si Chen rejoiced. Did that mean it would be like this every day? As a neighbor, could he not come over for meals? Jiang Shushu pointed to Ling Jun and Liang Youyu, saying naturally, "Of course, especially since Ling Jun has contributed 500,000 interstellar coins for the meal. And Xiao Yuyu has contributed 200,000. Meal expenses?" Si Chen asked, looking at Ling Jun and Liang Yuyu, both of whom nodded solemnly in affirmation. Ling Jun and Liang Yuyu chimed in, "This time, we are not deceiving you. It's true." Eventually, Si Chen had no choice but to transfer another 500,000. Though losing 1 million in a single morning stung a bit, he was nonetheless satisfied to indulge in a spiritually enriched breakfast. After the meal, Ling Jun proposed a visit to the spiritual plant shop to buy medicinal cauldrons for Jiang Shushu. Si Chen expressed his desire to accompany them to purchase grain seeds, while Liang Yuyu, feeling bored, also wished to tag along. Ling Jun considered for a moment, and the two turned into a party of 4. Upon entering the largest spiritual plant shop on Su Huang Star, Jiang Shushu was unexpectedly met with the gaze of familiar faces. The Plastic Sisterhood had not anticipated encountering Jiang Shushu here, and memories of their previous loss of 10,000 interstellar coins flooded back to them, causing an immediate freeze. It was indeed a rather unpleasant memory. Jiang Lanyi, looking at her sister standing at the entrance, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Honestly, you should have checked the date before stepping out. Jiang Shushu shot a glare at Qingzha Nan, a miscalculation. I forgot to check the lunar calendar before leaving. What a twisted fate this was. Chapter 58. Are you eavesdropping on me while I speak ill of you? Familiar places and familiar faces. Past grievances and new grudges. Jiang Shushu planted her hands on her hips, stepping forward to confront the group of plastic sisters across from her, separated only by the male receptionist in the middle. Their gazes locked in a battle of wills. Though it was just her standing alone, she managed to project an aura of dominance, as if commanding an army. The Plastic Sisterhood quickly engaged in their mockery mode. Humph, a waste who cannot even concoct a level 1 spiritual potion dares to stroll through a spiritual plant shop. Jiang Shushu, hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow. 10,000. I recall you once proclaimed to be the genius of Su Huang Star for decades. With another raised eyebrow, she reiterated, 10,000. Ling Jun, observing the scene, recalled Si Chen's past anecdote of the 10,000 interstellar coins and smiled at Jiang Shushu's victorious, playful stance. It was rare to witness a spiritual master who typically regarded their status with pride and disdain for disputes, so effortlessly dismantle the opposition with just 2 words.
Si Chen.
Watching, couldn't help but chuckle. And he began recounting to Xiao Yu the tale of how Jiang Shushu had once tricked each of them out of 10,000 interstellar coins in vivid detail. After hearing the full story, Liang Yu looked at the Plastic Sisters, unsure whether to sympathize with them or to criticize their overestimation of their own abilities. After all, their sister was capable of cultivating spiritually enriched produce. How could they even consider competing with her? As expected, the Plastic Sisterhood's confidence wavered, their taunts faltering. While their concocted spiritual potions were indeed valuable, given their usual success rate of 10 batches yielding only 2 usable potions, it was clear that Jiang Shushu's cultivation skills were far more enviable. Moreover, her constant mention of 10,000 was undoubtedly a sore spot for them. Standing next to Jiang Lanyi, Bai Yu tugged at her sleeve, her voice tinged with distress. Lanyi, look at this. Jiang Lanyi hurriedly took her hand, her tone soft and soothing. It's all right, Bai Yu. I remember you mentioned wanting to purchase a high-grade medicinal herb, right? Let's head upstairs to have a look. Bai Yu's eyes lit up, but she whispered, but it's too expensive, Lanyi. I don't have that much money. Jiang Lanyi immediately glanced at Cheng Nan, who stood beside her, and shyly remarked, Cheng Nan is here. When have I ever made you pay? Upon hearing this, Cheng Nan, who had been scowling at Jiang Shushu, turned his gaze gently towards Bai Yu and nodded. I've heard Lanyi mention you. We're going upstairs to buy that 80,000 medicinal cauldron. Why not pick a high-grade spiritual herb as well? Under such a handsome and seemingly tender gaze, Bai Yu's face flushed crimson, and she shyly murmured, Thank you, thank you. Cheng Nan merely smiled, his gaze sweeping over the other sisters before he announced with a cheerful voice, as a token of appreciation for your care towards Lanyi, everyone can pick something today. The handsome and considerate domineering CEO instantly fulfilled the fantasies harbored by the group of superficial sisters, eliciting a chorus of admiration and envy. Some praised him, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Sheng, for being so remarkably kind to Lanyi, while others playfully teased, Indeed, how enviable. If only my boyfriend possessed half of your virtues, I would be utterly content. Huh. More playful banter followed. Lanyi is undoubtedly the most talented among us, Mr. Sheng. You must not let her down in the future. Oh dear. Flaunting your affection in front of so many of us. Jiang Lanyi's face blushed crimson at the teasing, and she shyly leaned closer to Xing Nan. her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Jiang Shushu and the others, a fleeting expression of pride crossing her features. Xing Nan, shall we head to the second floor? Having been showered with compliments and embraced by her beloved, Xing Nan felt a swell of vanity rise within him. Ignoring the few individuals at the entrance, he led the group of sisters upstairs. After all, with Qi Hanqing having already severed ties, he and Ling Jun, Si Chen, and the others were no longer in the same league, and there was no need to feign casual greetings. Jiang Shushu watched their retreating figures, clicking her tongue in disapproval. A woman who knows how to be charming truly has it easy. Just look at how a few sweet words can make that scoundrel willingly spend for everyone. However, she noted that today's little sweetheart, despite being elegantly dressed, seemed somewhat off. The insufferable air of a green tea bitch had returned. It appeared that while Sheng was indeed impressive, he was not one to take care of others. After witnessing the spectacle, Jiang Shushu concluded with a sigh and resolved to have the attendant seek out a good bargain. After all, this friend had promised her a 50% discount, and being self-aware of her financial constraints, she aimed to be frugal and not spend an extra dime. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Ling Jun suggest, "Shushu, there's nothing worthwhile on the first floor. Let us check the second floor." The second floor? Jiang Shushu was taken aback.
Si Tian quickly talked to Ling Yun.
Whispering, Sheng Nan just went up to the second floor. Perhaps we should just look around here. Though Jiang Shushu outwardly seemed indifferent toward Xing Nan, those familiar with her past knew her fervent obsession with him. She hadn't spent much time at the academy, always trailing behind him. Ling Jun was acutely aware of his feelings for Jiang Shushu, and while he felt it was inappropriate, he also understood that once Ling Jun made up his mind, no one could change it, and he had no right to counsel him. He could only offer suggestions to avoid any uncontrollable situations. Ling Jun frowned, questioning, what could possibly be of interest on the first floor? I previously mentioned wanting to gift Shushu a quality refining furnace. Jiang Shushu was perplexed.
Huh?
A refining furnace? What use would a pharmacist have for one? Surely, it should be a medicine cauldron instead. Yet, as they all claimed the first floor was lacking, Jiang Shushu touched her spatial bracelet, gritted her teeth, and feigned calmness, saying, "Then let us proceed to the second floor." Whether or not to purchase was one matter, but gaining insight was another. Besides, she had that 50% discount to consider. However, she didn't take Ling Jun's mention of a refining furnace seriously, nor did she intend to accept it. Too many entanglements would complicate matters later on. With that thought, a sense of melancholy washed over Jiang Shushu as they made their way to the staircase leading to the second floor. While ascending, Liang Yu tugged at Jiang Shushu's sleeve, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister, how about I buy you an 800,000 star coin refining furnace?" The moment those words left her lips, both Jiang Shushu and Ling Jun halted in their tracks. Jiang Shushu felt a pang of regret. Indeed, bad habits could be contagious, and it seemed she was about to lead this innocent child astray. Swiftly, she redirected, "Little Yu, we mustn't learn from those scoundrels. Do you know what behaviors classify someone as a scoundrel?"
Huh?
"What kind?" "For instance, the shameless type who constantly expects girls to buy him spirit stones, spirit plants, or food and drinks, and demands gifts to prove love during holidays while claiming to love yet refusing to part with a single coin. Such stinginess is unbecoming of a man. And then there's the foolish behavior you just witnessed. We certainly must not emulate that. Clearly, one can only have one girlfriend, yet he showers affection on a multitude. While it may seem warm-hearted, it's truly the behavior of a scoundrel casting his net far and wide." At that moment, Sheng Nan stood at the base of the stairs, his gaze fixed on a space necklace priced at 100,000 star coins. Musing about its similarity to one he had seen previously, when Jiang Shushu's voice, unrestrained, reached his ears in its entirety, his expression darkened. "Jiang Shushu, what are you talking about?" Caught in her enthusiastic discourse and interrupted, Jiang Shushu felt a twinge of annoyance. Upon realizing it was Xing Nan, she forced a smile and replied, "Oh, just speaking ill of someone. Hope you're enjoying the gossip?" Chapter 59. What are numbers? They are my heart's desire. Both were aware of the unspoken implications behind their words. Xing Nan's expression darkened further. He had always believed Jiang Shushu to be cast aside by the Jiang family, harboring unrequited affection for him. He presumed that, even if he became engaged to another, she would merely sulk for a while before returning to normalcy. Yet now, she neither cried nor protested, and there was no indication that she intended to reject the union arranged by her family. She had not sought him out again. Instead, she began mingling frequently with the First Legion, laughing and socializing with them. even openly disparaging him just moments ago. Sheng Nan had always maintained that his affections were solely for Lan Yi, viewing Jiang Shushu merely as a means to an end. However, witnessing her nonchalant gaze directed at him now struck him with the realization that Jiang Shushu seemed genuinely poised to break free from his grasp. This revelation sent his heart plummeting further into despair. Oblivious to his tumultuous thoughts, Jiang Shushu energetically led Liang Yuyu and the others to the second floor. As the most renowned spirit plant shop on Su Huang Star, the first floor boasted a wide variety of goods, though most were of the cheaper kind. The second floor, however, was a different story. Jiang Shushu glanced around and noted that the price for medicinal cauldrons started at 300,000, while the same types of vegetable seeds that were merely 300 on the first floor began at 1,000 here. Noticing Jiang Shushu's astonishment, the male attendant eagerly explained that the seeds on the second floor were meticulously selected premium varieties, sprouting quickly with heightened vitality and pure spiritual essence. For instance, this bag of seeds at 1,000 star coins was far superior to the ordinary vegetable seeds. As he rambled on, Jiang Shushu found herself overwhelmed.
Si Chen,
who lacked knowledge in this area, listened intently and then turned to Jiang Shushu, inquiring, "What do you think? It sounds quite promising. Perhaps we should choose a few varieties from the second floor." Jiang Shushu countered, "Honestly, it doesn't sound that impressive to me. The price difference was too significant. It seemed unnecessary to be a martyr for the cause. Moreover, she was already adept at planting and with the spiritual spring water from the system. There was no need for high-quality seeds. They would all yield the same results in her hands."
Yet,
given that this was He Mianmian shop and with many customers present on the second floor, it was inappropriate to disparage her establishment. Thus, she ambiguously replied, "Let's keep looking." The group continued forward. Before long, they arrived at the area displaying the cauldrons for refining. Ling Jun glanced around and pointed to the most expensive row of refining cauldrons, stating, "The quality of those cauldrons is quite good. Let us go take a look." Si Chun and Liang Yuyu exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Jiang Shushu, not being a refining master, would be interested in examining the cauldrons. However, since Ling Jun had suggested it, they offered no objections and were about to head in that direction when Jiang Shushu called out, "What do we need to look at the refining cauldrons for?" Ling Jun replied nonchalantly, "Didn't he refine a divine sword?" Jiang Shushu was taken aback. Did he think that since she could forge a spirit weapon, she might as well attempt refining? But she truly knew nothing about refining. She was somewhat familiar with the steps of alchemy, yet was completely at a loss when it came to crafting, and she lacked confidence. The cauldrons were so expensive. If she bought one and couldn't use it, wouldn't that be a waste? Moreover, the tools she used to forge spirit weapons were not the same. Jiang Shushu quickly stated, No need. Let us just look at the medicinal cauldrons." Ling Jun pondered for a moment. She had yet to learn the art of refining tools, and given that it was currently a holiday, attending classes was out of the question. It would be prudent to purchase an alchemical cauldron for the time being, perhaps even two, one for potion making and another for tool refinement. Thus, she nodded and said, "Let us first examine the alchemical cauldron." The area designated for cauldrons was relatively sparse, for even the most inferior cauldron could last approximately a year. Few, like Jiang Shushu, would change theirs within a month. As Ling Jun casually browsed, her brow furrowed in disappointment. Wasn't this supposed to be the largest spiritual herb shop on the planet? The cauldrons were surprisingly affordable, lacking even a single one of decent quality. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shushu, who was oblivious to Ling Jun's disdain, the row of cauldrons before her elicited a gasp. 120,000 interstellar coins. 140,000 interstellar coins. 180,000 interstellar coins. And, the most expensive, 250,000 interstellar coins. Jiang Shushu clutched her chest, exclaiming, "These aren't mere numbers. They represent a piece of my heart." At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice called from behind, "Lan Yi, come quickly. The 80,000 coin cauldron is right here." "All right, I'm coming, Sheng Nan. Baiyu has found that cauldron. Let us go take a look." Jiang Shushu was rendered speechless, as today's events epitomized the phrase frenemies on a narrow road, encountering them at every turn. Although she wished to ignore them, some individuals simply refused to be ignored. Behind her, Zhang Lan Yi had already dragged Sheng Nan over. As she was about to examine the cauldron closely, Baiyu discreetly grasped her arm and pointed in the direction of Jiang Shushu and her companions. In a hushed tone, Baiyu remarked, "Look, Lan Yi, that useless girl is pretending to be something she is not, wandering over to the high-end cauldrons." Jiang Lan Yi was taken aback. Were they truly considering purchasing high-end cauldrons? "Baiyu, oblivious to Jiang Lanyi's thoughts, misinterpreted her astonishment as disdain for such pretentiousness. She immediately laughed loudly, honestly. Why do some people love to put on airs? They clearly can't refine potions yet still come to the spiritual herb shop. And even if they can't afford it, they insist on looking at the high-end cauldrons. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shushu, aware that her companions were elite warriors from the First Legion. But so what? The First Legion was not particularly strong and was notoriously impoverished, often struggling to pay their soldiers' wages. How could they possibly compare to the affluent Second Legion? Moreover, Sheng Nan was a rising star within the Second Legion, highly regarded by the generals. Sheng Nan furrowed his brow as he observed Ling Jun and the others, still uncertain whether Jiang Shushu's betrothed was Ling Jun or Xichen. However, both came from the Imperial Star, and it seemed that even the price of high-end cauldrons would not faze them. Yet Jiang Shushu was a useless girl, who would be willing to spend money on her. If she dared to cause a scene, it would only lead to her humiliation. With this thought, Sheng Nan expressionlessly turned away. Jiang Shushu glanced back just in time to catch the disdainful expression on Sheng Nan's face, raising an eyebrow.
Oh.
Does it matter to you whether I'm pretending or not? If you have the means, go ahead and buy that 250,000 coin cauldron. Settling for an 80,000 coin bargain is hardly an impressive feat. Sheng Nan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately attempted to divert the conversation. However, before he could speak, Bai Yu interjected, "Do you think Sheng Nan can't afford it? He simply doesn't want to choose." Jiang Shushu chuckled. Chapter 60. The people around you are not your heart's desire? Ah, so you don't want to choose, Jiang Shushu mused, her gaze landing on Sheng Nan's face as she remarked wistfully, "It seems Major Sheng is still the same. Even with new faces around, his old stinginess remains unchanged." She feigned a puzzled sigh, her voice deliberately loud. "Is it true that the people around you aren't those you hold dear?" As soon as these words left her lips, the surroundings fell silent. Ling Jun paused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Xichen nearly burst into laughter, thinking, "My dear lady, could you possibly speak any louder?" Not only were those involved startled by her proclamation, but even the other patrons in the shop turned to look, only to realize they were all familiar faces. Jiang Shushu, the longtime useless spiritual master, was known to all. The recent scandal involving Sheng Nan's broken engagement with Jiang Shushu's sister and his subsequent engagement to her younger sister had been the talk of the town for quite some time. What had initially seemed like a romantic tale now appeared quite different. The gossip ignited like wildfire, with voices buzzing around. Remember that period when everyone claimed Sheng Nan had fallen for the younger sister at first sight, even going so far as to offend the Jiang family to break off the engagement? Of course I remember. It hasn't been long since then. If he can abandon the elder sister, wouldn't he eventually cast aside the younger sister as well? Your analysis is quite astute. The unabashed discussions rendered Sheng Nan's expression thoroughly darkened. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu silently reveled in laughter, wishing to applaud the perceptive onlookers with a resounding bravo. Bai Yu was equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events, glancing nervously at Sheng Nan's grim countenance and at Jiang Lanyi, whose eyes were now glistening with tears. Instinctively falling silent, Jiang Lanyi, her tears cascading down, spoke timidly. "That's not true. Sheng Nan treats me very well. I was the one who wanted the 80,000 coin alchemical cauldron." Sheng Nan, feeling a pang of sympathy at her tears, hurriedly enveloped her in his arms. Adopting a tender demeanor, "Lanyi, rest assured, I will always treat you well." The onlookers were moved by this affectionate scene, thinking they had misjudged the situation. In an effort to express their apologies, they lowered their heads, preparing for 3 seconds of silence. Then, in this strangely eerie silence, Jiang Shushu's voice rang out clearly. "So to show you care, you buy rubbish? I am truly enlightened." Xichen stifled a laugh, clearing his throat. "Shushu, let's not choose this trash." The little lucky fish vigorously nodded in agreement, adding, "I wouldn't even consider giving something like this to my sister." Ling Jun hesitated for a moment before deciding to join in. He raised his hand, summoning a male attendant. "Go fetch your boss and tell them we want the finest alchemical cauldron in the shop." Jiang Shushu, wearing a sincere smile, took a step forward and said earnestly, "Sister, brother-in-law, please don't take offense at our directness." In her heart, she silently cheered. "Well done, my friends." Observing the astonished expressions on the faces before her, she earnestly addressed Jiang Lanyi. "Do you see, sister? This is what true kindness looks like. It's not merely about sweet words. Do you believe that flattery alone makes you virtuous? If your partner claims wild vegetables are delicious, will you truly dig them for a lifetime? Sister, we mustn't be so naive. A man who is unwilling to spend on you surely does not love you. Initially nestled in Sheng Nan's embrace, Jiang Lan couldn't help but twitch her lips at this barrage of nonsensical advice. Yet she recognized that her sister was not so easily deceived. Meanwhile, Liang Yuyu silently swallowed hard, pondering, but wild vegetables can be quite tasty. It's just too dangerous to dig for them. Jiang Shushu redirected her focus, scrutinizing Sheng Nan from head to toe. Sheng Nan, while my sister is indeed understanding, I don't expect you to adhere to my standards. However, since we are family, the treatment shouldn't differ too greatly, right? If I receive the best gift, yet my sister is given something so inferior, it reflects poorly on both her and you. Does it not? Sheng Nan's face darkened significantly, frustration bubbling within him. Yet, he dared not voice his anger, for aside from Jiang Shushu, the other three individuals exuded the financial capacity to procure the most expensive cauldron, and it was evident they stood firmly with her. Liang Yuyu, a solitary figure, though oblivious to the reasons behind his unwavering kindness towards Jiang Shushu, undeniably possessed the financial means to procure the most extravagant items. Ling Jun and Si Chun, both hailing from the Imperial Star, would likely find even the priciest offerings here unworthy of their attention. Was he genuinely intent on acquiring the very best? However, 250,000 was a considerable sum. A wave of conflict surged within him, causing him to unconsciously tighten his embrace around Jiang Lanyi. Jiang Shushu furrowed her brow slightly, preparing to break free when laughter echoed from the staircase. I hear a significant patron has arrived today, seeking to purchase our treasured item. Jiang Shushu thought to herself, who would assign such a treasure a price of 250,000? He Mianmian approached with a smile, initially intending for her father to attend to the guests, but her presence had usurped that role. Upon catching sight of Jiang Shushu, her eyes brightened. Sister Shushu, do you know who desires our prized medicinal cauldron? He Mianmian beamed at the two parties before her. This scenario mirrored the previous occasion when the least valuable cauldron, hoarded for years, was sold. Jiang Shushu stepped forward, and her sisterly bond with Jiang Lanyi prompted her to wrap an arm around her shoulder. Oh, it's like this. I originally intended to buy the finest cauldron, but my brother-in-law insisted he would cherish my sister forever. Thus, I decided to part with my beloved cauldron for him. Oh? He Mianmian immediately turned her gaze toward the sullen Sheng Nan, her smile radiant and warm. It was well known that Major Sheng harbored deep affections for Miss Lanyi, always providing her with the best. Previously skeptical, she now found the rumors to be true. Major Sheng indeed was the finest gentleman in our galaxy. The praise elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of Jiang Shushu's and Jiang Lanyi's mouths. He Mianmian then looked at Jiang Lanyi with an envious tone. Miss Lanyi, you are clearly a woman of fortune. Now a third-tier alchemist. Only our prized cauldron could befit your status and alchemical prowess. I am not boasting. Once you use this cauldron, you will realize it perfectly complements your alchemy skills, enhancing both your success rate and the potency of your potions by at least half. Jiang Shushu pulled He Mianmian closer, whispering in her ear, your prized item seems to have numerous functions. He Mianmian replied softly, oh, what prized item? It's all just a ruse to entice them. This item has been here for years, and today is the first time anyone has inquired. That's your sister, right? A discount wouldn't hurt. Absolutely no discounts. Chapter 61. Thank you for your patronage. The cauldron is priced at 40,000 interstellar coins. Jiang Shushu leaned in closer. My brother-in-law was just about to express his love for my sister. If you discount it, wouldn't that diminish his affection? He Mianmian was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Si Chen stood just behind them, his lips curling into a smile at their exchange. He had previously regarded Jiang Shushu as a simple-minded romantic, always trailing after men, but today she revealed herself to be quite amusing. Most importantly, she did not appear to be the infatuated girl the rumors suggested. Sheng Nan wore a grim expression, his eyes darkened. He found himself in a precarious position, with onlookers watching and the owner's flattering words ringing in his ears. Moreover, Lanyi, who had always shielded him, was now reduced to tears, upset by Jiang Shushu's comments. He valued his reputation and genuinely cared for Lanyi, unwilling to let her be overshadowed by someone he deemed inferior, even if it was just a gift. Yet, 250,000 was a price that warranted consulting Lanyi's opinion. With that thought, he gently rested his hand on Jiang Lanyi's shoulder, softly inquiring, my Lanyi is the best girl in the galaxy, surely deserving of the finest. Do you like that prized medicinal cauldron? Sheng Nan gazed at Jiang Lanyi with hopeful eyes. However, Jiang Lanyi was momentarily stunned. The performance had been effortless, yet she felt her thoughts were jumbled. Wasn't this a redundant question? How could she not like it? But those words remained unspoken. Instead, she looked at him with tear-filled eyes, feigning concern. I like it, but it's just too expensive. It's all right. If you don't like it, what then? You say you like it? Sheng Nan was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Lanyi, unsure, nodded. She indeed liked it. But it was too costly. Sheng Nan, let us not get that, all right? The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Jiang Shushu cleared her throat. My brother-in-law just stated he would cherish my sister for a lifetime. If you believe the 80,000 cauldron is satisfactory, then this prized item belongs to us. As she spoke, she reached for the cauldron, but its weight caught her off guard, and she struggled to lift it, creating an awkward moment. In the next instant, Ling Jun, who had been standing behind her, effortlessly reached around her side and lifted the cauldron. Allow me to hold the cauldron for you. Due to their proximity, Jiang Shushu could distinctly feel his breath above her, warm and tingling, accompanied by a faint aroma of wood and herbs that wafted into her senses. At that moment, with his arm raised, she felt as if she were cradled in his embrace. Jiang Shushu froze, unsure of how to react, her mind wandering back to the bun he had bitten into earlier. His lips hovered just above her head, and she wondered if tilting her head would bring them together. As her thoughts spiraled, Ling Jun subtly distanced himself, lowering his gaze, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Wait a moment, Sheng Nan's voice suddenly broke the silence. Jiang Shushu looked up to see the previously brooding Sheng Nan had regained his composure. He smiled at Jiang Lanyi, then turned his gaze towards Jiang Shushu, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. You are aware of your own capabilities, and having this cauldron in your possession would be a waste. It would be better suited for your sister, don't you think? Does she think so? Of course, she found the suggestion appealing. However, in light of the 250,000, it was imperative to maintain a facade of dignity. Jiang Shushu hesitated, reluctant to part with it. But what if she could successfully concoct potions using this cauldron? Ling Jun, still holding the cauldron, chimed in, I feel the same way. Why not proceed with the payment now? Hearing this, Sheng Nan felt a sense of relief, yet the derision in his eyes intensified. He pointed to a cauldron nearby. Speaking with authority, I believe these will suffice for you. Let the prized item be given to your sister. These? Jiang Shushu examined each one, still hesitant. Standing beside her, He Mianmian smiled and remarked, actually, Major Sheng has a point. Shushu, these would be ample for you. There's no need to be fixated on the prized item. Reluctantly, Jiang Shushu decided to let go of her attachment, allowing Ling Jun to place the cauldron down. She chose another cauldron, slightly less expensive than the prized one. Seeing her selection, which was still quite costly, Sheng Nan no longer pressed the issue and instructed the male attendant to put away the cauldron, preparing to browse a bit longer before heading downstairs to settle the payment. Throughout the exchange, Jiang Lanyi remained silent, her eyes filled with admiration for Sheng Nan. As Jiang Shushu observed them depart, she immediately urged Ling Jun to set down the extravagant cauldron, hastily making her way to He Mianmian. Mianmian, hurry. Bring me another one of those 40,000 cauldrons, and also some seeds. He Mianmian appeared perplexed, asking, why are you buying another cauldron? What about the one you purchased last time? Jiang Shushu replied nonchalantly, oh, it unexpectedly cracked while I was refining. He Mianmian wiped her brow. It was indeed the least valuable cauldron. It had only been a month, and it had already broken into several pieces. Yet, her father had mentioned that it should last at least half a year. Not dwelling on it further, motivated by guilt towards her good friend, she accompanied Jiang Shushu to select another cauldron costing 150,000, still pricing it at 40,000 for her, and also offered a 50% discount on the chosen herbs for Si Chen. Throughout the process, Ling Jun attempted several times to persuade her to choose a more expensive cauldron, only to be met with rejection from Jiang Shushu, who also declined the suggestions from the little lucky koi. As they selected seeds, He Mianmian quietly tugged at Jiang Shushu's sleeve and whispered, in a little while, the first combat team will be assigned a new mission. I heard that they have invited 2 spiritual herb masters, and I am one of them. I wonder if you are the other? Jiang Shushu was taken aback, replying, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it, nor received an invitation. He Mianmian mumbled softly, oh, how I wish to partner with you on a mission. The other spiritual masters are either too arrogant or too peculiar. I just can't get along with them. We are all postnatal spiritual masters, so what is there to be proud of? Humph. Once all the selections were made, Jiang Shushu eagerly pulled a few people toward the checkout. To her delight, Sheng Nan and his companions had not yet left and were fortuitously at the end of the line. Jiang Shushu, elated, declined He Mianyan's suggestion to check out separately and happily lined up behind them. Initially, Sheng Nan had promised the plastic sisterhood that each could choose a spiritual plant, but after spending 2.5 million on purchases, he felt quite pained and only allowed Zhang Lanyi to select a few low-grade spiritual plants, leaving the others behind. Zhang Lanyi obediently followed him, not uttering a word. Bai Yu, with her head bowed, felt a flicker of jealousy. Twice now, it had happened. Soon, the checkout was completed, and just as Sheng Nan intended to leave swiftly with them, Bai Yu suddenly remarked, "I wonder which medicine cauldron Jiang Shushu ultimately chose?" The plastic sisterhood halted in their tracks, and Zhang Lanyi and Sheng Nan also paused to look back. Upon seeing the checkout counter, Sheng Nan nearly choked with rage. There, glaringly displayed, was a medicine cauldron of evidently poor quality, and the automated checkout voice chimed in, "Hello, thank you for your patronage. The medicine cauldron costs 40,000 interstellar coins." Sheng Nan realized he had undoubtedly been duped, feeling an urge to spit blood in frustration. Yet he could only swallow his anger. What could he do? Should he publicly question why? Jiang Shushu was unashamed. He was the one embarrassed. Therefore, when Jiang Shushu finished her checkout and intended to reminisce with the plastic sisterhood, she found they had already departed without a glance back. Jiang Shushu sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. She had wanted to introduce them to her cauldron, but who knew they would leave so swiftly? Ling Yun remarked, "Siken, Liang Yuyu." He wore a complex expression and asked, "Sister, has anyone ever told you that behaving this way could easily lead to trouble?" Jiang Shushu was astonished, replying, "How is that possible? I have such a good temper, never turning against anyone or taking advantage. How could I get into trouble?" Ling Jun nodded, agreeing with her words. The little koi fish, unwilling to be outdone, also nodded in affirmation, thinking that whatever sister said was indeed correct. Only Sikhen remained speechless. Based on his experiences over the past few days, he knew that Jiang Shushu had never gained an advantage in her interactions with Sheng Nan. As they exited the spiritual plant shop, they discovered that dusk had already fallen. Sikhen proposed dining outside, suggesting a well-known restaurant near the trading area. The spiritual plant shop was located on the busiest street of Su Huangxing, filled with various shops, and adjacent to the trading area, making it a popular spot for mercenaries and powerful beings at all hours. Upon entering the restaurant, they found the first floor packed with patrons and opted for a private room upstairs. The trading area was somewhat lawless, a favorite haunt for mercenaries, where one could procure anything from abundant interstellar coins, even the flesh of powerful beasts, albeit at exorbitant prices that only a select few could afford. Sikhen, evidently a regular, expertly ordered several signature dishes, along with a bottle of low-grade medicinal wine infused with spiritual energy. It was Jiang Shushu's first dining experience since arriving in the interstellar realm, and she was quite curious. As soon as the dishes arrived, she eagerly took a bite and her eyes lit up, although it was merely low-grade spiritual vegetables. The taste was exquisite, far surpassing her expectations. Just as she was about to take another bite, Sikhen extended a wine glass toward her, saying, "Here, try this wine. Although the alcohol content is low, it is quite expensive, yet rich in spiritual energy and beneficial for the body." An expensive interstellar delicacy? Naturally, she had to give it a taste. Jiang Shushu accepted the glass and took a sip. The wine was clear and transparent, exuding a delightful bouquet that was a harmonious blend of rich aromas, fruitiness, and freshness that lingered on her palate. Her eyes sparkled. If she could obtain the materials, she could brew her own. Previously, her grandfather had loved drinking, but due to health reasons, the doctor had strictly advised him to abstain. Subsequently, she sought out a traditional medicine practitioner for recipes that nourished the body through brewing, carefully controlling the quantity for her grandfather each day. This alleviated his craving for alcohol while being beneficial for his health. The recipes were rather simple. In an era of information explosion, anyone could find them online. She had asked for assurance, never anticipating that upon arriving in the interstellar realm, they would transform into precious medicinal wines infused with spiritual energy. What if she brewed plenty of wine and sold it at a low price to the First Legion's supernatural warriors? Just imagine if by chance the First Legion became the most formidable army in the Empire due to her efforts. She could stride confidently within the Empire. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. What use was her individual progress? With a robust ally by her side, she would feel even more assured, wouldn't she? Then Sheng Nan would no longer pose a threat. As she mused, Jiang Shushu suddenly felt a tug at her sleeve. Looking up, she followed Sichen's pointing finger and gasped. Could it be? The very people she had been thinking of, Sheng Nan, Zhang Lanyi, and the Plastic Sisterhood, were browsing the shops below. Seeing them reveling in their newfound treasures did not seem to faze him. They still had spare coins to continue shopping. Siken remarked, let him enjoy himself today. After tomorrow, he won't have the heart to come out. Jiang Shushu, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? Ling Jun interjected. Because of his blatant attempt to seize the god-slaying sword on Chi Han Star, the marshal decided against imposing any additional punishment, except to let the sword challenge him directly. Jiang Shushu questioned, but can the god-slaying sword defeat him? Ling Jun and Siken exchanged glances, remaining silent. Since its inception, the god-slaying sword had only demonstrated its might once against the Zhiji beast, yet its true power remained uncertain. The marshal's intent this time was to use Sheng Nan as a test subject. Jiang Shushu recalled her first encounter with the intelligent god-slaying sword on Chi Han Star. It had seemed quite fearful of her at that time, but she had not interacted with it since, causing her to forget. With this thought, a glimmer of insight crossed her mind, and although she could not be certain, she turned to Ling Jun and asked, where is the god-slaying sword now? Ling Jun looked to Siken, stating, it has been following him since returning from Chi Han Star. Siken, perplexed by their scrutiny, remarked, the god-slaying lord has indeed been following me. It possesses intelligence. The marshal mentioned it could choose to accompany whoever it wished. Previously, it followed me wherever I went, but today, for some reason, it has been hiding in my room and refuses to come out, no matter how much I call. With the god-slaying sword in his home, it would be straightforward. They could simply ask it directly. After finishing their meal, they made their way to Sichen's newly purchased residence. Upon encountering the god-slaying sword, Jiang Shushu's suspicions were confirmed. It truly feared her. It cowered behind Siken, refusing to emerge regardless of his coaxing. When Jiang Shushu gently called out to it, the sword trembled, daring not to fly, but rather plummeted directly before her, allowing her to touch and manipulate it without a hint of resistance. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Where has your earlier bravado vanished? As night deepened, Ling Jun sat on his living room sofa, his brow furrowed in contemplation, lost in his thoughts. After a brief moment, he pinched his furrowed brow and resolved to seek out the neighboring Sichen for counsel. However, after taking merely 2 steps, he halted. Sichen was still single and lacked understanding of the intricacies of marriage, making it evidently unwise to inquire of him. After some contemplation, Ling Jun pressed a few buttons on his light brain, dialing one of his contacts. The line rang for quite some time without an answer, yet Ling Jun, displaying commendable patience, continued to press the button. After several attempts, a shirtless man finally appeared on the screen. Ling Jun nodded towards the individual, his voice light and casual. Zhui Xiangming, I knew you were still awake. However, even if you're working out at night, you ought to wear a shirt. The man on the other end was none other than General Zhui Xiangming, the head of the First Legion. As Ling Jun's words resonated, Zhui's usually steadfast and resolute visage twitched several times, and the hushed sounds from the video call abruptly ceased. At that moment, the otherwise unflappable general was internally crumbling. For heaven's sake, one should wear clothes while exercising. We are all married individuals. Don't we have a mutual understanding of what might transpire at night? Chapter 63. In this world, everyone is merely a deceiver. With an impassive expression, Zhuan inquired, what do you need from me? You better have a valid reason. Although I cannot take action against you, I can certainly lodge a complaint. Do you believe that? Ling Jun responded, I have a small matter to discuss. Last time, Jiang Shushu refused the pocket money I offer her, and this time she declined the medicine cauldron I gifted her. What's the reason behind that? Zhui Xiangming was momentarily taken aback. After Ling Jun recounted the origins of the matter, he understood, feeling a sense of weariness wash over him. Indeed, although their prince had bypassed the dating phase and was unceremoniously propelled into the marriage pit by the marshal, it was clear that in this situation, no pit could be overlooked. Thus, Zhui Xiangming resolved to dig the pit a little deeper. It seems she does not harbor feelings for you. Hence her reluctance to accept your offerings. Perhaps she is even contemplating how to dissolve the engagement. Ling Jun was taken aback. But we are already married. Does it still matter whether we like each other? Of course, it matters. So, do you currently like her?
Yes.
Cough, cough, cough. Zhui Xiangming had initially intended to guide his oblivious prince towards self-awareness without causing too much turmoil, but he was caught off guard by this sudden and direct admission. He sighed. As long as you like her, that's sufficient. However, she may not reciprocate those feelings at present. For now, refrain from viewing her as your wife. Instead, consider her as a girl you admire. Gradually approach her, allowing her to discover your merits at her own pace. Furthermore, rest assured, the Marshal has secured the highest level of military marriage for you both. Unless one of you perishes, it cannot be dissolved. Though they were indeed in a marital status. If she does not like you, what can be done? You cannot annul it, so consider it a courtship and pursue her slowly.
I'm going to sleep now.
On the following day, Jiang Shushu, wielding the Godslayer sword, strolled into the Second Legion without the aid of any transportation, exuding confidence. Along the way, she greeted everyone she encountered, whether familiar or not, and made it a point to share the purpose of her visit. By the time she arrived at the Legion's interior, a considerable number of people had followed her. These were no ordinary folk, but rather those drawn by the scent of intrigue. At this moment, the outside world buzzed with excitement over the news. Zhang-san, I heard your uncle serves in the Second Legion, right? Could you possibly reach out to him? Today is the day the Godslayer will duel Captain Shengnan. If you go to witness the spectacle, you must bring me along. Hey, Li, where are you headed? To the Second Legion? Bring me some of those fruits I just bought. Isn't that Wang Wu? Remember that favor you owe me? Yes. As long as you can get me into the Second Legion, we will call it even. At this moment, those with connections sought to leverage them, while those without resorted to seeking favors from anyone they could to gain entry to the spectacle. Bai Yu could hardly believe the news upon hearing it. Her immediate reaction was to rush to the Jiang family. Lan Yi, something's wrong. You must go check. Today, the Godslayer is set to duel Shengnan. Jiang Lan Yi turned to her, somewhat surprised. What did you say? Why would the Godslayer duel Shengnan? Bai Yu had no knowledge of the reasons behind it. She only heard that Jiang Shushu had gone to seek out Shengnan with the sword in hand. Feeling anxious, she implored, Lan Yi, please go and see. Jiang Shushu is there. It is she who brought the sword. The Godslayer never interacts with others. Those who are allowed near him are people he trusts. You must persuade your sister to advise the Godslayer. Her words tumbled out in a flurry, yet Jiang Lan Yi understood her intent, which was merely a concern that Shengnan might embarrass himself in front of everyone. She observed Bai Yu quietly, her gaze imbued with a calmness and understanding that Bai Yu had never witnessed before. This expression left Bai Yu feeling inexplicably anxious. She turned away, her voice slightly awkward as she suggested, Lonnie, perhaps we should go take a look? Before Jiang Lan Yi could respond, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. You are not to go anywhere. Bai Yu hurriedly turned around to see a middle-aged man striding towards them with determination. His expression was grave as he ignored her entirely, directing his attention solely at Jiang Lan Yi. Lan Yi, have you completed the assignments your grandfather assigned you? Jiang Lan Yi lowered her head. Not yet. Then hurry and attend to it. Jiang Lan Yi obediently replied, all right, and without another glance at Bai Yu, she turned and left. The middle-aged man followed suit, departing in tandem. Bai Yu stood rooted to the spot, her expression shifting momentarily before she stomped her foot and walked away. As Jiang Lan Yi approached the door of the alchemy room, her steps faltered, and she turned to gaze at the soul spirit tree in the courtyard, adorned with lovely pink blossoms. As the wind rustled, petals fell, releasing a faint floral fragrance. Gradually, two small children appeared beneath the tree.
Oh.
Our Lan Yi is truly the most beautiful girl. She attracts admiration from all. When I become a powerful spirit master, I shall take you to every planet in the Empire, buying you a villa on each one, so you may choose where to reside. As the petals danced in the air, time and circumstances had irrevocably changed. In this world, everyone is merely a deceiver. Jiang Lan Yi withdrew her gaze, her expression impassive as she stepped through the door. Now I can rely on myself. The middle-aged man knocked on the door of the room before pushing it open. Father, I have entered. The room was dimly lit, and a faint figure could be discerned behind the desk. What is the situation with the Sheng family? Father, half of the youth from the clan are participating in the hunting team organized by the Sheng family, and I have heard they even hired mercenaries to protect these descendants. They seem quite at ease. Remember to keep your hands clean. I do not wish to hear any more reports of their return. Understood, Father. And be sure to dispose of the tail cleanly. That old scoundrel, Yan Qilu, has been watching me closely of late. I understand. At this moment, the Second Legion could be aptly described as a sea of people. Aside from those gathered outside, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Legions had also arrived in full strength. Even the soldiers from the Second Legion had quietly shown up. It was not that they lacked integrity. Rather, such an occasion was a once-in-a-century event. The last such extraordinary event was the Star Beast Tide, which was regrettably missed by them all. However, this time it was right before their eyes, and they absolutely could not let it pass by again. Speaking of which, the gap between these two once-in-a-century events was rather short. The dueling arena was established in the 2nd Legion's training grounds, which were now encircled in layers, with the crowd forming a circle to clear the center area. Jiang Shushu, Ling Jun, Jiang Feng, and others stood at the periphery, silently observing the duel unfolding in the center. One sword, one person, facing each other from a distance. One radiated brilliance, suspended in midair. The other wore a grim expression, eyes filled with menace. Chapter 64. You just keep being cowardly. Shengnan had never anticipated such a large gathering today. Last night, General Yu Xiao had sought him out, informing him that the God Slayer wanted to challenge him. And he had initially felt a strong reluctance. He is a rising star within the 2nd Legion, regarded by others as a young man of mediocre talent, yet possessing extraordinary perceptiveness and boundless potential. Even if he were to face a sentient divine sword in challenge, it remains merely an instrument. What glory could possibly arise from vanquishing it? Furthermore, it is rumored that this sword belongs to the marshal, and one must consider the master when confronting a dog. Winning would bear little honor, while losing would be a disgrace. Ultimately, he finds himself in a predicament where neither victory nor defeat brings satisfaction. Cheng Nan furrowed his brow, recalling the general's assurance from the previous night. Rest assured, I will arrange everything for tomorrow. There will be no outsiders present, and the battle scene will remain undisclosed. After all, the Divine Slayer is the Marshal S. Since it has expressed a desire to challenge you, what harm is there in indulging it in a mock duel? Moreover, I have conducted my inquiries. The artifacts from the Empire Star, when evaluated solely by combat prowess, are not particularly formidable. Such artifacts require the hands of the strong to manifest their true power. In isolation, they may not be as imposing. You are now an S-rank powerhouse. What is there to fear? His apprehension does not stem from the Divine Slayer itself, but rather from the formidable individuals behind it. As Cheng Nan surveyed the bustling crowd in the square, he could not help but curse under his breath. The general's promise is unreliable.
Now,
he must devise a plan of his own. Cheng Nan's brow remained knitted as his gaze traversed the spirited Divine Slayer, clearly not inclined toward a mock duel, and settled on Jiang Shushu outside the arena. The news of her entering the 2nd Legion clutching the divine sword had already spread like wildfire. The artifact's willingness to be embraced by her indicates a certain familiarity. She is currently his only recourse for discussion. With this thought in mind, Cheng Nan raised his hand and called out loudly, I have a question and require a brief pause. The onlookers, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, erupted in surprise. Could it be that he was afraid and unwilling to fight? Above, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, aside from Xiangming of the 1st Legion, several other leaders from different legions were also present. Yu Xiao scanned the faces of those gathered, then turned to his subordinate beside him, instructing, Go, and inquire what he desires. If his request is not excessively unreasonable, we should endeavor to accommodate it. However, the clearing of the area promised to him the previous night would likely be unfeasible, Yu Xiao thought with a hint of resignation as he glanced at the others. In the center of the arena, after receiving the general's message, Cheng Nan fell silent for a moment before raising his hand to point at Jiang Shushu. I wish to speak with her. Upon hearing this, not only were others shocked, but the tension was palpable. At such a critical juncture, why was he delaying the performance by seeking a conversation? Moreover, the individual he wished to converse with was none other than his former fiancée. As the party involved, Jiang Shushu was equally taken aback. She certainly did not see any reason for conversation, and instinctively refused without a second thought. Yet, it was evident that Cheng Nan was resolute in his pursuit, and even the general's envoy had come to persuade her after her refusal. Jiang Shushu was left speechless, muttering in frustration as she approached the center of the arena. So you want to talk, huh? Fine, let us talk. You say one word, and I'll have the Divine Slayer pierce you with a hole. Let us see if you can out-talk me, or withstand the pain. Ling Jun, who had been concerned about Cheng Nan's intentions and was accompanying her, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her words. Over the past few days, he had come to understand her nature. She was bold enough to take up challenges and equally capable of letting go. Regardless of her actions or words, she never concealed her intentions. And if she did something questionable, she did so openly. After his conversation with Xiangming the previous night, he felt as though a heavy fog had lifted. granting him clarity regarding his feelings for Jiang Shushu. At some point, she had become an undeniable ray of light, forcefully breaching the placid surface of his previously stagnant life. The external insults and disdain directed at her were met with indifference. She lived according to her own desires, never allowing her achievements in crafting extraordinary items or divine swords to breed arrogance, nor did she take pride in her innate abilities. Though her status was humble, she led a life that was both ordinary and unrestrained. And what about himself? He lowered his gaze slightly, his long lashes casting shadows over the darkness in his eyes, reflecting the weight of his thoughts. Chen often claimed that she was unworthy of him, but in truth, it was he who was unworthy of her. The two soon approached Chengnan, but Jiang Shushu appeared impatient, asking, "Speak up, what exactly do you want?" Yet Chengnan's gaze was fixated intently on Ling Jun, his eyes betraying an uncontainable astonishment. At this moment, what was there left to decipher? The person set to be united with Jiang Shushu was undoubtedly Ling Jun. He had not anticipated that the First Legion would be so generous. After all, Ling Jun was of royal lineage, even if exiled to the fringes of the Star Realm. How could a mere waste be deemed a suitable match? Moreover, he was about to duel the artifact of the First Legion, and yet both representatives of that legion had approached him together. Were they deliberately flaunting their affection to unsettle him? The more Chengnan pondered, the angrier he became. Despite initially wishing to avoid discussing the mock duel in front of Ling Jun, he found himself grimacing and bluntly stating, "Jiang Shushu, please inform the Divine Slayer that many extraordinary warriors have gathered today. We can merely engage in symbolic play." Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow. "Are you already backing down before the fight has even begun? To be accused of cowardice?" The woman who typically obeyed him and spoke softly and tenderly had chosen such a term to describe him. Chengnan couldn't help but acknowledge that he felt a twinge of discomfort. "Jiang Shushu, you know my character. I have never relished combat," he endeavored to soften his tone. Forcing a smile, he recalled how much Jiang Shushu had once cherished his laughter. "I am now in S rank. While the Divine Slayer has only recently gained sentience and lacks practical experience, if I were to unleash my full strength, I fear I might inadvertently cause it harm." Ling Jun observed the forced smile on his face, his brow furrowing slightly, a chill emanating from his gaze. Yet, Jiang Shushu was quickly repulsed by his grin. "Please, for the love of all that is good, stop smiling like that. I beg you, I was blind to your true nature before, easily enchanted by your smiles." She gazed at the stiff grin adorning his face, her voice turning icy. "Chengnan, do you remember why you dislike fighting? It is because I have always stood in front of you." The original host could be described without exaggeration as the darling of the entire Su Huang star, a prodigy that appeared only once in a decade. Who would dare offend her? Moreover, her powerful family had provided ample protection. Had it not been for their long-standing acquaintance, would he have ever been considered as her betrothed? Jiang Shushu smiled slightly as she scrutinized the face before her. Compared to the majority of men in the cosmos, he was indeed quite handsome, yet he could not be compared to someone else. With this thought, she instinctively turned her head to glance at Ling Jun, only to find him gazing back at her, his eyes alight with emotions she could not decipher. Jiang Shushu was taken aback, feeling her ears flush with heat, and hurriedly averted her gaze. Steadying herself with several deep breaths, she felt her tumultuous emotions beginning to settle. She looked back at the man before her, whose expression was as dark as a storm cloud, and stepped forward with a low laugh. "Chengnan, you've always had this cowardly disposition. Have you forgotten that incident?" Chapter 65. Trouble. Let the Divine Slayer take 3 strikes. Suddenly, the smile that appeared before him made Chengnan's heart skip a beat, and he instinctively asked, "What incident?" As soon as the question left his lips, he regretted it, wishing to redirect the conversation. However, the girl before him continued, "About me being a waste, of course. That day, you told me she mimicked Chengnan's tone. Shushu, I possess mediocre talent. It's likely I will be confined to Su Huang Star for my entire life, but you're different. Just the other day, I overheard your grandfather discussing with your father the plan to send you to the Empire Star for studies once you advance to the rank of spiritual pharmacist." At that time, both the original host and Chengnan were still young. Chengnan had expressed his fears that she would be enchanted by the allure of the bustling Empire Star. Forgetting him and no longer desiring to return to Su Huang Star, he had asked distressed Shushu, "Can you not go? I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I may never see you again." Jiang Shushu pondered whether the Chengnan of that time was merely expressing a child's reluctance, or if he had already possessed such cunning at such a tender age. At that moment, the original owner, swayed by empathy, agreed not to venture to the Imperial Star, promising that, should she go, she would take him along. This led to her unwavering support for him, as she suppressed her own desire for advancement, forsaking alchemy and study, solely to wait for her beloved to become a powerful being, so they could journey together to the Imperial Star. Alas, that moment never arrived. Jiang Shushu, with a beaming smile, inquired, "How can you be so shameless? For whom have I been labeled as a waste for so many years? Why didn't you ever stand up for me? You have consumed so many of my resources, yet you remain merely an S-level. Who among us truly resembles a waste?" Sheng Nan maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on Jiang Shushu, imbued with a sinister intensity, devoid of guilt or remorse. He lowered his voice, coldly demanding,
"What do you want from me?"
Jiang Shushu's smile grew sweeter. "What do I desire? I wish for you to repay me, but can you?" Pausing, she gradually retracted her smile, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Sheng Nan, during our last encounter when I assisted you in refining the original stone, I mentioned that my mental realm was beginning to collapse. You urged me to keep it quiet, promising to secretly deliver the medicine, only to hear of your intention to annul our engagement and wed my cousin instead. Sheng Nan, where's the medicine? I have been waiting." She retreated to Ling Jun's side, blinking innocently. "Sheng Nan, since you claim to despise conflict, why did you still attempt to seize the God Slayer on Chihan Star? After all, you were the one who erred first. Why not yield a little to the God Slayer and allow it some reprieve?" With that, she gestured toward the impatient crowd, signaling for silence. Once quieted, she proclaimed, "Just now, Major Sheng informed me that our God Slayer lacks practical experience and that he is willing to grant the God Slayer 3 opportunities. What do you all say? Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Battles between divine artifacts and powerful beings were already rare, and the prospect of granting 3 additional chances only heightened the anticipation. Moreover, such artifacts were uncommon, while extraordinary abilities were prevalent. Sentient artifacts were a rarity. Although they did not possess the authority to use the artifact, they would certainly feel a pang of regret if it were damaged. Thus, the soldiers united in a resounding chorus of approval. "Yes.
Yes.
Yes." Jiang Shushu turned to Sheng Nan. "It seems everyone shares my sentiment. Major Sheng, I shall rely on you shortly." She emphasized her words, for this was the marshal's divine sword. Sheng Nan was infuriated. He had intended to use her to expedite the battle, yet he was unprepared for this escalation. What was once a straightforward duel now required 3 additional allowances. Since Jiang Shushu had proposed this, and he had summoned her, denying it would invite her accusations of collusion. Sheng Nan's mind raced as he pondered how best to navigate the upcoming confrontation. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu, indifferent to his inner turmoil, grasped Ling Jun's hand and turned away. As they passed by the God Slayer, she paused, gently tapping the blade, and whispered, "Do well. If you hold back, I'll make sure to discipline you later." Threatened, the God Slayer shuddered, its radiance visibly intensifying. Once they returned to the outer arena, the temporary judge called for the commencement of the match. No sooner had the command been issued than the God Slayer darted forward like a shadow, charging at Sheng Nan. By now, Sheng Nan had regained his composure. He sidestepped the God Slayer's onslaught with ease, summoning a silver-glimmering sword to his hand. He executed several agile leaps to evade the God Slayer's strikes before confronting it with his own blade. The silver sword, clearly crafted by an interstellar spiritual master, featured a groove in its hilt, housing a resplendent spirit stone. Jiang Shushu recognized it as an unparalleled, attributeless stone, undoubtedly of her own making. However, having long been aware of Sheng Nan's shortcomings, she felt no surprise. She quietly observed the battle, though claiming not to worry would be disingenuous. After all, her God Slayer possessed very little practical combat experience, leaving the outcome uncertain. Jiang Feng edged closer, whispering, "Shu Bao, what did Sheng Nan say to you earlier?" Jiang Shushu, fixated on the arena, did not respond. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng pressed on, "Shu Bao, do you still have feelings for Sheng Nan?" He recalled the last time he had seen his daughter react to Sheng Nan's ostentation with indifference. Surely, she could not still be pining for him? This simply could not be. He now believed Ling Jun far superior to Sheng Nan, despite having been his son-in-law for years. Sheng Nan had never brought gifts to their home, whereas Ling Jun, even before their relationship had blossomed, had presented him with spiritual medicine and had now moved closer to their family, wholeheartedly devoted to his daughter. He felt a strong premonition that if this opportunity was missed, Finding someone as devoted would be a daunting challenge. Just as he was about to offer further counsel, he witnessed his daughter suddenly leap, her fist nearly colliding with his face. Yes, Godslayer. Do it again. Jab him on the right. Jiang Feng silently observed the scene of Sheng Nan rolling on the ground, pursued by the Godslayer, and swallowed the rest of his words. There was no need to inquire further. Even if Xu Bao did not currently favor Ling Jun, it was clear she no longer held any affection for Xing Nan. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu gazed at the unfolding spectacle, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sheng Nan, you too can experience such humiliation. In the past, the original owner bore the brunt of your shortcomings, while you failed to appreciate her sacrifices. I shall now see who will stand by your side. As for Jiang Lanyi, who once obstructed his path, her absence had already led Jiang Shushu to surmise that she had merely been using him. In the end, the Godslayer prepared for its final assault, intending to deliver a punishing blow, ensuring that this villain would not escape unscathed. Yet, unexpectedly, someone seized its hilt. Enough. Chapter 66, Godslayer. Now it's your turn to face my wrath. The crowd surrounding the training ground fell silent, captivated by the unfolding battle. Initially, they had been curious about the artifact's power, having only heard legends of sentient weapons. Even the advanced technology surrounding them required pre-programmed commands to function. However, after witnessing the duel between the Godslayer and an S-level powerhouse, they grasped why artifacts were revered as my lord. With an unparalleled blade and extraordinary combat instincts, even the full force of an S-level warrior left no mark upon it. Most crucially, it would evade attacks and, when least expected, strike from behind, employing cunning tactics without regard for martial ethics. How could one possibly contend with such an opponent? As they beheld the S-level Sheng Nan being relentlessly battered, the onlookers were left in a daze, their minds consumed by a singular thought: Godslayer is magnificent. Thus, when the Godslayer attempted to strike stealthily, even the referee was so astonished by its brazen antics that he forgot to call for a halt. Yu Xiao stood in the center, disregarding the disheveled Sheng Nan on the ground, allowing others to assist him. He firmly grasped the hilt of the struggling sword, frowning as he admonished, enough. He has already been injured. What more do you want? The Godslayer, unable to speak, would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against its captor, perhaps even delivering a swift kick while retorting. You think you're so noble? When that woman punishes me, will you take the blows in my stead? Yu Xiao, oblivious to its thoughts, tightened his grip as the sword thrashed violently until his subordinates subdued the Godslayer. He then raised the blade, carefully sensing the differences between the artifact and an ordinary spiritual sword. Upon witnessing Yu Zhao's sudden appearance within the venue, Jiang Shushu immediately sensed impending trouble. She hastily approached him, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Ling Jun, Si Chun, Jiang Feng, and Liang Yu swiftly followed suit. Yu Xiao, regaining his composure, leisurely surveyed the crowd. His gaze lingered on Jiang Shushu for a few moments before settling on Ling Jun, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Deputy Ling, it seems you are also present." This statement bore a hint of insincerity, for Ling Jun had been there for quite some time, conversing with Jiang Shushu in the center of the arena alongside Xing Nan. How could he have just now noticed him? Si Chun, filled with indignation, was about to confront Yu Xiao when he was restrained by Ling Jun from behind. Ling Jun resumed his demeanor, seemingly calm, yet exuding an aura that suggested he was an impenetrable barrier. He nodded towards Yu Xiao, stating, "General Yu, it appears you have been here all along." Yu Xiao smiled but opted for silence, the implication of their exchange clear. Jiang Shushu furrowed her brow, realizing that this man was indeed the commander of the Second Legion. He emanated a languid yet perilously alluring charm, his striking features exuding a rebellious handsomeness. If Ling Jun were to be rated a perfect 10 in terms of attractiveness, Yu Xiao would equally merit the same score. However, in Jiang Shushu's heart, this man had already been relegated to a negative score, as the Divine Slayer was firmly held in his grasp, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. Anxiety welled within her. After all, the Divine Slayer was under her command, akin to a subordinate now ensnared by the adversary. How could she remain indifferent? With this realization, she stepped forward, her expression imbued with sincerity. "General Yu, the duel has concluded. I kindly request that you release Lord Divine Slayer. We must return him to the marshal." Ling Jun also advanced a step, his gaze fixed on Yu Xiao, silently conveying his support for her. Si Chen followed closely behind Ling Jun. Jiang Feng and Liang Yu, lacking the strength to voice their opinions, silently maintained their formation. Feeling the unwavering support of her companions standing behind her, Jiang Shushu experienced a flicker of gratitude. She recognized that despite their lower standings, with Ling Jun being merely a deputy officer, they nevertheless stood resolutely by her side against a general. Earlier, witnessing the battle between the Divine Slayer and Sheng Nan stirred a desire within me to spar with Lord Divine Slayer as well. We need not change locations. It can remain right here, Yu Xiao stated, dismissing any opportunities for further dialogue as he summoned his subordinates to disperse the crowd. After all, the Divine Slayer was the marshal's spirit weapon. Should he falter in front of so many witnesses, it would tarnish the marshal's reputation. As his subordinates swiftly obeyed the command, Jiang Shushu's fury ignited at his audacious remarks. Did he still intend to duel with the Divine Slayer? Currently, the Divine Slayer was entirely at his mercy, incapable of resistance. Was he not conspicuously aiming to subdue him, or perhaps even destroy him? This unsettling thought startled Jiang Shushu, realizing that her own frail strength was insufficient. She quickly turned to Ling Jun, who evidently shared her concern, his brow furrowed as he stepped forward. General Yu, what is the meaning of this? Just a bit of fun, Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly. If you wish to play, I shall oblige.
Ling Yun steps forward,
attempting to seize the Divine Slayer from Yu Xiao's grasp, but Yu Xiao effortlessly evaded him. You are still injured. You are no match for me. Engaging further would be detrimental to you, Yu Xiao remarked, causing Jiang Shushu to gasp in alarm, swiftly pulling Ling Jun back. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Master, accept the challenge, and let the Divine Slayer handle him. Chapter 67. Quality is assured from the space production. Little 9. Initially dozing by the spring in the space, became enraged upon sensing the unfolding events outside. The master had proclaimed that space-produced items were of the highest quality, yet now the Divine Slayer had easily fallen into the hands of another. Was this not a slap in the face? Immediately alert, it exclaimed, Master, accept his challenge and retrieve the Divine Slayer. Jiang Shushu had hoped that Yu Xiao would harbor some trepidation regarding Ling Jun's identity, given his royal lineage. But this scoundrel of a general was behaving unreasonably. Moreover, she had not been informed of Ling Jun's injuries, nor was she aware of their severity, making her reluctant to let him act recklessly. However, upon hearing Little Nine's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within Jiang Shushu. Do you have a plan? The Divine Slayer lacks sufficient spiritual energy. If you replenish it, he will undoubtedly overpower this fool. Master, please refrain from questioning. Swiftly seized the Divine Slayer. Though it was impossible not to question, given that since their binding, Little Nine had either been a source of trouble or on the path to causing her distress. Yet, it was evident that there were no other options left. She could not truly summon the Marshal. Having already invoked the Marshal's name, she felt that this individual, who appeared to dismiss everyone, was far less formidable than the man with the capricious expression before her. Thus, she decided to place her faith in Little Nine, gambling on the hope that it would not betray her at such a critical juncture. She pulled Ling Jun behind her, positioning herself as a shield, and softly whispered, Why didn't you mention your injury? Hold off on intervening. I will speak with him. Ling Jun was momentarily taken aback, watching the diminutive girl, barely reaching his shoulder, yet determined to protect him, her resolve both warming and amusing him. Just as he was about to switch places with her, she continued, General Yu, even if you wish to battle Lord Divine Slayer, you must first release him. Otherwise, her voice trailed off as she injected sincerity into her smile. Look at how you have him pinned down. He cannot move, let alone fight. You think you can make decisions for the Divine Slayer? Yu Xiao regarded her with interest, recognizing her as Sheng Nan's former fiancée, now Ling Jun's little wife. Yet, it appeared she remained oblivious to Ling Jun's true identity. It was amusing to see a mere waste of space standing before him, unyielding and unafraid. Jiang Shushu nodded, affirming, The Divine Slayer listens to my commands. If I agree to his battle, he will certainly engage. As if in response to her words, the Divine Slayer, restrained in Yu Zhao's grip, shimmered with a flicker of light. Seeing this, Yu Zhao's gaze deepened. The artifact refused to submit to him, yet was willing to heed the commands of this so-called little waste. What sort of phenomenon was this? He regarded Jiang Shushu for a moment before loosening his grip on the Divine Slayer, casting it aside with a meaningful glance before turning to walk to the opposite side of the arena. Jiang Shushu, I shall remember you. Jiang Shushu swiftly caught the Divine Slayer, feeling both bewildered and slightly irked. She turned to her companions, exclaiming, Did you hear that? He still dares to threaten us. If it weren't for him, the Divine Slayer would have already defeated Sheng Nan. Not only did he forcibly interrupt the duel, But he also insists on battling the divine slayer. You see, I was right. He look like a good person at all. Even after agreeing to his demands, he still threatens us. The general was not someone she could afford to offend, so she instinctively linked herself with the others. After all, laws do not punish the masses. Yu Shao, even if he sought to impose punishment, would think twice with so many witnesses present. Aside from the nodding little koi, who seemed to agree with whatever she said, the expressions of the other three were filled with exasperation. Jiang Feng silently criticized her low emotional intelligence, thinking, "There's no way I'm siding with him." Ling Jun, having felt the weight of Yu Zhao's words, was already disheartened, but upon hearing Jiang Shushu's complaints, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You're right. I also find he doesn't seem like a good person. Yu Shao is an unpredictable individual, one who dares to undertake any task, and indeed, he hardly exudes the qualities of a virtuous person." Contemplating this, Ling Jun cast a lingering gaze at the retreating figure and cautioned, "Shushu, in the future, avoid meeting him alone. If anything arises, make sure to contact me first." Jiang Shushu nodded in agreement with urgency. Si Chen, with a face full of concern, leaned in and gently caressed the sword's body, asking, "Why did you agree to him?" "Look, the god-slaying lord has been entirely subdued by him." "It's all right, I have a plan." Jiang Feng and Liang Yu hurried over, their eyes mirroring Si Chen's anticipation. They all thought in unison that since she had forged the god-slaying sword, she must also possess the means to save it. Unfazed by the gathering crowd, Jiang Shushu thought to herself, why should she be worried? The one who should be anxious is Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, what shall we do now? Master, the god-slaying sword has no energy left within its body. Allow me to replenish it. Replenish energy? Jiang Shushu was taken aback, and as she gripped the entire hilt, she felt a surge of immense energy pouring from the space around her, flowing through her arms and into the god-slaying sword. In the next moment, the once dormant sword radiated light anew, growing increasingly brilliant, causing the onlookers to squint. After instinctively closing their eyes for a moment, they opened them to see that the god-slaying sword had returned to its former glory, its blade emanating a dark sheen, hovering majestically in the air. Ling Jun fixated on the sword and remarked, "It's different from before." "Really?" Si Chen circled the sword, scrutinizing it from every angle but failing to discern any change. Jiang Shushu smiled knowingly, glancing at Ling Jun. "You have a keen eye. It is indeed different. It has leveled up, boasting a power equivalent to the pinnacle of SS class abilities." The four of them exclaimed in unison, "SS class? My heavens, how can it be so high? Yu Shao is only at the SS intermediate level, right?" They were momentarily stunned by this revelation, but then realized that it meant they would soon witness Yu Shao, who had just subdued the god-slaying sword, being overpowered in return. Is that what it means? They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. The frustration they felt under Yu Shao's dominance was now replaced with exhilaration. Jiang Shushu leaned closer to Ling Jun, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Shall we let the god-slaying sword avenge you soon?" Chapter 68. Childhood Sweethearts. Ling Jun was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly felt the softness of a feminine presence beside him, her breath brushing against his cheek in a warm, ticklish manner, stirring an uncontrollable tremor within his heart. Ling Jun stiffened, unable to move, forcing down the unusual feelings rising within him, and pretended to remain composed as he stared ahead, nodding slightly. Being so near, Jiang Shushu easily noticed the flush creeping up to his ears, raising an eyebrow in surprise. At 30 years of age, he still possessed such innocence? How intriguing! She stifled a smile, deciding not to tease him further, and turned her attention to the arena. As the presence of the girl beside him faded, Ling Jun felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart, steeling himself to focus on the scene before them. The positions of the two combatants mirrored those from before, and Yu Shao, initially indifferent, sensed something amiss upon witnessing the blinding light from the god-slaying sword. As the sword soared into the arena, his unease intensified. In his confrontation with Sheng Nan, he had felt the sword as spirited confidence, yet now the transformed divine sword emanated a subdued aura, resembling an ordinary black blade. Yu Shao dismissed his earlier disdain, adopting a serious demeanor, fully aware that he must exert every effort in this encounter. He charged forward, moving with a swiftness akin to teleportation, his figure leaving no trace. Upon reappearing, he wielded another black sword, launching a strike at the god-slaying sword. The sword did not evade but met his attack head-on, yielding slightly under the force and then, with a deft twist, aimed to strike at his lower body. At this moment, Jiang Shushu's eyes lit up. Good job. God-slaying sword. Its prowess has not only advanced, but it has also learned some cunning tactics. However, the ensuing exchanges became a blur, leaving her unable to follow the rapid movements of the two combatants. Anxiously, she turned to Ling Jun. Can you discern who holds the advantage? Ling Jun replied, yes, as it stands, they appear evenly matched. Evenly matched? So it seems the God-slaying sword hasn't unleashed its full strength yet. Is it still adjusting to its newfound powers? Xiao Jiu pondered aloud. Are you suggesting the God-slaying sword hasn't fought at full capacity? That seems to be the case. It's likely using this opponent for practice. Reassured by Xiao Jiu's explanation, Jiang Shushu felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as their side remained unscathed, that was sufficient. Since she could not clearly perceive the battle at this level, she decided to focus on observing the arrangement of the military district. The once crowded training grounds had been cleared, leaving only a few scattered individuals. Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow, her gaze landing on Sheng Nan, who had returned, bandaged but smiling brightly, and waved at him. Sheng Nan, initially tense as he watched the duel between his general and the sword, felt deeply moved by the general's efforts to avenge him. Yet upon catching sight of Jiang Shushu's radiant smile, he was reminded of the earlier embarrassment when the God-slaying sword had relentlessly pursued him in front of so many. His expression darkened. Jiang Shushu reveled in his sudden change of demeanor, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Sheng Nan had always regarded the original owner as a blemish upon his record. Now, he too bore a stain. How delightful! Just as she was lost in this thought, her peripheral vision caught sight of 3 figures approaching. Jiang Shushu turned her head in surprise. He Mian? The girl approached, beaming, and linked her arm with Jiang Shushu's in a friendly manner. Oh, Shushu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, though tinged with a hint of regret, as their previous encounters had taken place in her shop, first selling off years of surplus goods, then again when her father, thrilled by her success, doubled her allowance. Shushu was truly her lucky star. Without further ado, she vowed to solidify their friendship. He Mian's eyes shone with sincerity as she extended an earnest invitation. Shushu, you must come by my shop to hang out sometime. She silently added, there's still a few clunker items that need your help. Faced with such unexpected enthusiasm, Jiang Shushu felt slightly awkward. I'll definitely visit when I have time. Once she figured out why the furnace kept exploding, she would certainly return to He Mian's shop for supplies. After all, others sought to profit from her, but He Mian truly offered generous discounts. Both girls harbored their own little schemes, sharing a mutual understanding and delight. He Mian then introduced the people accompanying her, pointing to a tall, imposing figure clad in combat attire with a stoic expression. This is Liu Yao, captain of the 1st Combat Team of the 2nd Corps. She leaned closer to Jiang Shushu, whispering, isn't he quite handsome? I've known him since childhood. My father says he'll arrange our engagement in a couple of years. Jiang Shushu's heart skipped a beat as she recalled the original owner's relationship with Sheng Nan, which too had blossomed from childhood. Yet, as she observed the indifferent face of Liu Yao nodding in acknowledgement to her and Ling Jun, and glanced at the joy radiating from He Mian, her fleeting thoughts dissipated. Surely, she was being overly sensitive, she reassured herself. He Mian tugged at another young man dressed in casual attire, named Sushi, who was her younger brother. She tilted her head, playfully patting his shoulder, and with a mischievous smile, urged him, quick, call me sister. The young man obediently shouted sister towards Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu was taken aback, not merely by the young man's strikingly handsome features, but rather by the captivating blue of his eyes. This was the first time she had encountered such a hue since arriving in the interstellar realm, distinct from He Mian's and unlike anyone else from the Empire. However, He Mian offered no further explanation, and Jiang Shushu chose not to inquire, greeting him with a smile instead. After the introductions, He Mian appeared genuinely delighted, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. She retrieved a few candies from her space pouch, popped one into her mouth, and handed the rest to Jiang Shushu, saying, here, have some candy. Curiously, she then remarked, I wonder who will win. It must be Lord Shirshan, replied Jiang Shushu, who was tasting candy for the first time in the interstellar world. She unwrapped one, and her eyes lit up with delight. Delicious. The flavor is so unique. The two girls enthusiastically discussed the candy's flavors while keeping an eye on the ongoing duel. When Jiang Shushu predicted Shirshan's victory, Liu Yao's cold gaze fell upon her, lingering for a moment before shifting away. Unbeknownst to him, He met Ling Jun's warning glance at that instant. Lu Yao offered a non-committal smile, calmly averting his eyes. At last, the figures in the arena slowed, remaining locked in a standoff, one man with a sword facing another. However, Yu Zhao's complexion was visibly pale, his sword propped against the ground as he leaned on it for support. Jiang Shushu's eyes brightened. Indeed, Shirshin had triumphed. In the next moment, she saw Shirshin thrusting the tip of his sword forward, preparing to send the man, who stubbornly insisted on standing, sprawling. Just as he charged halfway, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop." Jiang Shushu was instantly enraged. "What the hell? Once or twice, what do you want?" She rolled up her sleeves, ready to rush into the arena to seize Shirshin's sword, but before she could dash forward, Ling Jun caught her arm. She was momentarily stunned, still unable to discern the situation in the arena, when Ling Jun's voice sounded beside her. "The marshal has arrived." Chapter 69. Compensation for Shirshin's emotional distress. Jiang Shushu was taken aback. The marshal? He is the highest commander of this peripheral star. She never expected it would be him who called for a halt. Ling Jun and Si Chen had both mentioned that it was the marshal's own idea for Shirshin to duel with Cheng Nan, so what did this sudden stop mean? Jiang Shushu furrowed her brow as Ling Jun guided her into the arena. In the center, several dignified leaders surrounded an elderly man with hair as white as snow, who stood there with a sword, exuding an aura of valor forged in the crucible of battle, unmistakably a veteran emerging from the carnage of the Beast Mountain. Jiang Shushu held a deep respect for true heroes, and at that moment, she felt a profound reverence. Yan Qilu cast a glance at the attractive young couple before him and discreetly shot Ling Jun a reproachful look. "How many times have I told you to bring your wife to meet me? Yet you refuse. If it weren't for today, who knows when we would finally meet?" He turned to Jiang Shushu with a kind smile. "You must be Ling Jun's wife? I've heard you are a distinguished spiritual master. Indeed, as the rumors suggest. You are as wise as you are beautiful." He glanced at Ling Jun and chuckled. "Vice Officer Ling is truly fortunate. You must cherish her well." Ling Jun looked at his teasing grandfather with a hint of helplessness, while Jiang Shushu felt so awkward that she nearly dug through the floor with her toes. As for her past rumors, it was better left unmentioned. Ling Jun inquired, "May I ask why the marshal has come?" Upon mentioning serious matters, Yan Qilu's expression immediately turned solemn. He scrutinized Yu Xiao closely, watching as his pallor gradually deepened to a shade of darkness before he burst into laughter. "General Yu Xiao, do you wish to continue fighting?" He raised the Shirshin sword in his hand. "If you wish to proceed, I shall no longer restrain it." The it he referred to was, of course, the Shirshin sword. Initially, he had no intention of attending today's event. He believed that the feud between Shirshin and a mere squad leader should be resolved amongst their peers. However, when he learned that Shirshin was being restrained and forced to duel, he hurried to the Second Legion. Just as he arrived halfway, he received a message from Si Chen stating that Shirshin had ascended to SS level. His reaction upon receiving the news was one of shock. "I've heard of abilities advancing, but to think a divine weapon could also level up, could it be that the Shirshin sword is a growth type?" His curiosity was piqued, prompting him to come see for himself. Upon witnessing Shirshin's imminent underhanded strike, he instinctively called for a halt, not out of concern for the young man, but because Yu Xiao was currently in no condition to sustain further injury. Yu Zhao's face darkened. He had intended to salvage some dignity for the Second Legion, but instead, he found himself in a more humiliating position. Fortunately, the crowd had dispersed, leaving mostly trusted members of the Legion and a few others too intimidated to speak out. Unfortunately, he underestimated Jiang Shushu's nature and forgot that today she had brazenly brought a large entourage to the Second Legion to witness the spectacle. By the time he realized this, it was already common knowledge. However, that was a matter for later. At present, Yu Xiao maintained his confidence. He fixed his gaze on the Shirshin sword in the marshal's hands, his expression fluctuating before he finally uttered, "The marshal's divine weapon is indeed formidable. This battle need not continue." Yan Qilu chuckled leisurely. "Since you were the first to propose ending the battle, in order to compensate for Shirshin's emotional distress, we shall deduct 500 raw stones from the military budget allocated to the Second Legion as restitution for Shirshin." Yu Xiao was taken aback. "Why?" Yan Qilu replied, "Oh. Shirshin was humiliated by Cheng Nan and was denied the chance to retaliate. Furthermore, I've heard he suffered grievances at your hands." His tone was gentle, and he continued, "If you find this unfair, you may choose to fight Shirshin again or summon other ability warriors to witness and boost morale." Yu Shao's face turned ashen as he scanned the other colleagues from various regiments nearby. The leaders of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th regiments silently took a step back. It wasn't he that they were unwilling to intercede. Rather, they found themselves at a loss for words. You can't bully someone and then not allow them to retaliate. Moreover, unlike Yu Shao, they lacked any backing. They dared not meddle in the marshal's affairs. Yu Shao was so furious he nearly spat blood. It was already humiliating enough. Now he was to be penalized with raw stones. Why should that be? Having already acknowledged his defeat, did he now have to publicize this humiliation to everyone? He felt stifled but could only acquiesce. Yan Qilu nodded in satisfaction. Having witnessed the spectacle and administered the requisite punishment, he had no further words to waste. Turning to lead Ling Jun and the others out of the 2nd Legion. Along the way, Jiang Shushu and Jiang Feng, being the lowest in status, exchanged a knowing glance and fell to the back. Yan Qilu glanced at them with a hint of exasperation, then at Ling Jun. There was no helping it. His grandson insisted on concealing their relationship, so he couldn't appear overly enthusiastic. The troubled general then reverted to his habitual nagging. When will you accept the marshal's position? What had begun as a mere complaint unexpectedly elicited a response. Grandfather, I will seriously consider it. Yan Qilu's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time Ling Jun had agreed to think it over since the directive from the Imperial Star. He quickly exclaimed, "Excellent. No rush, take your time. Your grandfather is still in good health and can support you for a few more years." After exchanging a few more words, Ling Jun proposed taking Jiang Shushu back. Yan Qilu watched their departing figures with a sense of reflection. A married man truly is different. Even his thoughts seem to mature. And he approaches matters with an added sense of responsibility. Xiangming, I truly did heed that old scoundrel Muzicheng's advice back then. Had I not acquiesced to his demands, I would now be at a loss to find such an extraordinary granddaughter-in-law. Moreover, with Ling Jun's temperament, I suspect it would take him another decade to even contemplate the matter. Zhou Xiangming replied, "Marshal, there is no need to pressure him. His Highness is still quite young. With the 2 of us supporting him, let him enjoy a few more carefree years." The evolution of human genes in the interstellar realm is nearly flawless. Aside from the occasional volatility of the mental ocean, they seldom fall ill and naturally enjoy long lifespans, typically reaching around 200 to 300 years. In comparison, Ling Jun is indeed still quite youthful. Yan Qilu merely sighed, contemplating before turning to inquire about another matter. "I heard that Ling Jun has truly moved in with his fiancée?" Observing the general's eager gaze, Zhou Xiangming fell silent for a moment, recalling the late-night conversation from yesterday, and ultimately decided to shatter his illusions with the truth. "Yes, Marshal. His Highness has indeed purchased a residence there. Rest assured." Si Chun has accompanied him. Yan Qilu was momentarily taken aback. In that case, that place is not like the military headquarters. You must remember to strengthen the defenses in that area to ensure their safety." Although his expression was one of expected concern, his tone was laden with regret. "By the way, have the Zhiji beasts and the Liangban bamboo been sent to the Research Institute for preparation? Summer is approaching, and by the time their mission concludes, we shall need them. They have already been dispatched." Zhou Xiangming walked alongside him, diligently reporting the recent arrangements, while Yan Qilu appeared to listen intently. However, as Zhou Xiangming continued, he soon realized he was alone. Upon turning around, he saw the marshal standing a short distance behind, his brow furrowed and his expression grave, as though confronted with a formidable dilemma. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhou Xiangming, and he hurried over, asking nervously, "Marshal, is there something urgent that requires my attention?" Yan Qilu nodded, looking seriously at him. "Xiangming, when you return, help me procure a residence." Chapter 70. It's all him, just him. In the living room, several individuals were seated on the sofa.
Si Chen,
still seething from earlier events, lamented, how could the marshal only deduct 500 original stones? It should have been 5,000. Little Koi was equally incensed exactly. If the God-Slayer had advanced, who knows how he would have been humiliated. Suspended among them, the God-Slayer, pointedly wielding his sword. This made Little Koi even more distressed. Hastily cradling him in her arms and soothing him, Ling Jun ignored the others and turned to Jiang Shushu. "How did you manage to do it?" "What?" "The upgrade of the artifact." This matter was so fantastical that even the previous great being recorded in the royal archives could not effortlessly advance an artifact. After all, while artifacts possess a form of consciousness, they remain mere weapons, incapable of cultivation. Thus, they can only achieve the level they were forged at. In truth, Jiang Shushu was just as puzzled and pretended to ponder deeply while interrogating the system in her mind. Xiao Jiu, can you explain why? Xiao Jiu responded. It was as perplexed as she was. Both it and its master's capabilities were too limited, while the technology in this world was exceedingly advanced. For instance, that machine from the Imperial Star could not only peer through bodies to discern souls, but also extract every memory from a person's mind. Although it could shield against soul probing, memories were problematic. Given its current level, it could not fabricate memories. To be safe, it was best not to let her know too much. Actually, it's quite simple. In this world, spiritual artifacts require spiritual stones to activate. Although the Godslayer lacks a groove for spiritual stones, it can absorb them on its own. In truth, I merely directed the superlative energy I absorbed last time into the Godslayer. Due to the overwhelming energy, it inadvertently advanced. In this regard, it was not lying. Advancing was no easy feat, and it had transferred all the superlative energy it had absorbed to the Godslayer, enabling its success. It was also somewhat careless, having never anticipated that the Godslayer would be such an energy sponge. Had it not forcefully interrupted the process, the master might have lost it. Should the master find out how much it adored him, how heartbroken she would be. Jiang Shushu, however, seized upon another crucial point in its words. Are you saying that as long as there is sufficient energy, the Godslayer can continue to advance? Xiao Jiu replied. Well understood. But please do not interpret it that way next time. It is only a one-way exchange. Do you intend to drain it dry? Xiao Jiu hastily added. The principle is sound, but the energy required for the next advancement will be even greater. If you solely rely on me, your spiritual realm will soon be depleted, and maintaining the Godslayer demands substantial energy. If used beyond its strength, you must promptly replenish the energy afterwards. Jiang Shushu comprehended instantly. It was akin to electrical appliances. When the power runs out, one must recharge promptly. However, she could not afford to sacrifice her rights to use the spiritual realm. With this thought, she promptly dismissed the notion of further upgrading the Godslayer. Let it remain as it is for now. After all, its strength in the realm of Su Huangxing is already formidable. Jiang Shushu succinctly relayed Xiao Jiu's explanation to Ling Jun and the others, merely stating that it had absorbed superlative spiritual stones accumulated in the spatial bracelet on Qi Hanqing, leading to its advancement. However, she chose to withhold the information about the Godslayer's potential for continued upgrades. The others were astonished by Jiang Shushu's words and began showering the Godslayer with compliments. Mighty Godslayer, striking awe across the galaxy, and you can upgrade on your own without external assistance. Truly, you are unparalleled throughout the stars. Indeed, you surpass even the ability of psychic warriors to level up. Jiang Shushu remarked, but it's not easy. It took both me and Xiao Jiu. She was disinclined to gaze at the boastful Godslayer and turned to Ling Jun, asking, You Xiao mentioned you were injured? What kind of injury? How severe was the mental ocean's volatility? Ling Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yu Zhao's offhand comment would be remembered by her. He gazed into her eyes, which were as clear as a serene lake, reflecting his form within. Only him, just him. He chuckled. It's nothing. I'm almost fully recovered. Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback by his sudden smile, but after regaining her composure and scrutinizing him for a moment, she saw that his smile was genuine and not a pained grimace, which eased her heart. She admonished him, from now on, you must avoid eating other meals. I have stored plenty of full spiritual power in my space. I will allocate some to you shortly. Even when undertaking missions, you need not worry. Simply have the team chef prepare a separate dish for you. Recently, she had ceased alchemy altogether. She had utilized all the spiritual realm in her space to cultivate crops. The spiritual energy there was abundant, enabling rapid growth of the crops, and she had accumulated quite a large stockpile, nearing the achievement of food independence. By evening, Jiang Shushu officially received an invitation from the 1st Legion's 1st Combat Team for a mission. Although she had now shed the title of being useless due to her proficiency in refining superlative items, her inability to produce spiritual medicine kept other combat teams wary of her abilities. Furthermore, they could always trade with Jiang Shushu, but none were willing to exchange spiritual medicines. Thus, Jiang Shushu's value remained relatively low, and no team was eager to invite her to join, except for the 1st Combat Team, which was aware of her ability to forge artifacts. The mission was scheduled to depart in 5 days, and Ling Jun and the others had already concluded their leave and returned to the military to prepare for departure. Jiang Feng was now also part of the 1st Combat Team and had to report back. Liang Yuyu, however, enjoyed greater freedom. His abilities were not combat-related, And with the marshal having restored his freedom, he could now choose any team he wished without needing to train alongside the psychic warriors. Thus, he followed Jiang Shushu, assisting her in the busy fields of cultivation. On the day of departure, the troops set out from the military district as per usual, utilizing the same large spacecraft from their previous mission. After 2 excursions, Jiang Shushu had grown accustomed to the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, her curiosity having waned. Thus, during the journey, she either engaged in conversation with He Mianyan and Xiao Yuyu, or succumbed to slumber. Finally, they arrived at the designated mission planet one afternoon. As the spacecraft descended, Jiang Shushu leaned against the cabin window, gazing outside. Below lay vast expanses of verdant greenery, dense as a primordial forest, with towering trees reaching towards the clouds and vibrant flowers vying for attention. Subtle movements among the foliage suggested the presence of small creatures darting through the underbrush. Jiang Shushu felt a swell of emotion, tears welling in her eyes, after so long in the stars. She was finally going to witness some semblance of normal flora and fauna. The spacecraft swiftly settled atop a colossal peak, and she eagerly approached the hatch, yearning to inhale the fragrant air of the forest. No sooner had she leaped from the doorway than a cacophony of soldiers' startled exclamations reached her ears.
Hurry!
Don't let the Mo-gu escape. Pursue it. Jiang Shushu. Turning her head, she beheld a plump, coffee-colored entity, nearly half the height of a person, bounding down the slope and swiftly vanishing into the dense thicket. Chapter 71. An abundance of energy entities as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Jiang Shushu froze in place, her gaze fixed on the rustling foliage, momentarily lost in thought. The air was filled with the soldiers' agitated voices. What is going on? Why is it fleeing so quickly? There are too many magic plants here. They seem almost sentient. Initially preoccupied with setting up camp, the soldiers were taken aback by a sudden influx of low-intelligence magical plants charging towards their encampment. By the time they comprehended the situation, excitement surged through them, and they prepared to capture the creatures. The magical plants, however, were equally swift. In a mere instant, they leapt into the jungle, disappearing from sight. The soldiers, unable to pursue, lamented for a moment before dispersing to attend to other tasks. Ling Jun, who had been discussing matters with Bei Yuanxi, noticed Jiang Shushu standing in a stupor from afar and promptly approached her. What's the matter? Jiang Shushu stammered. What was that just now? It's a type of magical plant called Mo-gu. Although they are a variety of magical flora, they are not aggressive. They merely run fast. So there's no need for you to be afraid. Ling Jun assumed. She was startled. Having only encountered magical beasts before, this was her first experience with sentient plants. As a cultivator, she was accustomed to the normal states of greenery, and it was understandably disconcerting to suddenly encounter animated flora. Seeing her astonished expression, Ling Jun expressed concern. Shushu, if you're frightened, you can stay aboard the spacecraft until the defensive shield for the encampment is activated. Would that be all right? Jiang Shushu remained silent. In truth, she was not afraid. She merely doubted her own perception. Rarely did one encounter verdant life in the cosmos, and upon seeing the expansive forest from the spacecraft, she should have sensed something amiss. Yet, she had never dared to entertain the notion of mutations among flora. In such a picturesque environment, one would typically expect to encounter various magical beasts who would think that the very plants could become sentient. Yet, astonishingly, these fantastical plants indeed exhibited sentience, the kind that could run and jump. Consequently, her immediate reaction upon seeing the fleeing mushroom was disbelief, followed by an exclamation of utter astonishment. She realized she had truly come to the right place. Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Deep within, she felt an overwhelming thrill. For this creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a type of ingredient she cherished. A hefty morsel of it, one of her favorite delicacies, which she had presumed extinct in the cosmos, had simply relocated to a different realm for play. Nonetheless, she resolved to maintain a semblance of composure, refraining from overtly expressing her delight, as she was merely an inexperienced novice unacquainted with the outside world. However, her inner companion, Xiaojiu, was far less restrained, nearly reaching a pitch of hysteria. Master, I sense a multitude of energy entities. This place is a veritable paradise of energy. You must pursue and collect them. Jiang Shushu, I understand your urgency, but please calm down. Clearing her throat, she chose to ignore Xiaojiu's fervent pleas. Reluctantly withdrawing her gaze and looking up at Ling Jun, I'm not afraid. I was simply taken aback by the novelty. By the way, what task should we spirit masters undertake? This expedition included 2 spirit masters, indicating a plethora of responsibilities awaited them. Although the abundance of energy entities was evident, the peculiarities of the environment warranted that they first attend to their primary duties before accompanying the combat team on exploratory ventures. Ling Jun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the multitude of tasks at hand. Si Chen has already briefed He Mian on the matters concerning alchemy. Alchemy? That's not my forte, she replied with a chuckle. What about the extraction of raw stones? That should commence soon, correct? Indeed, He Mian is responsible for alchemy, while the extraction of raw stones will fall to you. Very well. When shall we begin? The tents you will be using are already being prepared, and they should be nearly ready now. The two quickly conferred on their upcoming tasks. Upon reaching the tent, Jiang Shushu discovered He Mian had already settled into the military tent, extracting the alchemical cauldron to commence her preparations. Perhaps due to the presence of 2 spirit masters, the intelligent military tent was considerably spacious, still divided into 2 rooms. The outer chamber housed a stove and table, designated for alchemical refining, while the inner chamber served as a rest area, furnished with beds and recliners. The logistics of the first combat team were still managed by Si Chen, who also oversaw the distribution of raw stones and medicinal materials. As the raw stones had yet to arrive, Jiang Shushu stood to the side, observing He Mian's alchemical process. Each spirit master possessed their unique set of techniques, seldom willing to share or teach. However, He Mian cast a sidelong glance at her, recognizing her as a fortunate charm. She welcomed the opportunity to explain any aspects that Jiang Shushu found perplexing. He Mian meticulously arranged the medicinal materials in the order specified by the recipe, using her wood-based abilities to nurture them before sequentially tossing them into the cauldron as directed. Moments later, a wisp of pale green smoke wafted from the cauldron's lid, and a faint herbal aroma permeated the tent. Jiang Shushu's eyes lit up. Mian, has the potion succeeded? Roughly, yes, He Mian replied. This batch of spirit medicine is about 80% complete. The most challenging phase is past. It merely requires final touches, so one could certainly say it has succeeded. Jiang Shushu's eyes gleamed even brighter. She had closely observed every step of He Mian's process, which mirrored her own alchemical endeavors closely, suggesting that her previous failures were not due to procedural errors. Could it be that her lack of practice and familiarity was to blame? Jiang Shushu fell into contemplation. At that moment, Ling Jun and Si Chen entered the tent. Noticing that He Mian had already commenced her alchemical work, the two did not linger, placing down a basket filled with raw stones before exiting. Given the ample space within the room and the adjacent table being unutilized, Jiang Shushu decided to remain with He Mian, offering companionship rather than retreating to the other prepared room. He Mian readily acquiesced. She was currently concocting a low-grade purification potion, a task well within her capabilities, utilizing the majority of her mental energy and abilities to control the cauldron and flames. She allocated a portion of her focus to observe Jiang Shushu as she worked on the extraction of raw stones. However, upon inspection, her mind promptly became bogged down. Si Chen had deposited 5 baskets here, equating to 500 raw stones. Jiang Shushu had no intention of revealing her skills in mass extraction, opting instead to process them one by one. Yet even so, her pace was astonishingly swift. She herself felt nothing amiss, but as an observer, He Mian was filled with trepidation. She watched as the girl swiftly picked up a piece, holding it in her palm for merely a few seconds before placing it into an empty basket. Almost immediately, she picked up another piece, and after a brief interval, set it down again, only to repeat the action. He Mian, curious, inquired, "May I ask, is this extraction speed genuine?" Driven by her curiosity, she approached to touch it and utilized her mental prowess to probe further. Not only was it authentic, but it also bore extraordinary qualities. He Mian was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered. As a fellow alchemist, how could your abilities be so remarkably exceptional? Before she could fathom the reason behind it, a muffled sound erupted from behind, and in an instant, smoke enveloped the entire tent. This is bad, the cauldron has exploded. By the time He Mian processed the situation, it was already too late. The thick smoke that billowed forth from the cauldron quickly filled the tent, causing both Jiang Shushu and He Mian to cough uncontrollably as they hastily fled outside. Jiang Shushu shot a silent glance at He Mian. Didn't he say you had succeeded? What is going on now? Is it a prerequisite for your success to first asphyxiate me with smoke? He Mian felt somewhat embarrassed by her teasing. Noticing that Jiang Shushu bore no anger or disdain, she replied, I didn't intend for this to happen. I truly believed I had succeeded. I just needed to be more cautious during the final stages. But then, your extraction of the spirit stone shocked me. And then, Jiang Shushu pressed. Then my mind became chaotic, and my mental energy automatically severed its connection with the cauldron. Without the owner's control, the spirit medicine was surely ruined. The uncontrolled cauldron could yield any number of disastrous outcomes, yet He Mian felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was common for alchemists to ruin potions, and typically, everyone kept quiet about it. The ruckus she had caused was indeed rare. However, Jiang Shushu quickly accepted the situation, as it was merely smoke, far less significant than the explosive sounds from her own cauldron. Yet, she began to comprehend why others expressed such astonishment at her explosions. Her failures were truly of a different caliber. To be frank, it was better to disturb others than to suffer from toxic smoke. The military-grade tent boasted remarkable features. Once the two exited, it automatically activated its air filtration and purification system. In merely a few minutes, the tent was restored to pristine condition, devoid of any lingering odors. As if the smoky incident had never transpired, the two quickly resumed their respective tasks, striving to avoid any further distractions. Jiang Shushu obediently returned to her designated room.
Now,
she feared no scrutiny. She began to extract in large batches. Inside the space, Xiaozhou had been calling out for quite some time, "Master, where are the extraordinary spirit stones? Please send some into the space." The batch absorbed previously had all been directed to the god-slaying sword, and it now lacked any residual energy. The current extraction of raw stones adhered to the agreed-upon 10% ratio with Qi Hanqing, meaning Jiang Shushu would receive 50 extraordinary stones. Though she felt a pang of regret at having to part with them so soon, who could blame her? In her hands, these spirit stones amounted to mere interstellar currency, while in Xiaozhou's possession, they served as the sword's lifeblood. After toiling tirelessly for half a day, she felt as though she were merely working for the god-slaying sword. Yet, upon reflection, since both the sword and Xiaozhou belonged to her, she consoled herself that ultimately, this energy would benefit her. As Xiaozhou joyfully absorbed the spirit stones, Jiang Shushu ventured back outside to observe He Mian's alchemical process. Having learned from her earlier experience, she stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting. This experience was distinctly different from her previous one with Qi Hanqing, where she was alone. The resources allocated to the operational team were primarily designated for the spirit masters. After all, the growth of a spirit master diverged from that of an ability warrior. Progress required extensive practice. But where would the necessary resources for such practice come from? The esteemed families provided for those they valued, while the less favored had to seek opportunities independently. Joining an operational team was an excellent strategy. The team's hunts required spirit medicines, and the spirit masters needed medicinal materials for practice, creating a symbiotic relationship where both parties benefited. Jiang Shushu, reflecting on her past failures in alchemy, realized she could not afford to waste resources. Each failed furnace represented a lost opportunity for He Mian to refine. Thus, until she resolved the issue of the exploding cauldron, she decided to focus solely on extracting raw stones. Ultimately, her choice to observe proved wise. He Mian was indeed a formidable spirit master. Aside from her first furnace, which had failed due to her unintended loss of control over the cauldron, the subsequent 3 furnaces yielded successful potions. He Mian presented Jiang Shushu with a vial containing the purified potion. Have you heard of this? It's a purification potion. A second-tier low-grade spirit medicine, easy to concoct, easier than many first-tier high-grade potions. Once I have time, I'll teach you how to make it. Jiang Shushu nodded eagerly, having not only heard of it but also witnessed its effects firsthand. Regrettably, it paled in comparison to a certain fountain. This vial contains detoxification pills. Despite their diminutive size, they are second-tier high-grade spirit medicine, capable of neutralizing many toxins with just 1 pill. Although it's only second tier, the process is quite intricate. Once you master the purification potion, I will teach you this next. Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. There was no need to learn the purification potion. Placing it in her hands would be a waste of medicinal resources. This meant she could learn to make the detoxification pills first, which were incredibly practical. And this is the awakening powder. He Mian's eyes sparkled as she grinned. This one is simple. You'll grasp it quickly. It helps ability warriors stay alert and unaffected by external distractions. It's a first-tier medium-grade potion, with minimal difficulty in crafting, easier even than the purification potion. Reminded of the scene where she had seen Jiang Shushu extract raw stones at such speed, He Mianyan surmised that her ability to refine the raw stones into flawless, extraordinary spirit stones could not simply be attributed to luck. It indicated her high level of understanding. Perhaps her previous failures in alchemy stemmed from her scattered focus and lack of diligence in learning? He Mianyan contemplated this question briefly before dismissing it, having regained her confidence. Under her careful guidance and watchful eye, she was certain Jiang Shushu would swiftly master potion making. Once the two emerged from the makeshift alchemical chamber, night had fully descended. Perhaps due to the dense foliage, the climate was quite pleasant and the air remarkably fresh. However, the stationed area was equipped with a defensive shield that also provided purification and filtration, effectively blocking out the scents of the surrounding flora. That night, the two shared the same sleeping pod. He Mianyan conspiratorially leaned towards Jiang Shushu, whispering, "Look at that patch of red flowers outside. Aren't they beautiful? Shall I take you to pick some tomorrow?" Jiang Shushu retorted, "You go if you want." She shot a skeptical glance at her companion, fully aware of her own limitations. He Mianyan was taken aback. Why not? In the interstellar world, greenery is exceedingly precious, and plants that bloom beautiful flowers are even rarer. And you, being a girl, surely must love flowers? Jiang Shushu nodded in agreement. Everyone loved beautiful flowers. However, she maintained a serious demeanor and leaned closer, lowering her voice to say, "My father always taught me that the prettier a girl is, the more deceitful she tends to be. He also said that the brighter the flowers, the more people are drawn to them. Those beautiful blossoms are not mere flowers, but the faces of beautiful girls." He Mianyan gasped, "I suddenly feel afraid." The following day, the operational team officially commenced their hunting activities. The paramount duty of the spiritual practitioners within the team is to ensure the logistical support of the ability warriors. Thus, once they fulfill their responsibilities, their presence in the combat zone becomes inconsequential. Upon awakening, Jiang Shushu and He Mianyan discovered that the encampment had long since emptied, leaving only Liang Yuyu awaiting their arrival. With an exuberant wave, Liang Yuyu called out, "Sisters, the kitchen has prepared meals for you." As the two approached, Jiang Shushu expressed her surprise. "Why aren't you in the combat zone?" Liang Yuyu replied, "I specifically stayed here for you. Vice Officer Ling mentioned that you might feel confined in the encampment, so I was to wait until you had eaten before taking you out for a stroll." Jiang Shushu paused, then nodded in understanding. He Mianyan, with a hint of teasing, chimed in, "Oh, who would have thought you were so considerate? I feel a bit bored too. Don't forget to take me along." This left the little koi in a dilemma. "Sister Mianyan, aren't you supposed to be refining potions?" she queried. Si Chun mentioned that we need to produce a large quantity of those spiritual medicines, particularly the purification elixir.
Oh,
"You are so cruel. Are you really going to leave me all alone here?" He Mianyan lamented. Previously, she had thought the spiritual practitioner's lack of need to roam was a mark of their importance, but now it felt more like a restriction on her freedom. She too wished to venture out. Immediately, she turned to Jiang Shushu, her big eyes pleading as she blinked at her. Jiang Shushu, unable to bear the sight, replied, "If you wish to go, you must first change into appropriate clothing. How about this? You can change and join us, while I have plenty of purification elixirs here. The remaining spiritual medicines can be refined later this afternoon." The spiritual practitioners seemed to possess an unwavering dedication to their attire, donning an array of elegant gowns and high heels for any outing. For instance, today He Mianyan was adorned in a stunning silver-pink sequined mermaid dress, designed with a bow at the chest, light as gossamer, sparkling with sequins, and hugging her curves, accentuating her figure enticingly. Each step she took captivated Jiang Shushu, who initially approached the beauty with admiration, yet found herself momentarily dazzled by the spectacle. She clutched her chest in protest. "Look at how you're dressed. How can we go out like this? This outfit is clearly custom-made. What if it gets torn by branches or stained by flowers and grass? How will you wear it again? And those high heels, every step you take leaves a hole in the ground. Do you really think you can run if we encounter any danger?" He Mianyan hastily attempted to cover her mouth. Hey, we haven't even set off yet."
don't say such things."
Jiang Shushu was at a loss. "What's the matter? Are you people from the stars superstitious? Please wait for me. Don't leave without me. I'll go change and be right out." He Mianyan called out before dashing into the spaceship. This left the little koi in distress, pondering the fate of the spiritual medicines. "It's fine. I have plenty of purification elixirs. The others can be refined later this afternoon," Jiang Shushu reassured her. Seizing the opportunity while He Mianyan changed, she hurried to the potion tent. retrieving a bottle of spiritual spring water and dividing it into 3 large bottles with ordinary water in a 1:3 ratio. Having analyzed the purification elixir He Mian had refined yesterday, she noted that the concentration was quite similar to what she was preparing now. After the trio enjoyed breakfast in the kitchen, just before stepping out of the defensive shield, Liang Yu produced a small vial and sprinkled a fine powder over both Jiang Shushu and He Mian. This powder, a wakefulness potion refined by Sister Mian the day before, would shield them from external sense. Jiang Shushu had suspected as much when the encampment's defensive shield was activated the previous day. Either there were ferocious beasts nearby, or they were protecting against some toxic gas. Reflecting on the spiritual medicines He Mian had concocted, which were either antidotes or dispellers of illusions, she surmised the situation. It was akin to a planet resembling a primordial forest, likely far more perilous than the forest itself. Indeed, when Liang Yu guided them toward the combat zone according to the coordinates provided by Si Chen, they fortuitously found themselves near the crimson flowers they had spotted the previous evening. Jiang Shushu's expression transformed as she exclaimed, "Who can explain why that flower is as large as a square table?" In other words, the flower's diameter was a staggering 80 centimeters, large enough to swallow a pretty little girl whole. Suddenly, excitement surged within her. Such a magnificent red flower would surely be coveted by any young girl if plucked and sold. In the confines of her space, Xiao Jiao expressed its admiration, its sweet electronic voice echoing like a vendor in the bustling streets. "Don't miss out on the great flower. It's your shortcut to wealth and will support your life ahead." Jiang Shushu retorted, "Don't trouble your master with such nonsense. Also, please refrain from getting overly excited to the point of losing your punctuation." At that moment, Ling Jun and Jiang Feng approached.
Jiang Feng the mat, Shu Bao.
"I see you fixated on that flower. Do you fancy it?" "Well, I suppose I have a slight fondness for it." Jiang Shushu hesitated. "More accurately, it seems my space is quite taken with it." Jiang Feng's lips twitched. "Shu Bao, you ought not to harbor any affection for that flower. It is highly toxic. Do not be deceived by its beauty. Its nature is peculiar. Do you know why it has grown so large? It does not thrive on sunlight or rain. Its blossoms feast on magical beasts." Feasting on magical beasts. Is this not the interstellar version of a carnivorous plant? Jiang Shushu mused. Indeed, beautiful things are often perilous. Unable to resist, she glanced back at the flower once more. A nagging feeling lingered, as if the flower understood her gaze, gently swaying, its central pistil opening and closing as if poised to consume. "Now that you're all here, you may assist shortly," Ling Jun stated, casting a fleeting glance at He Mian and Liang Yu before fixing his gaze upon Jiang Shushu. "What assistance is required?" "The combat team has pinpointed the direction of the magical beasts and has dispatched Shirshin to engage first. They should be returning soon, and you will be tasked with collecting the magical beasts." He Mian's curiosity was piqued, having participated in the combat team previously and visited this planet several times. This would be her first experience fighting alongside ability warriors. Although her strength was modest, she felt a surge of eagerness. "Is it just a matter of collecting? Will we need to engage in battle as well?" Jiang Feng shook his head. "Please refrain from engaging. If the magical beasts are not drawn out, they might lead you deep into the forest, and that would pose a significant problem." Ling Jun added gravely, "Although this region is on the periphery and poses minimal danger, you must remain vigilant. Do not attempt to display bravado by venturing into the woods. Once you enter, rescue operations would be exceedingly challenging." He then turned to Liang Yu. "You should accompany them. There's no need to join the combat team, but ensure you keep a close watch on them." Liang Yu nodded earnestly in agreement. In the distance, Bei Yuan, who had been quietly discussing matters with Si Chen, furrowed his brow as he glanced over at Ling Jun and the others, curiously inquiring, "Do you think that with Liang Yu and Jiang Shushu together, their luck will combine and attract a swarm of magical beasts?" "That remains uncertain. But based on past experiences from Qi Hanqing, the likelihood is indeed quite high." Chapter 74. Truly a hardship for our Lord Shirshin. Recalling the achievements from Qi Hanqing brought him great satisfaction. Although the beginning had been fraught with challenges, it was from the moment Jiang Shushu began to refine extraordinary spiritual stones to her first venture into the combat zone, followed by Liang Yu's addition, and ultimately the emergence of Lord Shirshin. This series of events culminated in their team's impressive haul during the military assessment. As the top team in the previous mission, they were naturally rewarded with the most substantial and finest resources this time around. Si Chen felt a surge of excitement, as he had never secured first place since joining the First Legion, and now, unexpectedly, his inaugural experience bore the mark of Jiang Shushu's influence, even surpassing his most disliked rivals, Yu Xiao and Sheng Nan. Just as he reveled in this triumph, a sudden buzzing sound resonated from above, prompting everyone to look up. They beheld a small black, approaching from a distance, trailing behind it an indeterminate black line. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the elongated shadow was, in fact, a swarm of minuscule insects, and at the forefront of this swarm was the very embodiment of the god-slaying lord they had spoken of moments earlier. Presently, the blade of the god-slaying lord was completely covered in a dense mass of these black insects, which caused it to wobble several times mid-flight, seemingly struggling to maintain its elevation. Upon recognizing the nature of the insects, Bei Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and he bellowed, "All warriors, assemble. Activate the energy shield." The psychically endowed warriors, whether seated or standing, immediately sprang into action upon receiving the command.
Ling Yun, Jiang Shushu.
And others also realized the gravity of the situation and hurried to join the ranks of the psychics. Bei Yuan, with a stern visage, issued further orders to safeguard the two spiritualists within their protective formation, declaring that their paramount duty was to protect them at all costs. Liang Yuyu, your abilities are insufficient. You must join the inner circle. Liang Yuyu, feeling anxious, protested, "Captain, please allow me to fight. Though my powers may be limited, I can still contribute." Nonsense. Your abilities are not suited for combat. Retreat to the safety of the formation, and do not hinder us.
Bai Yuan retorted angrily.
Acknowledging his concern for her well-being, Liang Yuyu reluctantly stomped her foot and joined Jiang Shushu and He Mian at the center, encircled by the warriors. Ling Jun, Si Chen, and Bei Yuan stood at the forefront, their expressions heavy with concern as they gazed skyward at the god-slaying sword, which was desperately attempting to navigate towards them.
Si Chen,
anxious, questioned, "Bei Yuan, what do we do now? The god-slaying lord appears to be in distress. Should we venture out to rescue it?" Bei Yuan frowned and disapproved. "Absolutely not. That is a demon light beast. Once a human is ensnared by them, they face a grim fate of being drained of their very essence. Rest assured, the god-slaying lord is a divine artifact. Even if it cannot temporarily escape, the demon light beasts cannot harm it." Ling Jun nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. "I just scanned with my mental power, and indeed, the god-slaying lord is unharmed. Let us observe for a while longer."
Yet.
He pondered why it was flying so slowly and shaking its blade. Logically, as an SS-class artifact, it should not fear such lowly creatures as the demon light beasts. Si Chen, however, wore a troubled expression, lamenting, "It's truly pitiable for our god-slaying lord." He gazed at the swaying sword in the sky, filled with regret for suggesting it lure the ancient demons. Instead of that, it had attracted a horde of monsters. Observing the sluggish flight of the demon light beasts above, it was evident that their focus was presently on the sword. However, should they attempt to flee, they would undoubtedly attract the entirety of the swarm. Standing at the center, Jiang Shushu, with her keen eyesight, discerned the dire predicament of the god-slaying sword. "Are you all aware that there are insects in the forest?" she inquired. "Yes," came the response. "Then why didn't you apply any insect repellent before dispatching the god-slaying sword?" At her words, all the psychically endowed warriors, including Ling Jun, fell silent. Taken aback, Si Chen, with a disgruntled expression, retorted, "Does even a divine artifact require insect repellent?" Jiang Shushu shrugged, gesturing towards the sky, where the god-slaying sword was ensnared by the insects. "Wouldn't you say it needs it?" The others collectively acknowledged, "It certainly seems to require it." Curiously, Jiang Shushu asked, "Do you possess any insect repellent? Surely, you wouldn't wait until they're upon us to activate the defensive shield?" Beside her, He Mian cleared her throat awkwardly, explaining, "Shushu, the awakening powder you used earlier is essentially an insect repellent. Otherwise, would we have traversed here without encountering a single insect?" "Oh, so that concoction was for repelling insects," Jiang Shushu remarked nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to the expectation that an apothecary ought to understand the properties of various potions. "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly send someone to apply the potion on the god-slaying sword." Observing the silence from the others, she queried further, "Are you really intending to wait until the insects are upon us to act?" Ling Jun interjected, "It's not that we wish to wait. It's just that we cannot disperse the potion over such a vast distance. What about the automated sprinkler we used before? Wouldn't it be ideal to deploy it now? If worst comes to worst, we could start a fire." The group fell silent, and Ling Jun, already aware of her lack of understanding regarding the environments of other planets, patiently clarified, "The automated sprinkler is inside the spaceship. We cannot access it from here. Moreover, starting a fire in the jungle is inadvisable. There exists a tree species that automatically induces rainfall, extinguishing any flames before they can spread." What a marvelous tree! It appears that everything here has its own spirit. Jiang Shushu mused, gazing skyward. "Oh, God-slaying Lord, please endure a little longer. It's not that we do not wish to rescue you, but we are utterly powerless." Sichen lamented. "Oh, how my poor God-slaying Lord suffers." The group remained silent, lost in thought. As the distant black spot drew nearer, the buzzing intensified, and Jiang Shushu's perspective became increasingly vivid. A multitude of small black insects, each the size of a palm and adorned with transparent wings and red eyes, clung tenaciously to the sword's surface, their sharp mouthparts incessantly gnawing at it. Even though they posed no actual threat to the god-slaying sword, they showed no signs of relinquishing their assault. Following them was an endless line of replacement insects, ready to take the place of any that fell away, embodying an unwavering spirit of perseverance. Not even the mightiest artifact could withstand such relentless torment. As the god-slaying sword approached, Bei Yuan shouted, "Fire element warriors, step forward." Several psychically endowed warriors promptly moved to the perimeter of the energy shield, standing ready. The god-slaying sword finally arrived, wobbling precariously before crashing to the ground with a clatter.
Out.
With that command, the fire element warriors exited the protective barrier, swiftly enveloping themselves in an energy shield and unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon the god-slaying sword. After releasing their attacks, they quickly retreated back into the safety of the shield. Every creature fears fire, with the exception of the Ziji beast from Chihan Star, however. The demon light beasts upon the sword were certainly not exceptions. Upon contact with the fireballs, they acted like ants on a hot skillet, frantically scrambling before disintegrating into ashes within moments. Witnessing this, the long line of demon light beasts in the sky, disregarding their grounded companions, fled back into the jungle after a sharp cry from their leader. Recognizing that the danger had passed, the god-slaying sword immediately soared into Jiang Shushu's embrace, lamenting, "Those insects were horrid. They made me feel repulsed. Master, I seek comfort." Chapter 75. A familiar scene unfolds again. Jiang Shushu raised her hand, unhesitatingly tossing the god-slaying sword away. It soared through the air in a graceful arc before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The onlookers gasped, "Jiang Shushu, what are you doing? Why did you throw the god-slaying lord again? It trusted you so much and has been so wronged. Can't you show it a little kindness?" Sichen was distraught and rushed towards the god-slaying sword. "I'm sorry, but kindness is not an option," Jiang Shushu replied with a scowl, gazing down at the slight stains on her clothing from the sword. She restrained the urge to give it another thrashing. "Forget it. I can't rely on you," she muttered, reaching out to retrieve the sword. "God-slaying lord, don't be afraid. I will protect you." However, her words faltered in her throat, and her hand halted just a centimeter away from the sword. The blade was no longer gleaming with metallic luster. It was entirely coated in the excrement of the demon light beasts, a repugnant mixture of black and green, sticky and vile. Jiang Shushu's cool voice rang out. "Weren't you supposed to protect the god-slaying lord? Why don't you pick it up and cradle it, showering it with affection?" At her words, Sichen and the others recoiled in disgust. "Ugh. Please spare us." Ling Jun's gaze fell on Jiang Shushu's playful countenance, a flicker of amusement glinting in his eyes. No wonder he sensed something amiss during his earlier mental scan. This was likely the reason. The god-slaying sword lay there, utterly despondent, too weary to move, feeling utterly disgraced by having been outsmarted by a mere little beast. How could it possibly maintain its reputation among divine artifacts after such a blunder? Sichen awkwardly withdrew his hand, acknowledging that the god-slaying lord had indeed suffered. "Where are the water element psychics? Come here and assist Lord Godslayer with a cleansing," came the command. Immediately, a young warrior stepped forward, striving to suppress a smile as he raised his hand to summon a jet of water to wash the sword. Moments later, the Godslayer sword gleamed anew, regaining its former glory as a divine artifact. Sichen observed with immense satisfaction, poised to retrieve it, when suddenly, the Godslayer darted back into Jiang Shushu's embrace. In quick succession, the familiar scene unfolded once more, with the Godslayer being disdainfully cast aside. This time, the force was notably greater, and the seemingly fragile Lord Godslayer was unexpectedly propelled into the nearby thicket. Sichen was momentarily stunned, about to defend the sword's honor. when he noticed the foliage in the jungle rustling. With a series of rustling sounds, a horde of magical beasts burst forth, charging towards their group. The sight of these bizarre, vividly colored, stout plants, each towering over a human and sporting hats while running and leaping, was nothing short of exhilarating and spectacular. Bei Yuan reacted swiftly, calling out to the wind elementalists, who promptly retrieved vials of purifying potions and tossed them into the air. Quickly, shower these potions over the magical beasts. The potions, intended to land on the ground, were instead propelled into the air by the wind, drenching the panicking magical creatures below. Their frantic movements slowed, as if intoxicated, yet they continued to struggle for escape. Observing this, Jiang Shushu hurriedly produced her own concocted potions from her spatial pocket and handed them to the nearest Ling Jun. These are my purifying potions. Quickly, administer another vial to the magical beasts. Ling Jun accepted the vial and, employing the same method, cast it into the air, while the wind elementalists skillfully guided the potion to rain down upon the magical horde. Perhaps it was the potency of this batch that was particularly effective. The writhing plants quieted almost instantaneously upon contact with the potion. Within mere seconds, they ceased their movements entirely, visibly diminishing in size, their ominous magical aura dissipating, replaced by a hint of floral fragrance, indicating that their innate vitality remained intact. Bei Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of the potions. This is remarkable, Jiang Shushu. Did you brew this? Jiang Shushu paused, glancing at the smiling He Mian beside her before explaining, Indeed, I typically only brew this particular potion, which is rather average in effect. It merely appears more potent because the first vial had already taken effect. Had we used my potion first, it would not have had the same impact. Bei Yuan chuckled. The potions you all crafted are quite impressive. Jiang Shushu had indeed changed. The arrogance and unreasonable demeanor she was once known for had vanished. The spirit master realm was rife with rivalry and intrigue, with many allowing such conflicts to hinder their missions. He felt fortunate that the two spirit masters on his team were not the underhanded type. Turning away,
Bai Yuan began issuing orderly commands.
Ling Jun approached Jiang Shushu, tousling her hair and complimenting her. You've managed to concoct a second-tier potion so quickly. Well done. Jiang Shushu beamed at the praise, her eyes sparkling. Though it was not solely her creation, the system was hers, and she had personally calibrated the concentration. Rounding it off, she could certainly claim a degree of skill. Noticing their conversation, He Mian quickly nodded to Ling Jun and discreetly distanced herself. She had been invited by the first combat team on multiple occasions and was quite familiar with the team. Spotting Si Chen squatting at the edge of the thicket, she curiously approached him, asking, What are you up to? Si Chen, without turning, replied, I'm searching for where Lord Godslayer has been tossed by Jiang Shushu. It's been half a day and I haven't seen the Godslayer soar return. I hope it hasn't encountered any danger. He Mian reassured him. Lord Godslayer is formidable. How could it possibly find itself in peril? Perhaps it has simply wandered off to play. Having witnessed the sword's power, she knew it was an artifact capable of contending with an SS-level powerhouse. How could it easily be in danger? Si Chen pondered this and found her reasoning sound. Rising to his feet and brushing off his hands, he conceded, You're right. Lord Godslayer is so powerful that I should be more concerned about my own safety. The two then joined the ranks of those assessing the magical beasts. Jiang Shushu had only exchanged a few words with Ling Jun before parting ways, her eyes shimmering with excitement at the sight of the towering plants, even diminished in size. It was no wonder the warriors had been tasked with capturing such flora. Each hefty specimen could provide ample sustenance for several individuals, and the inherent nutritional energy they carried far surpassed that of mere low-grade nutrient solutions or mechanically cultivated produce. Wild game. This was genuine, lively game. Jiang Shushu emulated Liang Yuyu's method of preparing wild game, removing the dirt and roots from the base before rinsing it with water. To her astonishment, numerous tiny white insect eggs emerged. Chapter 76. Perhaps I am no longer loved. Jiang Shushu, apprehensive of the potential for caterpillars, was not particularly bothered by the immobile eggs. Liang Yuyu took the time to explain, These eggs are larvae. I suspect that the magical beasts we were just pursued by were the parents of these eggs, indicating that these magical plants were drawn in by Lord Godslayer. Jiang Shushu mused, Your analysis is quite logical, but what do you mean by parents? She playfully tapped little Koi on the head, exasperated. Do not use such distasteful terminology. Though the magical beasts were no larger than a hand, they were quite cunning. To evade detection by their predators, They concealed their eggs beneath the caps of the magical plants, with each plant hosting clusters of eggs, some even beginning to hatch, wriggling ever so slightly. Jiang Shushu felt a wave of goosebumps wash over her, deeply questioning whether these creatures were still edible. Disgusted yet undeterred, she refrained from using her hands like the elemental warriors and instead sought a small stick to gently pry them away. In her spatial pocket, little Nine, with its dark snail eyes gleaming brightly, mused, so many energy entities. I'm quite fond of this. I am too. The energy is so pure. It must be exceptionally easy to absorb. It must taste delightful. Master, why hesitate? While everyone's distracted, quickly gather a few. Rest assured, I will leave you the largest one. Jiang Shushu replied, let us chat, but do not encourage me to expose myself. She felt exasperated. So many people were watching. How could she act inconspicuously? Isn't it true that you don't want me to level up? Have you forgotten how I nearly exhausted myself helping you condense the spiritual spring? You promised you would collect energy entities, yet here you are doing nothing. This persistent and clingy habit of little Nine had not changed at all. Jiang Shushu winced at the sudden elevation of its voice in her mind. All right, calm down. Did I not just give you 50 superior spirit stones yesterday? But you said those were for Lord Godslayer to replenish energy, not for me, little Nine whimpered. Jiang Shushu fell silent, realizing that she had never explicitly stated that. Nevertheless, she had to admit that little Nine had a point. You've likely grown tired of me, only thinking of that wretched sword now. You needn't express your disdain through silence. After all, I cannot compare to other swords that please you. From now on, I shall refrain from bringing anything up. Jiang Shushu felt a headache coming on. The tone it took was genuinely sulky. Unable to suppress her amusement, she discreetly pointed at the vibrant red flowers in the distance. Look at those splendid red flowers. Aren't they beautiful? You like them, don't you? Just wait. When I have the chance, I'll ask Lord Godslayer to pluck some for you. How could I possibly forget about you? We are truly companions who have journeyed through difficult times together. Rest assured, I have always kept the matter of upgrades in mind. You can count on me. After gently coaxing the situation for a while, I managed to pacify everyone. Jiang Shushu couldn't help but wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. A few kind words are trivial. What truly matters is having a peaceful mind. Moreover, compared to the ability warriors of the first combat team, she felt that temporarily enhancing their strength was far more crucial than a system upgrade. At that moment, He Mian returned to her side, mimicking her actions by banging a stick against the magic ancient relic, almost bringing it to tears. I dare say that in the entire realm of spiritual masters, one would struggle to find a pair as unrefined as us. Just look at what you're wearing and then at me, observe the tasks you undertake, and then mine. Which spiritual master doesn't he dabble in spiritual plants and medicinal herbs, yet here we are playing with insects. Though she incessantly complained, she felt too embarrassed to idle by herself, so she resorted to mimicking Jiang Shushu, gently tapping the top of the magic ancient relic with a stick. As she continued, she was surprised to see countless insect eggs dropping to the ground, instantly incinerated by a small fireball, leaving not a trace behind. This gave her a satisfying sense of accomplishment akin to effortlessly annihilating the enemy. He Mian grew more and more enthusiastic, undeterred by tedium, moving from one task to the next. The soldiers were equally busy. Such a significant harvest on the first day of work was exhilarating for any team, wasn't it? Sichen approached Bei Yuan and Ling Jun to discuss the situation. I see the morale of the soldiers is quite high, and since today is the first day, why not prepare a few magic ancient relics for lunch as a reward for everyone?
Bai Yuan wholeheartedly agreed,
stating that it would indeed fuel their energy for the tasks ahead. Both men nodded in unison and turned their gaze toward Ling Jun. He glanced at Jiang Shushu, who was circling the magic ancient relic with a look of disdain, yet clearly exhibiting a strong appetite. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. When Bei Yuan announced this decision, the soldiers erupted in cheers. Jiang Shushu was equally delighted, reluctantly leaving the group of magic ancient relics to approach Fang Qinghan. He was extracting a metallic block the size of a square cube from his spatial storage, which, when dropped to the ground, split open and swiftly transformed into a simple cooking stove. Jiang Shushu gasped in awe, marveling at the high technology that seemed essential for both home and travel. She leaned closer and inquired, Fang Qinghan, how do you plan to prepare the magic ancient relic? He looked momentarily taken aback, explaining that they usually stir-fried or made soup with it. Haven't you grown tired of that? This is a high-grade wild ingredient. It's not something you eat every day. How could you possibly tire of it? She added, I mean, perhaps we could try a different cooking method? Understanding her intent to customize the dish to her liking, Fan Qinghan asked, how would you like it prepared? She suggested, what if we use one for soup, another for stir-frying with meat, and the rest cut into small pieces for barbecue? Fan Qinghan hesitated at the idea of barbecue, as they had never attempted such a method with such an expensive ingredient. After all, they were merely ordinary ability warriors, who would dare to alter the recipe. Yet Jiang Shushu insisted, yes, give it a try. I guarantee you will want more next time. I can help with the magic ancient relics that need barbecuing. How's that sound? Eventually, Fan Qinghan reluctantly agreed, keeping a watchful eye to avoid any culinary disasters. Once all the magic ancient relics had been prepared, and the fallen insect eggs gathered and incinerated, the fire ability users meticulously scorched the area they occupied to ensure nothing was overlooked. After all was completed, He Mian joined a small soldier delivering ingredients to the stove, only to be met with an unexpected sight that made her facepalm in disbelief. She could never have anticipated what Jiang Shushu would do next. One moment she was a waste, the next a genius, transforming from a noble spiritual master into a mere logistics worker. In an instant, the poised alchemist from the previous day, donned in a fishtail skirt, elegant and dignified, was now exuberantly joining the ranks of temporary workers sorting ingredients. Fan Qinghan was quick in his actions as he enlisted the help of a water ability user to clean a few magic ancient relics, reserving only 2 for stir-frying and soup, while the remainder was handed over to Jiang Shushu. She rummaged through her spatial storage and retrieved a batch of small red chili peppers, which remained vibrant and fresh despite being stored for some time. However, Jiang Shushu had a different plan. She intended to turn these peppers into chili powder for the barbecue. In her previous life, she had relied on her sister. But after her sister married, Jiang Shushu moved out to avoid being a burden. Thus, apart from studying, she spent her time in experimental fields, lacking friends and social interactions. It was during that period that she learned to cook, not particularly well, but she understood various cooking methods. Resources were scarce in the starry realm, and people simply sought enough to fill their stomachs without the luxury of experimenting with diverse culinary creations. Even after her lengthy stay, she had not dared to dream of a day when she could enjoy barbecue. Thankfully, the large hoard of magic ancient relics summoned by the God Slayer provided her the confidence to try something new. She resolved to reward the God Slayer handsomely upon its return. As she contemplated, her hands did not idle. She grabbed a handful of red chilies and tossed them into a hot pan. With the flames of an ability user, the chilies dried quickly. She poured them out, beaming as she handed them over to Fan Qinghan, saying, "Since you're idling, could you help me turn this into powder?" "Of course," he replied, taking them to another counter. Meanwhile, He Mian stood in awe, exclaiming, "Shushu, those red chilies must be from the packet of seeds I gifted you when we first visited the shop, right?" Jiang Shushu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, indeed. I have grown several batches from that packet. Thank you. I've managed to cultivate a self-sustaining supply of chilies." As the chilies matured, they produced seeds, leading Jiang Shushu to realize that among all the spiritual ingredients she had cultivated, only the chilies had achieved self-sufficiency without spending a single star coin. Unfortunately, their usage in the star realm was limited. He Mian looked even more astonished. "Setting aside the difficulty of cultivating chilies, I have witnessed your efforts. But what do you intend to do with them now? Those are incredibly spicy and rarely utilized even as medicinal herbs." Furthermore, if she hadn't misjudged, those chilies were indeed infused with spiritual energy, right? Goodness, even if they are seldom used, such waste is unacceptable. However, Jiang Shushu simply smiled, realizing from He Mian's tone that chilies were not only underappreciated in culinary applications, but even spiritual alchemists hadn't discovered their potential. A thought struck her. Given the high yield of chilies, if she sold the surplus to the First Legion at a low price, she could both earn money and assist the soldiers. After all, these chilies were infused with spiritual energy, and she sensed that perhaps due to differing world rules, these chilies not only retained their spiciness, but also contained beneficial energies for the body. Resolutely, she decided to exchange all the mature grains in her spatial storage for chilies, and this meal would mark the first battle for the chili promotion. If successful, both she and the first combat team would benefit. If not, the chilies would simply become her personal delight. The thought of having them all to herself felt rather dull. With her spirits soaring, Jiang Shushu resolved to showcase her limited culinary skills to the fullest. The mogu had been meticulously sliced into small pieces by Fan Qinghan, adhering to her requests. The iron skewer was retrieved from beneath the stove, reportedly saved for his next barbecue. He Mian was taken aback upon seeing this. Hey, Shushu. What do you need that long skewer for? Even if you're trying to pick your teeth, that's rather excessive, isn't it? Not for toothpicking, then? Are you going to skewer the mogu for barbecue? But wait, isn't barbecue usually made with meat? And with such tiny pieces, it must be quite challenging to skewer them. Ultimately, after Jiang Shushu assured He Mian time and again that she would create a delectable dish unlike any she had ever tasted, He Mian cheerfully began to skewer the mogu pieces according to her instructions. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu went to request chili peppers from Fong Qinghan, the essence of barbecue. The most crucial step. As long as the chili was well prepared, financial gain would be assured. Fortunately, despite being in a different star realm, her memory had not faded, and the inhabitants here, while accustomed to using chili as a condiment, had no shortage of other oils, salts, sauces, and vinegars. She gathered some and mixed it with the chili to create a chili sauce, eagerly awaiting the moment to brush it on the skewers once they were grilled and then to present it to the others for sampling. Once the three of them had finished skewering the mogu, Fong Qinghan produced the grill, igniting it with flames to commence the barbecue. It is said that those with supernatural abilities find everything easier. If something is lacking, they can simply summon the appropriate element to provide it. Jiang Shushu curiously inquired. Fong Qinghan, is there a machine that can automatically cook? Logically, with advancements allowing interstellar travel, isn't it reasonable to invent machines to replace humans in cooking? Fong Qinghan, focused on his grilling, replied without looking up, there are indeed robots that can cook, and they prepare a variety of visually appealing dishes. Haven't you tried them outside? Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment, recalling a time on Xinhuang Star when she had dined at He Mian's shop, where she had sampled a meal at the trading ground. The flavor had indeed been both delicious and aesthetically pleasing. Her interest piqued. Why didn't the combat team procure such a machine? Wouldn't it make cooking more convenient? Perhaps the machines were too costly for the military district to allocate? She lamented internally, realizing that she probably could not afford one at the moment. However, upon voicing her thoughts, He Mian and Fong Qinghan exchanged peculiar glances, with He Mian unable to suppress a chuckle. Shushu, how is it that you know so little? Cooking robots are similar to planting robots. Any level of spiritual energy in fruits and vegetables will be rendered into ordinary meals under their operation, devoid of energy or distinctive flavor. Jiang Shushu was taken aback. Why would fruits and vegetables with spiritual energy transform into mundane ones? I don't know. Such mechanical devices are developed by the Research Institute, and the intricacies are beyond us. However, Fong Qinghan is slightly mistaken. Many restaurant robots currently prepare only ordinary meals, while those containing spiritual energy are handled by specialized chefs. So that meal shared with Ling Jun and Sichin must have been prepared by a restaurant chef. This world is truly bizarre. Chapter 78. Chili sauce from millennia ago. It is no wonder that in modern times, everyone aspires to possess superpowers. Having a personal ability is exceedingly convenient. For instance, when embarking on a picnic, there is no need to worry about food and drink. Game is plentiful. Water abilities handle the cleaning, and fire abilities manage the flame, effortlessly controlling the grilling temperature. With just a pot in hand, one can traverse the world in luxury. As for our temporary worker, Jiang Shushu's superior, Chef Fong, indeed possessed considerable skill. Once Jiang Shushu described the desired effect of the mogu. He promptly cranked up the heat and employed an upper-lower heating method, quickly grilling a batch to perfection. As the flames extinguished, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Observing the mogu skewers enveloped in flames for merely 10 seconds before being removed, Jiang Shushu and He Mian shared an expression of delight. Oh, good. You truly are a remarkable Chef Fong. With a lengthy compliment offered, Jiang Shushu approached, brandishing her homemade secret chili sauce, evenly brushing it over the mogu skewers. He Mian watched her every movement, her expression shifting from skepticism to intrigue, ultimately succumbing to the temptation. Shushu, why does your chili sauce smell so intriguingly aromatic? It was unlike the usual foods she consumed. Those were delectable, but this sauce carried a bold, overpowering fragrance that filled the nostrils. Noticing He Mian's mouth watering, Jiang Shushu casually handed her a skewer. Here, give it a try. He Mian eagerly took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. It has just a hint of spiciness, far tastier than any barbecue I've had before. Jiang Shushu smiled subtly. I knew you would be pleased. This is an ancient chili sauce from the mysterious East, and I made it slightly spicy to ensure a broader acceptance. With her first customer's approval, Jiang Shushu's confidence in her sales pitch surged, and she quickly brushed the chili sauce onto all the mogu skewers. One plate was given to He Mianmian to distribute among the ability warriors, while the smaller plate was taken to Ling Jun and his companions. "Come and taste my newly developed dish," she called out to them. Ling Jun, Si Chen, and Bei Yuan were seated together, engaged in conversation, while Zhang Feng and Liang Yuyu sat at the periphery, not partaking in the dialogue. Upon seeing Jiang Shushu approach with a basin of vividly red food, all five were momentarily taken aback. The interstellar folk valued the original essence of their ingredients, striving to preserve their energy. This was the first time they encountered a dish with such a potent yet aromatic flavor. Si Chen couldn't help but comment, "Jiang Shushu, this isn't some sort of dark cuisine you've concocted, is it? It does smell quite delightful, though it has a rather peculiar, stimulating scent."
Ling Yun remained silent,
staring for a few seconds before decisively reaching out, eager to be the first supporter. To his surprise, as his hand stretched forth, 2 skewers had already vanished from the plate. Liang Yuyu and Zhang Feng were each indulging in one, their mouths glistening with grease. They even shot a challenging glance at Si Chen. Ignorant humans. My daughter, sister, is a genius. She can do anything she sets her mind to." Ling Jun's face darkened, realizing he had been preempted. Without hesitation, he picked up 2 skewers and took a bite. The flavor was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Though slightly spicy, it brought a soothing warmth from his spiritual sea coursing through his body. After finishing the 2 skewers, Ling Jun confirmed his suspicions and hurriedly reached for the plate, colliding hands with the other 2. They exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to divide the remaining skewers among themselves. Bei Yuan and Si Chen watched in astonishment as the 3 nearly fought over the food. Si Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring, "Wait. Even if you're trying to spare her feelings, there's no need to go this far. It's not like we just met her. When has she ever cooked for us?" Zhang Feng and Liang Yuyu both shook their heads in unison, declaring, "Not delicious. Don't like it really." They then turned to Jiang Shushu. "Is there more? Come on. Let us help you finish it." Ling Jun nodded seriously in agreement. Bei Yuan remarked, "He's cautious, not foolish. You 2 still have grease on your lips. Yet you dare to claim you dislike it?" Looking over at Ling Jun, he calmly wiped his hands before following Jiang Shushu. The 4 moved swiftly, nearly vanishing from sight, prompting the usually composed Bei Yuan to hurry after them. Si Chen stood there, bewildered, watching their retreating figures. There's no need to go this far just for her sake. It's not like we don't know her. Moreover, it was a vibrant red, resembling something dangerously toxic at first glance. When it came to cultivating fruits and vegetables, she certainly excelled, whether it was the meals during their days at Su Huang Star or the chili peppers Qi Hanqing had salvaged while rescuing Liang Yuyu, both brimming with spiritual energy. As this thought crossed Si Chen's mind, he suddenly found himself at a standstill. What had he been pondering just moments ago? The chili peppers that had saved Liang Yuyu, yet the dark culinary creation he had just encountered exuded a peculiar spiciness reminiscent of chili. Could it be that Jiang Shushu, this prodigal child, had used such potent ingredients for her first attempt at cooking? As this notion sparked in his mind, Si Chen immediately dashed towards their direction, his heart heavy with frustration. "Jiang Shushu, why must you continuously shatter my preconceived notions of you? That was pure spiritual energy, after all." Even if the flavor was akin to a defense argument, the essence remained untouched, yielding effects comparable to conventional cooking. Wasn't it crucial for him to partake in this feast of spiritual energy? Upon reaching the kitchen at breakneck speed, he discovered that the area was completely encircled. A veritable blockade. Si Chen's heart sank. This was not good. He had been spotted, and the most exhilarating part was that he was stuck at the outermost edge, unable to squeeze through. The extraordinary ability wielders were leaping and frantically trying to push their way inside, while those already within were desperately resisting being pushed out. In such a pivotal moment, who cared about individual identities? Si Chen, equally agitated, joined the fray, shouting, "What on earth are you all doing? Hurry back to your posts. Don't think you're safe just because there's a protective barrier. What if a magical beast chooses this moment to attack us?" He attempted to shove the crowd outward, urging, "Move quickly. What are you all doing here?
Get back."
The warriors collectively shot him disdainful glances, their expressions suggesting that his eloquent pleas were no different from their own motives. Furthermore, given that his lips bore no trace of the red oil, they suspected he might not have even tasted a single skewer, let alone be in a position to deceive them into leaving. They had heard that the quantity of this chili sauce was limited, and every skewer counted. Si Chen glared at the unmoving group of ability users, his nostrils flaring in indignation. He could see that the oil glistening on their lips was a vivid red. He had not yet had a taste. While these individuals had likely indulged in more than just one skewer. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What should he do? Sichin lifted his wrist and accessed Bayuan's contact on his holographic device, pressing down with determination. At that moment, Bayuan was savoring barbecued magical beasts, having already devoured several skewers without pause. Strangely enough, though he initially found the taste somewhat unfamiliar, after a few bites, it became increasingly addictive. The more he ate, the better it tasted. Most importantly, the chili sauce seemed to stimulate his spiritual sea, subtly enhancing its stability and strength. This revelation was enough to astonish him. But then Ling Jun presented an even more shocking claim. Chapter 79. A treasure benefiting the entire star sector. Ling Jun. What did you just say? Bayuan exclaimed, dropping the skewer he held into the plate, entirely oblivious to his surroundings as he eagerly asked again, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of the others. Ling Jun cleared his throat, remaining remarkably composed despite the several pairs of eyes now trained on him. He spoke softly during this period. I have consistently utilized ingredients imbued with full spiritual energy and have noticed signs of expansion in my spiritual sea. After making this statement, he added silently to himself that the effects of the chili sauce were even more pronounced, a conclusion he had only recently confirmed. Upon hearing this, those who understood the implications were momentarily stunned, their minds swirling with the realization that it was not impossible. Bayuan, now receiving a confirmed response, trembled with excitement. Ling Jun empathized with his overwhelming reaction but remained composed, for he had also been astounded upon discovering this phenomenon, albeit without revealing it to anyone present. The only one in attendance who seemed utterly bewildered was Jiang Shushu. What did it mean for the spiritual sea to expand? Wasn't the spiritual sea supposed to be a fixed size? How could it possibly expand? Although the original owner had little interest in academics, some fundamental knowledge was still within her grasp, such as the fact that the awakened abilities of an individual could neither increase nor decrease. Moreover, each person's spiritual sea was fixed at birth, its varying sizes indicative of their innate talents. Whatever size it was at birth, it would remain so for life. Now, however, Ling Jun claimed that his spiritual sea exhibited signs of expansion, implying that full spiritual energy could enhance the talents of interstellar humans. The realization sparked excitement in Jiang Shushu as well. Good heavens, had she cultivated a genius capable of benefiting all of interstellar humanity? Jiang Feng's voice trembled as he stammered. I thought it was just my imagination. My spiritual sea seems to have expanded a tad as well, but I always believed it was merely a figment of my perception. After all, it was indeed just a slight change. Had Ling Jun not mentioned his own similar experience, he would have dismissed it as a mere mental lapse and never would have dared to believe such an occurrence was possible. With this affirmation from another, their conviction deepened, as they instinctively felt that this was Jiang Shushu's father. Given that the two interacted the most, it was likely Jiang Feng had ingested even more of the full spiritual energy, resulting in a more significant effect. As for Ling Jun, he had only been exposed to it for a few days. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. He had always regarded his daughter as a genius, but he had never anticipated her to be such an extraordinary prodigy. The surprises kept coming, nearly overwhelming him with joy. His gaze towards Jiang Shushu softened, his voice unconsciously adopting a lower, affectionate tone. I knew it. My daughter Shushu is the most formidable spiritual master in the entire star sector. Jiang Shushu, feeling the weight of their expectations, sighed apologetically, unable to articulate her feelings due to a lack of education, while the others shared her sentiment of struggle, yet they persevered. Ling Jun turned his head, lightly clasping his fist against his lips to suppress the laughter bubbling within. Indeed, I also believe Shushu is the most remarkable in the entire star sector. Everyone nodded in agreement. Bayuan declared, Ling Jun is correct. He Mianmian added, Deputy Ling is right. Fang Qinghan affirmed, Ling Jun is absolutely correct. Liang Yu chimed in, they are all correct. Jiang Feng proudly proclaimed, both I and Ling Jun are correct. He wore a triumphant expression, as if everyone were praising him rather than his daughter. The others pretended not to hear and crowded around Jiang Shushu, bombarding her with questions. Shushu, how did you cultivate this? Are there any more chili peppers? No. Are there other full spiritual energy ingredients available? Name your price. I'll pay in interstellar currency. If you're not selling, what do you want? I can find something to trade. Indeed, there were more full spiritual energy ingredients, but they could not be distributed carelessly. Jiang Shushu waved her hands, signaling them to keep their distance. While there were some, the quantities were far too limited. The spiritual soil was only so vast, and the spiritual spring water was not boundless. Both required energy support to maintain their current state. For now, they could barely sustain themselves. And aside from the chili peppers that couldn't serve as a staple, the remainder could not be sold at this time. Jiang Shushu turned to Beiyuan. The only surplus in my space is the chili peppers, and if the combat team needs them, I can sell them to you at a lower price. Beiyuan was taken aback, glancing at Ling Jun. You wish to sell to the military? Is this something you can decide on your own? Jiang Shushu chuckled. Why wouldn't I have a say over what I've grown myself? You all know my relationship with the Jiang family. I send to the best. They can't dictate my choices. As for my father, she turned to him. Father, do you agree with my decision? My child. I have no objections to whatever you wish to do. Jiang Feng stepped beside her, his expression resolute and unwavering. Jiang Shushu felt deeply touched, while Jiang Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, creating a poignant scene of fatherly love. Beiyuan remained silent for a moment, discreetly glancing at Ling Jun, who appeared to be excluded from the family dynamic, his gaze deep and contemplative. It seemed he had uncovered a remarkable secret. Ah well. Considering this was beneficial for the military district, it was likely that Ling Jun would not oppose it. He cleared his throat softly and resumed his composed demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, the communication device emitted a series of beeps. Without a glance, Beiyuan pressed the reject button. After regaining his expression, he was ready to engage in a thorough discussion with Jiang Shushu regarding their transaction when the beeping sound interrupted him once more. He reached out to terminate the call again, but barely a centimeter after his finger left the button, the communication sound rang out again. Beiyuan thought to himself, what an inconsiderate fool. Does he not realize that we are on the verge of discussing a monumental event in the galaxy? How dare he attempt to thwart my efforts to etch my name into the annals of stellar history? With decisive movements, he silenced the incessant notifications, restoring tranquility to the room. With a smile full of regret, Beiyuan addressed Jiang. I apologize, Master Jiang, for keeping you waiting. The title of Master holds immense respect within the realm of spiritual practitioners. Jiang Shushu's expression turned serious. It's all right. Let us continue our discussion on the collaboration. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Jun's communication device chimed in as well. All eyes turned towards him, but he remained unfazed and opted to block the call. The atmosphere settled into a tranquil silence, and the others were satisfied. Before the conversation could commence, the beeping resumed in rapid succession. Wherever the sound originated, Beiyuan's expression remained impassive yet sharp, directing his gaze towards the source. The others dared not hesitate, swiftly mimicking Ling Jun's actions to block the calls. Even He Mianyan's device chimed in, at one point. Finally, it was Liang Yuyu, the curious young boy, who peeked at the notifications and was quicker than the others in blocking them. Chapter 80. Where is the sword? To everyone's astonishment, the source of the disturbance was none other than Si Chen, who was teasing Jiang Shushu about her culinary experiments. How absurd! Blocking him was entirely justified. What was there to misunderstand? It was evident that he had realized the value of the spicy sauce and now regretted his earlier dismissive attitude, hoping to solicit an invitation to join their dealings. Had he known better, he would not have acted so rashly earlier. It was too late now. With the pesky beeping finally silenced, the negotiations commenced pleasantly. What price do you seek? Jiang inquired. The price is negotiable. I assure you I won't demand an exorbitant sum. However, I must clarify that the cultivation method is my proprietary research, and its complexity is significant. Therefore, I do not intend to disclose it. My personal capabilities are limited, and I cannot cater to everyone in the military district. I wish for the First Legion to keep this matter confidential, she stated firmly. Publicizing the benefits of the interstellar system, the spiritual spring water, and the spiritual soil? Apologies, but I am not a saint. It is beyond my capacity to manage all of this. My current abilities are insufficient, and with the Imperial Stars machine lurking ominously, I must remain as discreet as possible. Beiyuan was taken aback. If this matter remained undisclosed, others would not recognize her contributions, and to outsiders, she would still appear as the same underachiever as before. Did she not long for a more flattering reputation? His curiosity compelled him to inquire. For the prospect of abundant spiritual power was indeed remarkable, a potential legacy that could echo throughout the stars. A good thing? If you were in my position, would you accept such a boon? Jiang silently scoffed but maintained a smile. If everyone knew, the number of people seeking to purchase from me would increase, leading to higher prices. You, Captain Beiyuan, have surely heard of the concept of making a fortune in silence. Or Do you wish to remain perpetually overshadowed by the Second Legion? Her words struck a chord deep within Beiyuan, and he placed a hand over his heart. Glancing at Ling Jun, who gave a slight nod. Very well, I can assure you on behalf of the general. It is merely a matter of confidentiality. I agree to everything. Please do not pierce my heart further, he exclaimed. Jiang smiled, patting his shoulder encouragingly. I believe you all have the potential to reach S rank, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Keep it up. I have faith in you, she concluded with a gesture of encouragement. Regardless of her own feelings, as long as her marriage to Ling Jun persisted, she was already perceived as intrinsically linked to the First Legion. Beiyuan's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. I shall not disappoint Miss Shushu's expectations. Under the watchful eyes of Ling Jun and the others, the two parties joyfully commenced their discussions regarding the collaboration. Beiyuan made a point to contact with Xiangming and the marshal and the 4 participants in the meeting positioned at either end of the communication screen. Solidified the First Legion's inaugural plan for strengthening their forces. Jiang Shushu agreed to provide the First Legion with a monthly supply of fully charged spiritual peppers, while the First Legion would allocate 1% of their monthly resource income to her. Indeed, she chose to forego interstellar currency. It was merely a medium for transactions. Her intention was to better assist the First Legion in gaining strength, necessitating an upgrade of the system. Relying on her limited capabilities to obtain energy entities was too daunting. Direct trade was far more expedient. Elated by this monumental agreement, Beiyuan glanced at the remaining baked magical creatures in the kitchen and cautiously inquired, what about this batch of spicy sauce? This batch shall serve as a small treat for the soldiers. Let them indulge freely without charge, Jiang declared with generosity. Hearing this, He Miannian and Liang Yuyu cheered and hurried to grab a few skewers, eager to feast to their heart's content. Chef Fong had been tirelessly grilling, even during their video conference, and upon finishing, he rushed to grab a few skewers, approaching Jiang while munching. How did you prepare that spicy sauce? Could you teach me? I intend to make it for everyone in the future, he asked, considering the limited quantity of peppers. If they were merely sautéed as vegetables, they would be gone after just a few meals. Of course, I'll teach you shortly. This is just the basic version of the spicy sauce. There are even more delicious variations, Jiang readily agreed, savoring the fragrant grilled magical creatures while explaining several methods of making spicy sauces she had learned in the past. Beiyuan called over a few soldiers stationed at the door, instructing them to distribute the baked magical creatures to the other ability warriors. He then turned to He Miannian, Liang Yuyu, and Fang Qinghan with a serious tone, saying, on behalf of the marshal, I command that no one speaks of what transpired here today. Whether it pertains to the contract between the military and Jiang Shushu, or her ability to cultivate fully charged spiritual plants. Any leak of information outside will result in a joint execution by the 5 major legions of the military district. The 3 were taken aback and nodded vigorously. Beiyuan then turned back to Jiang Shushu, his expression transforming into a warm smile, even changing his form of address. Miss Shushu, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Very satisfied, she replied. After making several significant decisions in the kitchen, when they emerged, they were momentarily taken aback. Outside the kitchen, the ability warriors were still gathered, sitting cross-legged on the ground, each clutching a generous handful of grilled magical creatures. While it may not suffice to fill them completely, it was enough to satisfy their cravings for the time being. Sitting at the outer edge was Si Chen, his face clouded with displeasure. He wondered whether it was intentional that the younger soldiers had deliberately excluded him from the distribution of magical creatures. He felt too embarrassed to join the regular soldiers in the scramble. Moreover, he was convinced that Ling Jun and Beiyuan had blocked him for a reason, and since they were in the kitchen, they would surely set aside a generous portion for him as compensation. Such were his thoughts, and thus he remained isolated.
Consequently,
when Ling Jun and Jiang Shushu approached the perimeter of the gathering, they found Si Chen sitting alone in a corner, his gaze dark and brooding, fixated on the group of soldiers blissfully enjoying their meal. Aside from Liang Yuyu feeling a tad apprehensive, the others had long forgotten to check who remained on the blacklist, and instinctively assumed that Siken still considered the roasted demon ancient to be a dish of dark culinary art, unwilling to give it a try. They felt no remorse for Siken missing out on the delicacy and merrily wandered away, chatting and laughing. Beiyuan took a few steps before returning, feigning a heart-wrenching expression. Siken, you fool. After tossing out this remark, he hurriedly caught up with Jiang Shushu as they walked away. Only Siken sat there, bewildered and perplexed. Wait, what about the skewers you left for me? Are we just going to ignore the fact that you all blacklisted me? Is no one going to console me? The morning's tasks had proceeded too smoothly, so by the afternoon, the proposals discussed between Beiyuan and Lingjun were all rejected, concluding that it was still best to send the Godslayer to delve into the forest and lure the demon ancient. This time, they learned from their previous lessons and decided to adopt Jiang Shushu's idea of sprinkling insect repellent powder on the sword's blade to prevent the Godslayer from experiencing the harrowing ordeal of being stripped by the demon fire beast again. The powder was ready, and the plan was established, but suddenly the group realized, where was the sword? Chapter 81. Searching for the Godslayer. Beiyuan and Lingjun exchanged glances, both feeling a jolt of alarm in their hearts. Recalling the last time they had seen the Godslayer that morning, they realized they hadn't paid attention to its whereabouts. They only remembered seeing Jiang Shushu flick her wrist, sending a dark light flying away. As for where it had landed, only Jiang Shushu would know. With this thought, all eyes turned towards her simultaneously. Sikhen, who had been sulking with the others, could no longer contain himself and leaped out, shouting, Jiang Shushu, where did you throw the Godslayer? The accusatory tone made Lingjuan's brow furrow immediately, his voice chilly. Sikhen, where do you think it could have gone? Liang Yu chimed in. Exactly. Have you forgotten that my sister is a spirit master? How much strength could she possibly have? He Mianmian stepped forward, shielding Jiang Shushu behind her. Sikhen, you big man, why are you being so petty? It's just a bit of spicy demon ancient. If you don't want to eat it, don't take it out on Shushu regarding the Godslayer. Sikhen was utterly bewildered. He had merely asked a question. Why are you all so eager to defend her? What do you mean? I'm targeting her? Where do you see me targeting her? I see it everywhere. Humph. You're always criticizing this and that. It's no wonder you can't enjoy good food. He Mianmian, you have crossed the line. Discuss the matter at hand. Don't attack others personally. As the team leader, Beiyuan was getting a headache from the quarrel. Jiang Shushu was also quite troubled, although she didn't understand why the Godslayer obeyed her commands. Since their joint challenge against the Second Legion, she had already considered the Godslayer her little brother. Now that this little brother was missing, she naturally had to find him. The verbal sparring between He Mianmian and Sikhen continued. It's your choice not to eat. That doesn't negate the fact that you all didn't leave me any excuse, and you even blacklisted me, clearly intending to deny me the good stuff. Jiang Shushu felt even more exasperated. She was already annoyed about losing the Godslayer, and now Sikhen wouldn't stop whining. Sikhen, if you utter another word, you won't get a single piece of spicy demon ancient in the future. Her statement succeeded in silencing the scene. Sikhen's expression darkened, yet he obediently fell silent. After all, even though he hadn't eaten, he could not resist its alluring charm. 3 hours had passed since the Godslayer's disappearance. It must have encountered some trouble. Jiang Shushu turned to Beiyuan and Lingjun. Lingjun nodded, inquiring, what do you wish to do? Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment and asked Sikhen, did you discover anything when you went to look for the Godslayer? Nothing. I checked the last place the Godslayer disappeared, and there was nothing. Then we have no choice but to mobilize all warriors to search. The Godslayer has a spirit consciousness. If it realizes we are looking for it, it will surely find a way to make a sound for help. Lingjun nodded, and after conferring with Sikhen and Beiyuan, they summoned the team and divided into 3 small squads, with each of the 3 leading a team. Naturally, Jiang Shushu teamed up with Lingjun. The area they were in was an open space, freshly cleared by the warriors that day. Apart from the path they had arrived on, the other directions led directly to the primordial forest. The direction Lingjun and Jiang Shushu were headed was where the Godslayer had vanished. Jiang Shushu recalled that she hadn't used much strength at all. The Godslayer had been flung not far from the forest's edge. She stood on the roadside, straining to look inside, but the dense foliage obscured her view. Lingjun, can we enter the forest? We can access the edge, but to go deeper, we must eliminate the obstacles with force and then forcibly enter. Eliminate everything? Jiang Shushu's interest was piqued. It seemed these magical plants were not very powerful. If that was the case, the Godslayer was likely just trapped, not in any real danger. However, Lingjun shot her a glance. While the magical plants at the outer edge are indeed not very powerful, there have never been any precedents of clearing them with brute force. This time, we originally planned to rely on the Godslayer's might to intimidate them, but before the intimidation started, the Godslayer fell in. Although Lingjun didn't finish his sentence, Jiang Shushu understood perfectly. It was akin to being in a fight, unable to win, and seeking a powerful ally, only for that ally to get themselves caught before they could even lend a hand. Were the plants on this planet so formidable? She had never heard of it before. Jiang Shushu felt a mix of emotions, uncertain if she would ever have the chance to obtain the red flowers she promised to Xiaojiu. This planet was not particularly well known. It was called Illusion Star Number 5, with a low danger level and nothing special about it. Among all hunting planets, it ranked at the bottom, but its climate was suitable and resources were abundant, making it a popular destination for hunting teams. Lingjun looked at her, his expression serious. There is another method to enter the forest. Purify the low-level magical plants outside. If we don't find it shortly, I will seek purification potions from other combat teams so we can venture deeper. In other words, relying on brute force was not viable. They had to depend on purification potions? That was something she excelled at. Jiang Shushu immediately retrieved the potions she had previously prepared from her system space and handed them to Lingjun. Here, will these suffice? Seeing several bottles of potions before him, Lingjun's expression froze momentarily. Sufficient. Definitely sufficient.
Great.
Then let us hurry and give it a try. The forest appeared dense and thriving. The stout branches and leaves were a deep, dark green. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the branches and leaves intertwined like limbs, slowly crawling, evoking an eerie sensation that made one's scalp tingle. Look, these magical plants seem numerous, but in reality, they are just large in area, similar to magical beasts. A drop of potion on each is enough. Lingjun carefully discerned as he sprinkled the potion while explaining. Indeed, as he had described, the magical plants that received the potion quickly underwent a transformation, gradually retracting their claws and teeth, the leaves lightening to a pale green, ultimately becoming ordinary spirit plants. Shiny and robust. Xiaojiu began calling out in the space, "Master, the purified energy bodies, quickly collect them." Jiang Shushu hurriedly held back Lingjun. Does the combat team want these purified spirit plants? These spirit plants have no edible value. If we dig them back, we'll have to invest effort in their care. They're merely aesthetically pleasing. The military doesn't require these. I find them rather appealing. If you don't want them, I'll take them. Just moments ago, she was fretting over not being able to obtain the big red flowers, and now she was receiving a whole batch of energy body plants. As Jiang Shushu quietly called out the Godslayer's name alongside the warriors, she unreservedly collected all the purified green plants along the way into her space. It wasn't until they came across a peculiar circular pit that they finally halted. Chapter 82. The Godslayer fell into the fertilizer pool. Inside the pit was an unknown liquid, thick and black, glistening with a hint of green sheen. Jiang Shushu was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, though the source of this familiarity eluded her. Moreover, she couldn't ascertain whether it was merely her imagination. But the surrounding greenery appeared particularly vibrant and lush. At that moment, the ability warriors lingered at a distance, leaving only Jiang Shushu and Lingjun positioned perilously close to the edge of the pit. Lingjun, acutely aware of the jungle's peril, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, so that when the liquid in the pit rippled slightly, it was only Jiang Shushu who noticed. She was momentarily taken aback. Could there be some monstrous creature dwelling within the pit? Just as she was about to inquire whether Lingjun was aware, a few more bubbles surfaced in the liquid, and the ripples became increasingly pronounced. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Shushu, prompting her to urgently tug at Lingjun's sleeve, asking if he thought there was indeed a monster inside. As her words faded, the liquid in the pit began to churn more violently, as if something was about to emerge. Lingjun's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he gestured for them to retreat, gently pulling Jiang Shushu back as they sought to vacate the area. Regardless of whether it was a treasure or a beast within, he had no desire to confront it. They were already ensnared in the jungle's inherent dangers, and even the slightest disturbance could cost them their lives. Furthermore, with Jiang Shushu beside him, he was determined to protect her from any unforeseen peril. As Lingjun issued his command, the atmosphere seemed to freeze in time. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Shushu and the others held their breath, attempting to retreat without a sound. Just then, however, Xiaojiu's voice broke through the stillness. "Master, wait. The God-slaying sword is about to emerge from the pit." "What?" Jiang Shushu was taken aback, halting Lingjun in his tracks. "The God-slaying sword is in this pit." The astonishment rippled through the group. Lingjun glanced at the murky depths of the pit, hesitating. "Are you certain the God-slaying sword is in there?" Jiang Shushu nodded earnestly. Though it wasn't her own certainty, she trusted Xiaojiu's intuition. After all, both the charger and the God-slaying sword possessed a form of consciousness. Perhaps there was indeed some connection between them. There was no turning back now. The warriors had no choice but to halt and wait, all eyes fixated on the bubbling depths of the pit. The commotion from the bottom became increasingly pronounced, and Jiang Shushu felt a pang of concern. It seemed the god-slaying sword was in trouble. Xiao Jiao, is there any way to assist it? I would advise against intervening, master. It is best to let the god-slaying sword resolve its own predicament, came the reply. After all, if they intervened directly, Xiao Jiao feared that the master might, in a fit of rage, decide to reforge the god-slaying sword. Sigh, they were no longer naive children. Those who got into trouble should be the ones to extricate themselves. Who could blame the sword for getting itself into such a bind? After all, it had chosen to run away only to end up in the compost pit of the demonic plant king. Nonetheless, Xiao Jiao had secretly gathered some energy for it. But if it weren't for the master's benefit, it wouldn't have bothered at all. Jiang Shushu pondered her own limitations. As a relatively weak individual, the abilities of the warriors seemed of little use in this murky situation. She could hardly compel them to venture into the depths of the pit. With a resigned sigh, she began to observe her surroundings, contemplating which lesser demonic plant could be harvested for purification in her system. Ah, how delightful. When there's no competition for affection, the master naturally thinks of me. Xiao Jiao chimed in. The bubbling in the pit persisted as Jiang Shushu scanned the nearby demonic plants. The closer ones had already been harvested, while the distant ones posed a risk she dared not take. Lost in thought, she felt a tug on her sleeve, turning to meet Ling Jun's striking yet somber gaze. There are numerous minor magical beasts in the vicinity. What minor magical beasts? Ling Jun activated his light brain, scanning the swaying flora in the distance, revealing a creature resembling a small brownish-black beast akin to the Zhizhi beast, accompanied by a brief description. Little Zhizhi beast, short-haired brownish-black, adept at burrowing and crawling, a soil-type magical beast. Good heavens! Jiang Shushu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Why is your light brain so advanced? How did it scan through layers of foliage to identify a magical beast? And it even provides images and text. Ling Jun chuckled softly at the girl, who was practically glowing with excitement, her red lips slightly parted, warm breath brushing against his skin. He discreetly withdrew, amused yet somewhat exasperated. This is military-grade technology. It isn't available for public purchase. If you desire one, I can help you apply for it when we return. Absolutely. Jiang Shushu beamed with delight, recalling her numerous complaints about her own light brain, which, aside from communication, was nearly useless. She suspected it was a low-tier, outdated model. By the way, what is the little Zhizhi beast? Is it the same as the one on Shihan Star? Not quite. The one on Shihan Star is ice-type, large and yellow-brown, standing upright in battle. Here, it's a smaller version, brownish-black and adept at fleeing and ambushing. The little Zhizhi beast isn't particularly powerful, but its sheer numbers can be troublesome. Once the god-slaying sword emerges, we must retreat promptly. We cannot afford to be entangled with them, Ling Jun cautioned. The diminutive little Zhizhi beast was well camouflaged in the jungle. Should they be ambushed, it would be a severe predicament. After a moment, the god-slaying sword finally began to struggle and emerge from the depths. Aside from Jiang Shushu, the others were somewhat incredulous that the formidable god-slaying sword would find itself in such a filthy pit. As it finally surfaced, all were momentarily taken aback. It was entangled by several robust vines, which glimmered with a faint green hue, as if alive, tightening their grip in an attempt to drag the god-slaying sword back into the pit. The warriors quickly realized that it hadn't willingly descended, it had been ensnared. Ling Jun stared intently for several seconds, piecing together the implications, and his expression shifted dramatically. Fire-type ability users advanced to assist, launching fireballs at the vines, while the gold-type ability users moved forward and the others took defensive positions. With the issuance of commands, the atmosphere became palpably tense.
Ling Yun even contacted by Yuan Shichen,
urging them to come quickly for support. Jiang Shushu felt helpless, unable to contribute, and remained silent, observing Ling Jun's grave demeanor. Suspecting that the strength of this magical plant was likely fearsome, spirit spring water was considered a poison to all magical beasts and plants. She wondered how effective it would be against these vines. Jiang Shushu watched the god-slaying sword, ensnared and unable to move, then glanced at the increasingly agitated demonic plants surrounding them, unaware of how many magical beasts might be concealed within. Her expression shifted through various emotions before she ultimately produced a bottle of undiluted spirit spring water and handed it to Ling Jun. This is my concocted super purification potion. Try dousing it on that vine. Super purification potion? Ling Jun exclaimed, surprised as he accepted the vial. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos, he aimed the potion at the vine and poured it over. At that instant, the vine seemed to sense the threat, swiftly altering its position to narrowly avoid the spirit's spring water. Clever indeed. It recognized the danger of that substance. Jiang Shushu winced as she watched the precious spirit's spring water plummet into the murky pit. Although the quantity was substantial, it was still an energy-based substance. She typically conserved it even when watering her spirit plants. Yet, in a bid to save the god-slaying sword, she had squandered an entire bottle. The worst part was that they had yet to secure its rescue, rendering it a complete waste. Just as disappointment was about to settle in, the vine, still clutching the god-slaying sword, suddenly swung towards them with alarming force. Simultaneously, the surrounding demonic plants began to grow wildly, thick branches lashing out from all directions towards them. Aside from the fire and metal element users who remained engaged in rescuing the Godslayer, the other extraordinary warriors had commenced their battle against the magical vines. Ling Jun furrowed his brow. He had initially intended to save the Godslayer and depart, but now he found himself encircled, unable to escape. The only silver lining was that the root of this vine was situated far from their current location. Otherwise, even with tenfold their number, they would merely serve as fodder for the creature. Jiang Shushu glared at the Godslayer, being tossed about in the air. Her heart ached, for it was entirely ensnared by filth, showing no signs of struggle. Such a state had only been witnessed when the Second Legion was suppressed by Yu Xiao. However, back then, Yu Xiao's strength surpassed that of the Godslayer by nearly 3 tiers. Could this vine also possess such power? Yet she recalled Ling Jun had recently mentioned that this planet was not particularly perilous. How could such a formidable plant suddenly manifest, and so easily encountered? No. She needed to invigorate the Godslayer. A coordinated effort would enhance their chances of escape. Xiaojiu, is there any way to transmit energy to the Godslayer without direct contact? The system, happily absorbing the magical vines, froze at this query, suddenly feeling that even energy bodies were no longer appealing. Xiaojiu? Are you listening? How can you transmit without contact? Even if you wish to, it's covered in grime. Can you even touch it? This was indeed a valid point. Jiang Shushu pondered, and a sudden idea struck her. Ling Jun, I have a plan to deal with it. Have the water element users cleanse the Godslayer's sword and the vine monster. Fire element users, retreat. Water element users, advance. Following his command, the water element users swiftly approached Jiang Shushu's side, unleashing torrents of water towards the vine and the Godslayer's sword, quickly washing away the filth. The thick, black vine now revealed hints of green luminescence amidst its writhing, and the Godslayer, tightly bound, glimmered with metallic sheen. The metal element naturally countered wood, and though obscured by muck before, the cleansing revealed tiny wounds along each vine, continually shredded by the metal element's attacks, yet slowly healing. Clearly, while the vine monster was temporarily unable to retaliate, they too were at a disadvantage against it. Within the vine lay a natural energy field, and their energy was a finite resource. A battle of attrition would spell danger for them. Ling Jun's focus remained on the vine. Shushu, once it's clean, what should we do next? Here, sprinkle this on its wounds. Jiang Shushu hastily retrieved the homemade chili water. Indeed, this was the strategy she had just devised. Chili water inherently irritates wounds, and with the addition of spiritual spring water, the combined effect would surely affect the vine. Most crucially, since chili originates from plants, it shares a kinship with their energy, making the vine less wary of it. The pressing question now was how to apply the chili water to its wounds. I'll do it myself,
Ling Yun declared,
stepping forward to join the fray against the vine monster, wielding his water element abilities. This was the first time Jiang Shushu witnessed him using his powers in combat, and still, she had never learned what his abilities were despite their long acquaintance. This was her first time seeing him fight, and he appeared unscathed. Ling Yun, with a grave expression, enveloped the chilly water with his mental energy, forming several small water spheres, which he then directed towards the tiny wounds created by the metal element users. Previously, the vine had paid no heed to such minor injuries. Its vitality was robust and immense, rendering such wounds inconsequential. However, this time was distinctly different. What should have been a mere scratch now elicited excruciating pain and a creeping numbness, akin to losing control of oneself. The vine grew furious, yearning to unleash its wrath upon the group of unexpected intruders, yet it found itself immobilized midair, its core continuously channeling energy to those vines. Seizing the moment, the Godslayer broke free from its bindings with the last of its strength, hurtling towards Jiang Shushu like a shooting star. Before it could reach her, Jiang Shushu grasped the hilt, shouting amidst the chaos, "Xiaojiu, quickly provide it with energy." Initially absorbed in its task, the system froze at her command. This fool had gotten herself into such a predicament. Why should it be responsible for her restoration? Was accumulating energy not challenging enough? To absorb and then output? Was it merely a converter? How long would it take to gather enough for an upgrade this way? Oh, how it missed the days of collecting magical snails. Anger aside, unable to defy its master's orders, Xiaojiu complied and became the Godslayer's charger. Jiang Shushu watched as the Godslayer's sword gradually regained its dark glow, then tossed it towards the still immobilized vine. "Godslayer, you must not suffer indignity. This creature dares to treat you as a weakling. Can you tolerate that? Quickly, take its life while it is vulnerable." With that, she hurried to Ling Jun's side, handing him several bottles. "Ling Jun, these are ultra-purifying potions. While the vine is incapacitated, douse it completely." Ling Jun's expression was one of incredulity. He could not fathom when Jiang Shushu had learned to concoct such potions, let alone produce so many at once. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The vine before him was too powerful, and it could regain its senses at any moment. Ling Jun swiftly enveloped all the spiritual spring water with his mental energy and directed it toward the suspended vine. The Godslayer's sword radiated brilliantly, as the combined strength of all metal element users surged into it, akin to wielding the force of thunder as it struck fiercely at the stout vine. Simultaneously, the copious spiritual energy from its core finally broke through the numbing sensation induced by the chilly water, instantaneously healing all wounds and even augmenting its strength beyond its pre-injury state. Chapter 84. Where their SA head to a grievance, their SA master to the debt. However, just as it attempted to move, it realized it was too late. The sword's energy had already sliced through its outer layer, and the liquid that followed forcefully sought to dispel the energy within it. The remaining vines instantaneously stiffened in midair. The Godslayer was inherently powerful. Had it not been misled, it would not have easily fallen into that pit, suppressed by the vine monster utilizing its environmental advantage. Even if the vine was formidable, this was merely a small portion of its root system. The Godslayer hovered opposite the vine, triumphantly observing the severed vine roots, now reduced to a mere fragment. With this strike, it had lost its combat capability. Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gathered the remaining writhing vines at her feet, swiftly storing them in the system space to nourish Xiaojiu. This was nothing short of windfall. Despite their small number, the energy contained within them far exceeded that of what had been previously delivered. Xiaojiu was overjoyed, considering the roots of the magical Vine King. It decided to forgive the foolish sword. Who knows when it might manage to store this magical Vine King in the space. Though ambitious, it was worth entertaining the thought. What if it became a reality? Godslayer, splendid work. Jiang Shushu shouted at the sword suspended in the air. The Godslayer, feeling proud, spun in the air, its confidence bolstered, even eagerly anticipating a battle with the vine's core. With the vine's hindrance diminished, the extraordinary warriors felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Ling Jun grasped Jiang Shushu's hand, calling out to the still showboating Godslayer sword, "Take this opportunity to flee. If it regains its senses, none of us will escape. Godslayer, assist the other warriors in suppressing the surrounding demonic flora and help us with our retreat." Ling Jun furrowed his brow. Whether upon the initial discovery of the vine creature or now, after achieving a minor victory, the tension in his heart had yet to dissipate. If it were merely these lesser demonic plants and the concealed minor beasts, he would not be so vigilant. However, the vine that Godslayer had just summoned was no ordinary tendril. It was highly likely to be the king of the demonic flora in this forest. The status of the king of demonic flora in the plant realm is akin to that of the beast king among the beasts, both being immensely powerful entities. The beast king commands the beasts and devours them to enhance its own strength. In contrast, the king of demonic flora not only commands the plants but also siphons their spiritual energy to perpetually augment and heal itself. This implies that as long as it remains in the jungle, it is virtually invincible. Humanity should be grateful that the jungle cannot mobilize extensively. Otherwise, every planet would have long been overrun by the demonic flora. Ling Jun, was that vine exceedingly powerful? Yes, it was incredibly formidable, likely the sovereign of this forest. A king? That energy must be tremendous. If Xiaojiu were to absorb it, I wonder if it would level up twice in an instant. One must admit, the nature of a master often reflects in their system. Knowing they cannot win, they still dare to set such ambitious goals. Ling Jun assumed she had mistakenly misspoken and paid no heed. Indeed, its strength was remarkable. The tendril that ensnared Godslayer was likely a root of the king of demonic flora, its main body too far to reach here. After all this time, it was merely a root. If the root is this powerful, wouldn't its main body annihilate them in an instant? Jiang Shushu recalled the vines she had sent into the spatial realm earlier, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart.
Ling Yun.
What if the main body comes to seek us out for retribution? Before she could finish her sentence, a commotion erupted ahead, causing Jiang Shushu to tense up. Could it be the main body approaching? Ling Jun gently ruffled her hair, offering reassurance. Do not worry. The main body cannot move this far. Up ahead, Beiyuan and Xiqing are here with reinforcements. Fear not. We will soon be able to escape. He had just received communication indicating that Beiyuan and Xiqing were entering via the route they had traversed. Thanks to Jiang Shushu collecting all the purified demonic flora along the way, their journey had been swift and smooth. Upon hearing that Beiyuan and Xiqing were present, Jiang Shushu felt half of her anxiety lift, reserving the other half until they exited the jungle. Soon, the two teams finally converged. Jiang Feng led the way, seizing Jiang Shushu and scrutinizing her for a long moment before finally relaxing. His eyes were reddened, appearing both anxious and angry. Shu Bao, you have terrified your father. How could you venture into the jungle without knowing how perilous it is? Why have you gone so far? Jiang Shushu felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for her producing the purification potion, Ling Jun would not have allowed her to delve deep into the jungle. Ling Jun stepped forward to deflect the blame. It is my fault. We did not find anything at the edge, and thinking I had several bottles of purification potion, I assumed we would encounter no danger, so I took Shushu inside. Xiqing and Beiyuan exchanged glances, shrugging. After all, the purification potions concocted by He Mian were firmly in their possession, making the source of Ling Jun's potion evident. Jiang Feng was not oblivious to this. He understood that Ling Jun was typically prudent, while his own child was often impulsive. Yet, he should feel pleased that his son-in-law was so protective of his daughter. Xiqing approached curiously and inquired, "Where is the king of demonic flora you discovered? Why hasn't it attacked? It's just behind us." But that is merely the root system of the king of demonic flora. Godslayer severed it with a single strike and doused it in purification potion. It is currently in a state of rigidity. Ling Jun gestured behind him. They were not far from the circular pit and could clearly see several stout, upright tendrils stiffened above the murky liquid. The newly arrived ability warriors, equally curious, followed Ling Jun's gaze deeper into the jungle for the first time.
Wow.
The king of demonic flora is indeed formidable. Even its roots are so robust. If they weren't, how could they have ensnared Lord Godslayer? I wonder how Lord Godslayer, so powerful, got trapped by it? As the questioning warriors raised their concerns, those who had arrived earlier kindly offered explanations. It must be that Lord Godslayer accidentally fell into the muck below and became ensnared. After all, the liquid in that pit looks rather peculiar and might just counteract Lord Godslayer's abilities. The soldiers' gazes involuntarily followed this line of reasoning, their eyes settling on the supposedly marvelous pit. Just then, several small squeaky beasts emerged from the underbrush. Their backs arched as they left some curious substances behind in the pit before swaggering back into the foliage. The onlookers observed in disbelief. Zero Godslayer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Jiao, I told you it was a fertilizer pit. Why won't you believe me? A swarm of demonic fireflies hidden among the trees fluttered up, exclaiming, "There is a head to every grievance. Your retribution is the mouse." Chapter 85. The outside world is too treacherous. Just now, did you all say that Lord Godslayer fell into this mud pit? Someone instinctively replied, not just fell in, he has been trapped inside for quite some time. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, no one daring to speak, their eyes darting around, yet avoiding the gaze of the implicated sword. Initially, this matter felt shrouded in a thin veil, with everyone only daring to speculate quietly in their hearts. Yet a fool had to ask, and another fool had to respond. Now, what had once been mere speculation had become a reality. The Godslayer sword trembled violently, unable to maintain its form, and shot towards Jiang Shushu's embrace like a shooting star. Oh, the outside world is too perilous. It wants to go home and seek comfort. Being pulled into the clutches of demonic fireflies pales in comparison to this. However, before it could reach its master, it felt someone tugging at its tail. With a gentle flick, it was sent tumbling away. After a struggle to regain its balance and attempt to return, it noticed its master instinctively take a step back, her expression clearly rejecting. Godslayer. In this world, there is no love left. The entire sword drooped dejectedly, as though it had ears. They would be hanging low. Anyone could see it was genuinely disheartened. Jiang Shushu coughed awkwardly, feeling a sense of collapse that matched Godslayer's own. You are indeed my little brother, and we share a bond, but one cannot exploit that bond so shamelessly. I am not your mother. Godslayer inexplicably received this signal from Jiang Shushu and trembled in sadness. Just as it was about to muster the courage for another attempt, it suddenly found itself pulled into an embrace. Sichem tenderly patted it, saying, Lord Godslayer, you have truly been wronged. But do not fret, it was merely a fall into a cesspit. Who among us does not have a bit of dark history? Godslayer trembled even more violently. Ling Jun frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Shushu, disdainfully glancing at the pair of one person and one sword, and chose to ignore them. He turned to Beiyuan, urging, let us depart swiftly. The purification potion may not hold the roots for long. Should it recover,
We would not stand a chance against it.
Beiyuan nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Regardless of the circumstances, they should first reach a safe location. The warriors began to retreat in an orderly fashion, and with the absence of the root's command, the surrounding demonic flora gradually retreated to their respective territories. The group hastily made their way outward. Upon receiving Ling Jun's communication, Beiyuan had anticipated a fierce battle, but upon arrival, they found the situation resolved in advance. Moreover, aside from Godslayer enduring a small ordeal, the others remained unscathed. As the prospect of leaving the jungle loomed nearer, he finally felt a sense of relief. Even finding the mood to jest. Who would have thought that we could emerge unscathed after encountering the king of the demonic plants? If I were to share this, I fear other combat teams would struggle to believe it. Sichem tightly clutched the divine sword in his arms, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness my lord's magnificent strike against the demonic flora. If only I could see it once more, I would have no regrets. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt the sword stir within his embrace, and in the next moment, the divine sword broke free and lashed out at Jiang Shushu, who stood beside him. Sichem was taken aback. My lord cannot harm her. She is one of us. The words barely formed on his lips when he froze. Thick vines had appeared from who knows where, ready to strike Jiang Shushu, only to be intercepted by the divine sword. Perhaps thwarted by the failed ambush, the vines writhed angrily, producing a rustling sound from their branches and leaves. Ling Jun, who had been walking alongside Jiang Shushu, was the first to sense the danger. As the vine's attack drew near, it was too late for him to evade. In a moment of desperation, he embraced her, activating his defensive shield to withstand the blow. Fortunately, the divine sword's timely intervention blocked the remaining attacks. Beiyuan and Sichem swiftly joined them, and upon seeing Ling Jun spitting out blood, Sichem's face turned ashen as he forcefully pushed Jiang Shushu away. Jiang Shushu stumbled from the shove, but thankfully, Zhang Feng arrived just in time to steady her. He frowned at Jiang Shushu, who shared the same pallor of fright, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction toward Sichem. What kind of friend constantly interferes in the affairs of a couple? How are you, Ling Jun? Is your injury severe? I'm fine, just a minor wound, Ling Jun reassured, shaking his head. He had merely been shaken by the residual force of the vine's attack, and thankfully, activating the shield had absorbed most of the impact. The remaining damage was mitigated further by his combat suit, leaving only a slight energy transfer upon impact, not even disturbing his mental sea. Only then did Beiyuan and Sichem relax, urging him to sit and recuperate while they organized the warriors to assist the divine sword against the vines. Jiang Shushu bit her lip and squatted beside Ling Jun, her gaze complex as she regarded him. Just moments ago, when the vines attacked, Ling Jun had clearly had both the time and strength to evade. He could have simply left her be. Yet, he had chosen to act contrary to her expectations, risking injury to save her. Was it merely due to the bond of marriage? Ling Jun observed her shifting expressions, his eyes darkening slightly, before he smiled and feigned nonchalance, gesturing toward the divine sword and the trembling vines. Look, these are the true vines of the demonic plant king. They differ from the vine roots we encountered earlier. The vine roots lack the potency of these vines. However, the main body is too far away to send much energy here. With so many of us present, the vines will struggle to gain the upper hand in a real fight. Jiang Shushu remained silent for a moment, following his lead with another question. Then why go through such trouble to attack us? Perhaps out of resentment. The potent purification elixir you produced was exceedingly effective against it. I suspect it bears a grudge, having targeted you as soon as it arrived here. Is it just a plant? Can it really hold a grudge?
Ling Yun chuckled softly.
After all, it is the king of the jungle. However, I fear we may not be able to return to this forest in the future. Jiang Shushu felt a pang of guilt. Have I caused you trouble? Not at all. We frequently change our hunting grounds. The demonic plants are notoriously petty. To avoid their united retaliation, we often rotate locations. Jiang Shushu's guilt dissipated instantly. Well, since we need to change locations anyway, perhaps the next one will be even better? After all, with the demonic plant king drawn out, continuing to fight here may yield no rewards. Indeed, as Ling Jun had predicted, the strength of these vines was not formidable. With the added power of the divine sword and the enhancement of the ability users, they swiftly severed the remaining vines. Seizing the opportunity while the vines were still weakened, they made a hasty retreat. The divine sword had intended to strike while the iron was hot, but Jiang Shushu grasped its hilt and pulled it away. What need is there for a kill? Its life force is still quite robust. Chapter 86. You may have that intention. After all the commotion, much of the afternoon had slipped away, and Bei Yuan led the troop back to their encampment. Liang Yuyu and He Nianyan, who had been in the alchemy tent, were sent back by Bei Yuan after lunch, having not participated in the search for the divine sword. Upon hearing that the main force had returned, they hurriedly came out to greet them. Wow! The divine sword has been found? Where did you locate it? I knew it. With the divine sword's strength, it surely would not encounter danger. By the way, where did you find it? The last question, initially an innocuous remark, was transformed into an inquiry by He Nianyan, who watched in astonishment as the sword, which had been clinging to Jiang Shushu, suddenly vanished from sight. Next, He Nianyan and Liang Yuyu were treated to a detailed recounting of the event. Of course, the divine sword could not hear it, as it had already hidden itself away in Si Chen's tent. Don't listen. It doesn't want to hear. After all, it is the magnificent divine sword. It merely fell victim to that group of demonic luminescent beasts. Those wretched demonic luminescent beasts. One day I shall exterminate their entire lineage. The divine sword thought furiously as its anger intensified, causing it to gradually slide down the wall to the ground. Time passed and gentle footsteps soon echoed, heralding the arrival of a young boy in the tent. Liang Yuyu bent down, amusement dancing in his eyes as he gazed at the sword, which seemed to wear an expression of existential despair. He lifted it and placed it on the table. He had already heard the entire story and knew that during the retreat from the jungle, it had been the divine sword that first spotted the vines, protecting Jiang Shushu and Ling Jun from the attack. Moreover, his sister had entrusted him with the task of persuading it. With that in mind, Liang Yuyu activated his light brain and retrieved a video he had made. Divine sword, come watch this delightful little video I prepared for you. A daily listen will surely uplift your spirits and invigorate your mind. The divine sword remained motionless. Liang Yuyu wasted no time, adjusting the light screen above the sword and pressing the play button. Soon, an enchanting yet catchy tune filled the tent. 5 words floated down from the sky. They are not matters of great concern, yet the heart dances with joy, transforming into a ray of light that dazzles all. The divine sword? After all, Ling Jun had sustained injuries while saving her, and Jiang Shushu felt a deep sense of guilt. To express her gratitude, she personally ventured into the kitchen to discuss with Fang Chenghan the preparation of several new dishes. Of course, she provided the ingredients and ideas, while Fang Chenghan handled the cooking. If she were to attempt it herself, her mediocre culinary skills might lead to more grievances than gratitude. As dusk approached, Jiang Shushu arrived at Ling Jun's tent, carrying a thermos box filled with food. She laid the meal out on the table and then retrieved 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Ling Jun was momentarily taken aback. What is this? You were injured. So to repay your life-saving grace, I've devised some new dishes. They are all rather light to aid in your recovery. I prepared them to accompany you, just in case you find them unpalatable, Jiang Shushu explained naturally as she settled beside him. Actually, that's not necessary. Are you about to say that we are bound by marriage and that is why you saved me?
Ling Yun fell silent.
For he indeed wished to voice such thoughts. Not long ago, he had pushed walls back for her, only to be misunderstood as seeking to distance himself due to their union. It was during that moment he realized Jiang Shushu did not harbor feelings for him and was intent on breaking their engagement. He often felt as if she existed outside their circle, observing everyone with an appreciative gaze, much like one would admire a flower or a blade of grass. regardless of whether it was him or an unfamiliar person, even her cousin who loved to mock and ridicule her. The only sentiment they elicited in her was a profound loathing for Xingnan. The attitudes of others held no significance for her. She would not squander even a minute pondering them. She possessed her own principles and boundaries, yet it seemed as if she had none. He had encountered those who were cruel and disdainful towards him, as well as those who flattered him. But never had he met someone who appreciated him, yet did not harbor fondness for him. A perplexing and bewildering conundrum. Thus, he eventually acquiesced to Zhou Xiangming's advice, intending to commence as friends and gradually transition to lovers. At that moment, when she inquired if his act of saving her was due to their marital connection, he wished to respond with a declaration of affection, but instead, he simply lifted his bowl of soup, contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. "Do you like me?" Coughing violently upon hearing this unexpected question, Ling Jun was taken aback, sputtering water and succumbing to a fit of coughs. Evidently, she had misjudged. Ling Jun was merely a selfless savior. For some inexplicable reason, a tinge of disappointment washed over Jiang Shushu as she observed the typically aloof and elegant man turning crimson and coughing uncontrollably, igniting a flicker of guilt within her. Hastily, she approached him, patting his back while explaining, "Oh, please don't take it to heart. I was merely asking, with no ulterior motive. I am especially grateful for your rescue. I've heard it said that one should repay a life debt with their own." Ling Jun nearly choked on his cough, desperate to utter something, yet unable to articulate a single word. It was absurd for her to utter such things, although any woman would be tempted by a man of such striking beauty. She was a woman of virtue, and could not repay kindness with enmity. Thus, she withdrew her hand from his back, hastily clarifying, "No, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude." However, just as she retracted her hand halfway, it was seized firmly. Ling Jun's face flushed like a bride beneath her veil, his gaze imbued with a faint shyness and awkwardness. After finally suppressing his cough, he spoke in a voice laced with a delicate, enticing rasp. "You may indeed interpret it that way." "What?" Jiang Shushu was left in a daze. "What I mean is, my affection for you is not rooted in our marital bond, nor is it merely because I saved you. It is solely for who you are, nothing more." Ling Jun felt his face ablaze, yet he feigned composure as he confessed feelings he had long harbored. "Simply because of who you are, nothing else?" Had she just received a confession? Jiang Shushu gazed at the man seated opposite her, her mind erupting in a cacophony of confusion, her blood rushing to her head. She mused that her face might even be redder than Ling Jun's. After all, he was the most handsome man she had ever encountered in her 2 lifetimes. To claim indifference to such striking features would be an outright falsehood. Chapter 87. Last night's memories assault me. Even as she lay in bed, Jiang Shushu remained in a dazed state, her mind replaying the image of the man's handsome visage, his alluring lips, and the warmth of his breath that had brushed against her face. She recalled how she had been swept away by his beauty, succumbing to an impulsive urge to lean in closer. The more she thought about it, the more her head felt as if it were pulsating with blood. Ling Jun's warm hand resting on her waist felt as though it were scratching at her heart, robbing her of sleep for the first time in her life. Upon waking the next morning with swollen eyes, He Mian was taken aback. "Shushu, what happened to your eyes? Why are they so swollen? Were you frightened by yesterday's events?" Jiang Shushu felt a twinge of guilt. It was merely a lack of sleep. "You don't look like someone who didn't sleep well. You look like you've been up to something naughty," He Mian exclaimed, producing a jar of ointment from her belongings. "This is a beauty balm I concocted. Though it appears small, the ingredients are quite precious. Just look at how few spirit masters like you bother with their appearance. Your former fiancé, Xingnan, bought a jar of this balm for Jiang Lanyi for 50,000 interstellar coins. But don't worry, what I'm giving you is far superior." As she spoke, He Mian applied the ointment to the corners of Jiang Shushu's eyes and gently massaged it in. After about 3 minutes, the swelling had completely subsided. He Mian examined her face and, satisfied, remarked, "This little face of yours, even without any products, is so supple it could almost produce water. I envy you." Jiang Shushu shrugged helplessly, glancing at the mirror to see her innocent and charming reflection, blinking her eyes in disbelief. In truth, the spirit spring water in her space was quite effective. A single sip could alleviate any physical discomfort, rendering ointments unnecessary. However, since He Mian's intentions were kind, she felt reluctant to refuse. He Mian handed her the ointment, saying, "This jar is new. Consider it a gift." Jiang Shushu was taken aback. I can't accept this. I have no money. What do you mean money? It's just a jar of ointment, and it's my own concoction. You can come to me for more whenever you need it, He Mian reassured her. After all, she had made her first friend among spirit masters. It was only natural to exchange small gifts to deepen their bond. Jiang Shushu held the ointment in her hands, unsure of what to say. Since arriving in the interstellar realm, she had been focused solely on survival, hardly having the luxury to consider purchasing beauty products, let alone those costing tens of thousands of interstellar coins. She recalled seeing Shengnan buy gifts for Jiang Lanyi. Although they weren't the most expensive, they were certainly not cheap. And she had to admit that Shengnan's affection for Jiang Lanyi was sincere. Yet, the ointment He Mian had given her was even more valuable than what Shengnan had purchased. After much hesitation, Jiang Shushu ultimately accepted it. Rejecting a friend's heartfelt gift would be impolite, and she could always find an opportunity to reciprocate with a gift of equal value later. Seeing her acceptance, the tension hidden in He Mian's eyes dissipated, and she gleefully took Jiang Shushu by the arm, leading her off the spaceship towards the kitchen for breakfast. As the warriors had already departed for a change of hunting grounds, they encountered no one along the way. Just as Jiang Shushu began to relax, she looked up and found Ling Jun standing outside the kitchen door. Clad in combat attire, his tall figure and composed, handsome face bore a deep and inscrutable gaze, laden with emotions that both unsettled and intrigued her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a small injury at the corner of his lips, which became apparent as he pressed his lips together, causing his throat to subtly move. Jiang Shushu thought, last night's memories have suddenly overwhelmed me. She grasped He Mian's wrist, covering her forehead and clearing her throat, her eyes darting around without daring to meet Ling Jun's gaze. Mian, let us go to the pharmacy. He Mian looked puzzled. Aren't we here for breakfast? Ling Jun interjected, breakfast has been saved for you. There's no rush for alchemy. You need to eat well to have the strength to work. Deputy Ling is right. Let us eat together. He Mian insisted, pulling Jiang Shushu along while waving to Ling Jun. Deputy Ling, are you feeling better today? You need to take good care of your injuries before participating in the operations. You must not use your abilities until then, to prevent any mental breakdowns. Ling Jun nodded but said nothing, his gaze fixated on Jiang Shushu. Noticing her discomfort, he paused momentarily, offering a gentle smile as he said, I've already eaten. I have some matters to attend to. Before either of them could respond, he turned and left. However, just a few steps away, he halted, taking a moment before striding away. He Mian observed this peculiar departure and sensed an odd atmosphere. Deputy Ling doesn't seem to have any issues with me, does he? She wondered aloud. No, he probably just overindulged at breakfast. When the person departed, Jiang Shushu instantly regained her composure, feeling that even her breathing had become considerably smoother. Jiang Shushu was never picky about food, especially since this meal required no effort on her part. Considering that she had stayed awake all night and needed to replenish her strength, she consumed the remainder of the meal after He Mian finished. With food in her stomach, she naturally felt invigorated enough to work. He Mian enthusiastically suggested, Shushu, I am going to concoct a level 1 spirit medicine, the awakening powder. Didn't you see me make it the other day? Would you like to try it with me today? Is it really alright for me to join? Jiang Shushu hesitated. Of course. With me by your side to supervise. What is there to fear? Come on, let us start with a batch together, and I assure you, it will be a resounding success. The two made their way to the alchemy tent, where He Mian gathered the necessary materials for the awakening powder and urged Jiang Shushu to begin. Jiang Shushu hesitated a bit and softly suggested, I do prefer to do it outside. The tent feels a bit cramped, and I can't move freely. Please forgive her slight selfishness. After all, an explosion in the realm of spirit alchemists was hardly a matter of pride. Moreover, she thought, with He Mian safeguarding her today, perhaps it wouldn't explode again. After all, she was only a level 4 beginner spirit alchemist. How could she possibly feel restricted? The tent was quite spacious. Never mind. I'll go along with your preference. Do whatever feels comfortable for you. In truth, the location was not of great consequence for spirit alchemists, whether outdoors or indoors. It mattered little, primarily depending on the alchemist's preference. However, those of their standing generally placed great importance on status, and each spirit alchemist possessed their own unique secrets, which they kept hidden, leaving little desire to display them in public. They stepped outside the tent, where Jiang Shushu chose a spacious spot and took out the newly purchased alchemical cauldron. Although she had once inadvertently produced a divine artifact, she strictly speaking did not comprehend the principles behind it or how she had succeeded. In fact, if she were to attempt it again, she would have no confidence whatsoever. Rather than waste time grappling with a potentially disastrous artifact, she would prefer to focus on the spirit medicine she was familiar with. Jiang Shushu personally utilized her wood-type abilities to sort through the spirit herbs and, after a moment of contemplation regarding the cauldron, she let out a long breath and prepared to ignite the fire beneath it. Chapter 88. Just like when she concocted it? Just as Jiang Shushu commenced her work, Ling Jun approached quietly from an unknown direction. He made no sound to interrupt, but stood a short distance behind her, watching silently. He Mian turned around, startled to find him so close, and hurriedly shifted aside, murmuring, "Your Highness, I have already given the items to Miss Shushu." Ling Jun maintained an indifferent expression, his gaze never leaving the figure in front of him. He Mian pondered for a moment and added softly, "Rest assured, I will ensure Miss Shushu is well taught. I guarantee her rapid progress." Upon hearing this, Ling Jun offered a faint nod. He Mian's heart, which had been racing since morning, finally settled, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. It was rare for His Highness to seek her out, yet it was merely for such a trivial matter. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, she would have willingly helped her friend. During the day, nearly all the combat teams had departed for hunting, leaving this area remarkably tranquil. The three of them silently observed the bubbling cauldron, especially He Mian, whose expression was grave, her entire focus fixed on the cauldron. She mentally reviewed the process Jiang Shushu had just completed with the herbs. Excellent, there was not a single error. She checked the fire beneath the cauldron. It was neither too strong nor too weak, just right. She took a moment to inhale the faint medicinal aroma wafting from the cauldron. Indeed, it was the level 1 awakening powder, and the spiritual energy was quite sufficient. All indications suggested that this endeavor would surely be a success. He Mian's heart instantly relaxed, a smile creeping onto her lips, but the next moment, that smile froze on her face.
Boom!
A cloud of dark ash erupted and rained down upon her, settling on her head, body, and shoulders. Stunned, she gazed through the haze at Jiang Shushu, who had turned to face her with an expression of guilt, and at Ling Jun, who had somehow appeared beside her.
Jiang Shushu blinked at Ling Jun.
Having noticed that he had swiftly moved to her side when the cauldron exploded, leaving them both unscathed despite the billowing ash around them. Once the ash finally settled, she hurried over to the now sooty He Mian, her face filled with remorse. "Mian, were you frightened?" He Mian remained in shock, still trying to process what had happened. "Is this how you usually concoct?" "Yes," Jiang Shushu replied. He Mian fell silent, suddenly realizing why the subpar cauldron Jiang Shushu had purchased previously had deteriorated so quickly. Even a top-tier cauldron could not withstand such explosions. While she took a moment to change her clothes, Jiang Shushu looked at the ground covered in ash and couldn't help but sigh. "It seems I might truly be unfit for alchemy."
Ling Jun consoled her.
"It's all right. Look at the many spirit alchemists who failed to concoct their medicines, yet there is only one who can produce divine artifacts." Jiang Shushu chuckled softly. "Are you suggesting I should take pride in that?" "To be honest, I am utterly clueless about crafting artifacts. In comparison, I am far more proficient with alchemy. Moreover," she silently added in her heart, having never studied artifact crafting, yet succeeding on the first attempt, if word spread, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a monster by those with ulterior motives. Once Jiang Shushu had cleaned the cauldron, He Mian returned, having changed into a fresh set of clothes. She looked at Jiang Shushu with an odd and mystical expression. "In truth, I admire you quite a bit. Not only have I never encountered anyone who has exploded a cauldron, but even among all the spirit alchemists in our empire, there hasn't been one who has done so each time like you. That is indeed a unique skill." Jiang Shushu replied, "You not only find my situation peculiar, but your comforting abilities are quite impressive too. Nonetheless, I was paying attention just now. Every step you took was correct. Logically, there should not have been an explosion." He Mian remarked, furrowing her brow in thought. "How about this? Why don't you observe me concocting another batch, and we can compare to determine where the problem lies?" Jiang Shushu nodded obediently. The two soon prepared another set of materials for the awakening powder. Since it was merely a level 1 spirit medicine, the materials required were not costly, and the military had prepared plenty. He Mian retrieved her commonly used cauldron and skillfully ignited the fire beneath it. As she systematically added the herbs one by one, she explained the principles to Jiang Shushu. Internally, she was determined. She truly did not believe that as a level 4 spirit alchemist, she would only manage to cause explosions while teaching a level 1 spirit medicine. Normally, She had to rely on her own exploration, but with someone teaching her today, Jiang Shushu was very earnest in her studies. As the cauldron began to bubble and emit steam, she instinctively released her spiritual energy to probe inside the cauldron. Inside, white smoke billowed, and her spiritual energy gradually sank to the bottom of the cauldron. Jiang Shushu scrutinized the differences compared to her own previous concoction. A rich green liquid swirled within the cauldron, surrounded by rising steam, bubbling as though it were boiling, gradually beginning to concentrate. Unable to resist, Jiang Shushu stroked her chin. This looked remarkably similar to her previous concoction. Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out.
Boom.
Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shushu dashed towards her chosen spot, and at the same time, Ling Jun leaped to her side. Once again, a cloud of dark ash fell upon He Mianmian. A profound silence enveloped them. Jiang Shushu, did you do something to me? He Mianmian lamented, looking down at her newly changed attire, now turned black. Jiang Shushu rushed over to comfort her. I didn't do anything. It's perfectly fine. It was merely an explosion. I experience them all the time. Just as she spoke, her tone faltered as she realized something, and she questioned with curiosity, Mianmian, why did you also experience an explosion? Have you ever had such an incident before? Of course not. I have never had an explosion while concocting. He Mianmian vehemently denied. Jiang Shushu spoke with a hint of exasperation. Can the explosion of the furnace be contagious? Surely not. It is not a disease, merely alchemy. How could it possibly spread? Ling Jun turned around and cast a glance at He Mianmian. Think about it. Was there anything different during the refining process just now compared to before? Different? He Mianmian paused, bewildered. No, there was nothing unusual. The cauldron was one I have used frequently, and the medicinal herbs were provided by Siqing. I checked them thoroughly, and there were no issues. Furthermore, I have refined this spiritual medicine countless times. There should not have been any complications. At this point, she seemed to recall something. When I was controlling the cauldron earlier, I sensed another presence approaching. Now that I think of it, that aura felt quite familiar. She furrowed her brows, trying to recall where she had felt it before. It was indeed very familiar, as if she had encountered it just moments ago.
Oh.
It was identical to the aura from when Shushu was refining just now.
Me?
Jiang Shushu was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Chapter 89. How can one explode their own furnace while also causing others to explode? If we are to consider the proximity of that aura, it seems her mental energy had entered He Mianmian's cauldron just moments ago. Could it be that He Mianmian's furnace explosion was a result of her mental energy? Or perhaps, even her own explosion was due to this factor? Oh my goodness. Jiang Shushu urgently thought, Little 9. Did my furnace explosion occur because my mental energy entered the cauldron? It seems like it could be. What do you mean seems like? It either is or it isn't. Then it should be. Jiang Shushu's tone grew colder. You were the one who told me to let my mental energy enter the cauldron for inspection, and now you claim the furnace exploded because of it? But master, I only suggested it as a trial. Initially, I had no idea that entering the cauldron with mental energy would lead to explosions. I merely thought it would help you learn faster. Little 9 struggled to explain. So you figured it out later? Her icy tone made Little 9 feel a chill. Despite being merely a system, it hurriedly replied, Master, after I upgraded, I sensed the restrictions of this world. For some unknown reason, this world does not permit mental energy to enter the cauldron, as it disrupts the cohesion of energy. However, because your soul does not belong to this world, the rules cannot hinder you. Jiang Shushu seethed with anger. Even if my mental energy can't be obstructed, you still shouldn't have misled me into the cauldron. Were all those practice sessions in vain? This uselessness had been evident from the start. She had only trusted it because, in her initial weakness, it had been her sole ally. Suppressing her fury, she asked in a low voice, If you knew about this later, why didn't you inform me? Because I discovered that each time your mental energy entered the cauldron, it became more solidified. To be precise, during the furnace explosions, your mental energy was consistently advancing, and your mental sea was becoming increasingly stable. Think about it. In the early stages after every refining session, you would feel exhausted and needed to drink spiritual spring water to recover. Yet now, even after a full day of explosions, you don't feel fatigued at all. Moreover, your mental energy remains in the cauldron for longer periods. Wasn't it the spiritual spring water that improved my constitution? While the spiritual spring water is indeed miraculous, its effects require a long time to manifest significantly. Moreover, it primarily enhances physical constitution. In the earlier stages, Much of your fatigue stemmed from the discord between your soul and body. The more you engage with the primal powers of this world, the more you will integrate into it. Primal power?
Discord?
Jiang Shushu murmured softly. She felt as though a thin veil surrounded her, obscuring something. If only she could lift it, she might glimpse the truth, yet it remained just out of reach. Exactly. Weren't we previously concerned about the machine from the Empire Star that could probe souls? Once your mental energy is solidified and your soul and body are perfectly aligned, we need not fear it any longer. At that point, you will be free to pursue whatever you desire. Jiang Shushu was at a loss for words.
So,
you mean to say that in order to train my mental energy, I must continuously explode furnaces? Little Nine shrank back. Although this was indeed the quickest route, it dared not admit it. There were many ways to solidify mental energy without resorting to such self-destructive measures. Jiang Shushu frowned, her voice frigid. Little Nine, I trust you enough to believe in you. I do not wish for any further secrets to be kept from me. You still desire an energy body, do you not? If you mislead me again, you may as well forget about it. After enduring this internal strife for so long, only to discover she had been misled, was enough to infuriate anyone. Little Nine dared not speak further. Though it was a threat, it was effective. Jiang Shushu finally grasped the reason behind the furnace explosions, casting a glance at He Mian that held a touch of guilt. Mian, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've just realized that your furnace explosion was due to me. Really because of you? How did you manage not only to explode your own furnace, but also mine? He Mian asked, astonished. She wasn't angry. Rather, she found the situation peculiar and novel. As this was said, even Ling Jun's curiosity was piqued. He Mian was correct. Causing a furnace explosion was no simple feat. How had she managed to not only explode her own, but also affect another's?
well,
It was because my mental energy entered your cauldron while you were refining just now, Jiang Shushu explained. However, before she could elaborate further, He Mian interrupted. What did you just say? Your mental energy entered my cauldron. She looked utterly astonished. How could your mental energy enter my cauldron? I can't even enter it myself.
how did you manage that?
Because I am not like you native interstellar humans. Jiang Shushu thought to herself. You are restricted, but I am not. However, this blatant revelation of her being a monster could not be spoken aloud, so she resorted to half-truths. I don't know. I just happened to enter.
No.
But why would you even think to enter the cauldron? He Mian questioned, exasperated.
Why?
Because a certain system wanted to temper her mental energy, and she, being new to this realm, trusted this dubious system. Yet she could not voice this. So Jiang Shushu continued with her half-truths. I inadvertently discovered that entering the cauldron with mental energy is much quicker than self-cultivation and significantly beneficial for enhancing abilities. After all, I was always labeled as a waste material, so I thought any method that could boost my power was worthwhile. Although, it does have one downside. It consumes a lot of cauldron materials. A little? He Mian stared at her in disbelief. This is called a little? This is called a lot. However, she simply could not comprehend how such occurrences could transpire in the interstellar realm. A person long deemed a waste could effortlessly refine a superior grade, a tributeless spiritual stone, with mental energy seamlessly entering the cauldron. Even if the outcome was merely an explosion, that was still rather terrifying. For her family, though merely merchants, her father traversed the southern and northern planets, gathering extensive information and curiosities. She had perused both the official histories and the wild tales of the stars, and never had she encountered a waste who possessed the ability to enter a cauldron with their mental energy during refining. Such a thing was unheard of. What kind of waste was she? He Mian felt as though her understanding had been utterly shattered, her entire thought process left in a state of shock. Do you know that while you were initially a genius, you should perhaps tone down the genius act? People can be frightened to death, you know? Ling Jun was equally astonished by Jiang Shushu's actions. So, you mean to say that the issues with your previous furnace explosions were due to your mental energy entering the cauldron? Jiang Shushu blinked her innocent eyes. You all must let me explain. I only just learned about this. Chapter 90. Why learn anything else when you can learn to explode furnaces? Jiang Shushu's eyes drooped with worry, uncertain of how Ling Jun and He Mian would perceive her actions upon learning of this matter. After all, according to Xiaoju, the rules of this world prohibited spiritual energy from entering the medicinal cauldron, rendering her actions rather unconventional in their eyes. Oh my goodness! How could you possess such an ability? He Mian's exclamation rang out. Jiang Shushu's heart tightened, but she soon heard her continue. This is simply too cool and incredible. Shushu, you must tell me how you've accomplished this. I yearn to have such a gift as well. Just imagine being able to enter the cauldron and witness the process of spirit medicine formation. How exhilarating. He Mian grasped her arm, her eyes sparkling with genuine enthusiasm. If possible, I would love to give it a try too. Although I lack the talent to become a spirit master, being able to witness the refinement of spirit medicine firsthand would be a blessing. Ling Jun chuckled softly, his gaze toward Jiang Shushu filled with admiration and affection. What is it about you two that makes you wish to learn such things? Do you want to follow her in blowing up cauldrons? She softly inquired.
What is so strange about that?
He Mian replied. Your ability is a rare gift. Others would covet it but cannot obtain it. Just think, something that the entire interstellar community cannot achieve, yet only I can. That's truly genius, wouldn't you agree? Her expression radiated longing, clearly sincere in her words. Jiang Shushu mercilessly shattered her fantasy. And you want to blow up cauldrons too? Didn't you say that practicing with spiritual energy and supernatural abilities was immensely beneficial? That implies this cauldron explosion wasted some spiritual plants, which is hardly a significant loss compared to the potential for enhancing one's strength. Ling Jun's demeanor was nonchalant, as though the wasted spiritual plants were beneath his concern. He Mian nodded vigorously. Exactly. My family shop has plenty of spiritual plants, and I waste a lot when practicing. Yet I see no progress at all. If merely blowing up cauldrons could lead to improvement, my father would be overjoyed. He'd surely want me to blow up 100 cauldrons a day. Jiang Shushu sighed, feeling a wave of sadness. Indeed. The world of the wealthy is beyond the comprehension of someone as impoverished as I. So, Shushu, can you teach me how to blow up cauldrons? He Mian inquired, her smile wide and sincere. Ling Jun stood nearby, his expression equally intrigued. Has the world gone mad? Jiang Shushu thought. Just recently, she had been mocked for blowing up cauldrons, and now she encountered two eager to learn the very same skill. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't touched by their enthusiasm. While she had initially felt heavy-hearted, the light-hearted banter of Ling Jun and He Mian had significantly lifted her spirits. Deep down, she understood that their desire to learn about blowing up cauldrons was merely a means of comforting her. Amused, she gazed at the two curious souls before her. Well, let us keep this under wraps, or people might think I'm intentionally leading you astray. Blowing up cauldrons is unrealistic. Mian, why don't you teach me how to refine spirit medicine instead? All right, now that we understand the reasons for our previous failures, let us try refining again, starting with the level 1 awakening powder. He Mian sighed in relief and immediately began gathering a selection of spiritual plants. Ling Jun ruffled Jiang Shushu's hair gently. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if this attempt doesn't succeed, practicing more will surely yield results. Although it was merely a brush against her hair. Jiang Shushu froze, memories of the previous night flooding her mind. Lifting her gaze to Ling Jun, she found him smiling warmly back at her, his eyes brimming with affection and encouragement. After becoming accustomed to his aloof demeanor, she nearly found herself dazzled by his smile. Regaining her composure, she steadied her voice and replied softly. This marked her first attempt at refining since arriving in the interstellar realm. Even if it was just a level 1 spirit medicine, Jiang Shushu regarded it with utmost seriousness. She first nurtured the spiritual plants with her wood-type abilities, then methodically placed each one into the cauldron in sequence. Next, she settled beside it to control the fireball, deliberately refraining from allowing her spiritual energy to enter the cauldron again. Before long, a faint medicinal aroma wafted from the cauldron. With no spiritual energy entering, the cauldron indeed showed no signs of exploding, remaining stable until the fireball extinguished. Once the cauldron cooled, Jiang Shushu and He Mian eagerly lifted the lid to inspect the contents, exchanging a silent glance filled with anticipation. Ling Jun approached, concerned by their silence. What's wrong? Excitement bubbled within Jiang Shushu as she leapt up to embrace him. Ling Jun, I did it. I'm so happy. This is my first time successfully refining spirit medicine. Congratulations. Having achieved your first success, future attempts will surely be smoother. Ling Jun supported her, ensuring she didn't stumble. Not only did she succeed, but she also exceeded expectations. He Mian teased, glancing between them. Jiang Shushu felt a hint of shyness wash over her as she returned to the cauldron. Are you saying the spirit medicine exceeded the expected level? He Mian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, this doesn't resemble a level 1 medium. It appears more akin to a level 1 pinnacle awakening powder. She gazed at Jiang Shushu, her heart quietly sighing. Indeed, innate awakening is formidable. To achieve such a phenomenon on your very first attempt is remarkable. Instances of spirit medicine exceeding levels are rare. Typically, a recipe adheres to its designated level. Like this level 1 medium awakening powder, there have been occurrences of exceeding levels, but those were by level 3 alchemists. I've never encountered someone achieving an exceedance on their first attempt like you. Haha, didn't you call me a genius? What's a genius, without some real skill? Oh dear, a few compliments and you're soaring high. How embarrassing. Don't get too carried away. Let us attempt to refine other spirit medicines. I'll go prepare the medicinal plants. Bailey, did you hear those 2 explosions just now? It must have been that useless sister of yours causing the ruckus. Baiyu remarked, standing outside and gazing disdainfully at the neighboring encampment. Jiang Lanyi stood beside her, casting a blank expression in her direction. How do you know it was her? I specifically inquired. She blows up cauldrons every day at home. I've heard that her neighbors could no longer tolerate the noise and sold their houses to move away. Baiyu rolled her eyes at the neighboring camp, her expression brightening as she turned back. What could that waste produce? Compared to Lanyi, she is leagues behind. After her remark, she smugly added, she is certainly far inferior to you. Chapter 91. The explosive results of cauldron blowing. Jiang Lanyi was somewhat surprised. She had known about Jiang Shushu's cauldron blowing incident back on Chihan Star, but she had not heard about the neighbors selling their homes due to the explosions. If that is the case, the property values on that street are bound to plummet. Seeing Jiang Lanyi deep in thought and silent, Baiyu's eyes flickered before she continued, I also heard that the marshal's god-slaying sword has been following that waste. I wonder what sort of sorcery she used to deceive the god-slaying lord. Lanyi, why don't we go ask her? You're so kind and beautiful. Surely you're more appealing to the god-slaying lord than she is. In her heart, she harbored a desire that if they could get the god-slaying sword to join their battle team, Shengnen would undoubtedly be thrilled and would see her in a new light. At that point, her status in the team would not be any less than Lanyi's. Have you finished your work for today? I heard Shengnan instructed you to refine 5 baskets of raw stones. How much have you completed? Jiang Lanyi turned to her, her voice gentle. I've already refined 1 basket, Baiyu stammered when the topic of work came up. Then let us finish the work before discussing anything else. Shengnan is waiting for our refined spirit stones and medicines. Today marks the first day of the battle team's hunting here, if everything goes smoothly. It will bode well, don't you think? Jiang Lanyi smiled warmly at her, glancing into the distance before turning to enter the alchemy tent. Watching her departing figure, Baiyu stomped her foot in frustration. She had initially intended to mock Jiang Shushu, as she had just recently advanced to a level 2 alchemist and was in dire need of an opportunity to gain notoriety. If she could outshine Jiang Shushu, the so-called innate waste, in alchemy, not only would everyone remember her name, but it would also indirectly serve to embarrass Shengnan. However, Lanyi's words hold a measure of truth. Today marks the first day of the operations team's hunt on Phantom Star number 5. And successfully completing the mission outweighs all else. Alas, I shall temporarily spare Jiang Shushu, that useless one. There will be ample opportunities to trample her later. Baiyu scoffed softly before turning and entering the tent.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Shushu had successfully concocted several batches and was beaming with pride as she shared her joy of success with Ling Jun and He Mianmian. Behold, this is a peak-level awakening powder, and here we have a second-tier purification potion along with a second-tier detox pill. What a pity! Aside from the fact that I managed to elevate the awakening powder, the other 2 elixirs are rather standard, just as always.
sigh.
Wouldn't it be splendid if they could all be elevated? Ling Jun couldn't help but chuckle at her remarks. To have succeeded on your first formal attempt is already commendable. He Mianmian looked at her with exasperation. From your tone, it seems you're rather disappointed that you didn't elevate the other 2? If you continue to gloat like this, it's a bit excessive. When I first concocted those 2 potions, I practiced for several months before achieving success, wasting quite a few herbs in the process. Even after my initial success, subsequent attempts were often fraught with failure. The stability of a spiritualist's concocting state isn't guaranteed every time. Even now, as a level 4 alchemist, I still face a failure rate of 1 or 2 out of 10 when crafting second-tier potions. For third-tier potions, a 50% success rate is considered good. To think that Jiang Shushu could progress from a novice to a second-tier alchemist in just half a day is something I've never heard of. Truly, she is the only innate awakener from Suhuang Star in over a decade. Her talent is indeed a source of envy for us awakened ones with backgrounds. He Mianmian felt a twinge of smugness, but only Jiang Shushu understood that she was not being ostentatious. In both her previous life and in this interstellar realm, She possessed an extraordinary sensitivity towards plants. She could ascertain the vitality of a plant at a glance, let alone the knowledge she gained from her past life in cultivating medicinal herbs, where she was well-versed in their efficacy and pharmacology. Coupled with the fact that she had been cleansing her body with spiritual spring water, the hidden ailments left by the original owner had long since dissipated, enhancing her sensitivity even further. Her mental prowess now allowed her to simulate the real-time state of spiritual herbs without needing to enter the cauldron, thus eliminating the possibility of waste during the refining process. In this light, her internal mental assessment proved quite beneficial, yielding impressive results despite the previous furnace explosions. With Jiang Shushu mastering the art of alchemy, the demand for spiritual herbs within the operations team no longer fell solely on He Mianmian. Their collaborative efforts made the refining process significantly more efficient. Ling Jun stood silently to the side, observing the two as they huddled together, discussing and sharing insights about their successes, and chose not to disrupt their moment as he quietly departed. Due to the god-slaying sword, he had long wished to find an opportunity to enroll Jiang Shushu in the Instrument Engineering Institute. After all, judging by her previous struggles with alchemy, it was evident that her aptitude lay more with crafting instruments. However, now that the issue of the furnace explosions had been resolved, her remarkable talent for alchemy had also come to the fore. If combined with her potential in instrument crafting, Jiang Shushu's future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable, possibly reaching the heights of the legendary figure spoken of in tales. Yet, it seemed she had no desire to reveal these capabilities, which was precisely what he had been contemplating. Ling Jun's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his gaze drifting into the abyss with a somber expression. The god-slaying sword had endured another day of toil, returning with a blade that seemed to emanate a chill. Jiang Shushu approached with several vials of potions, her curiosity piqued. "Have you offended the god-slaying sword? It appears quite irritable." Liang Yuyu, who had not seen her sister all day, bounded over joyfully. "Sister, you missed it. The god-slaying lord was magnificent today, single-handedly dispatching a horde of demonic fire beasts. Collectively, we couldn't match its prowess. That should be a cause for celebration. Why the discontent? Well, originally, that batch of demonic fire beasts could have been entirely annihilated by the god-slaying lord, but the Second Legion meddled, causing the remaining beasts to flee prematurely. This incident has vexed the god-slaying lord." Jiang Shushu was at a loss for words. Were they truly attempting to seize the demonic fire beasts? Who in their right mind would covet such revolting creatures? This behavior seemed oddly familiar. Could it be that scoundrel, Shengnan? As expected, she heard Si Chen grumble from the side. Demonic fire beasts may not be much, but they are worth some interstellar currency. What they truly covet is the demon ancients. The character of the Second Legion leaves much to be desired, yet their strength surpasses ours, particularly that perverse Shengnan, whose progress is frighteningly rapid. Had it not been for the timely return of the god-slaying sword, we might have truly lost them. Just as she suspected. Jiang Shushu pondered quietly. If one wished to understand why that perverse individual was advancing so swiftly, it was likely due to the wild herbs the original owner had foraged. Chapter 92. Simplified refinement of raw stones. Although Jiang Shushu had only been in the interstellar realm for a short time, through her observations over the past few days, she had come to grasp that the most formidable among the 5 military legions of the Suhuang Star Military District was indeed the Second Legion. Moreover, Shengnan's audacity in deceiving and manipulating the original owner likely relied upon the backing of the Second Legion. It seems the matter of bolstering the strength of the First Legion must be expedited. However, one point perplexed Jiang Shushu. I recall a military order stating that one cannot seize another team's hunting spoils, yet how does Shengnan dare to act so brazenly? Could he be so arrogant as to defy military orders? What is it that the Second Legion would not dare to do? Shengnan is nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Bei Yuan pulled Si Chen back, casting him a reproachful glance. After all, that man was Jiang Shushu's former fiancée, and he ought to be more mindful of her feelings. He carefully chose his words. He certainly wouldn't dare to rob us directly. The situation was too chaotic at the time, and he almost slipped away unnoticed. Speaking of which, I heard from Ling Jun that you succeeded in alchemy today. Jiang Shushu nodded and handed him the vials she held. This is what I refined today. Take a look. Si Chen and Liang Yuyu were unaware of this development, yet they were not overly surprised. One felt that her talents were extensive, and alchemy was merely an embellishment, while the other believed that her strengths would eventually encompass both alchemy and instrument crafting. It must be said that although Jiang Shushu had known them for a relatively short time, they had gradually come to recognize her capabilities. Even Si Chun, who previously looked down upon her, believing her to be unworthy of his prince, had not made any scathing remarks in quite some time. Sister, congratulations. Little Jean Li's eyes sparkled with joy. Si Chun chimed in, Jiang Shushu, you are becoming increasingly capable. You've managed to produce 3 types of potions in one go. Tomorrow, we can really get to work. Jiang Shushu, I won't dare to call you useless anymore. It seems he had often referred to her as such behind her back. Jiang Shushu feigned a stern expression, playfully kicking him in the rear before darting away. Oh, dear, it's getting dark. I must go prepare a nutritious meal for Ling Jun. Farewell, everyone. Jiang Shushu, how dare you kick me? Come back here. In stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere of Bei Yuan's operations team, Sheng Nan returned with a dark expression, leading his team back. Bai Yu had been waiting outside and rushed to greet them. Captain, you've returned. How was your haul today? Sheng Nan glanced at her, recalling her friendship with Jiang Lanyi, and begrudgingly nodded before striding away with a few trusted aides toward the conference hall. Bai Yu stood rooted for a moment, processing this, before rushing to the alchemy tent. Lanyi, Sheng Nan and the others are back, but they seem to be in a rather foul mood. Jiang Lanyi, engrossed in studying a prescription, looked up in surprise. What happened? I'm not sure. He didn't say anything, Bai Yu replied, her expression somewhat dejected. Then she perked up, Lanyi, you should go check on him. Captain Sheng has always been most receptive to your counsel. Seeing Bai Yu's anxious demeanor, Jiang Lanyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. I don't even know what transpired. How can I advise him? Furthermore, I am currently in the midst of refining potions and can't afford to pause. Besides, Sheng Nan is the most valued individual in the 2nd Legion. His strength is formidable. Even if he encounters difficulties, I trust he can handle them. Or, do you think he lacks the capability to resolve such matters? Her voice was soft as she cast a fleeting glance at Bai Yu, then proceeded to retrieve a medicinal herb from her spatial pouch, methodically organizing it. I have complete faith in Captain Cheng's capabilities, Bai Yu hastily explained. I merely noticed he seemed displeased and feared it might cause you concern. No sooner had she spoken than she observed Jiang Lanyi's subordinate pause in his actions, raising an eyebrow at her. Bai Yu was taken aback. Inexplicably, she perceived a hint of elegance in that gesture. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lanyi reverted to her familiar, gentle demeanor. Jiang Lanyi grasped Bai Yu's hand, pointing at the freshly arranged herbs. Yeah, look at these. They are the high-grade ingredients that Sheng Nan prepared for me. Although we may not have any immediate use for them. He heard I've been studying this prescription lately, and went out of his way to procure these for me from the military department to facilitate my practice. As she spoke, a shy, sweet smile graced her face. Sheng Nan has always been so considerate towards me. You know him well since we often spend time together. He is usually concerned about me worrying too much. If I were to go to him now, even if he were displeased, he would suppress his irritation and come to comfort me in the best possible manner before addressing any issues. Yeah, she continued, considering how good he is to me. How could I possibly disturb him at this moment? I certainly wouldn't want him to feel pent up, so I shall wait until his mood settles before approaching him. Therefore, you need not worry. My Sheng Nan is so wonderful that I have no cause for concern, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, he treats you exceptionally well. Bai Yu murmured softly, lowering her gaze to conceal the deep-seated jealousy lurking within her eyes. Jiang Lanyi, catching a glimpse of Bai Yu's tightly clenched fists from the corner of her eye, smiled faintly and nonchalantly continued arranging the herbs. Who wouldn't desire a life of comfort and ease? The following morning, Jiang Shushu still had not embarked with the team. This was due to Si Chun having contacted several familiar combat teams the previous day, negotiating a significant deal for refining raw stones, similar to the arrangement made during their time in Qi Hanqing, wherein profits were split 40-60. Consequently, Jiang Shushu and the combat teams would equally share the 4 portions. Naturally, Jiang Shushu was keen on this business, while refining for her own team would yield her only a single portion, assisting other teams would grant her 2. Moreover, refining was an effortless task for her, requiring minimal exertion. The alchemy tent was overflowing with baskets of raw stones. He Mian, peering curiously, asked Shushu, how do you manage to avoid any waste stones, ensuring each one is a high-quality, attribute-free gem? Before her, Jiang Shushu refrained from showcasing her full prowess, merely refining the stones one by one, yet her speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds of grasping a stone, it would be transformed, leaving He Mian in awe. It's quite simple, really. Take this gold attribute raw stone, for instance. Its energy is rather complex. If we were to employ our previous refining methods, We would only need to expel the extraneous energies and retain the gold attribute for success, correct? Jiang Shushu elaborated, holding up a raw stone. However, if you wish to convert it into an attribute-free stone, all it takes is to forge it once more along the gold attribute's veins using fire energy. As she spoke, she guided He Mianmian's spiritual energy into the raw stone, encouraging her to follow her lead through the refining process, effectively demonstrating the procedure. He Mianmian was left astounded, experiencing this instructive operation for the first time, feeling compelled to praise Jiang Shushu profusely. Yet, the fluidity of the process bolstered her confidence, and eagerly, she picked up a stone to attempt the operation herself.